Section 20007, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for Air Superiority. Section 20008, Enhancement of Resources for Nuclear Forces. Section 20009, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources to improve capabilities of United States Indo-Pacific Command. Section 20010, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for improving the readiness of the Department of Defense.
Now, all you
Section 20011, Improving Department of Defense Border Support and Counter-Drug Missions. Section 20012, Department of Defense Oversight. Section 20013, Military Construction Projects Authorized. Section 20014, Multi-Year Operational Plan. Title III, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Section 30001, Funding Cap for the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. Section 30002, Rescission of Funds for Green and Resilient Retrofit Program for Multifamily Housing. Section 30003, Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund. Section 30004, Appropriations for Defense Production Act. Title IV, Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Section 40001, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. Section 40002, Spectrum Auctions. Section 40003, Air Traffic Control Improvements. Section 40004, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. Section 40005, Mars Missions, Artemis Mission, and Moon to Mars Program. Section 40006, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Civil Penalties. Section 40007, Payment for Lease of Metropolitan Washington Airports. Section 40008, Rescission of certain amounts for the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. Section 40009, Reduction in Annual Transfers to Travel Promotion Fund. Section 40010, Treatment of Unobligated Funds for Alternative Fuel and Low-Emission Aviation Technology. Section 40011, Rescission of Amounts Appropriated for Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund. Section 40012, Support for Artificial Intelligence under the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program. Title V, Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Subtitle A, Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50101, Onshore Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50102, Offshore Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50103, Royalties Extracted Methane. Section 50104, Alaska Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50105, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. Subtitle B, Mining. Section 50201, Coal Leasing. Section 50202, Coal Royalty. Section 50203, Leases for Known Recoverable Coal Resources. Section 50204, Authorization to Mine Federal Coal. Subtitle C, Lands. Section 50301. Section 50302, Timber Sales and Long-Term Contracting for the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. Section 50303, Renewable Energy Fees on Federal Land. Section 50304, Renewable Energy Revenue Sharing. Section 50305, Rescission of National Park Service and Bureau of Land Management Funds. Section 50306, Celebrating America's 250th Anniversary. Subtitle D, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Section 50401, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Section 50402, Repeals Rescissions. Section 50403, Energy Dominance Financing. Section 50404, Transformational Artificial Intelligence Models. Subtitle E, Water. Section 50501, Water Conveyance and Surface Water Storage Enhancement. Title VI, Committee on Environment and Public Works. Section 60001, rescission of funding for clean heavy-duty vehicles. Section 60002, repeal of greenhouse gas reduction fund. Section 60003, rescission of funding for diesel emission reductions. Section 60004, rescission of funding to address air pollution. Section 60005, rescission of funding to address air pollution at schools. Section 60006, rescission of funding for low emissions electricity program. Section 60007, rescission of funding for Section 211.0 of the Clean Air Act. Section 60008, rescission of funding for implementation of the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act. Section 60009, rescission of funding for enforcement, technology, and public information. Section 60010, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas corporate reporting. Section 60011, rescission of funding for environmental product declaration assistance. Section 60012, rescission of funding for methane emissions and waste reduction incentive program for petroleum and natural gas systems. Section 60013, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas, air pollution plans, and implementation grants. Section 60014, rescission of funding for Environmental Protection Agency efficient, accurate, and timely reviews. Section 60015, rescission of funding for low embodied carbon labeling for construction materials. Section 60016, rescission of funding for environmental and climate justice block grants. Section 60017, rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. Section 60018, rescission of funding for environmental and climate data collection. Section 60019, rescission of neighborhood access and equity grant program. Section 60020, rescission of funding for federal building assistance. Section 60021, rescission of funding for low-carbon materials for federal buildings. Section 60022, rescission of funding for GSA emerging and sustainable technologies. Section 60023, rescission of environmental review implementation funds. Section 60024, rescission of low-carbon transportation materials grants. Section 60025, John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. Section 60026, project sponsor opt-in fees for environmental services. Title VII, Finance. Subtitle A, Tax. Section 70001, references to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, etc. Chapter 1, providing permanent tax relief for middle-class families and workers. Section 70101, extension and enhancement of reduced rates. Section 70102, extension and enhancement of increased standard deduction. Section 70103, termination of deduction of personal exemptions other than temporary senior deduction. Section 70104, extension and enhancements of increased child tax credit. Section 70105, extension and enhancement of deduction for qualified business income. Section 70106, extension and enhancement of increased estate and gift tax exemption amounts. Section 70107, extension of increased alternative minimum tax exemption amounts and modification of phase-out thresholds. Section 70108, extension and modification of limitation on deduction for qualified residence interest. Section 70109, extension and modification of limitation on casualty loss deduction. Section 70110, termination of miscellaneous itemized deductions other than educator expenses. Section 70111, limitation on tax benefits of itemized deductions. Section 70112, extension and modification of qualified transportation fringe benefits. Section 70113, extension and modification of limitation on deduction and exclusions for moving expenses. Section 70114, extension and modification of limitation on wagering losses. Section 70115, extension and enhancement of increased limitation on contributions to ABLE accounts. Section 70116, extension and enhancement of savers credit allowed for ABLE contributors. Section 70117, extension of rollovers for qualified tuition programs to ABLE accounts permitted. Section 70118, extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas. Section 70119, extension and modification and exclusion from gross income of student loans discharged on account of death or disability. Section 70120, limitation on individual deductions for certain state and local taxes, etc. Chapter 2, delivering on presidential priorities to provide new middle-class tax relief. Section 70201, no tax on tips. Section 70202, no tax on overtime. Section 70203, no tax on car loan investment. Section 70204, Trump accounts and contribution pilot program. Chapter 3, establishing certainty and competitiveness for American job creators. Subtitle A, permanent U.S. business tax reform and boosting domestic investment. Section 70301, full expensing for certain business property. Section 70302, full expensing of domestic research and experimental expenditures. Section 70303, modification of limitation on business interest. Section 70304, extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. Section 70305, exceptions from limitations on deduction for business meals. Section 70306, increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain depreciable business assets. Section 70307, special depreciation allowance for qualified production property. Section 70308, enhancement of advanced manufacturing investment credit. Section 70309, spaceports are treated like airports under exempt facility bond rules. Subtitle B, permanent America First international tax reforms. Part 1, foreign tax credit. Section 70311, modifications related to foreign tax credit limitation. Section 70312, modifications to determination of deemed paid credit for taxes properly attributable to tested income. Section 70313, sourcing certain income from the sale of inventory produced in the United States. Part 2, foreign-derived deduction eligible income and net CFC tested income. Section 70321, modification of deduction for foreign-derived deduction eligible income and net CFC tested income. Section 70322, determination of deduction eligible income. Section 70323, rules related to deemed intangible income. Part 3, base erosion minimum tax. Section 70331, extension and modification of base erosion minimum tax amount. Part 4, business interest limitation. Section 70341, coordination of business interest limitation and interest capitalization provisions. Section 70342, definition of adjusted taxable income for business interest limitation. Part 5, other international tax reforms. Section 70351, permanent extension of look-through rule for related controlled foreign corporations. Section 70352, repeal of election for 1 month deferral and determination of taxable year of specified foreign corporations. Section 70353, restoration of limitation on downward attribution of stock ownership in applying constructive ownership rules. Section 70354, modification to pro rata share rules. Chapter 4, investing in American families, communities, and small businesses. Subchapter A, permanent investments in families and children. Section 70401, enhancement of employer-provided child care credit. Section 70402, enhancement of adoption credit. Section 70403, recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has special needs for purposes of the adoption credit. Section 70404, enhancement of the Dependent Care Assistance Program. Section 70405, enhancement of Child and Dependent Care Tax Credit. Subtitle B, permanent investments in students and reforms to tax-exempt institutions. Section 70411, tax credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship-granting organizations. Section 70412, exclusion for employer payments of student loans. Section 70413, additional expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purpose of 529 accounts. Section 70414, certain post-secondary credentializing expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. Section 70415, modification of excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities. Section 70416, expanding application of tax on excess compensation within tax-exempt organizations. Subchapter C, permanent investments in community development. Section 70421, permanent renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. Section 70422, permanent enhancement of low-income housing tax credit. Section 70423, permanent extension of new markets tax credit. Section 70424, permanent and expanded reinstatement of partial deduction for charitable contributions of individuals who do not elect to itemize. Section 70425, 0.5% floor on deduction of contributions made by individuals. Section 70426, 1% floor on deduction of charitable contributions made by corporations. Section 70427, permanent increase in limitations on cover over of tax on distilled spirits. Section 70428, nonprofit community development activities in remote native languages. Section 70429, adjustment of charitable deduction for certain expenses incurred in support of Native Alaskan subsistent whaling. Section 70430, exception to percentage of completion method of accounting for certain residential construction contracts. Subchapter D, permanent investments in small business and rural America. Section 70431, expansion of qualified small business stock gain exclusion. Section 70432, repeal of revision to de minimis rules for third-party network transactions. Section 70433, increase in threshold for requiring information reporting with respect to certain payees. Section 70434, treatment of certain qualified sound recording productions. Section 70435, exclusion of interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. Section 70436, reduction of transfer and manufacturing taxes for certain devices. Section 70437, treatment of capital gains from the sale of certain farmland property. Section 70438, extension of rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses. Chapter 5, ending Green New Deal spending, promoting America First energy, and other reforms. Subchapter A, termination of Green New Deal subsidies. Section 70501, termination of previously owned clean vehicle credit. Section 70502, termination of clean vehicle credit. Section 70503, termination of qualified commercial clean vehicles credit. Section 70504, termination of alternative fuel vehicle refueling property credit. Section 70505, termination of energy efficient home improvement credit. Section 70506, termination of residential clean energy credit. Section 70507, termination of energy efficient commercial building deduction. Section 70508, termination of new energy efficient home credit. Section 70509, termination of cost recovery for energy, property, and qualified clean energy facilities, property, and technology. Section 70510, modifications of zero-emission nuclear power production credit. Section 70511, termination of clean hydrogen production credit. Section 70512, termination and restrictions on clean electricity production credit. Section 70513, termination and restrictions on clean electricity investment credit. Section 70514, phase out and restrictions on advanced manufacturing production credit. Section 70515, restriction on the extension of advanced energy project credit program. Subchapter B, enhancement of America First energy policy. Section 70521, extension and modification of clean fuel production credit. Section 70522, restrictions on carbon oxide sequestration credit. Section 70523, intangible drilling and development costs taken into account for purposes of computing adjusted financial statement income. Section 70524, income from hydrogen storage, carbon capture, advanced nuclear, hydropower, and geothermal energy added to qualifying income of certain publicly traded partnerships. Section 70525, allow for payments to certain individuals who die fuel. Subchapter C, other reforms. Section 70531, modifications to de minimis entry privilege for commercial shipments. Chapter 6, enhancing deduction and income tax credit, guardrails, and other reforms. Section 70601, modification and extension of limitation on excess business losses of non-corporate taxpayers. Section 70602, treatment of payments for partnerships to partners for property or services. Section 70603, excessive employee remuneration from controlled group members and allocation of deduction. Section 70604, third-party litigation funding reforms. Section 70605, excise tax on certain remittance transfers. Section 70606, enforcement provisions with respect to COVID-related employee retention credits. Section 70607, Social Security number requirement for American Opportunity and Lifetime Learning credits. Section 70608, Task Force on the Replacement of the Direct File. Subtitle B, Health. Chapter 1, Medicaid. Chapter A, Reducing Fraud and Improving Enrollment Processes. Section 71101, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule relating to eligibility and enrollment in Medicare savings programs. Section 71102, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule relating to eligibility and enrollment for Medicaid, CHIP, and the Basic Health Program. Section 71103, reducing duplicate enrollment under the Medicaid and CHIP programs. Section 71104, ensuring deceased individuals do not remain enrolled. Section 71105, ensuring deceased providers do not remain enrolled. Section 71106, payment reduction related to certain erroneous excess payments under Medicaid. Section 71107, eligibility redeterminations. Section 71108, revising home equity limit for determining eligibility for long-term care services under the Medicaid program. Section 71109, alien Medicaid eligibility. Section 71110, expansion FMAP for certain states providing payments for health care furnished to certain individuals. Section 71111, expansion of FMAP for emergency Medicaid. Subchapter B, preventing wasteful spending. Section 7112, moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs. Section 71113, reducing state Medicaid costs. Section 71114, prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for certain items and services. Section 71115, federal payments to prohibited entities. Subchapter C, stopping abusive financing practices. Section 7116, sunsetting increased FMAP incentive. Section 71117, provider taxes. Section 71118, state-directed payments. Section 71119, requirements regarding waiver of uniform tax requirement for Medicaid provider tax. Section 71120, requiring budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects under Section 1115. Subchapter D, increasing personal accountability. Section 71121, requirement for states to establish Medicaid community engagement requirements for certain individuals. Section 71122, modifying cost-sharing requirements for certain expansion individuals under the Medicaid program. Subchapter E, expanding access to care. Section 71123, making certain adjustments to coverage of home or community-based services under Medicaid. Section 71124, determination of FMAP for high-poverty states. Chapter 2, Medicare. Subchapter A, strengthening eligibility requirements. Section 71201, limiting Medicare coverage of certain individuals. Subchapter B, improving services for seniors. Section 71202, temporary payment, increase under the Medicare physician fee schedule to account for exceptional circumstances. Section 71203, expanding and clarifying the exclusion for orphan drugs under the drug price negotiation program. Section 71204, application of cost living adjustment to non-labor related portion for hospital outpatient department services furnished in Alaska and Hawaii. Chapter 3, health tax. Subchapter A, improving eligibility criteria. Section 71301, permitting premium tax credit only for certain individuals. Section 71302, disallowing premium tax credit during periods of Medicaid ineligibility due to alien status. Subchapter B, preventing waste, fraud, and abuse. Section 71303, requiring verification of eligibility for premium tax credit. Section 71304, disallowing premium tax credit in case of certain coverage enrolled in during special enrollment period. Section 71305, eliminating limitation on recapture of advance payment of premium tax credit. Section 71306, permanent extension of safe harbor for absence of deductible for telehealth services. Section 71307, allowance of bronze and catastrophic plans and connection with health savings accounts. Section 71308, treatment of direct primary care service arrangements. Chapter 4, protecting rural hospitals and providers. Section 71401, rural health transformation program. Subtitle C, increase in debt limit. Section 72001, modification of limitation on the public debt. Title 8, Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions. Subtitle A, exemption of certain assets. Section 80001, exemption of certain assets. Subtitle B, loan limits. Section 81001, establishment of loan limits for graduate and professional students and parent borrowers, termination of graduate and professional plus loans. Subtitle C, loan repayment. Section 82001, loan repayment. Section 82002, deferment, forbearance. Section 82003, loan rehabilitation. Section 82004, public service loan forgiveness. Section 82005, student loan servicing. Subtitle D, Pell Grants. Section 83001, eligibility. Section 83002, workforce Pell Grants. Section 83003, Pell shortfall. Section 83004, federal Pell Grants exclusion relating to other grant aid. Subtitle E, accountability. Section 84001, ineligibility based on low earnings outcomes. Subtitle F, regulatory relief. Section 85001, delay of rule relating to borrower defense to repayment. Section 85002, delay of rule relating to closed school discharges. Subtitle G, limitation on authority. Section 86001, limitation on proposing regulations and executive actions. Subtitle H, Garden of Heroes. Section 87001, Garden of Heroes.
Subtitle 1, Office of Refugee Resettlement, Section 88001, Potential Sponsor Vetting for Unaccompanied Alien Children Appropriation. Title 9, Committee on Homeland Security and Governors. Subtitle A, Homeland Security Provisions. Section 90001, Border Infrastructure and Wall System. Section 90002, U.S. Customs and Border Protection Personnel, Fleet Vehicles and Facilities. Section 90003, Detention Capacity. Section 90004, Border Security, Technology, and Screening. Section 90005, State and Local Assistance. Section 90006, Presidential Residence Protection. Section 90007, Department of Homeland Security Appropriations for Border Support. Subtitle B, Governmental Affairs Provisions. Section 90101, FEHB Improvements. Section 90102, Pandemic Response Accountability Committee. Section 90103, Appropriation for the Office of Management and Budget. Title 10, Committee on the Judiciary. Subtitle A, Immigration and Law Enforcement Matters. Part 1, Immigration Fees. Section 100001, Applicability of the Immigration Laws. Section 100002, Asylum Fee. Section 100003, Employment Authorization Document Fees. Section 100004, Immigration Parole Fee. Section 100005, Special Immigrant Juvenile Fee. Section 100006, Temporary Protected Status Fee. Section 100007, Visa Integrity Fee. Section 100008, Form I-94 Fee. Section 100009, Annual Asylum Fee. Section 100010, Fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for parolees. Section 100011, Fee relating to renewal or extension of employment authorization for asylum applicants. Section 100012, Fee relating to renewal and extension of employment authorization for aliens granted temporary protected status. Section 100013, Fees relating to applications for adjustment of status. Section 100014, Electronic System for Travel Authorization Fee. Section 100015, Electronic Visa Update System Fee. Section 100016, Fee for aliens ordered removed in absentia. Section 100017, Inadmissible Alien Apprehension Fee. Section 100018, Amendment to Authority to Apply for Asylum. Part 2, Immigration and Law Enforcement Funding. Section 100051, Appropriation for the Department of Homeland Security. Section 10052, Appropriation for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Section 10053, Appropriation for Federal Law Enforcement Training Centers. Section 10054, Appropriation for the Department of Justice. Section 10055, Bridging Immigration-Related Deficits Experienced Nationwide Reimbursement Fund. Section 10056, Appropriation for the Bureau of Prisons. Section 10057, Appropriation for the United States Secret Service. Subtitle B, Judiciary Matters. Section 100101, Appropriation to the Administrative Office of the United States Courts. Section 100102, Appropriation to the Federal Judicial Center. Subtitle C, Radiation Exposure Compensation Matters. Section 100201, Extension of Fund. Section 100202, Claims relating to atmospheric testing. Section 100203, Claims relating to uranium mining. Section 100205, Limitations on Claims. Title I, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Nutrition. Section 10101, Reevaluation of Thrifty Food Plan. A, in general, Section 3 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2012 is amended by striking subsection U, inserting the following. U, Thrifty Food Plan. 1, in general, the term Thrifty Food Plan means a diet required to feed a family of 4 persons consisting of a man and a woman ages 20 through 50, a child ages 6 through 8, and a child ages 9 through 11, using the items and quantities of food described in the report of the Department of Agriculture entitled Thrifty Food Plan 2021. And each successor report updated pursuant to this subsection, subject to the conditions that A, the relevant market baskets of the Thrifty Food Plan shall only be changed pursuant to paragraph 4. B, the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan shall be the basis for uniform allotments for all households regardless of the actual composition of the household. And C, the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan may only be adjusted in accordance with this subsection. 2, household adjustments. The Secretary shall make household adjustments using the following ratios of household size as a percentage of the maximum 4-person allotment. A, for a one-person household, 30%. B, for a 2-person household, 55%. C, for a 3-person household, 79%. D, for a 4-person household, 100%. E, for a 5-person household, 119%. F, for a 6-person household, 143%. G, for a 7-person household, 158%. H, for an 8-person household, 180%. I, for a household of 9 persons or more, an additional 22% per person, which additional percentage shall not total more than 200%. 3, allowable cost adjustments. The Secretary shall, A, make cost adjustments in the Thrifty Food Plan for Hawaii and the urban and rural parts of Alaska to reflect the cost of food in Hawaii and urban and rural Alaska. B, make cost adjustments in the separate Thrifty Food Plans for Guam and the Virgin Islands of the United States to reflect the cost of food in those states, but not to exceed the cost of food in the 50 states and the District of Columbia. And C, on October 1st, 2025, and on each October 1st thereafter, adjust the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan to reflect changes in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the Department of Labor for the most recent 12-month period ending in June. 4, reevaluation of market baskets. A, reevaluation. Not earlier than October 1st, 2027, the Secretary may reevaluate the market baskets of the Thrifty Food Plan based on current food prices, food composition data, consumption patterns, and dietary guidance. B, cost neutrality. The Secretary shall not increase the cost of the Thrifty Food Plan based on a reevaluation under this paragraph. B, conforming amendments. 1. Section 16C1A22 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2025 C1A22 is amended by striking Section 3U4 and inserting Section 3U3. 2. Section 19A2A2 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2028A2A2 is amended by striking Section 3U4 and inserting Section 3U3. 3. Section 27A2 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2036A2 is amended by striking Section 3U4, each place it appears, and inserting Section 3U3. Section 1012, modifications to SNAP work requirements for able-bodied adults. A, exceptions. Section 60 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 20150 is amended by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following. 3, exceptions. Paragraph 2 shall not apply to an individual if the individual is A, under 18 or over 65 years of age, B, medically certified as physically or mentally unfit for employment, C, a parent or other member of a household with responsibility for a dependent child under 14 years of age, D, otherwise exempt under subsection D2, E, a pregnant woman, F, an Indian or urban Indian, as such terms are defined in paragraphs 13 and 28 of Section 4 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act, or G, a California Indian described in Section 809A of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. B, standardizing enforcement. Section 604 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 20150 is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by striking clause 2 and inserting the following. 2, is in a non-contiguous state and has an unemployment rate that is at or above 1.5 times the national unemployment rate, 8%, and 2, by adding at the end the following. C, definition of non-contiguous state. 1, in general, in this paragraph, the term non-contiguous state means a state that is not one of the contiguous 48 states or the District of Columbia. 2, exclusion. The term non-contiguous state does not include Guam or the Virgin Islands of the United States. C, waiver for non-contiguous states. Section 60 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 20150 is amended, 1, by redesignating paragraph 7 as paragraph 8, and 2, by inserting after paragraph 6 the following. 7, exemption for non-contiguous states. A, definition of non-contiguous state. 1, in general, in this paragraph, the term non-contiguous state means a state that is not one of the contiguous 48 states or the District of Columbia. 2, exclusions. In this paragraph, the term non-contiguous state does not include Guam or the Virgin Islands of the United States. B, exemption. Subject to subparagraph D, the Secretary may exempt individuals in a non-contiguous state from compliance with the requirements of paragraph 2 if 1, the state agency submits to the Secretary a request for that exemption made in such form and at such time as the Secretary may require, and including the information described in subparagraph C, and 2, the Secretary determines that based on that request, the state agency is demonstrating a good faith effort to comply with the requirements of paragraph 2. C, good faith effort determination. In determining whether a state agency is demonstrating a good faith effort or for purposes of subparagraph B2, the Secretary shall consider 1, any action taken by the state agency toward compliance with the requirements of paragraph 2, 2, any significant barriers to or challenges in meeting those requirements, including barriers or challenges relating to funding, design, development, procurement, or installation of necessary systems or resources. 3, the detailed plan and timeline of the state agency for achieving full compliance with those requirements, including any milestones as defined by the Secretary. And 4, any other criteria determined appropriate by the Secretary. D, duration of exemption. 1, in general, an exemption granted under subparagraph B shall expire not later than December 31st, 2028, and may not be renewed beyond that date. 2, early termination. The Secretary may terminate an exemption granted under subparagraph B prior to that expiration date of that exemption if the Secretary determines that the state agency 1 has failed to comply with the reporting requirements described in subparagraph E, or 2, based on the information provided pursuant to subparagraph E, failed to make continued good faith efforts towards compliance with the requirements of this subsection. E, reporting requirements. A state agency granted an exemption under subparagraph B shall submit to the Secretary 1, quarterly progress reports on the status of the state agency in achieving the milestones toward full compliance described in subparagraph C3, and 2, information on specific risks or newly identified barriers or challenges to full compliance, including the plan of the state agency to mitigate those risks, barriers, or challenges. Section 10103, availability of standard utility allowances based on receipt of energy assistance. A, standard utility allowance. Section 5E 6C 4I of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014 E6C 4I is amended by inserting with an elderly or disabled member after households. B, third-party energy assistance payments. Section 5K4 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014 K4 is amended 1 in subparagraph A by inserting without an elderly or disabled member before shall be, and 2 in subparagraph B by inserting with an elderly or disabled member before under a state law. Section 10104, restrictions on internet expenses. Section 5E6 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2014 E6 is amended by adding at the end of the following. E, restrictions on internet expenses. Any service fee associated with internet connection shall not be used in computing the excess shelter expense deduction under this paragraph. Section 10105, matching funds requirements. A, in general, Section 4A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2013A, is amended 1 by striking A subject to and inserting the following. A, program. 1, establishment subject to, and 2, by adding at the end the following. 2, state quality control incentive. A, definition of payment error rate. In this paragraph, the term payment error rate has the meaning given the term in section 16C2. B, state cost share. 1, in general, beginning in fiscal year 2028, if the payment error rate of a state is determined under Clause 2 is 1, less than 6%, the federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 100%, and the state share shall be 0%. 2, equal to or greater than 6%, but less than 8%. The federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 95%, and the state share shall be 5%. 3, equal to or greater than 8%, but less than 10%. The federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 90%, and the state share shall be 10%. And 4, equal to or greater than 10%. The federal share of the cost of the allotment described in paragraph 1 for that state in a fiscal year shall be 85%, and the state share shall be 15%. 2, elections. 1, fiscal year 2028. For fiscal year 2028, to calculate the applicable state share under Clause 1, a state may elect to use the payment error rate of the state from fiscal year 2025 or 2026. 2, fiscal year 2029 and thereafter. For fiscal year 2029 and each fiscal year thereafter, to calculate the applicable state share under Clause 1, the Secretary shall use the payment error rate of the state for the third fiscal year preceding the fiscal year for which the state share is being calculated. 3, maximum federal payment. The Secretary may not pay towards the cost of an allotment described in paragraph 1 an amount that is greater than the applicable federal share under paragraph 2. 4, waiver authority. A, in general, the Secretary may waive the requirement under paragraph 2 for a non-contiguous state excluding Guam and the Virgin Islands of the United States for a period of not more than 2 years if, 1, the Secretary determines that the waiver is necessary, and 2, the non-contiguous state is 1, actively implementing a corrective action plan as described in Section 275.17 of Title VII Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation, and 2, carrying out any other activities determined necessary by the Secretary to reduce its payment error rate as defined in paragraph 2. B, termination of authority. The waiver authority under subparagraph A shall terminate on the date that is 4 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph. B, limitation on authority. Section 13A1 of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2022A1 is amended in the first sentence by inserting or the payment or disposition of a state share under Section 4A2 after 16C 1D12. Section 10106, administrative cost sharing. Section 16A of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2025A, is amended in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking agency an amount equal to 50% and inserting agency through fiscal year 2026, 50%, and for fiscal year 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter, 25%. Section 10107, National Education and Obesity Prevention Grant Program. Section 28D1F of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2036A D1F is amended by striking for fiscal year 2016 and each subsequent fiscal year, and inserting for each of fiscal years 2016 through 2025. Section 10108, Alien SNAP eligibility. Section 6F of the Food and Nutrition Act of 2008, 7 U.S.C. 2015F, is amended to read as follows. F, no individual who is a member of a household otherwise eligible to participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program under this section shall be eligible to participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program as a member of that or any other household unless he or she is, 1, a resident of the United States, and 2, either A, a citizen or national of the United States, B, an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence as an immigrant as defined by sections 101A15 and 101A20 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, excluding, among others, alien visitors, tourists, diplomats, and students who enter the United States temporarily with no intention of abandoning their residence in a foreign country. C, an alien who has been granted the status of Cuban and Haitian entrant as defined in Section 501E of the Refugee Education Assistance Act of 1980, Public Law 96-422, or D, an individual who lawfully resides in the United States in accordance with a compact of free association referred to in Section 402B2G of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. The income less at state option or a pro rata share and financial resources of the individual rendered ineligible to participate in the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program under this subsection shall be considered in determining the eligibility and the value of the allotment of the household of which such individual is a member. Subtitle B, Forestry, Section 10201, Rescission of Amounts for Forestry. The unobligated balances of amounts appropriated by the following provisions of Public Law 117-169 are rescinded. 1. Paragraphs 3 and 4 of Section 23001, A, 136, Stat 2023. 2. Paragraphs 1 through 4 of Section 23002, A, 136, Stat 2025. 3. Section 23003, A2, 136, Stat 2026. 4. Section 23005, 136, Stat 2027. Subtitle C, Commodities. Section 10301, Effective Reference Price, A, Effective Reference Price. Section 11118B2 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 90118B2 is amended by striking 85 and inserting beginning with the crop year 2025, 88. B, Reference Price. Section 1111 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9011, is amended by striking paragraph 19 and inserting the following. 19, Reference Price. A, in general, effective beginning with the 2025 crop year, subject to subparagraphs B and C, the term reference price with respect to a covered commodity for a crop year means the following. 1, for wheat, $6.35 per bushel. 2, for corn, $4.10 per bushel. 3, for grain, sorghum, $4.40 per bushel. 4, for barley, $5.45 per bushel. 5, for oats, $2.65 per bushel. 6, for long grain rice, $16.90 per hundredweight. 7, for medium grain rice, $16.90 per hundredweight. 8, for soybeans, $10 per bushel. 9, for other oil seeds, $23.75 per hundredweight. 10, for peanuts, $630 per ton. 9, for other oil seeds. 11, for dry peas, $13.10 per hundredweight. 12, for lentils, $23.75 per hundredweight. 13, for small chickpeas, $22.65 per hundredweight. 14, for large chickpeas, $25.65 per hundredweight. 15, for seed cotton, 42 cents per pound. B, effectiveness. Effective beginning with the 2031 crop year, the reference price is defined in subparagraph A with respect to a covered commodity shall equal the reference price in the previous crop year multiplied by 1.005. C, limitation. In no case shall a reference price for a covered commodity exceed 113% of the reference price for such covered commodity listed in subparagraph A. Section 10302, base acres. Section 1112 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9012, is amended, 1, in subsection D3A by striking 2023 and inserting 2031, and by adding at the end of the following: E, additional base acres. 1, in general, as soon as practicable after the date of enactment of this subsection and notwithstanding subsection A, the Secretary shall provide notice to owners of eligible farms pursuant to paragraph 3 and allocate to those eligible farms a total of not more than an additional 30 million base acres in the manner provided in this subsection. An owner of a farm that is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres may elect to not receive that allocation by notifying the Secretary not later than 90 days after receipt of the notice provided by the Secretary under this paragraph. 2, content of notice. The notice under paragraph 1 shall include the following: A, information that the allocation is occurring; B, information regarding the eligibility of the farm for an allocation of base acres under paragraph 3; C, information regarding how an owner may appeal a determination of ineligibility for an allocation of base acres under paragraph 3. C, information regarding how an owner
Through an appeals process established by the Secretary. 3, eligibility. A, in general, subject to subparagraph D, effective beginning with the 2026 crop year, a farm is eligible to receive an allocation of base acres if, with respect to the farm, the amount described in subparagraph B exceeds the amount described in subparagraph C. B, 5-year average sum. The amount described in this subparagraph with respect to a farm is the sum of I, the 5-year average of I, the acreage planted on the farm to all covered commodities for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years. And 2, any acreage on the farm that the producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to covered commodities because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other conditions beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary, plus 2, the lesser of 1, subsection 1, 15% of the total acres on the farm, and 2, the 5-year average of AA, the acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, and subsection BB, any acreage on the farm that producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to eligible non-covered commodities because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers, as determined by the Secretary. C, total number of base acres for covered commodities. The amount described in this subparagraph with respect to a farm is the total number of base acres for covered commodities on the farm, excluding unassigned crop base, as in effect on September 30, 2024. D, effect of no recent plantings of covered commodities in the case of a farm for which the amount determined under Clause I of subparagraph B is equal to 0. That farm shall be ineligible to receive an allocation of base acres under the subsection. E, acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities. Defined in this paragraph, the term acreage planted on the farm to eligible non-covered commodities means acreage planted on a farm to commodities other than covered commodities, trees, bushes, vines, grass, or pasture, including cropland that was idle or fallow, as defined by the Secretary. 4, number of base acres, subject to paragraphs 3 and 8. The number of base acres allocated to an eligible farm shall, subsection A, be equal to the difference obtained by subtracting the amount determined under subparagraph C of paragraph 3 from the amount determined under subparagraph B of that paragraph. And B, include unassigned crop base. 5, allocation of acres. A, Allocation. The Secretary shall allocate the number of base acres under paragraph 4 among those covered commodities planted on the farm at any time during the 2019 through 2023 crop years. B, allocation formula. The allocation of additional base acres for covered commodities shall be in proportion to the ratio of subsection I, the 5-year average of I, the acreage planted on the farm to each covered commodity for harvest, grazing, haying, silage, or other similar purposes for the 2019 through 2023 crop years. And 2, any acreage on the farm that producers were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to that covered commodity because of drought, flood, or other natural disaster, or other condition beyond the control of the producers as determined by the Secretary to the 5-year average determined under paragraph 3BI. Inclusion of all 5 years in average. For the purpose of determining a 5-year acreage average under subparagraph B for a farm, the Secretary shall not exclude any crop year in which a covered commodity was not planted. D, treatment of multiple planting or prevented planting. For the purpose of determining under subparagraph B the acreage on a farm that producers planted or were prevented from planting during the 2019 through 2023 crop years to covered commodities, if the acreage that was planted or prevented from being planted was devoted to other covered commodity in the same crop year, other than a covered commodity produced under an established practice of double cropping, the owner may elect the covered commodity to be used for that year in determining the 5-year average, but may not include both the initial covered commodity and the subsequent covered commodity. E, limitation. The allocation of additional base acres among covered commodities on a farm under this paragraph may not result in a total number of base acres for the farm in excess of the number of acres on the farm. 6, reduction by the Secretary. In carrying out this subsection, if the total number of eligible acres allocated to base acres across all farms in the United States under this subsection would exceed 30 million acres, the Secretary shall apply an across-the-board prorated reduction to the number of eligible acres to ensure the number of allocated base acres under this subsection is equal to 30 million acres. 7, payment yield. Beginning with crop year 2026, for the purpose of making price loss coverage payments under Section 1116, the Secretary shall establish payment yields to base acres allocated under this subsection equal to A, the payment yield established on the farm for applicable covered commodity, and B, if no such payment yield for the applicable covered commodity exists, a payment yield equal to the average payment yield for the covered commodity for the county in which the farm is situated, or to determine pursuant to Section 1113C. 8, treatment of new owners. In the case of a farm for which the owner on the date of enactment of this subsection was not the owner for the 2019 through 2023 crop years, the Secretary shall use the planting history of the prior owner or owners of that farm for the purposes of determining A, eligibility under paragraph 3, B, eligibility acres under paragraph 4, and C, the allocation of acres under paragraph 5. Section 10303, producer election. A, in General Section 1115 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9015, is amended 1, in subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2, in subsection C, A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1, I, by striking crop year or and inserting crop year, and 2, by inserting or the 2026 crop year after 2019 crop year. B, in paragraph 1, I, by striking crop year or and inserting crop year, and II, by inserting or the 2026 crop year after 2019 crop year, and C, in paragraph 2, I, in subparagraph A, by striking and at the end, II, in subparagraph B, by striking the period at the end and inserting and 3, by adding at the end the following. C, the same coverage for each covered commodity on the farm for the 2027 through 2031 crop years as was applicable for the 2025 crop year. And 3, by adding at the end the following. 1, higher of price loss coverage payments and agricultural risk coverage payments. For the 2025 crop year, the Secretary shall, on a covered commodity by covered commodity basis, make the higher of price loss coverage payments under Section 1116 and agricultural risk covered county coverage payments under Section 1117 to the producers on a farm for the payment acres for each covered commodity on the farm. B, federal crop insurance supplemental coverage options. Section 508C4C4IV of the Federal Crop Insurance Act 7 U.S.C. 1508C4CIV is amended by striking crops for which the producer has elected under Section 1116 of the Agricultural Act of 2014 to receive agricultural risk coverage in acres and inserting acres. Section 10304, price loss coverage. Section 1116 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9016 is amended. 1. In subsection A2, in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2. In subsection C1B, A, in the subparagraph heading by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. And B, in the matter preceding clause I by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 3. In subsection D, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2025 and inserting 2031. And 4. In subsection G, A, by striking subparagraph F of section 1111-19 and inserting paragraph 19A(vi) of section 1111, and B, by striking 2012 through 2016, each place it appears, and inserting 2017 through 2021. Section 10305, agricultural risk coverage. Section 1117 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9017 is amended. 1. In subsection A, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2. In subsection C, A, in paragraph 1 by inserting for each of the 2014 through 2024 crop years and 90% of the benchmark revenue for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years before the period at the end. B, by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. And C, in paragraph 4B, in the subparagraph heading, by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 3, in subsection D1, by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. BI, for each of the 2014 through 2024 crop years, 10% of the benchmark revenue for the crop year applicable under subsection C and II. For each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years, 12% of the benchmark revenue for the crop year applicable under subsection C and 4 in subsections E, G5, and I5 by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. Section 10306, equitable treatment of certain entities. A, in general, Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308, is amended. 1, in subsection A, by designated paragraph 5 as paragraph 6, and B, by inserting after paragraph 4 the following. 5, qualified pass-through entity. The term qualified pass-through entity means A, a partnership within the meaning of subchapter K of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. B, an S corporation as defined in Section 1361 of that code. C, a limited liability company that does not affirmatively elect to be treated as a corporation. And D, a joint venture or general partnership. 2, in subsections B and C, by striking except a joint venture or general partnership, each place it appears, and inserting except a qualified pass-through entity. And 3, in subsection D, by striking subtitle B of Title I of the Agricultural Act of 2014, or B, attribution of payment, Section 1001E3BII of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308E3BII is amended. 1, in the clause heading by striking joint ventures and general partnerships and inserting qualified pass-through entities. 2, by striking a joint venture or a general partnership and inserting a qualified pass-through entity. 3, by striking joint ventures and general partnerships and inserting qualified pass-through entities. And 4, by striking the joint venture or general partnership and inserting the qualified pass-through entity. C, persons actively engaged in farming, Section 1001AB2 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308 1B2 is amended. 1. Subparagraphs A and B by striking a general partnership, a participant in a joint venture, each place it appears, and inserting a qualified pass-through entity. And 2. In subparagraph C by striking a general partnership, joint venture, or similar entity and inserting a qualified pass-through entity or a similar entity. D. Joint and several liability. Section 100BD of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308-2D is amended by striking partnerships and joint ventures and inserting qualified pass-through entities. E. Exclusion from AGI calculation. Section 1001D of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308-3AD is amended by striking general partnership or joint venture, each place it appears. Section 10307, payment limitations. Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308 is amended 1. In subsection B, A, by striking the and inserting subject to subsection I, the, and B, by striking $125,000 and inserting $155,000. And 2, in subsection C, A, by striking the and inserting subject to subsection I, the, and B, by striking $125,000 and inserting $155,000. And 3, by adding at the end the following. I, adjustment for the 2025 crop year and each crop year thereafter. The Secretary shall annually adjust the amounts described in subsections B and C for inflation based on the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the Department of Labor. Section 10308, adjusted gross income limitation. Section 1001DB of the Food Security Act of 1985, 7 U.S.C. 1308-3AB is amended 1. In paragraph 1 by striking paragraph 3 and inserting paragraphs 3 and 4. And 2, by adding at the end the following. 4, exception for certain operations. A, definitions. In this paragraph, I, accepts payment or benefit. The term accepted payment or benefit means I, a payment or benefit under Subtitle E of Title I of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 908, at sequence 2, a payment or benefit under Section 196 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7333, and 3, a payment or benefit described in paragraph 2C received on or after October 1st, 2024. II, farming, ranching, or silviculture activities. The term farming, ranching, or silviculture activities include agritourism, direct-to-consumer marketing of agricultural products, the sale of agricultural equipment owned by the person or legal entity, and other agricultural-related activities as determined by the Secretary. B, exception. In the case of an accepted payment or benefit, the limitation established by paragraph 1 shall not apply to a person or legal entity during a crop, fiscal, or program year as appropriate, if greater than or equal to 75% of the average gross income of the person or legal entity derives from farming, ranching, or silviculture activities. Section 10309, marketing loans. A, availability of non-recourse marketing assistance loans for loan commodities. Section 1201B1 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9031B1 is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. B, loan rates for non-recourse marketing assistance loans. Section 1202 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9032 is amended 1 in subsection B. A, in the subsection heading by striking 2023 and inserting 2025, and B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2025. 2, by redesignating subsection C and D as subsections D and E, respectively. 3, by inserting after subsection B the following. C, 2026 through 2031 crop years. For the purposes of each of the 2026 through 2031 crop years, the loan rate for a marketing assistance loan under Section 1201 for a loan commodity shall be equal to the following. 1, in the case of wheat, $3.72 per bushel. In the case of corn, $2.42 per bushel. In the case of grain sorghum, $2.42 per bushel. 4, in the case of barley, $2.75 per bushel. 5, in the case of oats, $2.20 per bushel. 6, in the case of upland cotton, 55 cents per pound. 7, in the case of extra long staple cotton, $1 per pound. In the case of long grain rice, $7.70 per hundredweight. 9, in the case of medium grain rice, $7.70 per hundredweight. 10, in the case of soybeans, $6.82 per bushel. 11, in the case of other oil seeds, $11.10 per hundredweight for each of the following kinds of oil seeds: A, sunflower seed; B, rapeseed; C, canola; D, safflower; E, flaxseed; F, mustard seed; G, cranberry; H, sesame seeds; I, other oil seeds designated by the Secretary. 12, in the case of dry peas, $6.87 per hundredweight. 13, in case of lentils, $14.30 per hundredweight. 14, in the case of small chickpeas, $11 per hundredweight. 15, in the case of large chickpeas, $15.40 per hundredweight. 16, in the case of grated wool, $1.60 per pound. 17, in the case of non-grated wool, 55 cents per pound. 18, in the case of mohair, $5 per pound. 19, in the case of honey, $1.50 per pound. 20, in the case of peanuts, $390 per ton. 4, in subsection D, as so redesignated by striking A11 and B11 and inserting A11, B11, and C11, and 5, in subsection E, as so redesignated in paragraph 1 by striking 25 cents and inserting 30 cents. C, payment of cotton storage costs. Section 1204G of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9034G is amended: 1, by striking effective and inserting the following: 1, crop years 2014 through 2025, effective; 2, in paragraph 1, as so designated by striking 2023 and inserting 2025, and 3, by adding at the end the following: 2, payment of cotton storage costs effective for each of the 2026 through 2031 crop years. The Secretary shall make cotton storage payments for upland cotton and extra long staple cotton available in the same manner as the Secretary provided storage payments for the 2006 crop of upland cotton, except that the payment rate shall be equal to the lesser of A, the submitted storage charge for the current marketing year, and B, in the case of storage in I, California or Arizona, a payment rate of $4.90, and 2, II, any other state, a payment rate of $3. D, loan deficiency payments. 1, continuation. Section 1205A2B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9035A2B is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2, payments in lieu of LDPS. Section 1206 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9036 is amended in subsections A and D by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. E, special competitive provisions for extra long staple cotton. Section 1208A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9038A is amended in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2026 and inserting 2032. F, availability of recourse loans. Section 1209 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9039 is amended in subsections A, 2, B, and C by striking 2023, each place it appears, and inserting 2031. Section 310, repayment of marketing loans. Section 1204 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9034 is amended: 1, in subsection B, A, by redesignating paragraph 1 as subparagraph A and indenting appropriately. B, in the matter preceding subparagraph A, as so redesignated by striking the Secretary and inserting the following: 1, in general, the Secretary, and C, by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following: B.I. In the case of long grain rice and medium grain rice, the prevailing world market price for the commodity as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section, or II. In the case of upland cotton, the prevailing world market price for the commodity as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section. 2, refund for upland cotton. In the case of repayment for a marketing assistance loan for upland cotton at a rate described in paragraph 1 BII, the Secretary shall provide the producer a refund, if any, in an amount equal to the difference between the lowest prevailing world market price as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section during the 30-day period following the date on which the producer repays the marketing assistance loan, and the repayment rate. 2, in subsection C, A, by striking the period at the end and inserting semicolon and, B, by striking at the loan rate and inserting the following, at a rate that is lesser of 1, the loan rate, and C, by adding at the end the following. 2, the prevailing world market price for the commodity as determined and adjusted by the Secretary in accordance with this section. 3, subsection D, A, in paragraph 1, by striking and medium grain rice and inserting medium grain rice and extra long staple cotton. B, by redesignating paragraphs 1 and 2 as subparagraphs A and B respectively and indenting appropriately. C, in the matter preceding subparagraph A as so redesignated by striking for purposes and inserting the following. 1, in general, for purposes, and D, by adding at the end the following. 2, upland cotton. In the case of upland cotton, for any period when price quotations for middling M 3/32-inch cotton are available, the formula under paragraph 1A shall be based on the average of the 3 lowest price growths that are quoted. And 4, in subsection E, A, in the subsection heading by inserting extra long staple cotton and upland cotton. B, in paragraph 2, I, in the paragraph heading by inserting upland before cotton, and 2 in subparagraph, and II in subparagraph B in the matter preceding clause I by striking 2024 and inserting 2032. C, by redesignating paragraph 3 as paragraph 4, and D by inserting after paragraph 2 the following. 3, extra long staple cotton. The prevailing world market price for extra long staple cotton determined under subsection D, A, shall be adjusted to United States quality and location with the adjustment to include the average cost to market the commodity, including average transportation cost as determined by the Secretary, and B, may be further adjusted during the period beginning on the date of enactment of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14, 119th Congress, and ending on July 31st, 2032. If the Secretary determines the adjustment is necessary, I, to minimize potential loan forfeitures, I, to minimize the accumulation of stocks of extra long staple cotton by the federal government, I, to ensure that extra long staple cotton produced in the United States can be marketed freely and competitively, and IV, to ensure an appropriate transition between current crop and forward crop price quotations, except that the Secretary may use forward crop price quotations prior to July 31st of a marketing year only if I, there are insufficient current crop price quotations, and I, the forward crop price quotation is the lowest such quotation available. Section 10.311, Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills. Section 1207C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9037C is amended by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following. 2, value of assistance. The value of the assistance provided under paragraph 1 shall be A, for the period beginning on August 1st, 2013 and ending on July 31st, 2025, 3 cents per pound, and B, beginning on August 1st, 2025, 5 cents per pound. Section 10.312, Sugar Program Updates. A, loan rate modification. Section 156 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7272 is amended 1 in subsection A, in paragraph 4 by striking and at the end, B, in paragraph 5 by striking 2023 crop years and inserting 2024 crop years, and C, by adding at the end the following. 6, 24 cents per pound for raw cane sugar for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years. 2, in subsection B-A, in paragraph 1 by striking and at the end, B, in paragraph 2 by striking 2023 crop years and inserting 2024 crop years, and C, by adding at the end the following. 3, a rate that is equal to 136.55% of the loan rate per pound of raw cane sugar under subsection A6 for each of the 2025 through 2031 crop years. And 3, in subsection I by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. B, adjustments to Commodity Credit Corporation storage rates. Section 167 of the Federal Agricultural Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7287 is amended 1 by striking subsection A and inserting the following. A, in general, for the 2025 crop year and each subsequent crop year, the Commodity Credit Corporation shall establish rates for the storage of forfeited sugar in an amount that is not less than 1. In the case of refined sugar, 34 cents per hundredweight per month, and 2. In the case of raw cane sugar, 27 cents per hundredweight per month, and 2. In subsection B, A, in the subsection heading by striking subsequent and inserting prior, and B by striking and subsequent and inserting through 2024. C, modernization beet sugar allotments. 1, sugar estimates. Section 359BA1 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359BBA1 is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. 2, allocation to the processors. Section 359CG2 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359CCG2 is amended A by striking in the case and inserting the following. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B in the case, and B by adding at the end the following. B, exception. If the Secretary makes an upward adjustment of paragraph 1A in adjusting allocations among beet sugar processors, the Secretary shall give priority to beet sugar processors with available sugar. 3, timing of reassignment. Section 359EB2 of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359EEB2 is amended A by redesignating subparagraphs A through C as clauses I through III, respectively, and indenting appropriately. B, in the matter preceding clauses I as so redesignated by striking if the Secretary and inserting the following. A, in general, if the Secretary, and C by adding at the end the following. B, timing. In carrying out subparagraph A, the Secretary shall I make an initial determination based on the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates approved by the World Agricultural Outlook Board for January that shall be applicable to the crop year for which allotments are required, and II provide for an initial reassignment under subparagraph AI not later than 30 days after the date on which the World Agricultural Supply and Demand estimates described in Clause I is released. D, reallocations of tariff rate quota shortfall. Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment Supply and Demand estimates described in Clause I is released. D, reallocations of tariff rate quota shortfall. Section 359K of the Agricultural
Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KK is amended by adding at the end the following. C, reallocation. 1, initial reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3, following the establishment of the tariff rate quotas under subsection A for a quota year, the Secretary shall, A, determine which countries do not intend to fulfill their allocation for the quota year, and B, reallocate any forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas as soon as practicable. 2, subsequent reallocation. Subject to paragraph 3, not later than March 1 of a quota year, the Secretary shall reallocate any additional forecasted shortfall in the fulfillment of the tariff rate quotas for raw cane sugar established under subsection A1 for that quota year. 3, cessation of effectiveness. Paragraphs 1 and 2 shall cease to be in effect if A, the agreement suspending the countervailing duty investigation on sugar from Mexico signed December 19, 2014 is terminated, and B, no countervailing duty order under Subtitle A of Title VII of the Tariff Act of 1930, 19 U.S.C. 1671 et sequitur, is in effect with respect to sugar from Mexico. D, refined sugar. 1, definition of domestic sugar industry. In this subsection, the term domestic sugar industry means domestic A, sugar beet producers and processors, B, producers and processors of sugar cane, and C, refiners of raw cane sugar. 2, study required. A, in general, not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary shall conduct a study on whether the establishment of additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports is necessary and appropriate. B, elements. In conducting the study under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall examine the following. I, the need for 1, defining refined sugar as having a minimum polarization of 99.8 degrees or higher. 2, establishing a standard for color or reflectance-based units for refined sugar such as those utilized by the International Commission on Uniform Methods of Sugar Analysis. 3, prescribing specifications for packaging type for refined sugar. 4, prescribing specifications for transportation modes for refined sugar. 5, requiring evidence that sugar imported as refined sugar will not undergo further refining in the United States. 6, prescribing appropriate terms and conditions to avoid unlawful sugar imports. And 7, establishing other definitions, terms, and conditions or other requirements. II, the potential impact of modifications described in each of the subclauses 1 through 7 of Clause I of the domestic sugar industry. III, whether based on the needs described in Clause I and the impact described in Clause II, the establishment of additional terms and conditions is appropriate. C, consultation. In conducting the study under subparagraph A, the Secretary shall consult with representatives of the domestic sugar industry and users of refined sugar. D, report. Not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this subsection, the Secretary shall submit to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry of the Senate a report that describes the findings of the study conducted under subparagraph A. 3, establishment of additional terms and conditions permitted. A, in general, based on the findings in the report submitted under paragraph 2D, and after providing notice to the Committee on Agriculture of the House of Representatives and the Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry of the Senate, the Secretary may issue regulations in accordance with subparagraph B to establish additional terms and conditions with respect to refined sugar imports that are necessary and appropriate. B, promulgation of regulations. The Secretary may issue regulations under subparagraph A if the regulations, 1, do not have an adverse impact on the domestic sugar industry, and 2, are consistent with the requirements of this part, Section 156 of the Federal Agriculture Improvement and Reform Act of 1996, 7 U.S.C. 7272, and obligations under international trade agreements that have been approved by Congress. E, clarification of tariff rate quota adjustments. Section 359KB1 of the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KKB1 is amended in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking "if there is N" and inserting "for the sole purpose of responding directly to N." F, period of effectiveness. Section 359LA of the Agriculture Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359 LLA, is amended by striking 2023 and inserting 2031. Section 10313, Dairy Policy Updates. A, dairy margin coverage production history. 1, definition. Section 14018 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9051-8, is amended by striking "when the participating dairy operation first registers to participate in dairy margin coverage." 2, production history of participating dairy operations. Section 1405 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9055, is amended by striking subsections A and B and inserting the following. A, production history. Except as provided under subsection B, the production history of a dairy operation for dairy margin coverage is equal to the highest annual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation during any one of the 2021, 2022, or 2023 calendar years. B, election by new dairy operations. In the case of a participating dairy operation that has been in operation for less than a year, the participating dairy operations shall elect one of the following methods for the Secretary to determine the production history of the participating dairy operation. 1, the volume of the actual milk marketings for the months the participating dairy operation has been in operation extrapolated to a yearly amount. 2, an estimate of the actual milk marketings of the participating dairy operation based on the herd size of the participating dairy operation relative to the national rolling herd average data published by the Secretary. B, dairy margin coverage payments. Section 1406A1C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9056A1C, is amended by striking $5 million each place it appears and inserting $6 million. C, premiums for dairy margins. 1, Tier 1. Section 1407B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057B is amended. A, in the subsection heading by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million, and B, in paragraph 1 by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million. 2, Tier 2. Section 1407C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057C, is amended. A, in the subsection heading by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million, and B, in paragraph 1 by striking $5 million and inserting $6 million. 3, premium discounts. Section 1407G of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9057G, is amended. A, in paragraph 1 by striking 2019 through 2023 and inserting 2026 through 2031, and 2, by striking January 2019 and inserting January 2026, and B, in paragraph 2 by striking 2023 each place it appears and inserting 2031. D, duration. Section 1409 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9059, is amended by striking 2025 and inserting 2031. Section 10314, implementation. Section 1614C of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9097C, is amended by adding at the end the following. 5, further funding. The Secretary shall make available to carry out Subtitle C of Title I of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation Pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14, 119th Congress, and the amendments made by that subtitle, $50 million to remain available until expended, of which, A, not less than $5 million shall be used to carry out paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection B. B, $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3A. C, $3 million shall be used for activities described in paragraph 3B. D, $9 million shall be used, 1, to carry out mandatory surveys of dairy production costs and product yield information to be reported by manufacturers required to report under Section 273 of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1637B, for all products processed in the same facility or facilities, and 2, to publish the results of such surveys biennially, and E, $1 million shall be used to conduct the study under subsection D of Section 359K of the Agricultural Adjustment Act of 1938, 7 U.S.C. 1359KK. Subtitle D, Disaster Assistance Programs. Section 10401, Supplemental Agricultural Disaster Assistance. A, livestock indemnity payments. Section 1501B of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081B is amended. 1, by striking paragraph 2 and inserting the following. 2, payment rates. A, losses due to predation. Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on a farm under paragraph 1A shall be made at a rate of 100% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as determined by the Secretary. B, losses due to adverse weather or disease. Indemnity payments to an eligible producer on a farm under subparagraph B or C of paragraph 1 shall be made at a rate of 75% of the market value of the affected livestock on the applicable date as determined by the Secretary. C, determination of market value. In determining the market value described in subparagraphs A and B, the Secretary may consider the ability of eligible producers to document regional price premiums for affected livestock that exceed the national average market price for those livestock. D, applicable date defined. In this paragraph, the term applicable date means, with respect to livestock, as applicable, 1, the day before the date of death of the livestock, or 2, the day before the date of the event that caused the harm of the livestock to the livestock that resulted in a reduced sale price. And 2, by adding at the end the following. 5, additional payment for unborn livestock. A, in general, in the case of unborn livestock death losses incurred on or after January 1, 2024, the Secretary shall make an additional payment to eligible producers on farms that have incurred such losses in excess of the normal mortality due to a condition specified in paragraph 1. B, payment rate. Additional payments under subparagraph A shall be made at a rate, 1, determined by the Secretary, and 2, less than or equal to 85% of the payment rate established with respect to the lowest weight class of the livestock, as determined by the Secretary, acting through the administrator of the Farm Service Agency. C, payment amount. The amount of a payment to an eligible producer that has incurred unborn livestock death losses shall be equal to the payment rate determined under subparagraph B, multiplied in the case of livestock described in 1, subparagraph A, B, or F of subsection A4 by 1, 2, subparagraph D of each subsection by 2, 3, subparagraph E of each subsection by 12, and 4, subparagraph G of such subsection by the average number of birthed animals for one gestation cycle for the species of such livestock as determined by the Secretary. D, unborn livestock death losses defined. In this paragraph, the term unborn livestock death losses means losses of any livestock described in subparagraph A, B, D, E, F, or G of subsection A4 that was gestating on the date of the death of the livestock. B, Livestock Forage Disaster Program. Section 1501 C3D21 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081 C3D21 is amended, 1, by striking 1 monthly payment and inserting 2 monthly payments, and 2, by striking county for at least 8 consecutive and inserting the following. County for not less than AA, 4 consecutive weeks during the normal grazing period for the county, as determined by the Secretary, shall be eligible to receive assistance under this paragraph in an amount equal to 1 monthly payment using the monthly payment rate determined under subparagraph B or BB, 7 of the previous 8 consecutive. C, emergency assistance for livestock, honeybees, and farm-raised fish. 1, in general, Section 1501D of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081D, is amended by adding at the end the following. 5, assistance for losses due to bird depredation. A, definition of farm-raised fish. In this paragraph, the term farm-raised fish means fish propagated and reared in a controlled freshwater environment. B, payments. Eligible producers of farm-raised fish, including fish grown as food for human consumption, shall be eligible to receive payments under this subsection to aid in the reduction of losses due to piscivorous birds. C, payment rate. 1, in general, the payment rate for payments under subparagraph B shall be determined by the Secretary, taking into account 1, costs associated with the deterrence of piscivorous birds, 2, the value of lost fish and revenue due to bird depredation, and 3, costs associated with disease loss from bird depredation. 2, minimum rate. The payment rate for payments under subparagraph B shall be not less than $600 per acre of farm-raised fish. D, payment amount. The amount of a payment under subparagraph B shall be the product obtained by multiplying, 1, the applicable payment rate under subparagraph C, and 2, 85% of the total number of acres of farm-raised fish that the eligible producer has in production for the calendar year. 2, emergency assistance for honeybees. In determining honeybee colony losses eligible for assistance under Section 1501D of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081D, the Secretary shall utilize a normal mortality rate of 15%. D, Tree Assistance Program. Section 1501E of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 9081E, is amended, 1, in paragraph 2B by striking 15%, adjusted for normal mortality, and inserting normal mortality, and 2, in paragraph 3, A, in subparagraph A1 by striking 15% mortality, adjusted for normal mortality, and inserting normal mortality, and B, in subparagraph B, 1, by striking 50 and inserting 65, and 2, by striking 15% damage or mortality, adjusted for normal tree damage and mortality, and inserting normal tree damage or mortality. Subtitle E, Crop Insurance. Section 10501, Beginning Farmer and Rancher Benefit. A, definitions. 1, in general, Section 502B3 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1502B3, is amended by striking 5 and inserting 10. 2, conforming amendment. Section 522C7 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1522C7, is amended by striking subparagraph F. B, increase in assistance. Section 508E of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E, is amended by adding at the end the following. 9, additional support. A, in general, in addition to any other provision of this subsection, except paragraph 2A regarding payment of a portion of premiums, a beginning farmer or rancher shall receive additional premium assistance that is the number of percentage points specified in subparagraph B greater than the premium assistance that would otherwise be available for the applicable policy, plan of insurance, and coverage level selected by the beginning farmer or rancher. B, percentage points adjustments. The percentage points referred to in subparagraph A are the following. 1, for each of the first and second reinsurance years that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 5 percentage points. 2, for the third reinsurance year that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 3 percentage points. 3, for the fourth reinsurance year that a beginning farmer or rancher participates as a beginning farmer or rancher in the applicable policy or plan of insurance, 1 percentage point. Section 10502, area-based crop insurance coverage and affordability. A, coverage level. Section 508C4 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508C4, is amended, 1, in subparagraph A by striking clause 2 and inserting the following. 2, may be purchased at any level not to exceed 1, in the case of the individual yield or revenue coverage, 85%. 2, in the case of individual yield or revenue coverage aggregated across multiple commodities, 90%. And 3, in the case of area yield or revenue coverage as determined by the corporation, 95%. And 2, in subparagraph C. A, in clause 2 by striking 14 and inserting 10. And B, in clause 3(1) by striking 86 and inserting 90. B, premium subsidy. Section 508E2H1 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E2H1, is amended by striking 65 and inserting 80. Section 10503, Administrative and Operating Expense Adjustments. Section 508K of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508K, is amended by adding at the end the following. 10. Additional expenses. A. In general, beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, in addition to the terms and conditions of the standard reinsurance agreement, to cover additional expenses for loss adjustment procedures, the corporation shall pay an additional administrative and operating expense subsidy to approved insurance providers for eligible contracts. B. Payment amount. In the case of an eligible contract, the payment to an approved insurance provider required under subparagraph A shall be the amount equal to 6% of the net book premium. C. Definitions. In this paragraph, 1. Eligible contract. The term eligible contract, 1, means a crop insurance contract entered into by an approved insurance provider in an eligible state, and 2, does not include a contract for A. Catastrophic risk protection under subsection B, BB, an area-based plan of insurance or similar plan of insurance as determined by the corporation, or CC, a policy under which an approved insurance provider does not incur loss adjustment expenses as determined by the corporation. 2. Eligible state. The term eligible state means a state in which, with respect to an insurance year, the loss ratio for eligible contracts is greater than 120% of the total net book premium written by all approved insurance providers. 11. Specialty crops. A. Minimum reimbursement. Begin with the 2026 reinsurance year, and for each reinsurance year thereafter, the rate of reimbursement to approved insurance providers and agents for administrative and operating expenses with respect to crop insurance contracts covering agricultural commodities described in Section 101 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621 Note, Public Law 108-465, shall be equal to or greater than the percentage that is the greater of the following. 1. 17% of the premium used to define loss ratio. 2. The percent of the premium used to define loss ratio that is otherwise applicable for the reinsurance year under the terms of the standard reinsurance agreement in effect for the reinsurance year. B. Other contracts. In carrying out subparagraph A, the corporation shall not reduce, with respect to any reinsurance year, the amount or the rate of reimbursement to approved insurance providers and agents under the standard reinsurance agreement described in Clause 2 of such subparagraph for administrative and operating expenses with respect to contracts covering agricultural commodities that are not subject to such subparagraph. C. Administration. The requirements of this paragraph and the adjustments made pursuant to this paragraph shall not be considered a renegotiation under paragraph 8A. 12. A&O inflation adjustment. In general, subject to subparagraph B, beginning with the 2026 reinsurance year and for each reinsurance year thereafter, the corporation shall increase the total administrative and operating expense reimbursements otherwise required under the standard reinsurance agreement in effect for the reinsurance year in order to account for inflation in a manner consistent with the increases provided with respect to the 2011 through 2015 reinsurance years under the enclosure included in Risk Management Agency Bulletin numbered MGR 10007 and dated June 30, 2010. B. Special rule for 2026 reinsurance year. The increase under subparagraph A for the 2026 reinsurance year shall not exceed the percentage change for the preceding reinsurance year included in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics and the Department of Labor. C. Administration. an increase under subparagraph A, 1, shall apply with respect to all contracts covering agricultural commodities that were subject to an increase during the period of the 2011 through 2015 reinsurance years under the enclosure referred to in that subparagraph, and 2, shall not be considered a renegotiation under paragraph 8A. Section 10504, premium support. Section 508E2 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1508E2 is amended, 1, in subparagraph C1 by striking 64 and inserting 69, 2, in subparagraph D1 by striking 59 and inserting 64, 3, in subparagraph E1 by striking 55 and inserting 60, 4, in subparagraph F1 by striking 48 and inserting 51, and 5, in subparagraph G1 by striking 38 and inserting 41. Section 10505, program compliance and integrity. Section 515L2 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1515L2, is amended by striking than and all that follows through the period at the end and inserting the following. Than, A, $4 million for each of fiscal years 2009 through 2025, and B, $6 million for fiscal year 2026 and each subsequent fiscal year. Section 10506, reviews, compliance, and integrity. Section 516B2C1 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1516B2C1, is amended in the matter preceding subclause 1 by striking for each fiscal year and inserting for each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025 and $10 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter.
Section 10507, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. Section 523 of the Federal Crop Insurance Act, 7 U.S.C. 1523, is amended by adding at the end the following. J, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. 1, in general, notwithstanding subsection A2, the corporation shall establish a pilot program under which contract poultry growers, including growers of broilers and laying hens, may elect to receive index-based insurance from extreme weather-related risk resulting in increased utility costs, including costs of natural gas, propane, electricity, water, and other appropriate costs, as determined by the corporation, associated with poultry production. 2, stakeholder engagement. The corporation shall engage with poultry industry stakeholders in establishing the pilot program under paragraph 1. 3, location. The pilot program established under paragraph 1 shall be conducted in a sufficient number of counties to provide a comprehensive evaluation of the feasibility, effectiveness, and demand among producers in the top poultry producing states as determined by the corporation. 4, approval of policy or plan, notwithstanding section 5081. The board shall approve a policy or plan of insurance based on the pilot program under paragraph 1. A, in accordance with section 508H, and B, not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this subsection. Subtitle F, Additional Investments in Rural America, Section 10601, Conservation. A, in general, Section 1241A of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3841A is amended. 1, in paragraph 2 by striking subparagraphs A through F and inserting the following. A, $625 million for fiscal year 2026. B, $650 million for fiscal year 2027. C, $675 million for fiscal year 2028. D, $700 million for fiscal year 2029. E, $700 million for fiscal year 2030. And F, $700 million for fiscal year 2031, and 2, in paragraph 3A and subparagraph A by striking clauses 1 through 5 and inserting the following. 1, $2,655 million for fiscal year 2026. 2, $2,855 million for fiscal year 2027. 3, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2028. 4, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2029. 5, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2030, and 6, $3,255 million for fiscal year 2031, and B, in subparagraph B, by striking clauses 1 through 5 and inserting the following. 1, $1,300 million for fiscal year 2026. 2, $1,325 million for fiscal year 2027. 3, $1,350 million for fiscal year 2028. 4, $1,375 million for fiscal year 2029. 5, $1,375 million for fiscal year 2030, and 6, $1,375 million for fiscal year 2031. B, Regional Conservation Partnership Programs, Section 1271D of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3871D is amended by striking subsection A and inserting the following. A, availability of funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out the program to the maximum extent practicable. 1, $425 million for fiscal year 2026. 2, $450 million for fiscal year 2027. 3, $450 million for fiscal year 2028. 4, $450 million for fiscal year 2029. 5, $450 million for fiscal year 2030, and 6, $450 million for fiscal year 2031. C, Grassroots Source Water Protection Programs, Section 1240 OB of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839 BB. 2, B is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2031, and 2 in paragraph 3, A in subparagraph A by striking and at the end. B in subparagraph B by striking the period at the end and inserting and. C by adding at the end of the following. C, $1 million beginning in fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. D, voluntary public access and habitat incentive programs, Section 1240 RF1 of the Food Security Act of 1985, 16 U.S.C. 3839 BB at 5F1 is amended 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2023, and 2 by inserting and $70 million for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2031 before the period at the end. E, watershed protection and flood prevention. Section 15 of the Watershed Protection and Flood Prevention Act, 16 U.S.C. 1012A is amended by striking $50 million for fiscal year 2019 and each fiscal year thereafter, and inserting $150 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter to remain available until expended. F, Feral Swine Eradication and Control Pilot Program, Section 2408 G1 of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 8351, note, Public Law 115-334 is amended 1 by striking 2023 and inserting 2023, and 2 by inserting and $105 million for the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2031 before the period at the end. G, rescission. The unobligated balances of amounts appropriated by Section 21001A of Public Law 117-169, 136 Stat 2015 are rescinded. Section 10602 Supplemental Agricultural Trade Promotion Program. A, in general, the Secretary of Agriculture shall carry out a program to encourage the accessibility, development, maintenance, and expansion of commercial export markets for United States agricultural commodities. B, funding. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary of Agriculture shall make available to carry out the Section $205 million for fiscal year 2027 and each fiscal year thereafter. Section 10603 Nutrition, Section 203D D5 of the Emergency Food Assistance Act of 1983, 7 U.S.C. 7507 D5 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Section 10604 Research. A, Urban, Indoor, and Other Emerging Agricultural Programs, Production, Research, Education, and Extension Initiative, Section 1672 ED1B of the Food, Agricultural, Conservation, and Trade Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 5925 GD1B is amended by striking fiscal year 2024 to remain available until expended, and inserting each of fiscal years 2024 through 2031. B, Foundation for Food and Agricultural Research. Section 7601 G1A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 5939 G1A is amended by adding at the end of the following. 4, further funding not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this clause of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall transfer to the Foundation to carry out the Section $37 million to remain available until expended. C, scholarships for students at 1890 institutions, Section 1446B1 of the National Agricultural Research Extension and Teaching Policy Act of 1977, 7 U.S.C. 3222A(b)(1) is amended by adding at the end the following. C, further funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $60 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. D, assistive technology program for farmers with disabilities. Section 1680 of the Food, Agricultural Conservation and Trade Act of 1990, 7 U.S.C. 5933 is amended 1 in subsection C2 by inserting and subsection D after paragraph 1 and 2 by adding at the end of the following. D, mandatory funding. Subject to subsection C2 of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall use to carry out this section $8 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. E, Specialty Crop Research Initiative. Section 412K1B of the Agricultural Research, Extension, and Education Reform Act of 1998, 7 U.S.C. 7632K1B, is amended by striking section $80 million for fiscal year 2014 and inserting the following section. 1, $80 million for each of fiscal years 2014 through 2025, and 2, $175 million for fiscal year 2026. F, Research Facilities Act, Section 6 of the Research Facilities Act, 7 U.S.C. 390D is amended 1 in subsection C by striking subsection A and inserting subsections A and E, and 2 by adding at the end the following. E, mandatory funding subject to subsections B, C, and D of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall make available to carry out the competitive grant program under section $425 million for fiscal year 2026 and each fiscal year thereafter. Section 10605 Energy, Section 9005 G1F of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 8105 G1F is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Section 10606 Horticulture. A, Plant, Pest, and Disease Management and Disaster Prevention. Section 420F of the Plant Protection Act, 7 U.S.C. 7721F is amended 1 in paragraph 5 by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, 3 by inserting after paragraph 5 the following. 6, $75 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025, and 4 in paragraph 7 as so redesignated by striking $75 million for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $90 million for fiscal year 2026. B, Specialty Crop Block Grants, Section 10111 of the Specialty Crops Competitiveness Act of 2004, 7 U.S.C. 1621, note, Public Law 108-465 is amended 1 in subparagraph D by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating subparagraph E as subparagraph F, 3 by inserting after subparagraph D the following. E, $85 million for each of fiscal years 2018 through 2025, and 4 in subparagraph F as so redesignated by striking $85 million for fiscal year 2018 and inserting $100 million for fiscal year 2026. C, Organic Production and Market Data Initiative, Section 7407 D1 of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 5925 CD1 is amended 1 in subparagraph B by striking and at the end, 2 in subparagraph C by striking the period at the end and inserting and by 3 by adding at the end the following. D, $10 million for the period of fiscal years 2026 through 2031. D, modernization and improvement of international trade technology systems and data collection, Section 2123C4 of the Organic Foods Production Act of 1997, U.S.C. 6522C4 is amended in the matter preceding subparagraph A by striking and $1 million for fiscal year 2024 and inserting $1 million for fiscal years 2024 and 2025 and $5 million for fiscal year 2026. E, National Organic Certification Cost Share Program, Section 10606 D1C of the Farm Security and Rural Investment Act of 2002, 7 U.S.C. 6523 D1C is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. F, Multiple Crop and Pesticide Use Survey, Section 10109C of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, Public Law 115-334, 132, Stat 4907 is amended by adding at the end the following. 3, further mandatory funding of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation. The Secretary shall use to carry out this section $5 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Section 10607, miscellaneous. A, Animal Disease Prevention and Management. Section 10409 AD1 of the Animal Health Protection Act, 7 U.S.C. 8308 AD1 is amended 1 in subparagraph B. A, in the heading by striking subsequent fiscal years and inserting fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and B, by striking fiscal year 2023 and each fiscal year thereafter and inserting each of fiscal years 2023 through 2025, and 2, by adding at the end the following. C, fiscal years 2026 through 2030 of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out the section $233 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2030, of which 1, not less than $10 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection A. 2, not less than $70 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection B. And 3, not less than $153 million shall be made available for each such fiscal year to carry out subsection C. D, subsequent fiscal years. Of the funds of the Commodity Credit Corporation, the Secretary shall make available to carry out this section $75 million for fiscal year 2031, each fiscal year thereafter, of which not less than $45 million shall be made available for each of those fiscal years to carry out subsection B. B, Sheep Production and Marketing Grant Program, Section 209C of the Agricultural Marketing Act of 1946, 7 U.S.C. 1627 AC is amended, 1, by striking 2019 and inserting 2019, and 2, by inserting and $3 million for fiscal year 2026 after fiscal year 2024. The C, Pima Agricultural Cotton Trust Fund, Section 12314 of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 2101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended, 1, in subsection B in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking 2024 and inserting 2031, and 2, in subsection H by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. D, Agricultural Wool Apparel Manufacturers Trust Fund, Section 12315 of the Agricultural Act 2014, 7 U.S.C. 7101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended by striking 2024 each place it appears and inserting 2031. E, Wool Research and Promotion, Section 12316A of the Agricultural Act of 2014, 7 U.S.C. 7101, Note, Public Law 113-79 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. F, Emergency Citrus Disease Research and Development Trust Fund, Section 12605D of the Agricultural Improvement Act of 2018, 7 U.S.C. 7632, Note, Public Law 115-334 is amended by striking 2024 and inserting 2031. Title II, Committee on Armed Services, Section 20001, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for Improving the Quality of Life for Military Personnel. A, Appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $230,480,000 for restoration and modernization costs under the Marine Corps Barracks 2030 Initiative. 2, $119 million for base operating support costs under the Marine Corps. 3, $1 billion for Army, Navy, Air Force, and Space Force sustainment, restoration, and modernization of military unaccompanied housing. $2 billion for the Defense Health Program. 5, $2.9 billion to supplement the basic allowance for housing payable to members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force, notwithstanding Section 403 of Title 37 United States Code. 6, $50 million for bonuses, special pays, and incentive pays for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force pursuant to Titles 10 and 37 United States Code. 7, $10 million for the defense activity for non-traditional education, supports online academic skills course program for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force. 8, $100 million for tuition assistance for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force pursuant to Title 10 United States Code. 9, $100 million for child care fee assistance for members of the Army, Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and Space Force under Part 2 of Chapter 88 of Title 10 United States Code. 10, $590 million to increase the temporary lodging expense allowance under Chapter 8 of Title 37 United States Code to 21 days. 11, $100 million for Department of Defense impact aid payments to local educational agencies under Section 2008 of Title 10 United States Code. 12, $10 million for military spouse professional licensure under Section 1784 of Title 10 United States Code. 13, $6 million for Armed Forces Retirement Home Facilities. 14, $100 million for the Defense Community Infrastructure Program. 15, $100 million for Defense Advanced Research Projects Agencies, DARPA, Casualty Care Research, and 16, $62 million for modernization of Department of Defense Child Care Center staffing. B, temporary increase in percentage of value of authorized investment in certain privatized military housing projects, 1, in general. During the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending on September 30th, 2029, the Secretary concerned shall apply. A, paragraph 1 of subsection C of Section 2875 of Title 10 United States Code by substituting 60% of 33 and a third percent, and B, paragraph 2 of such subsection by substituting 60% for 45%. 2, secretary concerned defined. In this subsection, the term secretary concerned has the meaning given such term in Section 101 of Title 10 United States Code. C, temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. Section 881A of Title 10 United States Code is amended 1 by striking the heading and inserting temporary authority for acquisition or construction of privatized military unaccompanied housing. 2, by striking Secretary of the Navy each place it appears and inserting secretary concerned. 3, by striking under the pilot projects each place it appears and inserting pursuant to this section. 4, in subsection A, by striking the heading and inserting in general, and B, by striking carry out not more than 3 pilot projects under the authority of this section or another provision of this subchapter to use the private sector, and inserting use the authority under the subchapter to enter into contracts with appropriate private sector entities. 5, in subsection C, by striking privatized housing and inserting privatized housing units. 6, by redesignating subsection F as subsection E, and 7, in subsection E as so redesignated. A, by striking under the pilot programs and inserting under this section, and B, by striking September 30th, 2009 and inserting September 30th, 2029. Section 20002, enhancement of Department of Defense resource for shipbuilding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $250 million for the expansion of accelerated training and defense manufacturing program. 2, $250 million for United States production of turbine generators for shipbuilding and industrial bases. 3, $450 million for United States additive manufacturing for wire production and machining capacity for shipbuilding and industrial base. 4, $492 million for the next generation shipbuilding techniques. 5, $85 million for United States made steel plate for shipbuilding industrial base. 6, $50 million for machining capacity for naval propellers for shipbuilding industrial base. 7, $110 million for rolled steel and fabrication facility for shipbuilding industrial base. 8, $400 million for expansion of collaborative campus for naval shipbuilding. 9, $450 million for application of autonomy and artificial intelligence to naval shipbuilding. 10, $500 million for the adoption of advanced manufacturing techniques in the shipbuilding industrial base. 11, $500 million for additional dry dock capability. 12, $50 million for the expansion of cold spray repair technologies. 13, $450 million for additional maritime industrial workforce development programs. 14, $750 million for additional supplier development across the naval shipbuilding industrial base. 15, $250 million for additional advanced manufacturing processes across the naval shipbuilding industrial base. 16, $4.6 billion for a second Virginia-class submarine in fiscal year 2026. 17, $5.4 billion for 2 additional guided missile destroyers, DDG ships. 18, $160 million for advanced procurement of landing ship medium. 19, $1,803,941,000 for procurement of landing ship medium. 20, $295 million for development of a second landing craft utility shipyard and production of additional landing craft utility. 21, $100 million for advanced procurement for light replenishment boiler program. 22, $600 million for the lease or purchase of new ships through the National Defense Sea Lift Fund. 23, $2,725 million for the procurement of TAO oilers.
Republican Senator
24,
Tom
$500
Tillis
million
is one of
for
those
cost
of North
complete for
Carolina.
rescue
He
and
announced
salvage ships.
yesterday
25,
he's not even going to
$300
seek
million for
re-election
production of
next year.
ship-to-shore
Tillis issued a
connectors.
lengthy
26,
statement about his decision, saying
$1,470
he
million
hadn't
for
been
the implementation
enthusiastic
of a
about
multi-ship
seeking a third
amphibious
6-year
warship
term in the
contract.
Senate.
27,
The
$80
announcement
million
came a
for
day
accelerated
after
development of
Tillis
vertical
said
launch
he's
system reloading
opposing
at sea.
Republicans'
28,
massive tax and
$250 million
spending
for
bill
expansion
in
of
its
Navy
current form,
corrosion
to the
control
dismay
programs.
of the
29,
president.
$159
Trump
million
spent the weekend
for leasing of
bashing
ships
Tillis
for
on social
Marine
media,
Corps
but Tillis
operations.
seemed to
30,
ignore the posts.
$1,534 million for expansion of small unmanned surface vessel production. 31, $2,100 million for development,
Frankly, I never
procurement,
read
and
them, so I'm not
integration
really
of
sure how many
purpose-built
there were,
medium
you know?
unmanned surface vessels.
I mean, I really,
32,
I'm not on truth. What is it? Is the
$1,300
truth
million
social? I'm not
for
on that.
expansion of unmanned underwater vehicle production. 33, $188,360,000 for the development of testing of maritime robotic autonomous systems and enabling technologies. 34, $170 million for the development of a test resource management center robotic autonomous systems proving ground. 35, $250 million for the development, production, and integration of wave-powered unmanned underwater vehicles. And 36, $150 million for retention of inactive reserve fleet ships. Section 20003, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for integrated air and missile defense. A, Next Generation Missile Defense Technologies, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029.
Mistake. And sooner or later,
One,
you gotta help
$250 million
the
for
president
development and testing of directed energy capabilities by the Undersecretary for Research and Engineering. Two, $500 million for national security space launch infrastructure. Three, $2 billion for air moving target indicator military satellites. Four, $400 million for expansion of multi-service advanced capability hypersonic test bed program. Five, $5.6 billion for development of space-based and through space intercept capabilities. Six, $7.2 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of military space-based sensors. And seven, $2.55 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of military missile defense capabilities. B, Laird Homeland Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. One, $2.2 billion for acceleration of hypersonic defense systems. Two, $800 million for accelerated development and deployment of next-generation intercontinental ballistic missile defense systems. Three, $408 million for Army space and strategic missile test range infrastructure restoration and modernization in the United States Indo-Pacific Command Area of Operations west of the international date line. Four, $1.975 billion for improved ground-based missile defense radars. And five, $530 million for the design and construction of missile defense agency missile instrumental range safety ship. Section 20004, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for munitions and defense supply chain resiliency. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. One, $400 million for the development, production, and integration of Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles. Two, $380 million for production capacity expansion for Navy and Air Force long-range anti-ship missiles.
He announced yesterday
Three, $490 million for the development, production, and integration of Navy and Air Force long-range air-to-surface missiles. Four, $94 million for the development, production, and integration of alternative Navy and Air Force long-range air-to-surface missiles. Five, $630 million for the development, production, and integration of long-range Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. Six, $688 million for the development, production, and integration of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. Seven, $250 million for the production, capacity expansion, and supplier base strengthening of long-range multi-service cruise missiles. Eight, $70 million for the development, production, and integration of short-range Navy and Marine Corps anti-ship missiles. Nine, $100 million for the development of an anti-ship seeker for short-range Army ballistic missiles. 10, $175 million for production capacity expansion for next-generation Army medium-range ballistic missiles. 11, $50 million for the mitigation of diminishing manufacturing sources for medium-range air-to-air missiles. 12, $250 million for the procurement of medium-range air-to-air missiles. 13, $225 million for the expansion of production capacity for medium-range air-to-air missiles. 14, $50 million for the development of second sources for components of short-range air-to-air missiles. 15, $325 million for production capacity improvements for air-launched anti-radiation missiles. 16, $50 million for the accelerated development of Army next-generation medium-range anti-ship ballistic missiles. 17, $114 million for the production of Army next-generation medium-range ballistic missiles. 18, $300 million for the production of Army medium-range ballistic missiles. 19, $85 million for the accelerated development of Army long-range ballistic missiles. 20, $400 million for the production of heavyweight torpedoes. 21, $200 million for the development, procurement, and integration of mass-producible autonomous underwater munitions. 22, $70 million for the improvement of heavyweight torpedo maintenance activities. 23, $200 million for the production of lightweight torpedoes. 24, $500 million for the development, procurement, and integration of maritime mines. 25, $50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of new underwater explosives. 26, $55 million for the development, procurement, and integration of lightweight multi-mission torpedoes.
CNN chief
27,
data
$80 million for the production of sono buoys. 28, $150 million for the development, procurement, and integration of air-delivered long-range maritime mines.
If we're talking
29,
about
$61 million for the acceleration of Navy expeditionary loitering munitions deployment. 30, $50 million for the acceleration of one-way attack unmanned aerial systems with advanced autonomy. 31, $1 billion for the expansion of the one-way attack unmanned aerial systems industrial base. 32, $200 million for investments in solid rocket motor industrial base through the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10 United States Code. 33, $400 million for investments in the emerging solid rocket motor industrial base through the industrial base fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10, United States Code. 34, $42 million for investments in second sources for large diameter solid rocket motors for hypersonic missiles. 35, $1 billion for the creation of next-generation automated munitions production factories. 36, $170 million for the development of advanced radar depot for repair, testing, and production of radar and electronic warfare systems. 37, $25 million for the expansion of the Department of Defense industrial base policy analysis workforce. 38, $30,300,000 for the repair of Army missiles. 39, $100 million for the production of small and medium ammunition. 40, $2 billion for additional activities to improve the United States stockpile of critical minerals through the National Defense Stockpile Transaction Fund, authorized by Subchapter 3 of Chapter 5 of Title 5 United States Code. 41, $10 million for the expansion of Department of Defense armaments cooperation workforce. 42, $500 million for the expansion of the Defense Exportability Features Program. 43, $350 million for protection of Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 44, $93 million for replacement of Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 45, $100 million for development of a second solid rocket motor source for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 46, $65 million for expansion of production capacity of Missile Defense Agency long-range anti-ballistic missiles. $25 million for expansion of production capacity for Navy air defense and anti-ship missiles. 48, $103,300,000 for expansion of depot-level maintenance facility for Navy long-range air and missile defense interceptors. 49, $18 million for creation of domestic source for guidance section of Navy short-range air defense missiles. 50, $65 million for integration of Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptor with Navy ships. 51, $176,100,000 for production of Army long-range movable missile defense radar. 52, $167 million for accelerated fielding of Army based air and missile defense system. 53, $40 million for development of low-cost alternatives to air and missile defense interceptors. 54, $50 million for acceleration of Army next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 55, $91 million for production of Army next-generation shoulder-fired air defense system. 56, $500 million for development, production, and integration of counter-unmanned aerial system programs. 57, $150 million for development, production, and integration of non-kinetic counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 58, $250 million for development, production, and integration of land-based counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 59, $200 million for development, production, and integration of ship-based counter-unmanned aerial systems programs. 60, $400 million for acceleration of hypersonic strike programs. 61, $167 million for procurement of additional launchers for Army medium-range air and missile defense interceptors. 62, $500,000 for expansion of defense advanced manufacturing techniques. 63, $1 million for establishment of the Joint Energetics Transition Office. 64, $200 million for acceleration of Army medium-range air and missile defense centers. $150 million for additive manufacturing for propellant. 66, for expansion and acceleration of penetration production, and $6.750 million for development, procurement, and integration of precision extended range artillery.
B, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there's appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal 5, Treasury available 29, $3 billion grants under 17. C, there's of any otherwise September $5 billion in critical mineral supply chains made pursuant to the Industrial Base Fund established under Section 4817 of Title 10, United States Code. Appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $500 million to the Department of Defense Credit Program account to carry out the Capital Assistance Program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical assistance established under Section 149E of Title 10, United States Code for critical minerals and related industries and projects, including related covered technology categories, provided that 1, Such amounts are available to subsidize gross obligations for the principal amount of direct loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed, not to exceed $100 billion, and 2, such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10, United States Code. Section 20005, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources for Scaling Low-Cost Weapons into Production. A, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, 1, $25 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Global Technology Scout Program, 2, $1.4 billion for the expansion of the Small Unmanned Aerial System Industrial Base, 3, $400 million for the development and deployment of the Joint Fires Network and associated joint battle management capabilities, 4, $400 million for the expansion of advanced command and control tools to combatant commands and military departments, 5, $100 million for the development of shared secured facilities for the Defense Industrial Base, 6, $50 million for the creation of additional Defense Innovation Unit on-ramp hubs, 7, $600 million for the acceleration of strategic capabilities office programs, 8, $650 million for the expansion of mission capabilities office joint prototyping and experimentation activities for military innovation, 9, $500 million for the accelerated development and integration of advanced 5G, 6G technologies for military use, 10, $25 million for testing of simultaneous transmit and receive technology for military spectrum agility, 11, $50 million for the development, procurement, and integration of high-altitude stratospheric balloons for military use, 12, $120 million for the development, procurement, and integration of long-endurance unmanned aerial systems for surveillance, 13, $40 million for the development, procurement, and integration of alternative positioning and navigation technology to enable military operations in contested electromagnetic environments, 14, $750 million for the acceleration of innovative military logistics and energy capability development and deployment, 15, $125 million for the acceleration of development of small, portable, modular nuclear reactors for military use, 16, $1 billion for the expansion of programs to accelerate the procurement and innovative technologies, 17, $90 million for the development of reusable hypersonic technology for military strikes, 18, $2 billion for the expansion of Defense Innovation Unit ceiling of commercial technology for military use, 19, $500 million to prevent delays in delivery of attributable autonomous military capabilities, 20, $1.5 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of low-cost cruise missiles, 21, $124 million for improvements to Test Resource Management Center artificial intelligence capabilities, 22, $145 million for the development of artificial intelligence to enable one-way attack unmanned aerial systems and naval systems, 23, $250 million development of the Test Resource Management Center digital test environment, 24, $250 million for the advancement of the artificial intelligence ecosystem, 25, $250 million for the expansion of cyber command artificial intelligence lines of effort, 26, $250 million for the acceleration of the quantum benchmarking initiative, 27, $1 billion for the expansion and acceleration of qualification activities and technical data management to enhance competition in defense industrial base, 28, $400 million for the expansion of the Defense Manufacturing Technology Program, 29, $1,685 million for military cryptographic modernization activities, 30, $90 million for Apex Accelerators, the Mentor Protege Program, and cybersecurity support to small non-traditional contractors, 31, $250 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force low-cost counter-air capabilities. 32, $10 million for additional Air Force wargaming activities. And 33, $20 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Workforce. B, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $1 billion to the Department of Defense Credit Program account to carry out the Capital Assistance Program, including loans, loan guarantees, and technical assistance established under Section 149E of Title 10 U.S. Code, provided that 1. Such amounts are available to subsidize gross obligations for the principal amount of direct loans and total loan principal, any part of which is to be guaranteed not to exceed $100 billion, and 2. Such amounts are available to cover all costs and expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10 U.S. Code. Section 20006, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $150 million for business systems replacement to accelerate the audits of the financial statements of the Department of Defense pursuant to Chapter 9A and Section 2222 of Title 10 U.S. Code. 2, $200 million for the deployment of automation and artificial intelligence to accelerate the audits of the financial statements of the Department of Defense pursuant to Chapter 9A and Section 2222 of Title 10 United States Code. 3, $10 million for the improvement of the budgetary and programmatic infrastructure of the Office of the Secretary of Defense. And 4, $20 million for defense cybersecurity programs of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. Section 20007, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for air superiority. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $3,150 million to increase F-15 aircraft production. 2, $361,220,000 to prevent the retirement of F-22 aircraft. 3, $127,460,000 to prevent the retirement of F-15E aircraft. 4, $187 million to accelerate installation of F-16 electronic warfare capability. 5, $116 million for C-17A mobility aircraft connectivity. 6, $84 million for KC-135 mobility aircraft connectivity. 7, $440 million to increase C-130J production. 8, $474 million to increase EA-37B production. 9, $678 million to accelerate the Collaborative Combat Aircraft Program. 10, $400 million to accelerate production of the F-47 aircraft. 11, $750 million to accelerate the F/A-XX aircraft. 12, $100 million for production of advanced aerial sensors. 13, $160 million to accelerate V-22 reliability and safety improvements. 14, $100 million to accelerate production of MQ-25 aircraft. 15, $270 million for development, procurement, and integration of Marine Corps unmanned combat aircraft. 16, $96 million for the procurement and integration of infrared search and track pods. 17, $50 million for the procurement and integration of additional F-15EX fuel tanks. 18, $600 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force long-range strike aircraft. 19, $500 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Navy long-range strike aircraft. Section 20008, enhancement of resources for nuclear forces. A, DoD appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $2.5 billion for risk reduction activities for the Sentinel Intercontinental Ballistic Missile Program. 2. $4.5 billion only for expansion of production capability of B-21 long-range bomber aircraft and the purchase of aircraft only available through the expansion of production capabilities. 3. $500 million for improvements to the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missile system. 4. $100 million for capability enhancements to intercontinental ballistic missile reentry vehicles. 5. $148 million for the expansion of D5 missile motor production. 6. $400 million to accelerate the development of Trident D5 LE-2 submarine-launched ballistic missiles. 7. $2 billion to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile. 8. $62 million to convert Ohio-class submarine tubes to accept additional missiles not to be obligated before March 1st, 2026. 9. $168 million to accelerate the production of the Survivable Airborne Operations Center program. 10. $65 million to accelerate the modernization of nuclear command, control, and communications. 11. $210,300,000 for the increased production of MH-139 helicopters. 12.
And do you think that's what they've done?
$150 million to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of military nuclear weapons delivery programs. B. NNSA appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $200 million to perform National Nuclear Security Administration Phase 1 studies pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 2. $540 million to address deferred maintenance and repair needs of the National Nuclear Security Administration pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 3. $1 billion to accelerate the construction of National Nuclear Security Administration facilities pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 4. $400 million to accelerate the development, procurement, and integration of the warhead for the nuclear-armed sea-launched cruise missile pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 5. $750 million to accelerate primary capability modernization pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 6. $750 million to accelerate secondary capability modernization pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 7. $120 million to accelerate domestic uranium enrichment centrifuge deployment for defense purposes pursuant to Section 3211 of the National Nuclear Security Administration Act, 50 U.S.C. 2401. 8. $10 million for National Nuclear Security Administration evaluation of spent fuel reprocessing technology. And 9. $115 million for accelerating nuclear national security missions through artificial intelligence. Section 20009, Enhancement of Department of Defense Resources to improve capabilities of the United States Indo-Pacific Command. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1. $365 million for Army exercises and operations in the Western Pacific Area of Operations. 2. $53 million for Special Operations Command exercises and operations in the Western Pacific Area of Operations. 3. $47 million for Marine Corps exercises and operations in Western Pacific Area of Operations. 4. $90 million for Air Force exercises and operations in Western Pacific Area of Operations. 5, $532,600,000 for the Pacific Air Force biennial large-scale exercise. 6, $19 million for the development of naval small craft capabilities. 7, $35 million for military additive manufacturing capabilities in the United States Indo-Pacific Command Area of Operations west of the International Date Line. 8, $450 million for the development of airfields within the area of operations of the United States Indo-Pacific Command. 9, $1.1 billion for development of infrastructure within the area of operations of United States Indo-Pacific Command. 10, $124 million for mission networks for United States Indo-Pacific Command. 11, $100 million for the Air Force regionally based cluster preposition base kits. 12, $115 million for exploration and development of existing Arctic infrastructure. 13, $90 million for the accelerated development of non-kinetic capabilities. 14, $20 million for United States Indo-Pacific Command and military exercises. 15, $143 million for anti-submarine sonar arrays. 16, $30 million for surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities for United States Africa Command. 17, $30 million for surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities for United States Indo-Pacific Command. 18, $500 million for the development, coordination, and deployment of economic competition effects within the Department of Defense. 19, $10 million for the expansion of Department of Defense workforce for economic competition. 20, $1 billion for offensive cyber operations. 21, $500 million for personnel and operations costs associated with forces assigned to United States Indo-Pacific Command. 22, $300 million for the procurement of mesh network communications capabilities for Special Operations Command Pacific. 23, $850 million for the replenishment of military articles. 24, $200 million for the acceleration of Guam Defense System program. 25, $68 million for the Space Force facilities improvements. 26, $150 million for ground moving target indicator military satellites. 27, $528 million for DARC and Silent Barker military space situational awareness programs. 28, $80 million for Navy Operational Support Division. 29, $1 billion for the X-37B military spacecraft program. 30, $3.65 billion for the development, procurement, and integration of United States military satellites and the protection of United States military satellites. 31, $125 million for the deployment, procurement, and integration of military space communications. 32, $350 million for the development, procurement, and integration of military space command and control systems. Section 20010, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the readiness of the Department of Defense. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $1.4 billion for a pilot program on OPN-8 maritime spares and repair pool. 2, $700 million for a pilot program on OPN-8 maritime spares and repair pool for amphibious ships. 3, $2.118 billion for spares and repairs to keep Air Force aircraft mission capable. 4, $1.5 billion for Army depot modernization and capacity enhancement. 5, $2 billion for Navy depot and shipyard modernization and capacity enhancement. 6, $250 million for Air Force depot modernization and capacity enhancement. 7, $1.64 billion for Special Operations Command equipment, readiness, and operations. 8, $500 million for National Guard unit readiness. 9, $400 million for Marine Corps readiness and capabilities. 10, $20 million for upgrades to Marine Corps utility helicopters. 11, $310 million for next-generation vertical lift, assault, and infrastructure acro medical evacuation aircraft. 12, $75 million for the procurement of anti-lock braking systems for the Army wheeled transport vehicles. 13, $230 million for the procurement of Army wheeled combat vehicles. 14, $63 million for the development of advanced rotary wing engines. 15, $241 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Marine Corps amphibious vehicles. 16, $250 million for the procurement of Army tracked combat transport vehicles. 17, $98 million for additional advanced Army light rotary wing capabilities. 18, $1.5 billion for increased depot maintenance and shipyard maintenance activities. 19, $2.5 billion for Air Force facilities sustainment, restoration, and modernization. 20, $92,500,000 for the completion of robotic combat vehicle prototyping. 21, $125 million for Army operations. 22, $10 million for the Air Force Concepts Development and Management Office. And 23, $320 million for Joint Special Operations Command. Section 20011, improving Department of Defense border support and countering drug missions. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $1 billion for the deployment of military personnel in support of border operations, operations and maintenance activities in support of border operations, counter-narcotics and counter-transnational criminal organization mission support, the operation of national defense areas and construction in national defense areas, and the temporary detention of migrants on Department of Defense installations in accordance with Chapter 15 of Title 10, United States Code. Section 20012, Department of Defense Oversight. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Inspector General of the Department of Defense for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $10 million to remain available through September 30th, 2029, to monitor Department of Defense activities for which funding is appropriated in this title, including 1, programs with mutual technological dependencies, 2, programs with related data management and data ownership considerations, and 3, programs particularly vulnerable to supply chain disruptions and long lead time components. Section 20013, military construction projects authorized. A, authorization of appropriations. Funds are hereby authorized to be appropriated for military construction, land acquisition, and military family housing functions of each military department as defined in Section 101A of Title 10, United States Code, as specified in this title. B, spending plan. Not later than 30 days after the date of the enactment of this title, the Secretary of each military department shall submit to the Committees on Armed Services of the Senate and House of Representatives a detailed spending plan by project for all funds made available by this title to be expended on military construction projects. Section 20014, multi-year operational plan. A, in general, not later than 60 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of Defense and the Administrator of the National Nuclear Security Administration shall submit to the Committees on Armed Services of the Senate and the House of Representatives a plan detailing how the funds appropriated to the Department of Defense and the National Nuclear Security Administration under the Act will be spent over the 4-year period ending with fiscal year 2029. B, quarterly updates. 1, in general, not later than the last day of each calendar quarter beginning during the applicable period, the Secretary of Defense shall submit to the Committees on Armed Services of the Senate and the House of Representatives a report on the plan established under subsection A, including A, any updates to the plan, B, progress made in implementing the plan, and C, any changes in circumstances or challenges in implementing the plan. 2, applicable period. For purposes of paragraph 1, the applicable period is the period beginning 1 year after the date of the plan required under subsection A is due and ending on September 30th, 2029. C, reduction in appropriation. 1, in general, in the case of any failure to submit a plan required under subsection A or the report required under subsection B by the date specified in paragraph 2, the amounts made available to the Department of Defense under this act shall be reduced by $100,000 for each day after such specified date that the report has not been submitted to Congress. 2, specified date. For purposes of the reduction in appropriations under paragraph 1, the specified date is the date that is 60 days after the date the plan or report is required to be submitted under subsection A or B, as the case may be. Title 3, Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs. Section 30001, funding cap for the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. Section 1017A2A3 of the Consumer Financial Protection Act 2010, 12 U.S.C. 5497A2A3 is amended by striking 12 and inserting 6.5. Section 30002, rescission of funds for green and resilient retrofit program for multifamily housing. The unobligated balances of amounts made available under Section 30002A of the Act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of S. Con. Res. 14, approved August 16, 2022, Public Law 117-169, 136 Statute 2027 are rescinded. Section 30003, Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund. A, in general, Section 4 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 15 U.S.C. 78D is amended, 1, by striking subsection 1, and 2, by redesignating subsections J and K as subsections I and J, respectively. B, technical and conforming amendment. Section 21FG2 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 15 U.S.C. 78U G 6.2 is amended to read as follows. A, use of fund. The fund shall be available to the Commission without further appropriation or fiscal year limitation for paying awards to whistleblowers as provided in subsection B. C, transition provision. During the period beginning on the date of enactment of this Act and ending on October 1st, 2025, the Securities and Exchange Commission may expend amounts in the Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund that were obligated before the date of enactment of this Act for any program, project, or activity that is ongoing as of the day before the date of enactment of this Act, in accordance with subsection 1 of subsection 4 of the Securities Exchange Act of 1934, 15 U.S.C. 78D, as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this Act. D, transfer of remaining amounts. Effective on October 1st, 2025, the obligated and unobligated balances of amounts in the Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund shall be transferred to the general fund of the Treasury. E, closing of account. For the purposes of Section 1555 of Title 31, United States Code, the Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund shall be considered closed and thereafter shall not be available for obligation or expenditure for any purpose upon execution of the transfer required under subsection D. Section 30004, Appropriations for Defense Production Act. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2025, out of amounts not otherwise appropriated, $1 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2027, to carry out the Defense Production Act, 50 U.S.C. 4501. Title 4, Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation.
Section 40001, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. A, in general, Chapter 11 of Title 14 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following. Subchapter 5, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. Section 1181, Special Appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Coast Guard for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $24,593,500,000,000 to remain available until September 30th, 2029, notwithstanding paragraphs 1 and 2 of Section 1105A and Sections 1131, 1132, 1133, and 1156 to use expedited processes to procure or acquire new operational assets and systems, to maintain existing assets and systems, to design, construct, plan, engineer, and improve necessary shore infrastructure, and to enhance operational resilience for monitoring, search and rescue, interdiction, hardening of maritime approaches, and navigational safety, of which $1,142,500,000,000 is provided for procurement and acquisition of fixed-wing aircraft, equipment related to such aircraft, and training simulators and program management for such aircraft to provide for security of the maritime border. $2,283,000,000,000 is provided for procurement and acquisition of rotary wing aircraft, equipment related to such aircraft, and training simulators and program management for such aircraft to provide for security of the maritime border. 3, $266 billion is provided for procurement and acquisition of long-range unmanned aircraft and base stations, equipment related to such aircraft and base stations, and program management for such aircraft and base stations to provide for security of the maritime border. 4, $4,300,000,000,000 is provided for procurement of offshore patrol cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to provide operational presence and security of the maritime border for the interdiction of persons and controlled substances. 5, $1 trillion is provided for procurement of fast response cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to provide operational presence and security of the maritime border for interdiction of persons and controlled substances. 6, $4,300,000,000,000 is provided for procurement of polar security cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to ensure timely presence of the Coast Guard in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. 7, $3,500,000,000 is provided for procurement of Arctic security cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to ensure timely presence of the Coast Guard in the Arctic and Antarctic regions. 8, $816 billion is provided for procurement of light and medium ice-breaking cutters and equipment related to such cutters from shipyards that have demonstrated success in the cost-effective application of design standards and in delivering on schedule and within budget vessels of size and tonnage that are not less than the size and tonnage of the cutters described in this paragraph, and for program management for such cutters to expend domestic icebreaking capacity. 9, $126 billion is provided for procurement of waterways, commerce cutters, equipment related to such cutters, and program management for such cutters to support aids to navigation, waterways, and coastal security, and to search and rescue in inland waterways. 10, $4,379,000,000,000 is provided for design, planning, engineering, recapitalization, construction, rebuilding, and improvement of, and program management for shore facilities, of which A, $425 billion is provided for design, planning, engineering, construction of, and program management for 1, the enlisted boot camp barracks and multi-use training center, and 2, other related facilities at the enlisted boot camp. B, $500 billion is provided for 1, construction, improvement, and dredging of the Coast Guard yard, and 2, acquisition of a floating dry dock for the Coast Guard yard. C, not more than $2,729,500,000,000 is provided for home ports and hangars for cutters and aircraft for which funds are appropriated under paragraph 1 through 9, and D, $300 billion is provided for home porting of the existing polar icebreaker commissioned into service in 2025. 11, $2,200,000,000 is provided for aviation cutter and shore facility depot maintenance and maintenance of command control communication computer and cyber assets. 12, $170 billion is provided for improving maritime domain awareness on the maritime border at United States ports and land-based facilities and in the cyber domain. And 13, $75 billion is provided to contract the services of acquire or procure autonomous maritime systems. B, technical and conforming amendment. The analysis for Chapter 11 of Title 14 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following. Subchapter 5, Coast Guard Mission Readiness, 1181, Special Appropriations. Section 4002, Spectrum Auctions. A, definitions. In this section, 1, Assistant Secretary. The term Assistant Secretary means the Assistant Secretary of Commerce for Communications and Information. 2, Commission. The term commission means the Federal Communications Commission. 3, covered band. The term covered band, A, except as provided in subparagraph B, means the band of frequencies between 1.3 gigahertz and 10.5 gigahertz, and B, does not include 1, the band of frequencies between 3.1 gigahertz and 3.45 gigahertz for purpose of auction, reallocation, modification, or withdrawal, or 2, the band of frequencies between 7.4 gigahertz and 8.4 gigahertz for purpose of auction, reallocation, modification, or withdrawal. 4, full power commercial licensed use cases. The term full power commercial licensed use cases means flexible use wireless broadband services with base station power levels sufficient for high power, high density, and wide area communication mobile services consistent with the service rules under Part 27 of Title 47, Code of Federal Regulations, or any successor regulations for wireless broadband deployment through the covered band. B, general auction authority. 1, amendment. Section 309(1)11 of the Communications Act of 1934, 47 U.S. Code 309(1)11 is amended by striking, grant a license or permit under this subsection shall expire March 9, 2023, and all that follows, and inserting the following, complete a system of competitive bidding under this subsection shall expire September 30th, 2034, except that with respect to the electromagnetic spectrum, A, between frequencies of 3.1 gigahertz and 3.45 gigahertz, such authority shall not apply, and B, the frequencies of 7.4 gigahertz and 8.4 gigahertz, such authority shall not apply. 2, spectrum auctions. The Commission shall grant licenses through systems of competitive bidding before the expiration of the general auction authority of the Commission under Section 309(1)11 of the Communications Act of 1934, 47 U.S.C. 309(1)11 as amended by paragraph 1 of this subsection for not less than 300 megahertz, including by completing a system of competitive bidding not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this act for not less than 100 megahertz in the band between 3.9 gigahertz and 4.2 gigahertz. C, identification for reallocation. In general, the Assistant Secretary, in consultation with the Commission, shall identify 500 megahertz of frequencies in the covered band for reallocation to non-federal use, shared federal and non-federal use, or a combination thereof, for full power commercial licensed use cases that, A, as of the date of enactment of this act are allocated for federal use, and B, shall be in addition to the 300 megahertz of frequencies for which the Commission grants licenses under subsection B2. 2, schedule. The Assistant Secretary shall identify the frequencies under paragraph 1 according to the following schedule. A, not later than 2 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Assistant Secretary shall identify not less than 200 megahertz of frequencies within the covered band. B, not later than 4 years after the date of enactment of this act, The Assistant Secretary shall identify any remaining bandwidth required to be identified under paragraph 1. 3. Required analysis. A, in general, in determining under paragraph 1 which specific frequencies within the covered band to reallocate, the Assistant Secretary shall determine the feasibility of the reallocation of frequencies. B, requirements. In conducting the analysis of subparagraph A, the Assistant Secretary shall assess the net revenue potential, relocation or sharing costs as applicable, and the feasibility of reallocating specific frequencies with the goal of identifying the best approach to maximize net proceeds of system of competitive bidding for the Treasury, consistent with Section 3091 of the Communication Act of 1934, 47 U.S. Code 3091. D, auction. The Commission shall grant licenses for the frequencies identified for a reallocation under subsection C through systems of competitive bidding in accordance with the following schedule. 1. Not later than 4 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Commission shall, after notifying the Assistant Secretary, complete one or more systems of competitive bidding for not less than 200 megahertz of the frequencies. 2. Not later than 8 years after the date of enactment of this act, the Commission shall, after notifying the Assistant Secretary, complete one or more systems of competitive bidding for any frequencies under subsection C that remain to be auctioned after compliance with paragraph 1 of this subsection. E, limitation. The President shall modify or withdraw any frequencies proposed for reallocation under this section not later than 60 days before the commencement of a system of competitive bidding scheduled by the Commission with respect to that frequency. If the President determines that such modification or withdrawal is necessary to protect the national security of the United States. F, appropriation. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Commerce for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $50 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2034 to provide additional support for the Assistant Secretary to, 1, conduct a timely spectrum analysis of the bands of frequencies, A, between 2.7 gigahertz and 2.9 gigahertz, B, between 4.4 gigahertz and 4.9 gigahertz, C, between 7.25 gigahertz and 7.4 gigahertz, and 2, publish a biennial report with the last report to be published not later than June 30th, 2034 on the value of all spectrum used by federal entities as defined in Section 113(1) of the National Telecommunication and Information Administration Organization Act 47 U.S.C. 923(1) that assesses the value of bands of frequencies of increments of not more than 100 megahertz. Section 40003, Air Traffic Control Improvements. A, in general, for the purpose of the acquisition, construction, sustainment, and improvement of facilities and equipment necessary to improve or maintain aviation safety, in addition to amounts otherwise made available, there is appropriated to the Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. 1, $4,750 billion for telecommunications and infrastructure modernization and system upgrades. $3 trillion for radar system replacement, $500 billion for runway safety technologies, runway lighting systems, airport surface surveillance technologies, and to carry out Section 347 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, for $300 billion for enterprise information systems, display systems, 5, $80 billion to acquire and install not less than 50 automated weather observing systems, to acquire and install not less than 60 visual weather observing systems, to acquire and install not less than 64 weather camera sites, and to acquire and install weather stations. 6, $40 billion to carry out Section 44745 of Title 49 United States Code, except for the activities described in paragraph 5. 7, $1.9 trillion for necessary actions to construct a new air route traffic control center in the subsection referred to as ARTCC, provided that not more than 2% of such amount is used for planning or administrative purposes, provided further that at least 3 existing ARTCCs are divested and integrated into the newly constructed ARTCC. 8, $100 billion to conduct an ARTCC realignment and consolidation effort under which at least 10 existing ARTCCs are closed or consolidated to facilitate recapitalization of ARTCC facilities owned and operated by the Federal Aviation Administration. 9, $1 trillion to support recapitalization and consolidation of terminal radar approach control facilities. In this subsection, referred to as TRACONs, the analysis of identification of TRACONs for divestment, consolidation, or integration, planning, site selection, facility acquisition, and transition activities and other appropriate activities for carrying out such divestment, consolidation, or integration, and the establishment of brand new TRACONs. 10, $350 billion for unstaffed infrastructure and replacement. 11, $50 billion to carry out Section 961 of FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 12, $300 billion to carry out Section 619 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 13, $50 billion to carry out Section 621 of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024 and to deploy remote tower technology in untowered airports. 14, $100 billion for air traffic control advanced training technologies. B, quarterly reporting. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this act, and every 90 days thereafter, the Administrator of the Federal Aviation Administration shall submit to Congress a report that describes any expenditures under this section. Section 40004, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. A, in general, Chapter 509 of Title 51, United States Code, is amended by adding at the end of the following new section. Section 50924, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. A, fees. 1, in general, the Secretary of Transportation shall impose a fee which shall be deposited in the account established under subsection B on each launch or reentry carried out under a license or permit issue under Section 50904 during 2026 or a subsequent year, in an amount equal to the lesser of A, the amount specified in paragraph 2 for the year involved per pound of the weight of the payload, or B, the amount specified in paragraph 3 for the year involved. 2, paragraph 2, specified amount. The amount specified in this paragraph is A, for 2026, 25 cents, B, for 2027, 35 cents, C, for 2028, 50 cents, D, for 2029, 60 cents, E, for 2030, 75 cents, F, for 2031, $1, G, for 2032, $1.25, C, for 2033, $1.50, and I, for 2034, and each subsequent year, the amount specified in this paragraph for the previous years increased by the percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, all items United States city average over the previous year. 3, paragraph 3, specified amount. The amount specified in this paragraph is A, for 2026, $30,000, B, for 2027, $40,000. C, for 2028, $50,000. D, for 2029, $75,000. E, for 2030, $100,000. F, for 2031, $125,000. G, for 2032, $170,000. H, for 2033, $200,000, and I, for 2034, and each subsequent year, the amount specified in this paragraph for the previous year increased by the percentage increase in the Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, all items United States city average over the previous year. B, Office of Commercial Space Transportation Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting Fund. There is established in the Treasury of the United States a separate account which shall be known as the Office of Commercial Space Transportation Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting Fund for the purposes of expenses of the Office of Commercial Space Transportation of the Federal Aviation Administration and to carry out Section 603B of the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024. 70% of the amounts deposited into the fund shall be available for such purposes and shall be available without further appropriation and without fiscal year limitations. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Chapter 509 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 50923 the following. 50924, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. Section 40005, Mars Missions, Artemis Missions, and Moon to Mars Program. In general, Chapter 203 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by adding at the end of the following. Section 20306, Special Appropriations for Mars Missions, Artemis Missions, and Moon to Mars Program. A, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the administration for the fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $9,995 billion to remain available until September 30th, 2032 to use as follows. $700 billion to be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for the procurement using a competitively bid firm fixed price contract with the United States commercial provider as defined in Section 50101(7) of a high-performance Mars telecommunications orbiter. A, that one is capable of providing robust continuous communication for a Mars sample return mission as described in Section 4323C of the National Aeronautics and Space Transition Authorization Act of 2017, 51 U.S. Code 20302, note Public Law 115-10. And two, future Mars surface, orbital, and human exploration missions. Two, supports autonomous operations, onboard processing, and extended mission duration capabilities. And three, is selected from among the commercial proposals that one, receive funding from the administration in fiscal year 2024 or 2025 for commercial design studies for Mars sample returns, and two, proposed a separate independently launched Mars telecommunications orbiter supporting an end-to-end Mars sample return mission, and B, which shall be delivered to the administration not later than December 31st, 2028. Two, $2,600 billion to meet the requirements of Section 20302A using the program of record known as of the date of the enactment of this section as Gateway and as described in Section 10811B2B4 of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2022, 51 U.S.C. 20302, note Public Law 117-167, of which not less than $750 billion shall be obligated for each of fiscal years 2026, 2027, and 2028. 3, $4.1 trillion for expenses related to meeting the requirements of Section 10812 of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2022, 5 U.S. Code 2031301, Public Law 117-167, for the procurement, transportation, integration, operation, and other necessary expenses of the Space Launch System for Artemis Mission 4 and 5, of which not less than $1.025 trillion shall be obligated for each of fiscal years 2026, 2027, 2028, 2029. 4, $20 billion for expenses related to the continued procurement of the multipurpose crew vehicle described in Section 303 of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2020, 42 U.S. Code 18323, known as the Orion, for use with the Space Launch System on the Artemis 4 mission and reuse in subsequent Artemis missions, of which not less than $20 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026. 5, $1.25 trillion for expenses related to the operation of the International Space Station and for the purpose of meeting the requirements under Section 503A of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Authorization Act of 2010, 42 U.S.C. 18353A, of which not less than $250 billion shall be obligated for such expenses for each of fiscal years 2025, 2026, 2027, 2028, and 2029. 6, $1 trillion for infrastructure improvements at the manned spaceflight centers of the administration, of which not less than $120 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for the construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in Executive Order 12641, 53 Federal Register 18816, relating to designating certain facilities of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in the state of Mississippi as the John C. Stennis Space Center. B, $250 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in Executive Order 11129, 28 Federal Register 12787, relating to designating certain facilities in the National Aeronautics and Space Administration and of the Department of Defense in the state of Florida at the John F. Kennedy Space Center. C, $300 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in the joint resolution entitled Joint Resolution to Designate the Manned Spacecraft Center in Houston, Texas as the Lyndon B. Johnson Space Center in honor of the late president, approved February 17, 1973, Public Law 93-8, 87, Statute 7. D, $100 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the center described in Executive Order 10870, 25 Federal Register 2197, relating to designating the facilities of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration in Huntsville, Alabama as the George C. Marshall Space Flight Center. E, $300 billion shall be obligated not later than fiscal year 2026 for construction, revitalization, recapitalization, and other infrastructure projects and improvements at the Michaud Assembly Facility in New Orleans, Louisiana. And F, $85 billion shall be obligated to carry out subsection B, of which not less than $5 million shall be designated for the transportation of the space vehicle described in that subsection, with the remainder transferred not later than the date, that is 18 months after the date of enactment of this section, and entity designated under the subsection for the purpose of constructing a facility to house the space vehicle referred to in that subsection. 7, $325 billion to fulfill contract number 80JSC024CA002 issued by the National Aeronautics and Space Administration on June 26, 2024, space vehicle transfer in general, not later than 30 days after the date of enactment of this section. The administrator shall identify the space described in paragraph 2 to be
B, placed on public exhibition at an entity within the metropolitan statistical area where such center is located. 2, space vehicle described. A space vehicle described in this paragraph is a vessel that A, has flown into space, B, has carried astronauts, and C, is selected with the concurrence of an entity designated by the administrator. 3, transfer. A, in general, not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of this section, the space vehicle identified under paragraph 1 shall be transferred to an entity designated by the administrator. B, title, not later than 1 year after the date on which a space vehicle is identified under paragraph 1, the federal government shall, as applicable, transfer the title to the space vehicle to the entity designated by the administrator. C, responsibility. The transfer under this paragraph shall be carried out under the administrator or acting administrator. C, obligation of funds. Funds appropriated under subsection A shall be obligated as follows. 1, not less than 50% of the total funds in subsection A shall be obligated not later than September 30th, 2028. 2, 100% of funds shall be obligated not later than September 30th, 2029. 3, all associated outlays shall occur not later than September 30th, 2034. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Chapter 203 of Title 51 United States Code is amended by adding at the end the following: 20306, Special Appropriations for Mars Missions, Artemis Missions, and Moons to Mars Program. Section 40006, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Civil Penalties. A, in general, Section 32912 of Title 49 United States Code is amended. 1, in subsection B, in the matter preceding paragraph 1 by striking $5 and inserting $0, and 2, in subsection C1B by striking $10 and inserting $0. B, effect applicability. The amendments made by subsection A shall 1, take effect on the date of the enactment of this section, and 2, apply to all model years of manufacture for which the Secretary of Transportation has not provided a notification pursuant to Section 32903B2B of Title 49 United States Code, specifying the penalty due for the average fuel economy of that manufacturer being less than the applicable standard prescribed under Section 32902 of that title. Section 40007, payments for lease of metropolitan Washington airports. Section 49104B of Title 49 United States Code is amended to read as follows. B, payments. 1, in general, subject to paragraph 2, under the lease, the Airports Authority must pay to the general fund of the Treasury annually an amount computed using the GNP price deflator, A, during the period from 1987 to 2026, equal to $3 million in 1987 dollars, and B, for 2027 and subsequent years, equal to $15 million in 2027 dollars. 2, renegotiation. The Secretary and Airports Authority shall renegotiate the level of lease payments at least once every 10 years to ensure that in no year the amount specified in paragraph 1B is less than $15 million in 2027 dollars. Section 40008, rescission of certain amounts for the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Any unobligated balances of amounts appropriated or otherwise made available by sections 40001, 40002, 40003, and 40004 of Public Law 117-169, 136-2028 are hereby rescinded. Section 40009, reduction in annual transfer to Travel Promotion Fund. Subsection D2B of the Travel Promotion Act of 2009, 22 U.S.C. 2131 D2B is amended by striking $100 million and inserting $20 million. Section 40010, treatment of unobligated funds for alternative fuel and low emissions aviation technology. Out of the amounts made available in Section 40007A of Title IV of Public Law 117-169, 49 U.S.C. 44504 note, any obligated balances of such amounts are hereby rescinded. Section 40011, rescission of amounts appropriated to Public Wireless Supply Chain Innovation Fund. Of the unobligated balances of amounts made available under Section 106A of the CHIPS Act of 2022, Public Law 117-167, 136-1392, $850 million are permanently rescinded. Section 40012, support for artificial intelligence under the Broadband Equity, Access, and Deployment Program. A, in general, Section 60102 of Division F of Public Law 117-58, 47 U.S.C. 1702 is amended. 1, in subsection A2, A, by redesignating subparagraphs B through N as subparagraphs F through R, respectively. B, by redesignating subparagraph A as subparagraph D. C, by inserting before subparagraph D, as so redesignated, the following. A, artificial intelligence. The term artificial intelligence has the meaning given the term in Section 5002 of the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act of 2020, 15 U.S.C. 9401. B, artificial intelligence model. The term artificial intelligence model means a software component of an information system that implements artificial intelligence technology and uses computational, statistical, or machine learning techniques to produce outputs from a defined set of inputs. C, artificial intelligence system. The term artificial intelligence system means any data system, software, hardware, application, tool, or utility that operates in whole or in part using artificial intelligence. D, by inserting after subparagraph D, as so redesignated, the following. E, automated decision system. The term automated decision system means any computational process derived from machine learning, statistical modeling, data analytics, or artificial intelligence that issues a simplified output, including a score, classification, or recommendation, to materially influence or replace human decision-making. And E, by striking subparagraph O as so redesignated and inserting the following. O, project. The term project means an undertaking by a sub-grantee under this section to construct and deploy infrastructure for the provision of 1, broadband services, or 2, artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems. 2, in subsection B, by adding at the end the following. 5, appropriation for fiscal year 2025. A, in general, in addition to any amounts otherwise appropriated to the program, there is appropriated to the Assistant Secretary for fiscal year 2025 out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $500 million to remain available until expended to carry out the program. B, set aside for artificial intelligence infrastructure master services agreements of the amount appropriated under subparagraph A, $25 million shall be used by the Assistant Secretary for the purpose of negotiating master service agreements on behalf of subgrantees of an eligible entity or political subdivision to enable access to quantity purchasing and licensing discounts for the construction, acquisition, and deployment of infrastructure for the provision of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems funded under this section. 3, in subsection F, A in paragraph 5 by striking and at the end, B by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, and C by inserting after paragraph 5 the following. 6, the construction and deployment of infrastructure for the provisions of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems, and 4, in subsection G3 by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B, may, in addition to other authority under applicable law, deobligate grant funds awarded to an eligible entity that 1, violates paragraph 2, 2, demonstrates an insufficient level of performance or wasteful or fraudulent spending as defined in advance by the Assistant Secretary, or 3, if obligated, any funds made available under subsection B5A is not in compliance with subsection Q or R, and 5, in subsection J1, A in subparagraph A, 1 in clause 3 by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating clause 4 as clause 5, and 3 by inserting after clause 3 the following. 4, certifies that the eligibility entity of obligated any funds made available under subsection B5A is compliance with subsections Q and R, and B in subparagraph B, 1 in clause 3 by striking and at the end, 2 by redesignating clause 4 as clause 5, and 3 by inserting after clause 3 the following. 4, certifies that the eligibility entity of obligated any funds made available under subsection B5A is in compliance with subsections Q and R, and C in subparagraph C, 1 by redesignating clauses 4 and 5 as clauses 5 and 6 respectively, 2 by inserting after clause 3 the following, 4, certifies that the eligibility entity, if obligated, any funds made available under subsection B5A is in compliance with subsections Q and R, and 6, by adding at the end the following. P, receipt of funds conditioned on temporary pause and efficiencies. On and after the date of the enactment of this subsection, no funds made available under subsection B5A may be obligated to an eligible entity or political subdivision thereof that is not in compliance with subsections Q and R. Q, temporary pause. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, no eligible entity or political subdivision thereof to which funds made available under subsection B5A are obligated on or after the date of enactment of this subsection may enforce during the 10-year period beginning on the date of enactment of this subsection any law or regulation that eligible entity or political subdivision thereof limiting, restricting, or otherwise regulating artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems entered into interstate commerce. 2, rule of construction. Paragraph 1 may not be construed to prohibit the enforcement of any law or regulation. A, the primary purpose and effect of which is to, 1, remove legal impediments to or facilitate the deployment or operation of an artificial intelligence model, artificial intelligence system, or automated decision system. Or 2, streamline licensing, permitting, routing, zoning, procurement, or reporting procedures in a manner that facilitates the adoption of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems. Or B, that does not impose any substantive design, performance, data holding, documentation, civil liability, taxation fee, or other requirement of artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, or automated decision systems, unless that requirement is imposed under 1, federal law, 2, a general applicable law, such as a body of common law, and C, that does not impose a fee or bond unless 1, the fee or bond is reasonable and cost-based, and 2, under the fee or bond, artificial intelligence models, artificial intelligence systems, and automated decision systems are treated in the same manner as other models and systems that perform comparable functions. R, master service agreements. An eligible entity or political subdivision thereof to which funds made available under subsection B5A are obligated on or after the date of the enactment of this subsection shall certify to the Assistant Secretary either that 1, each subgrantee of the eligible entity or political subdivision is utilizing applicable master service agreements negotiated using amounts made available under subsection B5B, or 2, each contract, license, purchase order, or service agreement entered into, procured, or made by a subgrantee of the eligible entity or political subdivision for purposes described in subsection B5B is at least as cost-effective as the terms of executable master services agreements, as applicable, negotiated by the Assistant Secretary using amounts made available under subsection B5B. B, technical conforming amendments. Section 60102A1 of Division F of Public Law 117-58, 47 U.S.C. 1702A1 is amended, 1, in subparagraph B by striking a project and inserting a project described in subsection A20I, and 2, in subparagraph D by striking a project and inserting a project described in subsection A20I. Title V, Committee on Energy and Natural Resources. Subtitle A, Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50101, Onshore Oil and Gas Leasing. A, Repeal of Inflation Reduction Act provisions. 1, onshore oil and gas royalty rates, subsection A of section 50262 of Public Law 117-169-136-2056 is repealed, and provision of law amended or repealed by that subsection is restored or revived as if the subsection had not been enacted into law. 2, non-competitive leasing. Subsection E of section 50262 of Public Law 117-169-136-2057 is repealed, and any provision of law amended or repealed by that subsection is restored or revived as if the subsection had not been enacted into law. B, requirement to immediately resume onshore oil and gas leases. 1, in general, the Secretary of the Interior shall immediately resume quarterly onshore oil and gas lease sales in compliance with the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 181 et sec. 2, requirement, the Secretary of the Interior shall, A, that any oil and gas lease required under paragraph 1 is conducted immediately on completion of an applicable scoping, public comment, and environmental analysis requirements under the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 181 et sec. and the National Environmental Policy Act of 1965, 42 U.S.C. 4321, and B, that the process described in subparagraph A are conducted in a timely manner to ensure compliance with subsection B1. 3, lease of oil and gas lands, Section 17B1A of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 226B1A, as amended by subsection A, is amended by inserting, for purposes of the previous sentence, the term eligible land means all lands that are subject to leasing under this act and are not excluded from leasing by statutory prohibition. And the term available with respect to eligible lands means those that have been designated as open for leasing under a land use plan developed under Section 202 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1712, and that have been nominated for leasing through the submission of an expression of interest, are subject to drainage in the absence of leasing, or are otherwise designated as available pursuant to regulations adopted by the Secretary after sales are necessary. C, quarterly lease sales. 1, in general, in accordance with the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 181, each fiscal year the Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a minimum of 4 oil and gas lease sales of available land in each of the following states: A, Wyoming, B, New Mexico, C, Colorado, D, Utah, E, Montana, F, North Dakota, G, Oklahoma, H, Nevada, I, Alaska. 2, requirement. In conducting a lease sale under paragraph 1 in a state described in that paragraph, the Secretary of the Interior, A, shall offer not less than 50% of available parcels nominated for oil and gas development under the applicable resource management plan in effect for relevant Bureau of Land Management resource management areas within the applicable state, and B, shall not restrict the parcels offered to one Bureau of Land Management field office within the applicable state unless all nominated parcels are located within the same Bureau of Land Management field office. 3, replacement sales. The Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a replacement sale during the same fiscal year if A, a lease sale under paragraph 1 is canceled, delayed, or deferred, including for a lack of eligible parcels, or B, during a lease sale under paragraph 1, the percentage of acreage that does not receive a bid is equal to or greater than 25% of the acreage offered. D, Mineral Leasing Act reforms. Section 17 of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 226, as amended by subsection A, is amended. 1, by striking the section designation and all that follows through the end of subsection A and inserting the following. Section 17, leasing of oil and gas parcels. A, leasing authorized. 1, in general, any parcel of land subject to disposition under this act that is known or believed to contain oil or gas deposits shall be made available for leasing subject to paragraph 2 by the Secretary of the Interior not later than 18 months after the date of the receipt of the Secretary of an expression of interest in the leasing applicable parcel of land available for disposition under this section. If the Secretary determines that the parcel of land is open to oil or gas leasing under the approved resource management plan applicable to the planning area in which the parcel of land is located, that is in effect on the date on which the expression of interest was submitted to the Secretary, referred to in this subsection as the approved resource management plan. 2, resource management plans. A, lease and terms and conditions. A lease issued by the Secretary under the section with respect to applicable parcel of land made available for leasing under paragraph 1. 1 shall be subject to the terms and conditions of the approved resource management plan, and 2 may not require any stipulations or mitigation requirements not included in the approved resource management plan. B, effective amendment. The initiation of an amendment to an approved resource management plan shall not prevent or delay the Secretary from making the applicable parcel of land available for leasing in accordance with the approved resource management plan if the other requirements in this section have been met as determined by the Secretaries. 2, in subsection P, by adding at the end the following. 4, term. A permit to drill approved under this section shall be valid for a single, non-renewable 4-year period beginning on the date that the permit to drill is approved. And 3, by striking subsection Q and inserting the following. Q, commingling of production. The Secretary of Interior shall approve applications allowing for the commingling of production from 2 or more sources, including the area of oil and a gas lease, the area included in a drilling spacing unit, a unit participating area, a communitized area, or a non-federal property. Before production reaches the point of royalty measurement, regardless of ownership, the royalty rates and the number of percentage of acres for each source, if the applicant agrees to install measurement devices for each source, utilize an allocation method that achieves volume measurement, uncertainty levels within plus or minus 2% during the production phase reported on a monthly basis, or utilize an approved periodic well testing methodology. Production from multiple oil and gas leases, drilling space units, communitized areas, or participating areas from a single wellbore shall be considered a single source. Nothing in this subsection shall prevent the Secretary of the Interior from continuing the current practice of exercising discretion to authorize higher percentage volume measurements, uncertainty levels, if appropriate technical and economic justifications have been provided. Section 50102, offshore oil and gas leasing. A, lease sales. 1, Gulf of America region. A, in general. Notwithstanding the 2024 to 2029 National Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program and any successor leasing program that does not satisfy the requirements of this section, in addition to lease sales, which may be held under the program and except within areas subject to existing oil and gas leasing moratoria, the Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a minimum of 30 region-wide oil and gas lease sales in a manner consistent with the schedule described in subparagraph B in the region identified in the map depicting the lease terms and economic conditions accompanying the final notice of sale of the Bureau of Oceanic Energy Management entitled Gulf of Mexico Outer Continental Shelf Region-Wide Oil and Gas Lease Sale 25485 Fed Reg 8010 February 12, 2020. B, timing requirement. Of the not fewer than 30 region-wide lease sales required under this paragraph, the Secretary of Interior shall, 1, hold not fewer than 1 lease sale in the region described in subparagraph A by December 15, 2025, 2, hold not fewer than 2 lease sales in the region in each of the calendar years 2026 to 2039, one of which shall be held by March 15th of the applicable calendar year, and one of which shall be held after March 15th, but not later than August 15th of the applicable calendar year, and 3, hold not fewer than 1 lease sale in the region in calendar year 2040, which shall be held on March 15th, 2040. Alaska region. A, in general, the Secretary of the Interior shall conduct a minimum of 6 offshore lease sales in a manner consistent with the schedule described in subparagraph B in the Cook Inlet Planning Area as identified in the 2017 to 2022 Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Proposed Final Program published on November 18, 2016 by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, as announced in the Notice of Availability of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management entitled Notice of Availability of the 2017 to 2022 Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Leasing Program Proposed Final Program, 81 Federal Register 84612, November 23, 2016. B, timing requirements. Of the not fewer than 6 lease sales required under this paragraph, the Secretary of the Interior shall hold not fewer than 1 lease sale in the area described in subparagraph A in each calendar years 2026 to 2028, and in each of the calendar years 2030 to 2032, by March 15th of the applicable calendar year. B, requirements. 1, terms and stipulations for Gulf of America sales. In conducting lease sales under subsection A1, the Secretary of the Interior, A, shall subject to subparagraph C, offer the same lease form, lease terms, economic conditions, and lease stipulations 4 through 9 as contained in the final notice of the sale of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management entitled Gulf of Mexico Outer Continental Shelf Region Wide Oil and Gas Sale 25485 Fed Reg 8010 February 12, 2020. B, may update lease stipulations 1 through 3 and 10 described in the final notice of sale to reflect current conditions for lease sales conducted under subsections A1. C, shall set the royalty rate at not less than 12.5%, but not greater than 16 2/3%. D, shall for a lease in water depths of 800 meters or deeper, issue as a result of a sale, set the primary term for 10 years. 2, terms and stipulations for Alaska region sales. A, in general. In conducting lease sales under subsection A2, the Secretary of the Interior shall offer the same lease form, lease terms, economic conditions, stipulations as contained in the final notice of sale of the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management entitled Cook Inlet Planning Area Outer Continental Shelf Oil and Gas Lease Sale 24482 Fed Reg 23291, May 22nd, 2017. B, revenue sharing, notwithstanding Section 8G and Section 9 of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, 43 U.S.C. 1337G 1338, and beginning in fiscal year 2034 of the bonuses, rents, royalties, and other revenues derived from lease sales conducted under subsection A2, 1, 70% shall be paid to the state of the Alaska, and 2, 30% shall be deposited in the Treasury and credited to miscellaneous receipts. 3, area offered for lease. A, Gulf of America region. For each offshore lease sale conducted under subsection A1, the Secretary of the Interior shall, 1, offer not fewer than 80 million acres, or 2, if there are fewer than 80 million acres that are unleased and available, offer all unleased and available acres. B, Alaska region. For each offshore lease sale conducted under subsection 8.2, the Secretary of the Interior shall, 1, offer not fewer than 1 million acres, or 2, if there are fewer than 1 million acres that are unleased and available, offer all unleased and available acres. C, offshore commingling. The Secretary of the Interior shall approve a request of an operator to commingle oil and gas production from multiple reservoirs within a single wellbore completed on the outer continental shelf in the Gulf of America region unless the Secretary of the Interior determines that conclusive evidence establishes that the commingling would, 1, could not be conducted by the operator in a safe manner, or 2, would result in the ultimate recovery from the applicable reservoirs to be reduced in comparison to the expected recovery of those reservoirs if they had not been commingled. D, offshore oil and gas royalty rate. 1, repeal Section 50261 of Public Law 117-169, 136-2056 is repealed, and any provision of law amended or repealed by that section is restored or revived as if that section had not been enacted into law. 2, royalty rate. Section 8A1 of the Outer Continental Shelf Lands Act, 43 U.S.C. 1337A1, as amended by paragraph 1, is amended. A, in subparagraph A, by striking not less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. B, in subparagraph C, by striking not less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. C, in subparagraph F, by striking no less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. And D, in subparagraph H, by striking no less than 12.5% and inserting not less than 12.5%, but not more than 16 2/3%. E, limitations on amount of distributed qualified outer continental shelf revenues. Section 105F1 of the Gulf of Mexico Energy Security Act of 2006, 43 U.S.C. 1331, note Public Law 109-432, is amended. 1, in subparagraph B, by striking "and" at the end. 2, in subparagraph C, by striking 2055 and inserting 2024, and 3, by adding at the end the following. D, $650 million for each of fiscal years 2025 to 2034, and E, $500 million for each of fiscal years 2035 through 2055. Section 50103, royalties on extracted methane. Section 50263 of Public Law 117-169, 30 U.S.C. 1727 is repealed. Section 50104, Alaska oil and gas leasing. A, definitions. In this section, 1, coastal plain. The term coastal plain has the meaning given the term in Section 2001A of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143, note. 2, oil and gas program. The term oil and gas program means the oil and gas programs established under Section 20001B2 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143, note. 3, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Bureau of Land Management. B, lease sales required. 1, in general, subject to paragraph 3, in addition to the lease sales required under Section 001C1A of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143, note, the Secretary shall conduct not fewer than 4 lease sales area-wide under the oil and gas program by not later than 10 years after the date of the enactment of this Act. 2, terms and conditions. In conducting lease sales under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall offer the same terms and conditions as contained in the record of decision described in the Notice of Availability of the Bureau of Land Management entitled Notice of Availability of the Record of Decision for the Final Environmental Impact Statement for the Coastal Plain Oil and Gas Leasing Program, Alaska 85, Federal Register 51754, August 21, 2020. 3, sale acreage schedule. A, acreages. In conducting the lease sales required under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall offer for lease under the oil and gas program 1, not fewer than 400,000 acres area-wide in each lease sale, and
here
2, those areas that have the highest potential for the discovery of hydrocarbons. B, schedule. The Secretary shall offer 1, the initial lease sale under paragraph 1, not later than 1 year after the date of the enactment of this Act. 2, a second lease sale under paragraph 1, not later than 3 years after the date of the enactment of this Act. 3, a third lease sale under paragraph 1, not later than 5 years after the date of the enactment of this Act. And 4, a fourth lease sale under the paragraph 1, not later than 7 years after the date date of the enactment of this act. 4, rights-of-way, Section 20001C2 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143 note shall apply to leases awarded under this subsection. 5, surface development, Section 20001C3 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143 note shall apply to leases awarded under this subsection. C, receipts, notwithstanding Section 35 of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 191, and Section 20001 B5 of Public Law 115-97, 16 U.S.C. 3143 note of the amount adjusted bonus, rental, and royalty receipts derived from the oil and gas program operations on the coastal plain pursuant to this section. 1A, for each fiscal years 2025 through 2033, 50% shall be paid to the state of Alaska, and B, for the fiscal year 2034, each fiscal year thereafter, 70% shall be paid to the state of Alaska, and 2, the balance shall be deposited into the Treasury as miscellaneous receipts. Section 50105, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. A, definitions. In this section, 1, NPRA, Final Environmental Impact Statement. The term NPRA, Final Environmental Impact Statement, means the final environmental impact statement published by the Bureau of Land Management entitled National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Final Environmental Impact Statement, and dated June 2020, including the errata sheet dated October 6, 2020, and excluding the errata sheet dated September 20th, 2022.
2, NPRA, record of decision. The term NPRA, record of decision, means the record of decision published by the Bureau of Land Management entitled National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska Integrated Activity Plan Record of Decision, and dated December 2020. 3, program. The term program means the competitive oil and gas leasing, exploration, development, and production program established under Section 107 of the Naval Petroleum Reserves Reduction Act of 1976, 42 U.S.C. 6506A. 4, secretary. The term secretary means the Secretary of the Interior. B, restoration of NPRA oil and gas leasing program, effective beginning on the date of enactment of this act. 1, the Secretary shall expeditiously restore and resume oil and gas lease sales under the program for domestic energy production and federal revenue, subject to the requirements of this section. And 2, the final rule of the Bureau of Land Management entitled Management and Protection of the National Petroleum Reserve in Alaska, 89 Fed Reg 38712, May 7, 2024, shall have no force or effect until January 1, 2035. C, resumption of NPRA lease sales. 1, in general, subject to paragraph 2, the Secretary shall conduct not fewer than 5 lease sales under the program by not later than 10 years after the date of enactment of this act. 2, sales acreages schedule A, acreages. In conducting the lease sales required under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall offer not fewer than 4 million acres in each sale. B, schedule. The Secretary shall offer I, an initial lease sale under paragraph 1 not later than 1 year after the date of enactment of this act, and II, an additional lease sale under paragraph 1 not later than every 2 years after the date of enactment of this act. D, terms and stipulations for NPRA lease sales. In conducting lease sales under subsection C, the Secretary shall offer the same lease form, lease terms, economic conditions, and stipulations as described in NPRA Final Environmental Impact Statement and the NPRA Record of Decision. C, receipts. Section 107I of the Naval Petroleum Reserves Reduction Act of 1976, 42 U.S.C. 6506A1 is amended. 1, by striking all receipts from and inserting the following. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, all receipts from. 2, by adding at the end the following, 2% share for fiscal year 2034 and thereafter. Beginning in fiscal year 2034, of the receipts from sales, rentals, bonuses, and royalties on leases issued pursuant to the section after the date of enactment of the act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14, 119th Congress. A, 70% shall be paid to the state of Alaska, and B, 30% shall be paid into Treasury of the United States. Subtitle B, mining. Section 50201, coal leasing. A, definitions. In this section, 1, coal lease. The term coal lease means a lease entered into by the United States as a lessor through the Bureau of Land Management and an applicant on Bureau of Land Management Form 3400012 or a successor form that contains the terms of a coal lease. 2, qualified application. The term qualified application means an application for a coal lease pending as of the date of enactment of this act or submitted within 90 days thereafter under the lease by application program administered by the Bureau of Land Management pursuant to Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 181 et sec, for which any required environmental review is commenced or the Director of the Bureau of Land Management determines can commence within 90 days after receiving the application. B, coal leasing activities. Not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Interior, 1, shall, A, with respect to each qualified application, 1, if not previously published for public comment, publish any required environmental review. 2, establish the fair market value of the applicable coal tract. 3, hold a lease sale with respect to the applicable coal tract. 4, identify the highest bidder or at above the fair market value and take all other intermediate actions necessary to identify the winning bidder and grant the qualified application. And 2, may, A, with respect to a previously issued coal lease, grant any additional approvals of the Department of the Interior required for mining activities to commence. And B, after completing the actions required by Clause I through 4 of paragraph 1A, grant the qualified application and issue that applicable lease to the person that submitted the qualified application if that person submitted the winning bid in a lease sale held under Clause 3 of paragraph 1A. Section 50202, coal royalty. A, rate. Section 7A of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 207A is amended in the fourth sentence by striking 12.5% and inserting 12.5%, except such amounts shall not be more than 7% during the period that begins on the date of enactment of the act entitled An Act to Provide for Reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Con. Res. 14, 119th Congress, and ends September 30th, 2034. B, applicability to existing leases. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to a coal lease, 1, issued under Section 2 of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 201 before, on, or after the date of enactment of this act, and 2, that has not been terminated. C, advanced royalties. With respect to a lease issued under Section 2 of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 201, for which the leasee has paid advanced royalties under Section 7B of that act, 30 U.S.C. 207B, the Secretary of the Interior shall provide to the leasee a credit for the difference between the amount paid by the leasee and advanced royalties for the lease before the date of the enactment of this act and the amount the leasee would have to be repaid if the amendment made by subsection A had been made before the leasee paid advanced royalties for the lease. Section 50203, leases for known recoverable coal resources. Notwithstanding Section 2A3A of the Mineral Leasing Act 30 U.S.C. 201A3A and Section 202A of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1712A, not later than 90 days after the date of enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Interior shall make available for lease known recoverable coal resources of not less than 4 million additional acres on federal land located in the 48 contiguous states in Alaska, subject to the jurisdiction of the Secretary, but which shall not include any federal land within 1, a national monument, 2, a national recreation area, 3, a component of the National Wilderness Preservation System, 4, a component of the National Wild and Scenic River System, 5, a component of the National Trail System, 6, a National Conservation Area, 7, a unit of the National Wildlife Refuge System, 8, a unit of the National Fish Hatchery System, or 9, a unit of the National Park System. Section 50204, authorization to mine federal coal. Authorization in order to provide access to coal reserves in adjacent state or private land that without an authorization could not be mined economically. Federal coal reserves located in federal land subject to a mining plan previously approved by the Secretary of the Interior as of the date of enactment of this act and adjacent to coal reserves in adjacent state or private land are authorized to be mined. B, requirement. Not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Interior shall, without substantial modification, take such steps as are necessary to authorize the mining of federal land described in subsection A. C, NEPA. Nothing in this section shall prevent a review under the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, 42 U.S.C. 4321 et sec. Subtitle C, lands. Section 50302, timber sales and long-term contracting for the Forest Service and the Bureau of Land Management. A, Forest Service. Definitions in this subsection. A, forest plan. A term forest plan means a land and resource management plan prepared by the Secretary for a unit of the National Forest System pursuant to Section 6 of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1604. B, National Forest System. 1, in general, the term national forest system means land of the National Forest System as defined in Section 11A of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1609A, administered by the Secretary. 2, exclusions. The term National Forest System does not include any forest reserve not created from the public domain. C, Secretary. The term Secretary means the Secretary of Agriculture acting through the Chief of the Forest Service. 2, timber sales on public domain forest reserves. A, in general, for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2034, the Secretary shall sell timber annually on National Forest System land in a total quantity that is not less than 250 million board feet greater than the quantity of board feet sold in the previous fiscal year. B, limitation. The timber sales under subparagraph A shall be subject to the maximum allowable sale quality of timber and projected timber sale quality under the applicable forest plan in effect on the date of enactment of this act. 3, long-term contracting for the Forest Service. A, long-term contracting. For the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2034, the Secretary shall enter into not fewer than 40 long-term timber sale contracts with private persons or other public-private entities under subsection A of Section 14 of the National Forest Management Act of 1976, 16 U.S.C. 472A, for the sale of national forest materials as defined in subsection E1 of that section in the National Forest System. B, contract length. The period of a timber sale contract entered into meet the requirement under subparagraph A shall be not less than 20 years, with options for extensions or renewals as determined by the Secretary. C, receipts. Any monies derived from the timber sale contract entered into meet the requirements under subparagraphs A and B shall be deposited in the general fund of the Treasury. B, Bureau of Land Management. 1, definitions in this subsection. A, public lands. The term public lands has the meaning given term in Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702. B, resource management plan. The term resource management plan means a land use plan prepared for public lands under Section 202 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1712. C, Secretary. The term Secretary means the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Director of the Bureau of Land Management. 2, timber sales on public land. A, in general, for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2034, the Secretary shall sell timber annually on public lands in a total quantity that is not less than 20 million board feet greater than the quantity of board feet sold in the previous year. B, limitation. The timber sales under subparagraph A shall be subject to the applicable resource management plan in effect on a date of enactment of this act. 3, long-term contracting for the Bureau of Land Management. A, long-term contracting. For the period of fiscal years 2025 through 2034, the Secretary shall enter into not fewer than 5 long-term contracts with private persons or other public or private entities under Section 1 of the Act of July 31st, 1947, commonly known as the Materials Act of 1947, 61 Stat 681, Chapter 406, 30 U.S.C. 601, for the disposal of vegetative materials described in that section on public lands. B, contract length. The period of a contract entered into to meet the requirement under subparagraph A shall be not less than 20 years, with options for extensions or renewals as determined by the Secretary. C, receipts. Any monies derived from a contract entered into to meet the requirements under subparagraphs A and B shall be deposited in the general fund of the Treasury. Section 50303, renewable energy fees on federal land. A, definitions in this section. 1, annual adjustment factor. The term annual adjustment factor means 3%. 2, encumbrance factor. The term encumbrance factor means A, 100% for a solar energy generation facility, and B, an amount determined by the Secretary but not less than 10% for a wind energy generation facility. 3, National Forest System. A, in general, the term National Forest System means land of the National Forest System as defined in Section 11A of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1609A, administered by the Secretary of Agriculture. B, exclusion. The term National Forest System does not include any forest reserve not created from the public domain. 4, per acre rate. The term per acre rate with respect to a right-of-way means the average of the per acre pasture land rental rates published in the cash rent survey by the National Agricultural Statistics Service for the state in which the right-of-way is located over the 5 calendar year period preceding the issuance or renewal of the right-of-way. 5, project. The term project means a system described in Section 2801.9A4 of Title 43, Code of Federal Regulations, as in effect on the date of enactment of this act. 6, public land. The term public land means A, public lands as defined in Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702, and B, National Forest System land. 7, renewable energy project. The term renewable energy project means a project located on public land that uses wind or solar energy to generate energy. 8, right-of-way. The term right-of-way has the meaning given the term Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act, 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702. 9, secretary. The term secretary means A, Secretary of the Interior with respect to land controlled or administered by the Secretary of the Interior, and B, the Secretary of Agriculture with respect to National Forest System land. B, acreage rent for wind and solar rights-of-way. 1, in general, pursuant to Section 504G of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1764G, the Secretary shall, subject to paragraph 3 and not later than January 1 of each calendar year, collect from the holder of a right-of-way for a renewable energy project an acreage rent in an amount determined by the equation described in paragraph 2. 2, calculation of acreage rent rate. A, equation. The amount of acreage rent collected under paragraph 1 shall be determined using the following equation. Acreage rent equals A times B times 1 plus C D squared. B, definitions. For purposes of the equation described in subparagraph A, 1, the letter A means per acre rate. 2, the letter B means the encumbrance factor. 3, the letter C means the annual adjustment factor. 4, the letter D means the year and the term of right-of-way. 3, payment until production. The holder of a right-of-way for renewable energy projects shall pay an acreage rent collected under paragraph 1 until the date of which energy generation begins. C, capacity fees. In general, the Secretary shall, subject to paragraph 3, annually collect a capacity fee from the holder of a right-of-way for a renewable energy project based on the amount described in paragraph 2. 2, calculation of capacity fee. The amount of a capacity fee collected under paragraph 1 shall be equal to the greater of A, an amount equal to the acreage rent described in subsection B, and B, 3.9% of the gross proceeds from the sale of electricity produced by the renewable energy project. 3, multiple use reduction factor. A, application. The holder of a right-of-way for a wind energy generation project may request that the Secretary apply a multiple use reduction factor of 10% to the amount of a capacity fee determined under paragraph 2 by submitting to the Secretary an application at such time in such manner and containing such information as the Secretary may require. B, approval. The Secretary may approve an application submitted under subparagraph A only if not less than 25% of the land within the area of the right-of-way is authorized for use, occupancy, or development with respect to an activity other than the generation of wind energy for the entirety of the year in which the capacity fee is collected. C, late determination. 1, in general, if the Secretary approves an application under subparagraph B for a wind energy generation project after the date on which the holder of the right-of-way for the project begins paying a capacity fee, the Secretary shall apply the multiple use reduction factor described in subparagraph A to the capacity fee for the first year beginning after the date of approval and each year thereafter for the period during which the right-of-way remains in effect. 2, refund. Secretary may not refund the holder of a right-of-way for the difference in the amount of a capacity fee paid in a previous year. D, late payment fee termination. 1, in general, the Secretary may charge the holder of a right-of-way for a renewable energy project a late payment fee if the Secretary does not receive payment for the acreage rent under subsection B or the capacity fee under subsection C by the date that is 15 days after the date on which the payment was due. 2, termination of right-of-way. The Secretary may terminate a right-of-way for a renewable energy project if the Secretary does not receive payment for the acreage rent under subsection B of the capacity fee under subsection C by the date that is 90 days after the date on which payment was due. Section 50304, renewable energy revenue sharing. A, definitions. In this section, 1, county. The term county includes a parish, township, borough, and other similar independent unit of local government. 2, covered land. The term covered land means that land that is A, public land administered by the Secretary, and B, not excluded from the development of solar or wind energy under 1, a land use plan, or 2, other federal law. 3, national forest system. In general, the term national forest system means the land of the National Forest System as defined in Section 11A of the Forest and Rangeland Renewable Resources Planning Act of 1974, 16 U.S.C. 1609A, administered by the Secretary of Agriculture. B, exclusion. The term national forest system does not include any forest reserve not created from the public domain. 4, public land. The term public land means A, public lands as defined in Section 103 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976, 43 U.S.C. 1702, and B, national forest system land. 5, renewable energy project. The term renewable energy project means a system described in Section 2801.9A4 of Title 43 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of enactment of this act, located on covered land that uses wind or solar energy to generate energy. 6, Secretary. The term Secretary means A, the Secretary of the Interior with respect to land controlled or administered by the Secretary of the Interior, and B, the Secretary of Agriculture with respect to the National Forest System land. B, disposition of revenue. 1, disposition of revenues. Beginning on January 1, 2026, the amounts collected from a renewable energy project as bonus bids, rentals, fees, or other payments under a right-of-way permit, lease, or other authorization shall, A, be deposited in the general fund of the Treasury, and B, without further appropriation for fiscal year limitation, has allocated as follows. 1, 25% shall be paid from amounts in the general fund of the Treasury to the state within the boundaries of which the revenue is derived. 2, 25% shall be paid from amounts in the general fund of the Treasury to each county and a state within the boundaries of which the revenue is derived, to be allocated among each applicable county based on the percentage of county land from which the revenue is derived. 2, payments to states and counties. A, in general, amounts paid to states and counties under paragraph 1 shall be used in accordance with the requirements of Section 35 of the Mineral Leasing Act, 30 U.S.C. 191. B, payments in lieu of taxes. A payment to a county under paragraph 1 shall be in addition to a payment in lieu of taxes received by the county under Chapter 69 of Title 31 United States Code. C, timing. The amounts required to be paid under paragraph 1B for an applicable fiscal year shall be made available for the fiscal year that immediately follows fiscal year for which the amounts were collected. Section 50305, rescission of National Park Service and Bureau of Land Management funds.
And here's
There are
our
rescinded the unobligated balances of amounts made available by the following sections of Public Law 117-169, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, 136 Statute 1818. 1, Section 50221, 136 Statute 2052. 2, Section 5022, 136 Statute 2052. 3, Section 50223, 136 Statute 2052. Section 50306, celebrating America's 250th anniversary. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of the Interior, acting through the Director of the National Park Service, for fiscal year 2025, out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $150 million for events, celebrations, and activities surrounding the observance and commemoration of the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States to remain available through fiscal year 2028. Subtitle D, Energy. Section 50401, Strategic Petroleum Reserve. A, Energy Policy and Conservation Act definitions. In this section, the terms related facility, storage facility, and strategic petroleum reserve have the meanings given those terms in Section 152 of the Energy Policy and Conservation Act, 42 U.S.C. 6232. B, appropriations. In addition to the amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Energy for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029. $218 million for maintenance of, including repairs to storage facilities and related facilities of Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and to $171 million to acquire by purchase petroleum products for storage in the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. C, repeal of Strategic Petroleum Reserve drawdown and sale mandate. Section 200003 of Public Law 115-97, 42 U.S.C. 6241, note, is repealed. Section 50402, repeals, rescissions. A, repeal and rescission. Section 50142 of Public Law 117-169, 163, Statute 2044, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022, is repealed, and the unobligated balance of amounts made available under that section as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this act is rescinded. B, rescissions. 1, in general, the unobligated balances of amounts made available under the sections described in paragraph 2 are rescinded. 2, sections described. The sections referred to in paragraph 1 are the following sections of Public Law 117-179, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. A, Section 50123, 42 U.S.C. 1879B5. B, Section 50141, 136, Statute 2042. C, Section 50144, 136, Statute 2044. D, Section 50145, 136, Stat 2045. E, Section 50151, 42 U.S.C. 18715. 5, F, Section 50152, 42 U.S.C. 18715A. G, Section 50153, 42 U.S.C. 18715B. H, Section 50161, 42 U.S.C. 17113B. Section 50403, Energy Dominance Financing. A, in general, Section 1706 of the Energy Policy Act of 2005, 42 U.S.C. 16517, is amended, 1, in subsection A in paragraph 1 by striking "or" at the end, B, in paragraph 2 by striking "avoid," and all that follows through the period at the end, and insert increased capacity or output, or, and C, by adding at the end the following: 3, support or enable the provision of known or forecastable electric supply at time intervals necessary to maintain or enhance grid reliability or other system adequacy needs. 2, by striking subsection C. 3, by redesignating subsections D through F as subsections C through E respectively. 4, in subsection C, as so redesignated, A, in paragraph 1 by adding "and" at the end, B, by striking paragraph 2, and C, by redesignating paragraph 3 as paragraph 2. 5, in subsection E, as so redesignated, by striking "for" in the matter preceding paragraph 1, and all that follows through the period at the end of the paragraph 2, and inserting "for enabling the identification, leasing, development, production, processing, transportation, transmission, refining, and generation needed for energy and critical minerals," and 6, by adding at the end of the following: F, funding. I, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary for fiscal years 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $1 trillion to remain available through September 30, 2028 to carry out activities under the section. 2, administrative costs. Of the amount made available under paragraph 1, the Secretary shall not use more than 3% for administrative expenses. B, commitment authority. Section 50144B of Public Law 117-169, commonly known as the Inflation Reduction Act of 2022. 136 Stat 2045 is amended by striking 2026 and inserting 2028. Section 50404, Transformational Artificial Intelligence Models. A, definitions. In this section: 1, American Science Cloud. The term American Science Cloud means a system of United States government, academic, and private sector programs and infrastructures utilizing cloud computing technologies to facilitate and support scientific research, data sharing, and computational analysis across various disciplines while ensuring compliance with applicable legal, regulatory, and privacy standards. 2, artificial intelligence. The term artificial intelligence has the meaning given term in Section 5002 of the National Artificial Intelligence Initiative Act of 2020, 15 U.S.C. 9401. B, transformational models. The Secretary of Energy shall: 1, mobilize national laboratories to partner with industry sectors within the United States to curate the scientific data of the Department of Energy across the national laboratory complex so that the data is structured, cleaned, and pre-processed in a way that makes it suitable for use in artificial intelligence and machine learning models. And 2, initiate seed efforts for self-improving artificial intelligence models for science and engineering powered by the data described in paragraph 1. C, uses. Microelectronics. The curated data described in subsection B1 may be used to rapidly develop next-generation microelectronics that have greater capabilities beyond Moore's law while requiring lower energy consumption. 2, new energy technologies. The artificial intelligence models developed under subsection B2 shall be provided to the scientific community through the American Science Cloud to accelerate innovation in discovery, science, and engineering for new energy technologies. D, appropriations. There is appropriated out of any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $150 million to remain available through September 30th, 2026 to carry out this section. Subtitle E, water. Section 50501, water conveyance and surface water storage enhancement. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Commissioner of Reclamation for fiscal year 2025 on any funds in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $1 billion to remain available through September 30th, 2034 for construction and associated activities that restore or increase the capacity or use of existing conveyance facilities constructed by the Bureau of Reclamation, or for construction and associated activities that increase the capacity of existing Bureau of Reclamation surface water storage facilities in a manner as determined by the Secretary of the Interior acting through the Commissioner of Reclamation, provided that for the purposes of Section 203 of the Reclamation Reform Act of 1982, 43 U.S.C. 390cc, or Section 3404A of the Reclamation Projects Authorization and Adjustment Act of 1992, Public Law 102-575, 106 Stat 4708, a contract or agreement entered into pursuant to this section shall not be treated as a new or amended contract, provided further that none of the funds provided under this section shall be reimbursable or subject to matching or cost-sharing requirements. Title VI, Committee on Environment and Public Works, Section 60001, rescission of funding for clean heavy-duty vehicles. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 132 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7432, are rescinded. Section 60002, repeal of Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. Section 134 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7434, is repealed, and the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out that section as in effect on the day before the date of enactment of this act are rescinded. Section 60003, rescission of funding for diesel emissions reductions. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60104 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2067 are rescinded. Section 60004, rescission of funding to address air pollution. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60105 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2067 are rescinded. Section 60005, rescission of funding to address air pollution at schools. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60106 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2069 are rescinded. Section 60006, rescission of funding for the Low Emissions Electricity Program. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 135 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7435 are rescinded. Section 6007, rescission of funding for Section 2110 of the Clean Air Act. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60108 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2070 are rescinded. Section 60008, rescission of funding for implementation of the American Innovation and Manufacturing Act. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60109 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2071 are rescinded.
Section 60009, rescission of funding for enforcement technology and public information. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60110 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2071 are rescinded. Section 60010, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas corporate reporting. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out 60111 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2072 are rescinded. Section 60011, rescission of funding for environmental product declaration assistance. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60112 of Public Law 117-169, 42 U.S.C. 4321, Note 136.2072 are rescinded. Section 60012, rescission of funding for methane emissions and waste reduction incentive program for petroleum and natural gas systems. A, rescission. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out subsections A and B of Section 136 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7436 are rescinded. B, period. Section 136G of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7436G is amended by striking calendar year 2024 and inserting calendar year 2034. Section 60013, rescission of funding for greenhouse gas air pollution plans and implementation grants. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 137 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7437 are rescinded. Section 60014, rescission of funding for Environmental Protection Agency efficient, accurate, and timely reviews. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60115 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2077 are rescinded. Section 60015, rescission of funding for low embodied carbon labeling for construction materials. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60116 of Public Law 117-169, 42 U.S.C. 432, Note 136.2077 are rescinded. Section 60016, rescission of funding for environmental and climate justice block grants. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 138 of the Clean Air Act, 42 U.S.C. 7438 are rescinded. Section 60017, rescission of funding for ESA recovery plans. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60301 of Public Law 117-169, 136.2079 are rescinded. Section 60018, rescission of funding for environmental and climate data collection, the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out 60401 of Public Law 117-169-136, Stat 2079 are rescinded. Section 60019, rescission of neighborhood access and equity grant program, the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 177 of Title 23 United States Code are rescinded. Section 60020, rescission of funding for federal building assistance, the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60502 of Public Law 117-169-136, Stat 2083 are rescinded. Section 60021, rescission of funding for low-carbon materials for federal buildings. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 60503 of Public Law 117-169-136, Stat 2083 are rescinded. Section 60022, rescission of funding for GSA Emerging and Sustainable Technologies. The unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out 60504 of Public Law 117-169-136, Stat 2083 are rescinded. Section 60023, rescission of environmental review implementation funds, the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 178 of Title 23 United States Code are rescinded. Section 60024, rescission of low-carbon transportation material grants, the unobligated balances of amounts made available to carry out Section 179 of Title 23 United States Code are rescinded. Section 60025, John F. Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. In general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated for fiscal year 2025 out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, $256,657,000 to remain available until September 30th, 2029 for necessary expenses for capital repair, restoration, maintenance, backlog, and security structures of the building site and site of the John F. Kennedy Center for Performing Arts. B, administrative costs. Of the amounts made available under subsection A, not more than 3% may be used for administrative costs necessary to carry out this section. Section 60026, project sponsor, opt-in fees for environmental reviews. Title I of the National Environmental Policy Act of 1969, 42 U.S.C. 4331 at sequence is amended by adding the end the following. Section 112, project sponsor opt-in fees for environmental reviews. A, process. 1, project sponsor. A project sponsor that intends to pay a fee under the section for the preparation or supervision of the preparation of an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement for a project shall submit to the council A, a description of the project, and B, a declaration of whether the project sponsor intends to prepare the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement under Section 7F. 2, Council of Environmental Quality. Note, not later than 15 days after the date on which the council receives information described in paragraph 1 from a project sponsor, the council shall provide to the project sponsor notice of the amount of the fee to be paid under this section as determined under subsection B. 3, payment of fee. A project sponsor may pay a fee under this section after the receipt of the notice described in paragraph 2. 4, deadline for environmental reviews for which a fee is paid. Notwithstanding Section 107G1A, an environmental assessment for which a fee is paid under the section shall be completed not later than 180 days after the date on which the fee is paid. And B, an environmental impact statement for which a fee is paid under the section shall be completed not later than 1 year after the date of publication of the notice of the intent to prepare the environmental impact statement. B, fee amount. The amount of a fee under the section shall be 1, 125% of the anticipated cost to prepare the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. And 2, in the case of an environmental assessment or environmental impact statement to be prepared in whole or in part by a project sponsor under Section 107F, 125% of the anticipated cost to supervise preparation of and, as applicable, prepare the environmental assessment or environmental impact statement. Title 7, Finance, Subtitle A, Tax, Section 70001, references to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, etc. A, references. Except as otherwise expressly provided whenever in this title an amendment or repeal is expressed in terms of an amendment to or repeal of a section or other provision, the reference shall be considered to be made to a section or other provision of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. B, certain rules regarding effect of rate changes not applicable. Section 15 of the International Revenue Code of 1986 shall not apply to any change in rate of tax by reason of any provision of or amendment made by this title. Chapter 1, providing permanent tax relief for middle-class families and workers. Section 70101, extension and enhancement of reduced rates. A, in general, Section 1J is amended. 1, in paragraph 1 by striking and before January 1, 2026, and 2, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, inflation adjustment. Section 1J3BI is amended by inserting solely for the purpose is of determining the dollar amounts at which any rate bracket higher than 12% ends and at which any rate bracket higher than 22% begins before subsection F3. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall be applied to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70102, extension and enhancement of increased standard reduction. A, in general, Section 63C7 is amended 1, by striking and before January 1st, 2026 in the matter preceding subparagraph A, and 2, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading inserting beginning after 2017. B, additional increase in standard deduction. Paragraph 7 of Section 63C is amended 1, by striking $18,000 both places it appears in subparagraphs AI and BII and inserting $23,625. 2, by striking $12,000 both places it appears in subparagraphs AII and BII and inserting $15,750. 3, by striking 2018 in subparagraph BII and inserting 2025. And 4, by striking 2017 in subparagraph BII and inserting 2024. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70103, termination of deduction for personal exemptions other than temporary senior deduction. A, in general, Section 151D5 is amended 1, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. 2, by striking and before January 1st, 2026. And 3, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, deductions for seniors. I, in general, in the case of a taxable year beginning before January 1st, 2029, there shall be allowed a deduction in an amount equal to $6,000 for each qualified individual with respect to the taxpayer. I, qualified individual, for purposes of Clause I, the term qualified individual means I, the taxpayer, if the taxpayer has attained age 65 before the close of the taxable year, and I, in the case of a joint return, the taxpayer's spouse, if such spouse has attained age 65 before the close of the taxable year. I, limitation based on modified adjusted gross income. I, in general, in the case of any taxpayer for any taxable year, the $6,000 amount in Clause I shall be reduced, but not below zero, by 6% of so much of that taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income as exceeds $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. I, modified adjustment gross income. For the purpose of this clause, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under sections 911, 931, or 933. 4, Social Security number required. 1, in general clause, I shall not apply with respect to a qualified individual unless the taxpayer includes such qualified individual Social Security number on the return of tax for the taxable year. 2, Social Security number. For the purpose is of subclause 1, the term Social Security number has the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. 5, married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within this meaning of Section 7703, this subparagraph shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. B, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2 is amended by striking and at the end of subparagraph U, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph V and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph V the following new subparagraph W. An omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 151D5C relating to deduction for seniors. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70104, extension and enhancement of increased child tax credit. A, extension and increase of expanded child tax credit. Section 24H is amended 1, in paragraph 1 by striking and before January 1st, 2026. 2, in paragraph 2 by striking $2,000 and inserting $2,200, and 3, by striking 2018 through 2025 and in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, Social Security number required. Section 24H7 is amended to read as follows. 7, Social Security number required. A, in general, no credit shall be allowed under the section to a taxpayer with respect to any qualifying child unless the taxpayer includes on the return of the tax for the taxable year. 1, the taxpayer's social security number, or in the case of a joint return, the social security number of at least one spouse, and 2, the social security number of such qualifying child. B, social security number. For the purposes of this paragraph, the term social security number means any social security number issued to an individual by the Social Security Administration, but only if the social security number is issued, 1, to a citizen of the United States or pursuant to subclause I, or that portion of subclause III that relates to subclause I of Section 205C2BI of the Social Security Act, and 2, before the due date for such return. C, inflation adjustments. In general, Section 24I is amended to read as follows. I, inflation adjustments. 1, maximum amount of refundable credit. In the case of a taxable year beginning after 2024, the $1,400 amount in subsection H5 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year began, determined by substituting 2017 for 2016 in subparagraph A, II thereof. 2, special rule for adjustment of credit amount. In the case of a taxable year beginning after 2025, the $2,200 amount in subsection H2 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting 2024 for 2016 in subparagraph A, II thereof. 3, rounding. If any increase under the subsection is not a multiple of $100, such increase shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $100. D, conforming amendment. Section 24H5 is amended to read as follows. 5, maximum amount of refundable credit. The amount determined under subsection D1A with respect to any qualifying child shall not exceed $1,400, and such subsection shall appear without regard to paragraph 4 of this subsection. E, omission of correct social security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2I is amended by striking section 24E and inserting section 24F. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70105, extension and enhancement of deduction for qualified business income. A, increase in taxable income limitation phase-in amounts. 1, in general. Subparagraph B of section 199AB3 is amended by striking $50,000, $100,000 in case of a joint return. Each place it appears and inserting $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. 2, conforming amendment. Paragraph 3 of section 199AD is amended by striking $50,000, $100,000 in the case of a joint return. Each place it appears and inserting $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. B, minimum deduction for active qualified business income. 1, in general. Subsection I of section 199A is amended to read as follows. I, minimum deduction for active qualified business income. 1, in general. In the case of an applicable taxpayer for any taxable year, the deduction allowed under subsection A for the taxable year shall be equal to the greater of A, the amount of such deduction determined without regard to the subsection, or B, $400. 2, applicable taxpayer. For the purpose of this subsection A, in general, the term applicable taxpayer means with respect to any taxable year, a taxpayer whose aggregate qualified business income with respect to all active qualified trades or businesses of the taxpayer for such taxable years at least $1,000. B, active qualified trade or business. The active qualified trade or business means with respect to any taxpayer for any taxable year, any qualified trade or business of the taxpayer in which the taxpayer materially participates within the meaning of section 469H. 3, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $400 amount in paragraph 1B and the $1,000 amount in paragraph 2A shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A, II thereof. If any increase under this paragraph is not a multiple of 5, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $5. 2, conforming amendment. Section 199AA is amended by inserting except as provided in subsection I before it there. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70106, extension and enhancement of increased estate and gift tax exemption amounts. A, in general. Subsection 2010C3 is amended 1, in subparagraph A by striking $5 million and inserting $15 million. 2, in subparagraph B, A, in the matter preceding clause I by striking 2011 and inserting 2026, and B in clause II by striking calendar year 2010 and inserting calendar year 2025, and 3 by striking subparagraph C. B, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to estates of decedents dying and gifts made after December 31st, 2025. Section 70107, extension of increased alternative minimum tax exemption amounts and modification of phase-out thresholds. A, in general, Section 55D4 is amended 1 in subparagraph A by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking and before 2026 in the heading. B, modification of inflation adjustment. Section 55D4B is amended 1 by striking 2018 and inserting 2018-2026 in the case of $1 million, amount in subparagraph AIII, and 2 by striking determined by substituting calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph AII thereof, and inserting determined by substituting for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph AII thereof. 1, calendar year 2017 in the case of $109,400 amount in subparagraph AII, and the $70,300 amount in subparagraph AIII, and 2, calendar year 2025 in the case of $1 million amount in subparagraph AIII. C, modification of phase-out amount. Section 55D4AII is amended by striking and at the end of subclause II and by adding at the end of the following new subclause. 4, by substituting 50% for 25%, and D, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70108, extension and modification of limitation on deduction for qualified resident interest. A, in general, Section 163H3F is amended 1 in clause I, A, by striking and before January 1st, 2026. B, by redesignated subclauses 3 and 4 as subclauses 4 and 5 respectively. C, by striking out subclauses 3 and subclause 5 as so redesignated and inserting subclause 4. And D, by inserting after subclause 2 the following new subclause 3, mortgage insurance premiums treated as interest. Clause 4 of subparagraph E shall not apply. 2, by striking clauses 2 and redesignated clauses 3 and 4 as clauses 2 and 3 respectively, and 3, by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, effective date. The amendment made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70109, extension and modification of limitation on casualty loss deduction. In general, Section 165H5 is amended 1 in subparagraph A by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, extension to state declared disasters. 1 in general, subparagraph A of Section 165H5 is amended by subsection A is further amended by striking I5 and inserting I5 or a state declared disaster. 2, exception related to personal casualty gains. Clause I of Section 165H5B is amended by striking as so defined and inserting as so defined or a state declared disaster. 3, state declared disaster. Paragraph 5 of Section 165H is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, state declared disaster for the purpose is of this paragraph. 1, in general, the term state declared disaster means with respect to any state, any natural catastrophe, including any hurricane, tornado, storm, high water, wind-driven water, tidal wave, tsunami, earthquake, volcanic eruption, landslide, mudslide, snowstorm, or drought, or regardless of case, any fire, flood, or explosion in any part of the state, which in the determination of the governor of such state or mayor in the case of the District of Columbia and the secretary causes damage of sufficient severity and magnitude to warrant the application of the rules of this section. 2, state. The term state includes the District of Columbia, the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico, the Virgin Islands, Guam, American Samoa, and the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. C, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. 70110, termination of miscellaneous itemized deductions other than educator expenses. A, in general, Section 67G is amended by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2, by striking 2018 through 2025, the heading inserting beginning after 2017. B, deduction for educator expenses. 1, in general, Section 67B is amended by striking and at the end of paragraph 11, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 12, and inserting and by adding the following new paragraph. 13, the deductions allowed by Section 162 for educator expenses as defined in subsection G. 2, inclusion of coaches and certain non-athletic instructional equipment. Section 67 is amended by redesignated subsection G as amended by the section as subsection H and by inserting after subsection F the following new section. G, educator expenses for the purpose of subsection B13. The term educator expenses means expenses of a type which would be described in section 62A2D if 1, such section were applied, A, without regard to dollar limitation, and B, without regard to other than non-athletic supplies for courses of instruction in health or physical education in Clause 2 thereof, and C, by substituting as part of instructional activity for in the classroom in Clause 2 thereof, and 2, Section 62D1A, where applied to inserting interscholastic sports administrator or coach after counselor. C, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70111, limitation on tax benefit of itemized deductions. A, in general, Section 68 is amended to read as follows. A, in general, in the case of an individual, the amount of the itemized deductions otherwise allowable for the taxable year determined without regard to this section shall be reduced by 2/37 of the lesser of 1. Such amount of itemized deductions, or 2, so much of the taxable income of the taxpayer for the taxable year determined without regard to the section increased by such amount of itemized deductions as exceeds the dollar amount at which the 37% tax bracket under Section 1 begins with respect to the taxpayer. B, coordination with other limitations. The section shall be applied after the application of any other limitation on allowance of any itemized deductions. B, limitation not applicable to determination of deduction for qualified business income. 1, in general, Section 199 AE1 is amended by inserting without regard to Section 68 and after shall be computed. 2, patrons of specified agricultural and horticultural cooperatives. Section 199 AG2B is amended by inserting Section 68 or after without regard to. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70112, extension and modification of qualified transportation fringe benefits. A, in general, Section 132F is amended 1 by striking subparagraph D of paragraph 1, 2 and paragraph 2 by inserting and at the end of subparagraph A by striking and at the end of subparagraph B and inserting a period, and by striking subparagraph C. 3, by striking other than a qualified bicycle commuting reimbursement in paragraph 4, 4 by striking subparagraph F of paragraph 5, and 5 by striking paragraph 8. B, inflation adjustment. Clause 2 of Section 132F6A is amended by striking 1998 and Clause 2 and inserting 1997. C, coordination with disallowance of certain expenses. Subsection 1 of Section 274 is amended. 1, by striking benefits and all that follows through no deduction and inserting benefits, no deduction, and 2 by striking paragraph 2. D, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70113, extension and modification of limitation on deduction and exclusion for moving expenses. A, extension of limitation on deduction. Section 217K is amended 1 by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. B, allowance of deduction for members of the intelligence community. Section 217K, as amended by subsection A, is further amended 1 by striking 2017, except in the case, and inserting 2017, 1 in general, except in the case, and 2 by adding at the end of the following new paragraph, 2 members of the intelligence community, and employee or new appointee of the intelligence community as defined in Section 3 of the National Security Act of 1947, 50 U.S.C. 3003, other than a member of the Armed Forces of the United States who moves pursuant to a change in assignment which requires relocation shall be treated for the purposes of this section in the same manner as an individual to whom subsection G applies. C, extension of limitation on exclusion. Section 132G2 is amended 1 by striking and before January 1st, 2026, and 2 by striking 2018 through 2025 in the heading and inserting beginning after 2017. D, allowance of exclusion for members of the intelligence community. 132G2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by inserting or an employee or new appointee of the intelligence community as defined in Section 3 of the National Security Act of 1947, 50 U.S.C. 3003, other than a member of the Armed Forces of the United States who moves pursuant to a change in assignment that requires relocation after change of station. E, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70114, extension and modification of limitation on wagering losses. A, in general, Section 165 is amended by striking subsection D and inserting following. D, wagering losses. 1, in general, for purpose of losses from wagering transactions, the amount allowed as a deduction for any taxable year A shall be equal to 90% of the amount of such losses during such taxable year, and B shall only be allowed to the extent of the gains from such transactions during such taxable year. 2, special rule. For the purpose is paragraph 1, the term losses from wagering transactions includes any deduction otherwise allowable under this chapter incurred in carrying on any wagering transaction. B, effective date. The amendments made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70115, extension and enhancement of increased limitation on contributions to ABLE accounts. A, in general, section 529AB2B is amended 1 in clause 1 by inserting determined by substituting 1996 for 1997 in paragraph 2B thereof after section 2503B, and 2 in clauses 2 by striking before January 1st, 2026. B, effective dates. 1 in general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection, the amendments made. The section shall apply to the contributions made after December 31st, 2025. 2, modified inflation adjustment. The amendment made by subsection A1 shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70116, extension and enhancement of savers credit allowed for ABLE contributions. A, extension 1 in general, section 25BD1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general, the term qualified retirement savings contributions means with respect to any taxable year, the sum of A, the amount of contributions made by the eligible individual during such taxable year to the ABLE account within the meaning of section 529A, of which such an individual is the designated beneficiary, and B, in the case of any taxable year beginning before January 1st, 2027. 1, the amount of the qualified retirement contributions as defined in section 219E made by the eligible individual. 2, the amount of 1, any elective deferrals as defined in section 402G3 of such individual, and 2, any elective deferral of compensation by such individual under an eligible deferred compensation plan as defined in section 457B of an eligible employer described in section 457E1A, and 3, the amount of voluntary employee contributions by such individual to any qualified retirement plan as defined in section 4974C, 2, coordination with Secure 2.0 Act of 2022 Amendment, paragraph 1 of section 103E of the Secure 2.0 Act of 2022 was repealed, and the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be applied and administered as though such paragraph were never enacted. 3, effective date. The amendments and repeal made by the subsection shall apply to taxable years ending after December 31st, 2025. B, increase of credit amount. 1, in general, section 25BA is amended by striking $2,000 and inserting $2,100. 2, effective date. The amendment made by the subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2026. Section 70117, extension of rollovers from qualified tuition programs to ABLE accounts permitted. A, in general, section 529C3C 13 is amended by striking before January 1st, 2026. B, effective date. The amendment made by the section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70118, extension of treatment of certain individuals performing services in the Sinai Peninsula and enhancement to include additional areas. Treatment made permanent. Section 11026A of Public Law 115-97 is amended by striking with respect to the applicable period. Kenya, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Chad included as hazardous duty areas. Section 11026B of Public Law 15-97 is amended to read as follows. B, qualified hazardous duty area. For purposes of the section, the term qualified hazardous duty area means each of the following locations, but only
during the period for which any member of the Armed Forces of the United States is entitled to special pay under Section 310 of Title 37, United States Code, relating to special pay, duty subject to hostile fire or imminent danger for services performed in such location. 1, the Sinai Peninsula of Egypt. 2, Kenya. 3, Mali. 4, Burkina Faso. 5, Chad. C, conforming amendment. Section 1126 of Public Law 115-97 is amended by striking subsections C and D. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall take effect on January 1st, 2026. Section 70119, extension and modification of exclusion from gross income of student loans discharged on account of death or disability. A, in general, Section 108F5 is amended to read as follows. 5, discharges on account of death or disability. A, in general, in the case of an individual, gross income does not include any amount which, but for this subsection, would be includable in gross income for such taxable year by reason of the discharge, in whole or in part, of any loan described in subparagraph B, if such a discharge was 1, pursuant to subsection A or D of Section 437 of the Higher Education Act of 1965, or the parallel benefit under Part D of Title IV of such act relating to the repayment of loan liability. 2, pursuant to Section 464C1F of such act, or 3, otherwise discharged on account of death or total and permanent disability of the student. B, loans discharged. A loan is described in this subparagraph if such loan is 1, a student loan as defined in paragraph 2, or 2, a private education loan as defined in Section 140A of the Consumer Credit Protection Act, 15 U.S.C. 1650A. C, Social Security number requirement. 1, in general, subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to any discharge during any taxable year unless the taxpayer includes the taxpayer's Social Security number on the return of tax for such taxable year. 2, Social Security number. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term Social Security number has the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. B, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by this Act, is further amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph 5, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph W, and inserting "and by inserting after subparagraph W the following new subparagraph. X, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 108F5C relating to discharges on account of death or disability. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to discharges after December 31st, 2025. Section 70120, limitation on individual deductions for certain state and local taxes, etc. A, in general, Section 164B6 is amended, 1, by striking "and before January 1, 2026, and 2, by striking $10,000, $5,000 in the case of a married individual filing a separate return, and inserting the applicable limitation amount, half the applicable limitation amount in the case of a married individual filing a separate return. B, applicable limitation amount. Section 164B is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 7, applicable limitation amount. A, in general, for purposes of paragraph 6, the term applicable limitation amount means 1, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2025, $40,000. 2, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2026, $40,400. 3, in the case of any taxable year beginning after calendar year 2026 and before 2030, 101% of the dollar amount in effect under this subparagraph for taxable years beginning in the preceding calendar year. And 4, in the case of any taxable year beginning after calendar year 2029, $10,000. B, phase down based on modified adjusted gross income. 1, in general, except as provided in Clause 3, in the case of any taxable year beginning before January 1st, 2030, the applicable limitation amount shall be reduced by 30% of the excess, if any, of the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income over the threshold amount, half the threshold amount in the case of a married individual filing a separate return. 2, threshold amount. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term threshold amount means 1, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2025, $500,000. 2, in the case of any taxable year beginning in calendar year 2026, $505,000. And 3, in the case of any taxable year beginning after calendar year 2026, 101% of the dollar amount in effect under this subparagraph for taxable years beginning in the preceding calendar year. 3, limitation on reduction. The reduction under Clause 1 shall not result in the applicable limitation amount being less than $10,000. 4, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the term modified adjusted gross income means adjusted gross income increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024. Chapter 2, delivering on presidential priorities to provide new middle-class tax relief. Section 70201, no tax on tips. A, deduction allowed. Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating Section 224 as Section 225 and by inserting after Section 223 the following new section. Section 224, qualified tips. A, In general, there shall be allowed as a deduction an amount equal to the qualified tips received during the taxable year that are included on statements furnished to the individual pursuant to Section 6041D3, 6041AE3, 6050WF2, or 6051A18, or reported by the taxpayer on Form 4137 or successor. B, limitation. 1. In general, the amount allowed as a deduction under this section for any taxable year shall not exceed $25,000. 2. Limitation based on adjusted gross income. A, in general, the amount allowable as a deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1 shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $100 for each $1,000 by which the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000, $300,000 in the case of a joint return. B, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. C, tips received in course of trade or business. In the case of qualified tips received by an individual during any taxable year in the course of trade or business, other than the trade or business of performing services as an employee of such individual, such qualified tips shall be taken into account under subsection A only to the extent that the gross income for the taxpayer for such trade or business for such taxable year, including such qualified tips, exceeds the sum of the deductions other than the deduction allowed under this section, allocable to the trade or business in which such qualified tips are received by the individual for such taxable year. D, qualified tips. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, the term qualified tips means cash tips received by an individual in an occupation which customarily and regularly received tips on or before December 31, 2024, as provided by the Secretary. 2, exclusions. Such term shall not include any amount received by an individual unless A, such amount is paid voluntarily without any consequence in the event of non-payment, is not the subject of negotiation, and is determined by the payer. B, the trade or business in the course of which the individual receives such amount is not a specified service, trade, or business as defined in Section 199AD2. And C, such other requirements as may be established by the Secretary and regulations or other guidance are satisfied. For purposes of subparagraph B, in the case of an individual receiving tips in the trade or business of performing services as an employee, such individual shall be treated as receiving tips in the course of a trade or business which is a specified service, trade, or business if the trade or business of the employer is a specified service, trade, or business. 3, cash tips. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term cash tips includes tips received from customers that are paid in cash or charged, and in the case of an employee, tips received under any tip-sharing arrangement. E, Social Security number required. 1, in general, no deduction shall be allowed under this section unless the taxpayer includes on the return of tax for the taxable year such individual's Social Security number. 2, Social Security number defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. F, married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within the meaning of Section 7703, this section shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. G, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to prevent reclassification of income as qualified tips, including regulations or other guidance to prevent abuse of the deduction allowed by this section. H, termination. No deduction shall be allowed under this section for any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2028. B, deduction allowed to non-itemizers. Section 63B is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 3, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 4 and inserting and by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 5, the deduction provided in Section 224. C, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph W, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph X, and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph X the following new subparagraph. Y, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 224E relating to deduction for qualified tips. D, exclusion from qualified business income. Section 199AC4 is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph B, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph C, and inserting and by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. D, any amount with respect to which a deduction is allowable to the taxpayer under Section 224A for the taxable year. E, extension of tip credit to beauty service business. 1, in general, Section 45BB2 as amended is amended to read as follows. 2, application only to certain lines of business. In applying paragraph 1, there shall be taken into account only tips received from customers or clients in connection with the following services. A, the providing, delivering, or serving of food or beverages for consumption if the tipping of employees delivering or serving food or beverages by customers is customary. B, the providing of any of the following services to a customer or client if the tipping of employees providing such services is customary. 1, barbering and hair care. 2, nail care. 3, aesthetics. 4, body and spa treatments. 2, credit determined with respect to minimum wage in effect. Section 45BB1B is amended, A, by striking "as in effect on January 1, 2007," and B, by inserting "and in the case of food or beverage establishments, as in effect on January 1, 2007, after, without regard to Section 3M of such act." F, reporting requirements. 1, returns for payments made in the course of a trade or business. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6041A is amended by inserting "including a separate accounting of any such amounts reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips after such gains, profits, and income." B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6041D is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 1, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 2, and inserting "and by inserting after paragraph 2 the following new paragraph. 3, in the case of compensation to non-employees, the portion of payments that have been reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips. 2, returns for payments made for services and direct sales. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6041A is amended by inserting "including a separate accounting of any such amounts reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips after amount of such payments." B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6041AE is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 1, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 2 and inserting and by inserting after paragraph 2 the following new paragraph. 3, in the case of subsection A, the portion of payments that have been reasonably designated as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips. 3, returns relating to third-party settlement organizations. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6050WA is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 1, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 2, and inserting and by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 3, in the case of a third-party settlement organization, the portion of reportable payment transactions that have been reasonably designated by payers as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips. B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6050WF2 is amended by inserting "including a separate accounting of any such amounts that have been reasonably designated by payers as cash tips and the occupation described in Section 224D1 of the person receiving such tips after reportable payment transactions." 4, returns related to wages. Section 6051A is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 16, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 17, and inserting and by inserting after paragraph 17 the following new paragraph. 18, the total amount of cash tips reported by the employee under Section 6053A and the occupation described in Section 224D1, such person. G, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating the item relating to Section 224 as relating to Section 225, and by inserting after the item relating to Section 223 the following new item. Section 224, Qualified Tips. H, published list of occupations traditionally receiving tips. Not later than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall publish a list of occupations which customarily and regularly received tips on or before December 31, 2024 for purposes of Section 224D1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 as added by subsection A. 1. Withholding. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall modify the procedures prescribed under Section 3402A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025, to take into account the deduction allowed under Section 224 of such code as added by this act. J. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024. K. Transition rule. In the case of any cash tips required to be reported for periods before January 1, 2026, persons required to file returns or statements under Section 6041A, 6041D3, 6041AA, 6041AE3, 6050WA, or 6050WF2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended by this section, may approximate a separate accounting of amounts designated as cash tips by any reasonable method specified by the Secretary. Section 70202, no tax on overtime. A, deductions allowed. Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by redesignating Section 225 as Section 226 and by inserting after Section 224 the following new section. Section 225, Qualified Overtime Compensation. A, in general, there shall be allowed as a deduction an amount equal to the qualified overtime compensation received during the taxable year and included on statements furnished to the individual pursuant to Section 6041D4 or 6051A19. B, limitation. 1, in general, the amount allowed as a deduction under this section for any taxable year shall not exceed $12,500, $25,000 in the case of a joint return. 2, limitation based on adjusted gross income. A, in general, the amount allowable as a deduction under subsection A after application of paragraph 1 shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $100 for each $1,000 by which the taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income exceeds $150,000, $300,000 in the case of a joint return. B, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this paragraph, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. C, qualified overtime compensation. 1, in general, for purposes of this section, the term qualified overtime compensation means overtime compensation paid to an individual required under Section 7 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938 that is in excess of the regular rate as used in such section at which such individual is employed. 2, exclusions. Such term shall not include any qualified tip as defined in Section 224D. D, Social Security number required. 1, in general, no deduction shall be allowed under this section unless the taxpayer includes on the return of tax for the taxable year such individual's Social Security number. 2, Social Security number defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such term in Section 24H7. E, married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within the meaning of Section 7703, this section shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. F, regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent abuse of the deduction allowed by this section. G, termination. No deduction shall be allowed under this section for any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2028. B, deduction allowed to non-itemizers. Section 63B, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 4, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 5, and inserting "and by adding at the end a following new paragraph. 6, the deduction provided in Section 225. C, reporting. 1, requirement to include overtime compensation on W-2. Section 6051A, as amended by the preceding provision of this act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 17, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 18, and inserting "and by inserting after paragraph 18 the following new paragraph. 19, the total amount of qualified overtime compensation as defined in Section 225C. 2, payments to persons not treated as employees under tax laws. A, statement furnished to Secretary. Section 6041A, as amended by Section 70201E1A, is amended by inserting "and a separate accounting of any amount of qualified overtime compensation as defined in Section 225C after occupation of the person receiving such tips." B, statement furnished to payee. Section 6041D, as amended by Section 70201E1B, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 2, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 3, and inserting "and by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, the portion of payments that are qualified overtime compensation as defined in Section 225C. Omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph X, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph Y, and inserting "and by inserting after subparagraph Y the following new subparagraph. Z, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 225D relating to deduction for qualified overtime. E, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 7 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended by redesignating the item relating to Section 225 as an item relating to Section 226, and by inserting after the item relating to Section 224 the following new item. Section 225, qualified overtime compensation. F, withholding. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall modify the procedures prescribed under Section 3402A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025, to take into account the deduction allowed under Section 225 of such code as added by this act. G, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024. H, transition rule. In the case of qualified overtime compensation required to be reported for periods before January 1, 2026, persons required to file returns or statements under Section 6051A19, 6041A, or 6041D4 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended by this section, may approximate a separate accounting of amounts designated as qualified overtime compensation by any reasonable method specified by the Secretary. Section 70203, no tax on car loan interest. A, in general, Section 163H is amended by redesignating paragraph 4 as paragraph 5 and by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, special rules for taxable years 2025 through 2028 relating to qualified passenger vehicle loan interest. A, in general, in the case of taxable years beginning after December 31, 2024 and before January 1, 2029, for purposes of this subsection, the term personal interest shall not include qualified passenger vehicle loan interest. B, qualified passenger vehicle loan interest defined. 1, in general, for purposes of this paragraph, the term qualified passenger vehicle loan interest means any interest which is paid or accrued during the taxable year on indebtedness incurred by the taxpayer after December 31, 2024 for the purchase of and that is secured by a first lien on an applicable passenger vehicle for personal use. 2, exceptions. Such term shall not include any amount paid or incurred on any of the following. 1, a loan to finance fleet sales. 2, a loan incurred for the purchase of a commercial vehicle that is not used for personal purposes. 3, any lease financing. 4, a loan to finance the purchase of a vehicle with a salvage title. 5, a loan to finance the purchase of a vehicle intended to be used for scrap or parts. 3, VIN requirement. Interest shall not be treated as qualified passenger vehicle loan interest under this paragraph unless the taxpayer includes the vehicle identification number of the applicable passenger vehicle described in Clause 1 of the return of tax for the taxable year. C, limitations. 1, dollar amount. The amount of interest taken into account by a taxpayer under subparagraph B for any taxable year shall not exceed $10,000. 2, limitation based on modified adjusted gross income. 1, in general, the amount which is otherwise allowable as a deduction under subsection A is qualified passenger vehicle loan interest determined without regard to this clause and after the application of Clause 1 shall be reduced, but not below zero, by $200 for each $1,000 or portion thereof, by which the modified adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year exceeds $100,000, $200,000 in the case of a joint return. 2, modified adjusted gross income. For purposes of this clause, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under Section 911, 931, or 933. D, applicable passenger vehicle. The term applicable passenger vehicle means any vehicle, 1, the original use of which commences with the taxpayer, 2, which is manufactured primarily for use on public streets, roads, and highways, not including a vehicle operated exclusively on a rail or rails, 3, which has at least 2 wheels, 4, which is a car, minivan, sport utility vehicle, pickup truck, or motorcycle, 5, which is treated as a motorcycle for purposes of Title II of the Clean Air Act, and 6, which has a gross vehicle weight rating of less than 14,000 pounds. Such term shall not include any vehicle, the final assembly of which did not occur within the United States. E, other definitions and special rules. For purposes of this paragraph, 1, final assembly. For purposes of subparagraph D, the term final assembly means the process by which a manufacturer produces a vehicle at or through the use of a plant, factory, or other place from which the vehicle is delivered to a dealer with all component parts necessary for the mechanical operation of the vehicle included with the vehicle, whether or not the component parts are permanently installed in or on the vehicle. 2, treatment of refinancing. Indebtedness described in subparagraph B shall include indebtedness that results from refinancing any indebtedness described in such subparagraph and that is secured by a first lien on the applicable passenger vehicle with respect to which the refinanced indebtedness was incurred, but only to the extent the amount of such resulting indebtedness does not exceed the amount of such refinanced indebtedness. 3, related parties. Indebtedness described in subparagraph B shall not include any indebtedness owed to a person who is related within the meaning of Section 267B or 707B1 to the taxpayer. B, deduction allowed to non-itemizers. Section 63B, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking "and" at the end of paragraph 5, by striking the period at the end of paragraph 6, and inserting and by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 7, so much of the deduction allowed by Section 163A as is attributable to the exception under Section 163H4A. C, reporting. 1, in general, Subpart B of Part 3 of Subchapter A of Chapter 61 is amended by adding at the end the following new section.
Section 6050AA, returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. A, in general, any person, 1, who is engaged in a trade or business, and 2, who, in the course of such trade or business, receives from any individual interest aggregating $600 or more for any calendar year on a specified passenger vehicle loan, shall make the return described in subsection B with respect to each individual from whom such interest was received at such time as the Secretary may provide. B, form and manner of returns. A return is described in this subsection if such return 1 is in such form as the Secretary may prescribe, and 2, contains A, the name and address of the individual from whom the interest described in subsection A2 was received, B, the amount of such interest received for the calendar year, C, the amount of outstanding principal on the specified passenger vehicle loan as of the beginning of such calendar year, D, the date of the origination of such loan, E, the year, make, model, and vehicle identification number of the applicable passenger vehicle which secures such loan, or such other description of such vehicle as the Secretary may prescribe, and F, such other information as the Secretary may prescribe. C, statements to be furnished to individuals with respect to whom information is required. Every person required to make a return under subsection A shall furnish to each individual whose name is required to be set forth in such a return a written statement shown, 1, the name, address, and phone number of the information contact of the person required to make such return, and 2, the information described in some paragraphs B, C, D, and E of subsection B2 with respect to such individual, and such information as is described in subsection B2F with respect to such individual as the Secretary may provide for purposes of this subsection. The written statement required under the preceding sentence shall be furnished on or before January 31st of the year following the calendar year for which the return under subsection A was required to be made. D, definitions for purposes of this section 1 in general terms used in this section, which are also used in paragraph 4 of sections 163H, shall have the same meaning as when used in such paragraph. 2, specified passenger vehicle loan. The term specified passenger vehicle loan means the indebtedness described in section 163H4B with respect to any applicable passenger vehicle. E, regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent the duplicate reporting of information under this section. F, applicability. No return shall be required under this section for any period to which section 163H4 does not apply to. Penalties, section 6724D is amended, A, in paragraph 1B by striking or at the end of the clause XXVII, by striking and at the end of clause XXVIII, and inserting or and by adding at the end of the following new clause. 29, section 6050A, relating to returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals, and B, in paragraph 2 by striking or at the end of subparagraph KK, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph LL, and inserting or and by inserting after subparagraph LL the following new paragraph MM. Section 6050AAC, relating to statements relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. D, conforming amendments. 1, section 56E1B is amended by striking section 163H4 and inserting section 163H5. 2, the table of sections for subpart B of part 3 of chapter A of chapter 61 is amended by adding at the end of the following new item, section 6050AA, returns relating to applicable passenger vehicle loan interest received in trade or business from individuals. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to indebtedness incurred after December 31st, 2024. Section 70204, Trump Accounts and Contribution Pilot Program. A, Trump Accounts, 1 in general, subchapter F of Title 1 is amended by adding at the end the following new part, Part 9, Trump Accounts, Section 530A, Trump Accounts, Section 530A, Trump Accounts, A, General Rule, except as provided in the section or under regulations or guidance established by the Secretary, a Trump account shall be treated for purposes of this title in the same manner as an individual retirement account under Section 408A. B, Trump account for purposes of this section. 1, in general, the term Trump account means an individual retirement account is defined in Section 408A, which is not designated as a Roth IRA, and which meets the following requirements. A, the account, I, is created or organized by the Secretary for the exclusive benefit of an eligible individual or such eligible individual's beneficiaries, or 2, is 1, created or organized in the United States for the exclusive benefit of an individual who has not attained the age of 18 before the end of the calendar year or such individual's beneficiaries, and 2, funded by a qualified rollover contribution. B, the amount is designated in such manner as the Secretary shall prescribe at the time of the establishment of the account as a Trump account. C, the written governing instrument creating the account meets the following requirements. 1, no contribution will be accepted, 1, before the date that is 12 months after the date of the enactment of this section, or 2, in the case of a contribution made in any calendar year before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18, if such contribution would result in aggregate contributions other than exempt contributions for such calendar year in excess of the contribution limit specified in subsection C2A. 2, except as provided in subsection D, no distribution will be allowed before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 3, no part of the account funds will be invested in any asset other than an eligible investment during any period before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, eligible individual. The term eligible individual means any individual, A, who has not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the election under subparagraph C is made. B, for whom a Social Security number within the meaning of Section 24H7 has been issued before the date on which an election under subsection C is made. And C, for whom, 1, an election is made under the subparagraph by the Secretary if the Secretary determines, based on information available to the Secretary from tax returns or otherwise, that such individual meets the requirements of subparagraphs A and B, and no prior election has been made for such individual under Clause 2, or 2, an election is made under this subparagraph by a person other than the Secretary at such time in such a manner as the Secretary may prescribe for the establishment of the Trump account if no prior election has been made for such individual under Clause 1. 3, eligible investment. A, in general, the term eligible investment means any mutual fund or exchange-traded fund which, 1, tracks the returns of a qualified index, 2, does not use leverage, 3, does not have annual fees and expenses of more than 0.1% of the balance of the investment in the fund, and 4, meets such other criteria as the Secretary determines appropriate for purposes of the Section B qualified index. The term qualified index means 1, the Standard & Poor's 500 stock market index, or 2, any other index, 1, which is comprised of equity investments in United States companies, and 2, for which regulated futures contracts as defined in Section 1256G1 are traded on a qualified board or exchange as defined in Section 1256G7. Such terms shall not include any industry or sector-specific index, but may include an index based on market capitalization. 4, account beneficiary. The term account beneficiary means the individual on whose behalf the Trump account was established. C, treatment of contributions. 1, no deduction allowed. No deduction shall be allowed under Section 219 for any contribution which is made before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, contribution limit. In the case of any contribution made before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. A, in general, the aggregate amount of contributions other than exempt contributions for such calendar year shall not exceed $5,000. B, exempt contribution. For purposes of this paragraph, the term exempt contribution means 1, qualified rollover contribution, 2, any qualified general contribution, or 3, any contribution provided under Section 6434. C, cost of living adjustment. 1, in general, in the case of any calendar year after 2027, the $5,000 amount under subparagraph A shall be increased by an amount equal to 1, such dollar amount multiplied by 2, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year determined by substituting calendar year 2026 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. If any increase under this subparagraph is not a multiple of 100, such amount shall be rounded to the next lower multiple of 100. 3, timing of contributions. Section 219F3 shall not apply to any contribution made to a Trump account for any taxable year ending before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. D, distributions. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection, no distribution shall be allowed before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, tax treatment of allowable distributions. For purposes of applying Section 72 to any amount distributed from a Trump account, the investment in the contract shall not include A, any qualified general contribution, B, any contribution provided under Section 6434, and C, the amount of any contribution which is excluded from the gross income under Section 128. 3, qualified rollover contributions. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to any distribution which is a qualified rollover contribution, and the amount of such distribution shall not be included in the gross income of the beneficiary. 4, qualified able rollover contributions. A, in general, paragraph 1 shall not apply to any distribution which is a qualified able rollover contribution, and the amount of such distribution shall not be included in the gross income of the beneficiary. B, qualified able rollover contribution. For purposes of this section, the term qualified able rollover contribution means an amount which is paid during the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 17 and a direct trustee-to-trustee transfer from a Trump account maintained for the benefit of the account beneficiary to an able account as defined in Section 529AE6 for the benefit of such account beneficiary, but only if the amount of such payment is equal to the entire balance of the Trump account from which the payment is made. 5, distributions of excess contributions. In the case of any contribution which is made before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18 and which is in excess of the limitation in effect under subsection C2A for the calendar year. A, paragraph 1 shall not apply to the distribution of such excess. B, the amount of such distribution shall not be included in gross income of the account beneficiary. And C, the tax imposed by this chapter on the distributee for the taxable year in which the distribution is made shall be increased by 100% of the amount of net income attributable to such excess determined without regard to subparagraph B. 6, treatment of death of account beneficiary. If, by reason of the death of the account beneficiary before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18, any person acquires the account beneficiary's interest in the Trump account, A, paragraph 1 shall not apply. B, such account shall cease to be a Trump account as of the date of death. And C, an amount equal to the fair market value of the assets reduced by the investment in the contract in such account on such date shall, 1, if such person is not the estate of such beneficiary, be includable in such person's gross income for the taxable year, which includes such date, or 2, if such person is the estate of such beneficiary, be includable in such beneficiary's gross income for the last taxable year of such beneficiary. E, qualified rollover contribution. For purposes of this section, the term qualified rollover contribution means an amount which is paid in a direct trustee-to-trustee transfer from a Trump account maintained for the benefit of the account beneficiary to a Trump account maintained for such beneficiary. but only if the amount of such payment is equal to the entire balance of the Trump account from which the payment is made. F, qualified general contribution. For purposes of this section, 1 in general, the term qualified general contribution means any contribution which A is made by the Secretary pursuant to a general funding contribution, B is made to the Trump account of an account beneficiary in the qualified class of account beneficiary specified in the general funding contribution, and C is an amount which is equal to the ratio of 1, the amount of such general funding contribution, to 2, the number of account beneficiaries in such qualified class. 2, general funding contribution. The term general funding contribution means a contribution which A is made by 1, an entity described in section 170C1 other than a possession of the United States or a political subdivision thereof or an Indian tribal government, or 2, an organization described in section 501C3 and exempt from tax under section 501A, and B, which specifies a qualified class of account beneficiaries to whom such contribution is to be distributed. 3, qualified class. A, in general, the term qualified class means any of the following. 1, all account beneficiaries who have not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the contribution is made. 2, all account beneficiaries who have not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the contribution is made and who reside in one or more states or other qualified geographic areas specified by the terms of the general funding contribution. 3, all account beneficiaries who have not attained the age of 18 before the close of the calendar year in which the contribution is made and who were born in one or more calendar years specified by the terms of the general funding contribution. B, qualified geographic area. The term qualified geographic area means any geographic area in which not less than 5,000 account beneficiaries reside and which is designated by the Secretary as a qualified geographic area under the subparagraph. G, trustee selection. In the case of any Trump account created or organized by the Secretary shall take into account the following criteria in selecting the trustee. 1, the history of reliability and regulatory compliance of the trustee. 2, the customer service experience of the trustee. 3, the costs imposed by the trustee on the account or the account beneficiary. H, other special rules in coordination with individual retirement account rules. 1, in general, the rules of subsections K and P of section 408 shall not apply to a Trump account, and the rules of subsections D and I of section 408 shall not apply to a Trump account for any taxable year beginning before the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. 2, custodial accounts. In the case of a Trump account, section 408H shall be applied by substituting a Trump account described in section 530AB1 for an individual retirement account described in subsection A. 3, contributions. In the case of any taxable year beginning before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18, contribution to a Trump account shall not be taken into account in applying any contribution limit to any individual retirement plan other than a Trump account. 4, distributions. Section 408D2 shall be applied separately with respect to Trump accounts and other individual retirement plans. 5, excess contributions for purposes of applying section 4973B to a Trump account for any taxable year beginning before the first day of the calendar year in which the account beneficiary attains age 18. The term excess contributions means the sum of A, the amount by which the amount contributed to the account for the calendar year in which taxable year begins exceeds the amount permitted to be contributed to the account under subsection C2, and B, the amount determined under this paragraph for the preceding taxable year. For purposes of this paragraph, the excess contributions for a taxable year are reduced by the distributions to which subsection D5 applies that are made during the taxable year by the date prescribed by law, including extensions of time for filing the account beneficiary's return for the taxable year. 1, reports. 1, in general, the trustee of a Trump account shall make such reports regarding such account to the Secretary and to the beneficiary of the account at such time and in such a manner that as may be required by the Secretary. Such reports shall include information with respect to A, contributions including the amount and source of any contribution in excess of $25 made from a person other than the Secretary, the account beneficiary, or the parent or legal guardian of the account beneficiary. B, distributions including distributions which are qualified rollover contributions. C, the fair market value of the account. D, the investment in the contract with respect to such account. And E, such other matters as the Secretary may require. 2, qualified rollover contributions. Not later than 30 days after the date of any qualified rollover contribution, the trustee of the Trump account to which the contribution was made shall make a report to the Secretary. Such report shall include A, the name, address, and social security number of the account beneficiary. B, the name and address of such trustee. C, the account number. D, the routing number of the trustee. And E, such other information as the Secretary may require. 3, period of reporting. This subsection shall not apply to any period after the calendar year in which the beneficiary attains age 17. 2, qualified able rollover contributions exempt from able contribution limitation. A, in general, section 529AB2B is amended by inserting or received in a qualified able rollover contribution described in section 530AD4B after except as provided in the case of contributions under subsection C1C. B, prohibition on excess contributions. The second sentence of section 529AB6 is amended by inserting but do not include any contributions received in a qualified able rollover contribution described in section 530AD4B before the period at the end. C, conforming amendment. Section 4973, H1 is amended by inserting or contributions received in a qualified able rollover contribution described in Section 530AD4B after other than contributions under Section 529AC1C. 3, failure to provide reports on Trump accounts. Section 6693A2 is amended by striking "and" at the end of subparagraph E, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph F and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph F the following new subparagraph G. Section 530A1 relating to Trump accounts. 4, clerical amendment. A, the table of parts for subchapter F of Chapter 1 is amended by adding at the end the following new item, Part 9, Trump accounts. B, employer contributions. 1, in general. Part 3 of subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after Section 127 the following new section, Section 128, employer contributions to Trump accounts. A, in general. Gross income of an employee does not include amounts paid by the employer as a contribution to the Trump account of such employee or of any dependent of such employee if the amounts are paid or incurred pursuant to a program which is described in subsection C. B, limitation. 1, in general, the amount which may be excluded under subsection A with respect to any employee shall not exceed $2,500. 2, inflation adjustment. A, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2027, the $2,500 amount in paragraph 1 shall be increased by an amount equal to 1, such dollar amount multiplied by 2, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for such calendar year by substituting calendar year 2026 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. B, rounding. If any increase determined under subparagraph A is not a multiple of $100, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $100. C, Trump account contribution program. For purposes of this section, a Trump account contribution program is a separate written plan of an employer for the exclusive benefit of his employees to provide contributions to the Trump accounts of such employees or dependents of such employees, which meets requirements similar to the requirements of paragraphs 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8 of Section 129D. 2, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 127 the following new item, Section 128, employer contributions to Trump accounts. C, certain contributions excluded from gross income. 1, in general, Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting before Section 140 the following new item, Section 139J, certain contributions to Trump accounts. A, in general, gross income of an account beneficiary shall not include any qualified general contribution to a Trump account of the account beneficiary. B, definitions. Any term used in this section which is used in Section 530A shall have the meaning given to such term under Section 530A. 2, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B is amended by inserting before the item relating to Section 140 the following new item, Section 139J, certain contributions to Trump accounts. D, Trump accounts contribution pilot program. 1, in general, Subchapter B of Chapter 65 is amended by adding at the end the following new section, Section 6434, Trump accounts contribution pilot program. A, in general, in the case of an individual who makes an election under this section with respect to an eligible child of the individual, such eligible child shall be treated as making a payment against the tax imposed by subtitle A for the taxable year for which the election was made in an amount equal to $1,000. B, refund of payment. The amount treated as a payment under subsection A shall be paid by the Secretary to the Trump account with respect to which such eligible child is the account beneficiary. C, eligible child. For purposes of this section, the term eligible child means qualifying child as defined in Section 152C. 1, who was born after December 31st, 2024, and before January 1st, 2029. 2, with respect to whom no prior election has been made under this section by such individual or any other individual. 3, who is a United States citizen, and 4, at least one parent of whom was a United States citizen at the time of such qualifying child's birth. D, election. An election under this section shall be made at such time and in such manner as the Secretary shall provide Social Security number required. 1, in general, this section shall not apply to any taxpayer unless such individual includes with the election made under this section A, such individual's Social Security number, and B, the Social Security number of the eligible child with respect to whom the election is made. 2, Social Security number defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such terms in Section 24H7 determined by substituting before the date of the election made under Section 6434 for before the due date of such return in subparagraph B thereof. F, exception from reduction or offset. Any payment made to any individual under this section shall not be 1, subject to reduction or offset pursuant to subsection C, D, E, or F of Section 6402 for any similar authority permitting offset, or 2, reduced or offset by other assessed federal taxes that would otherwise be subject to levy or collection. G, special rule regarding interest. The period determined under Section 6611. A, with respect to any payment under this section shall not begin before January 1st, 2028. H, mirror code possessions. In the case of any possession of the United States with a mirror code tax system as defined in Section 24K, this section shall not be treated as part of the income tax laws of the United States for purposes of determining the income tax law of such possession unless such possession elects to have this section be so treated. 1. Definitions. For purposes of this section, the term trump account and account beneficiary have the meaning given such terms in Section 530AB. 2. Penalty for negligent claim or fraudulent claim. Part 1 of Subchapter A of Chapter 68 is amended by adding at the following new section. Section 6659, improper claim for trump account, contribution pilot program credit. A in general. In the case of any individual who makes an election under Section 6434 with respect to an individual who is not an eligible child of the taxpayer, 1, if such election was made due to negligence or disregard of the rules or regulations, there shall be imposed a penalty of $500, or 2, if such election was made to fraud, there shall be imposed a penalty of $1,000. B, definitions. 1, eligible child. The term eligible child has the meaning given such term under Section 6434. 2, negligence, disregard. The term negligence and disregard have the same meaning as when such terms are used in Section 6662. 3, omission of correct Social Security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by striking and at the end of subparagraph Y, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph Z, and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph Z, the following new paragraph, AA, an omission of a correct Social Security number required under Section 6434E1 relating to the Trump Accounts Contribution Pilot Program for confirming amendments. A, the table of sections for subchapter B of Chapter 65 is amended by adding at the end of the following new item, Section 6434, Trump Accounts Contribution Pilot Program. B, the table of sections for Part 1 of subchapter A of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 6658 the following new item, Section 6659, improper claim for Trump Account Contribution Pilot Program credit. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. F, funding. In addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated to the Department of Treasury out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $410 million to remain available until September 30th, 2034 to carry out the amendments made by this section. Chapter 3, establishing certainty and competitiveness for American job creators. Subchapter A, permanent U.S. business tax reform and boosting domestic investment. Section 70301, full expensing for certain business property. A, made permanent. 1, in general. Section 168K2A is amended by adding and at the end of Clause 1 and striking and at the end of Clause 2 and inserting a period and by striking Clause 3. 2, property with longer production periods. Section 168K2B is amended A in Clause 1 by striking subclauses 2 and 3 and redesignating subclauses 4, 5, and 6 as subclauses 2, 3, and 4, respectively, and B by striking Clause 2 and redesignating clauses 3 and 4 as clauses 2 and 3, respectively. 3, self-constructed property. Section 168K2E is amended by striking Clause 1 and redesignating clauses 2 and 3 as clauses 1 and 2, respectively. For certain plants, Section 168K5A is amended by striking planted before January 1st, 2027, or is grafted before such date to a plant that has already been planted in the matter preceding Clause 1 and inserting planted or grafted. 5, conforming amendments. A, Section 168K2A2 is amended by striking Clause 2 of subparagraph E and inserting Clause 1 of subparagraph E. B, Section 168K2C1 is amended by striking and subclauses 2 and 3 of subparagraph B1. C, Section 168K2C2 is amended by striking subparagraph B3 and inserting subparagraph B2. D, Section 460C6B is amended by striking which and all that follows through the period and inserting which has a recovery period of 7 years or less. B, 100% expensing. 1, in general, Section 168K is amended A in paragraph 1A by striking the applicable percentage and inserting 100%, and B by striking paragraph 6 and 8. 2, certain plants. Section 168K5A1 is amended by striking the applicable percentage and inserting 100%. 3, transitional election of reduced percentage. Section 168K10 is amended by striking subparagraph A and by redesignating subparagraph B as subparagraph C and by inserting before subparagraph C as so redesignated the following new subparagraphs. A, in general, in the case of qualified property placed in service by the taxpayer during the first taxable year ending after January 19, 2025, the taxpayer elects to have this paragraph apply for such taxable year. Paragraph 1A shall be applied. 1, in the case of property which is not described in Clause 2 by substituting 40% for 100%, or 2, in the case of property which is described in subparagraph B or C of paragraph 2 by substituting 60% for 100%. B, specified plants. In the case of any specified plant planted or grafted by the taxpayer during the first taxable year ending after January 19, 2025, that the taxpayer elects to have this paragraph apply for such taxable year. Paragraph 5A1 shall be applied by substituting 40% for 100%. C, effective date. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendments made by this section shall apply to property acquired after January 19, 2025. 2, specified plants, except as provided in paragraph 3, and in the case of any specified plant, as defined in Section 168K, 5B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as amended by this section. The amendments made by this section shall apply to such plants which are planted or grafted after January 19, 2025. 3, transitional election of reduced percentage. The amount made by subsection B3 shall apply to taxable years ending after January 19, 2025. 4, acquisition date determination. For purposes of paragraph 1, property shall not be treated as acquired after the date on which a written binding contract is entered into for such acquisition. Section 70302, full expensing of domestic research and experimental expenditures, A in general. Part 6 of subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after Section 174 the following new section. Section 174A, domestic research or experimental expenditures. A, treatment as expenses. Notwithstanding Section 263, there shall be allowed as a deduction any domestic research or experimental expenditures which are paid or incurred by the taxpayer during the taxable year. B, domestic research or experimental expenditures. For purposes of this section, the term domestic research or experimental expenditures means research or experimental expenditures paid or incurred by the taxpayer in connection with the taxpayer's trade or business other than such expenditures which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of Section 41D4F. C, amortization of certain domestic research or experimental expenditures in general at the election of the taxpayer made in accordance with regulations or guidance provided by the Secretary in the case of domestic research or experimental expenditures which would, but for subsection A, be chargeable to capital account but not chargeable to property of a character which is subject to the allowance under Section 167 relating to allowance for depreciation, etc., or Section 611 relating to allowance for depletion. Subsection A shall not apply, and the taxpayer shall A, charge such expenditures to capital account, and B, be allowed an amortization deduction of such expenditures ratably over such period of not less than 60 months as may be selected by the taxpayer, beginning with the month in which the taxpayer first realizes benefits from such expenditures. 2, time for and scope of election. The election provided by paragraph 1 may be made for any taxable year, but only if made not later than the time prescribed by law for filing the return for such taxable year, including extensions thereof. The method so elected and the period selected by the taxpayer shall be adhered to in computing taxable income for the taxable year for which the election is made, and for all subsequent taxable years, unless with the approval of the Secretary a change to a different method or to a different period is authorized with respect to part or all of such expenditures. The election shall not apply to any expenditure paid or incurred during any taxable year before the taxable year for which the taxpayer makes the election. D, special rules. 1, land and other property. This section shall not apply to any expenditure for the acquisition or improvement of land or for the acquisition or improvement of property to be used in connection with the research or experimentation and of a character which is subject to the allowance under Section 167 relating to allowance for depreciation, etc., or Section 611 relating to allowance for depletion, but for the purposes of this section, allowances under Section 167 and allowances under Section 611 shall be considered as expenditures. 2, expiration expenditures. This section shall not apply to any expenditure paid or incurred for the purpose of ascertaining the existence, location, extent, or quality of any deposit of ore or other mineral, including oil and gas. 3, software development. For purposes of this section, any amount paid or incurred in connection with the development of any software shall be treated as a research or experimental expenditure. B, coordination with certain other provisions. 1, foreign research expenses. Section 174 is amended. A in subsection A, 1, by striking a taxpayer's specified research or experimental expenditures and inserting a taxpayer's foreign research or experimental expenditures, and 2, by striking over the 5-year period, 15-year period in the case of any specified research or experimental expenditures which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of Section 41D4F, then paragraph 2B, and inserting over the 15-year period. B in subsection B, 1, by striking specified research and inserting foreign research, 2, by inserting and which are attributable to foreign research within the meaning of Section 41D4F before the period at the end, and 3, by striking specified in the heading thereof, inserting foreign, and C in subsection D, 1, by striking specified research or experimental expenditures and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures, and 2, by inserting or reduction to amount realized after no deduction.
Two, research credit. A, Section 41D 1A is amended to read as follows. A, with respect to which expenditures are treated as domestic research or experimental expenditures under Section 174A. B, Section 280 CE1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general, the domestic research or experimental expenditures otherwise taken into account under Sections 174A shall be reduced by the amount of the credit allowed under Section 41A. 3, AMT adjustment. Section 56B2 is amended. A, in subparagraph A, 1 by striking or 174A in the matter preceding clause 1 and inserting 174A or 174AA, and 2 by striking research and experimental expenditures described in section 174A in clause 2 thereof and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures described in section 174A and domestic research or experimental expenditures in section 174AA, and B, in paragraph C by inserting or 174A after 174AA. 4, optional 10-year write-off. Section 59E2B is amended by striking section 174A relating to research and experimental expenditures and inserting section 174AA relating to domestic research or experimental expenditures. 5, qualified small issue bonds. Section 144A4C4 is amended by striking 174A and inserting 174AA. 6, startup expenditures. Section 195C1 is amended by striking or 174 in the last sentence and inserting 174 or 174A. 7, capital expenditures. A, section 263A1B is amended by inserting or 174A after 174. B, section 263A C2 is amended by inserting or 174A after 174. 8, active business computer software royalties. Section 543D4A1 is amended by inserting 174A after 174. 9, source rules. Section 864G2 is amended, A, by striking research and experimental expenditures within the meaning of section 174 in the first sentence and inserting foreign research or experimental expenditures within the meaning of section 174, or domestic research or experimental expenditures within the meaning of section 174, and B, in the last sentence, 1, by striking treated as deferred expenses under subsection B of section 174 and inserting allowed as an amortization deduction under section 174A or section 174AC, and 2, by striking such subsection and inserting such section as the case may be. 10, basis adjustment. Section 1016A14 is amended by striking deductions as deferred expenses under section 174B1 relating to research and experimental expenditures, and inserting deductions under section 174 or 174AC. 11, small business stock. Section 1202E2B is amended by striking which may be treated as research and experimental expenditures under section 174 and inserting which are treated as foreign research or experimental expenditures under section 174 or domestic research or experimental expenditures under section 174A. E, change in method or accounting. 1, in general, the amendments made by subsection A shall be treated as a change in method of accounting for purposes of section 481 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996, and A, such change shall be treated as initiated by the taxpayer. B, such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary, and C, such change shall be applied only on a cutoff basis for any domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in section 174AB of such code as added by this section, and determined by applying the rules of section 174AD of such code, paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024, and no adjustments under section 41A shall be made. 2, special rules. In the case of a taxable year which begins after December 31st, 2024, and ends before the date of the enactment of this act, A, paragraph 1C shall not apply, and B, the change in method of accounting under paragraph 1 shall be applied on a modified cutoff basis, taking into account for purposes of section 481A of such code only the domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in section 174AB of such code as added by the section, and determined by applying the rules of section 174AD of such code, paid or incurred in such taxable year, but not allowed as a deduction in such taxable year. D, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 6 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 174 the following new item. Section 174A, domestic research or experimental expenditures. C, effective date. 1. In general, except as otherwise provided in the subsection or subsection F1, the amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 2. Treatment of foreign research or experimental expenditures upon disposition. A. In general, the amendment by subsection B1, C2 shall apply to property disposed, retired, or abandoned after May 12th, 2025. B. No inference. The amendment made by subsection B1, C2 shall not be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper application of section 174D of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996 with respect to taxable years beginning before May 13th, 2025. 3. Coordination with research credit. The amendment made by subsection B2B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 4. No inference with respect to coordination with research credit for prior periods. The amendment made by subsection B2B shall not be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper application of section 280CE of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996 with respect to taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. F. Transition rules. 1. Election for retroactive application by certain small businesses. A. In general, at the election of an eligible taxpayer, paragraphs 1 and 3 of subsection E shall each be applied by substituting December 31st, 2021 for December 31st, 2024. An election made under this subparagraph shall be made in such manner as the Secretary may provide and not later than the date that is 1 year after the date of the enactment of this Act. The taxpayer shall file an amended return for each taxable year affected by such election. B. Eligible taxpayer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term eligible taxpayer means any taxpayer other than the tax shelter prohibited from using the cash receipts and disbursements methods of accounting under Section 448A3, which meets the gross receipts test of Section 448E for the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024. C. Election treated as change in method of accounting. In the case of any taxpayer which elects the application of subparagraph A, 1. Such election may be treated as a change in method of accounting for purposes of Section 41 of such code for the taxpayer's first taxable year affected by such election. 2. Such change shall be treated as initiated by the taxpayer for such taxable year. 3. Such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary. And 4. Subsection C shall not apply to such taxpayer. D. Election regarding coordination with research credit. An election under Section 280C E2 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, or revocation of such election for any taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2021, by an eligible taxpayer making an election under subparagraph A shall not fail to be treated as timely made or as made on the return if made during the 1 year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this Act on an amended return for such taxable year. 2. Election to deduct certain unamortized amounts paid or incurred in taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. A. In general, in the case of any domestic research or experimental expenditures as defined in Section 174A as added by subsection A, which are paid or incurred in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2021 and before January 1st, 2025, and which was charged to capital account, a taxpayer may elect 1. To deduct any remaining unamortized amount with respect to such expenditures in the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024, or 2. To deduct such remaining unamortized amount with respect to such expenditures ratably over the 2 taxable year period beginning with the first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2024. B. Change the method of accounting. In the case of a taxpayer who makes an election under this paragraph, 1. Such taxpayer shall be treated as initiating a change in method of accounting for purposes of Section 41 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1996 with respect to the expenditures to which the election applies. 2. Such change shall be treated as made with the consent of the Secretary. And 3. Such change shall be applied only on a cutoff basis for such expenditures. No adjustments under Section 41A shall be made. C. Regulations. The Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate shall publish such guidance or regulations as may be necessary to carry out the purposes of this paragraph, including regulations or guidance allowing for the deduction allowed under subparagraph A in the case of taxpayers with taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024, and ending before the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70303, modification of limitation on business interest. A. In general, Section 163J 8AV is amended by striking in the case of taxable years beginning before January 1st, 2025. B, floor plan financing applicable to certain trailers and campers. Section 163J9C is amended by adding at the end of the following new flush sentence, such terms shall also include any trailer or camper which is designed to provide temporary living quarters for recreational camping or seasonal use and is designed to be towed by or fixed to a motor vehicle. C, effective date and special rule. In general, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. 2, special rule for short taxable years. Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate may prescribe such rules as are necessary or appropriate to provide for the application of the amendments made by this section in the case of any taxable year of less than 12 months that begins after December 31st, 2024, and ends before the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70304, extension and enhancement of paid family and medical leave credit. A, in general, Section 45S is amended in subsection A, by striking paragraph 1 and inserting the following. 1, in general, for purposes of Section 38, in the case of an eligible employer, the paid family and medical leave credit is an amount equal to either of the following as elected by such employer. A, the applicable percentage of the amount of wages paid to qualifying employees with respect to any period in which such employees are on family and medical leave. B, if such employer has an insurance policy with regards to the provision of paid family and medical leave, which is in force during the taxable year, and the applicable percentage of the total amount of premiums paid or incurred by such employer during such taxable year with respect to such insurance policy. And B, by adding at the end of the following. 3, rate of payment determined without regard to whether leave is taken. For purposes of determining the applicable percentage with respect to paragraph 1B, the rate of payment under the insurance policy shall be determined without regard to whether any qualifying employees were on family and medical leave during the taxable year. 2, in subsection B1, by striking credit allowed and inserting wages taken into account. 3, in subsection C, by striking paragraphs 3 and 4 and inserting the following. 3, aggregation rule. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, all persons which are treated as a single employer under subsections B and C of section 414 shall be treated as a single employer. B, exception 1, in general, subparagraph A shall not apply to any person who establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary that such person has a substantial and legitimate business reason for failing to provide a written policy described in paragraph 1 or 2. 2, substantial and legitimate business reason. For purposes of Clause 1, the term substantial and legitimate business reason shall not include the operation of a separate line of business, the rate of wages or category of jobs for employees, or any similar basis, or the application of state or local laws relating to family and medical leave, but may include the grouping of employees of a common law employer. 4, treatment of benefits mandated or paid for by state or local governments. For purposes of this section, any leave which is paid by a state or local government is required by state or local law. A, except as provided in subparagraph B, shall be taken into account in determining the amount of paid family and medical leave provided to the employer, and B, shall not be taken into account in determining the amount of the paid family and medical leave credit under subsection A. 4, in subsection D, A in paragraph 1 by inserting, or at the election of the employer, for not less than 6 months after 1 year or more. B in paragraph 2 by inserting, as determined on an annualized basis, pro rata for part-time employees after compensation, and by striking the period at the end and inserting and by adding at the end of the following. 3, is customarily employed for not less than 20 hours per week. And 5, by striking subsection 1. B, no double benefit. Section 280CA is amended. 1, by striking 45SA and inserting 45SA1A, and 2, by inserting after the first sentence of the following. No deduction shall be allowed for that portion of the premiums paid or incurred for the taxable year which is equal to that portion of the paid family and medical leave credit which is determined for the taxable year under Section 45SA1B. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70305, exceptions from limitations on deduction for business meals. A, exception to denial of deduction for business meals. Section 274 O as added by Section 13304 of Public Law 11597 as amended by striking no deduction and inserting except in the case of an expense described in subsection ES or N2C, no deduction. B, meals provided on certain fishing boats and at certain fish processing facilities not subject to 50% limitation. Section 274N2C of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking or at the end of Clause 3 and by adding at the end of the following new clause. V, provided 1 on a fishing vessel, fish processing vessel, or fish tender vessel as such terms are defined in Section 2101 of Title 46 U.S. Code, or 2 at a facility for the processing of fish for commercial use or consumption which AA is located in the United States north of 50 degrees north latitude and BB is not located in a metropolitan statistical area within the meaning of Section 143K2B or C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred after December 31st, 2025. Section 70306, increased dollar limitations for expensing of certain depreciable business assets. A, in general, Section 179B is amended, 1 in paragraphs 1 by striking $1 million and inserting $2,500,000, and 2 in paragraph 2 by striking $2,500,000 and inserting $4 million. B, conforming amendments, Section 179B6A is amended, 1 by inserting 2025 in the case of the dollar amounts in paragraphs 1 and 2, after, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2018, and 2 in Clause 2 by striking determined by substituting calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof, and inserting determined by substituting in paragraph A2 thereof. 1 in the case of amounts in paragraphs 1 and 2, calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2016, and 2 in the case of the amount of paragraph 5A, calendar year 2017 for calendar year 2016. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70307, special depreciation allowance for qualified production property. A, in general, Section 168 is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. N, special allowance for qualified production property. 1, in general, in the case of any qualified production property of a taxpayer making an election under this subsection, A, the depreciation deduction provided by Section 167A for the taxable year in which such property is placed in service shall include an allowance equal to 100% of the adjusted basis of the qualified production property, and B, the adjusted basis of the qualified production property shall be reduced by the amount of such deduction before computing the amount otherwise allowable as a depreciation deduction under this chapter for such taxable year and any subsequent taxable year. 2, qualified production property. For purposes of this subsection, A, in general, the term qualified production property means that the portion of any non-residential real property, 1, to which this section applies, and 2, which is used by the taxpayer as an integral part of a qualified production activity, 3, which is placed in the service of the United States or any possession of the United States, 4, the original use of which commences with the taxpayer, 5, the construction of which begins after January 19th, 2025, and before January 1st, 2029, 6, which is designated by the taxpayer in the election made under this subsection, and 7, which is placed in service before January 1st, 2031. For purposes of Clause 2, in the case of a property with respect to which the taxpayer is a lessor, property used by a lessee shall not be considered to be used by the taxpayer as part of a qualified production activity. B, special rule for certain property not previously used in qualified production activities. 1, in general, in the case of property acquired by the taxpayer during the period described in subparagraph AV, the requirements of clauses 4 and 5 of subparagraph A shall be treated as satisfied if 1, such property was not used in a qualified production activity, determined without regard by the second sentence of subparagraph D, by any person at any time during the period beginning on January 1st, 2021, and ending on May 12th, 2025. 2, such property was not used by the taxpayer at any time prior to such acquisition. And 3, The acquisition of such property meets the requirements of paragraphs 2A, 2B, 2C, and 3 of Section 179D. 2. Written binding contracts. For purposes of determining under Clause 1 whether such property is acquired before the period described in subparagraph AV, such property shall be treated as acquired not later than the date on which the taxpayer enters into a written binding contract for such acquisition. And H, whether such property is acquired under such period, such property shall be treated as acquired not earlier than such date. C, exclusion of office space, etc. The term qualified production property shall not include that portion of any non-residential real property which is used for offices, administrative services, lodging, parking, sales activities, research activities, software development or engineering activities, or other functions unrelated to the manufacturing, production, or refining of tangible personal property. D, qualified production activity. The term qualified production activity means the manufacturing, production, or refining of a qualified product. The activities of any taxpayer do not constitute manufacturing, production, or refining of the qualified product unless the activities of such taxpayer result in a substantial transformation of the property comprising the product. E, production. The term production shall not include activities other than agriculture production and chemical production. F, qualified product. The term qualified product means any tangible personal property if such property is not a food or beverage prepared in the same building as a retail establishment in which such property is sold. G, syndication. For purposes of subparagraph A4, rules similar to the rules of subsection K2E apply. H, extension of placed in service date under certain circumstances. The Secretary may extend the date under subparagraph A7 with respect to any property that meets the requirements of clauses 1 through 6 of subparagraph A if the Secretary determines that an act of God, as defined in section 101(1) of the Comprehensive Environmental Response, Compensation, and Liability Act of 1980, prevents the taxpayer from placing such property in service before such date. 3, deduction allowed in computing minimum tax. For purposes of determining alternative minimum taxable income under Section 55, the deduction under Section 167 for qualified production property shall be determined under the section without regard to any adjustment under Section 56. 4, coordination with certain other provisions. A, other special depreciation allowances. For purposes of subsections K7, 1(3)D, and M2(B)(3), 1, qualified production property shall be treated as a separate class of property, and 2, the taxpayer shall be treated as having made an election under such subsections with respect to such class. B, alternative depreciation property. The term qualified production property shall not include any property to which the alternative depreciation system under subsection G applies. For purposes of subsection G7A, qualified production property to which this subsection applies shall be treated as separate non-residential real property. 5, recapture. If at any time during the 10-year period, beginning on the date that any qualified production property is placed in service by the taxpayer, such property ceases to be used as described in paragraph 2A2 and is used by the taxpayer in a productive use not described in paragraph 2A2, section 1245 shall be applied. 1, by treating such property as having been disposed of by the taxpayer as of the first time such property is so used in a productive use not described in paragraph 2A2, and 2, by treating the amount described in subparagraph B of section 1245A1 with respect to such disposition as being not less than the amount described in subparagraph A of such section, and B, the basis of the taxpayer in such property and the taxpayer's allowance for depreciation with respect to such property shall be appropriately adjusted to take into account amounts recognized by reason of subparagraph A. 6, election. A, in general, an election under the subsection for any taxable year shall 1, specify the non-residential real property subject to the election and the portion of such property designated under paragraph 2A6, and 2, except as otherwise provided by the Secretary, be made on the taxpayer's return of the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year.
Mr. Tuberville.
Such elections
Mr.
shall be
Van
made
Hollen. Mr. Warner.
in such a manner as
Mr.
the
Warnock.
Secretary may prescribe by
Ms. Warren.
regulations or other
Mr.
guidance.
Welch.
B,
Mr.
election.
Whitehouse.
Any
Mr.
election made
Wicker.
under this subsection
Mr.
and any
Wyden.
specification
Mr. Young.
contained in any such election may not be revoked except with the consent of the Secretary, and the Secretary shall provide such consent only in extraordinary circumstances. 7, regulations. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this subsection, including regulations or other guidance. A, providing rules regarding what constitutes substantial transformations of property which are consistent with guidance provided under Section 954D, and B, providing for the application of paragraph 5 with respect to a change in use described in such paragraph by transferee following a fully or partially tax-free transfer of qualified production property. B, treatment of qualified production property as Section 1245 property. Section 1245A3 is amended by striking or at the end of subparagraph E, by striking the period at the end of subparagraph F and inserting or, and by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. G, any qualified production property as defined in Section 168N2. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service after the date of the enactment of this Act. Section 70308, enhancement of advanced manufacturing investment credit. A, in general, Section 48DA is amended by striking 25% and inserting 35%. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to property placed in service after December 31st, 2025.
Cantwell, Coons,
Section 70309, spaceports are treated like airports under exempt facility bond rules.
Gallego,
A, in general,
Hassan, Hirono,
Section
Kelly,
142A1 is
Kent,
amended to read as
Lujan,
follows.
Merkley,
1, airports
Murphy,
and spaceports.
Murray,
B, treatment
Padilla,
of ground leases.
Peters,
Section
Reed,
142B1
Rosen,
is amended by adding at
Sanders,
the end of the
Schatz,
following new subparagraph. C,
Schumer,
special rule for
Shaheen,
spaceport ground
Slotkin,
leases.
Smith,
For
Van
purposes of
Hollen,
subparagraph
Warner,
A,
Warnock, Welch,
spaceport
Whitehouse,
property
and
located
Wyden.
on land leased by a
Senators
governmental
voting in the
unit from the
negative.
United States shall not
Banks,
fail to be treated as
Barrasso,
owned by a governmental
Blackburn,
unit
Britt,
if the requirements
Capito,
of this paragraph are met by the
Collins,
lease and any
Cornyn,
subleases of the property.
Kramer,
C,
Crapo,
definition of spaceport.
Cruz,
Section 142 is amended
Curtis,
by adding at the end of the
Daines,
following new
Ernst,
subsection.
Fisher, Graham,
P,
Grassley,
spaceport. In
Haggerty,
general,
Hawley,
for purposes of subsection
Husted,
A1, the term
Highsmith,
spaceport means
Johnson,
any facility
Kennedy, Langford,
located
Marshall, McConnell,
or in use
McCormick,
in close proximity to a
Moody,
launch
Moran,
site
Marino,
or re-entry site used
Mullen,
for A,
Paul,
manufacturing,
Ricketts,
assembling, or repairing
Rounds,
spacecraft,
Schmidt,
space
Scott of
cargo,
Florida, Sheehy,
or other facilities as
Tillis,
described in this
and Wicker.
paragraph, or any component of the foregoing.
Mr.
B,
Heinrich.
flight
Mr.
control
Heinrich.
operations.
Aye.
C,
Mr.
providing
King.
launch services
Mr.
and
King.
reentry services.
Aye.
Or D, transferring crew, space flight participants, or space cargo to or from spacecraft. 2, additional terms. For purposes of paragraph 1, A, space cargo. The term space cargo includes satellites, scientific experiments, other property transported into space, and any other type of payload, whether or not such property returns from space. B, spacecraft. The term spacecraft means a launch vehicle or a reentry vehicle. C, other terms. The terms launch site, crew, space flight participant, launch services, launch vehicle, payload, reentry services, reentry site. A reentry vehicle shall have the respective meanings given to such terms by Section 50902 of Title 51 United States Code as in effect on the date of enactment of this subsection. 3, public use requirement. Notwithstanding any other provision of law, a facility shall not be required to be available for use by the general public to be treated as a spaceport for purposes of this section. 4, manufacturing facilities and industrial parks allowed. With respect to spaceports, subsection C2E shall not apply to spaceport property described in paragraph 1A. D, exception from federally guaranteed bond prohibition. Section 149B3 is amended by adding at the end of the following the new paragraph, F, subsection, exception for spaceports. A bond shall not be treated as federally guaranteed merely because of the payments of rent, user fees, or other charges by the United States, or any agency or instrumentality thereof, in exchange for the use of the spaceport by the United States, or any agency or instrumentality thereof. E, conforming amendment. The heading for Section 142E is amended by inserting spaceports after airports.
Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth, aye.
F, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to obligations issued after the date of enactment of this act. Subchapter B, Permanent
Mr. Lee.
America
Mr.
First
Lee.
International Trade
No.
Reforms, Part 1, Foreign Tax Credit, Section 70311, Modifications related to foreign tax credit limitations. A, rules for allocation of certain deductions to foreign source net CFC tested income for purposes of foreign tax credit limitation. Section 904B is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph.
Mr. Justice.
5,
Mr. Justice.
deductions
No.
treated as allocable to foreign source net CFC tested income solely for purposes of the application of subsection A with respect to amounts described in subsection D1A. The taxpayer's taxable income from sources without the United States shall be determined by allocating and apportioning A,
Mr.
any
Murphy.
deduction allowed
Mr.
under
Murphy.
section
Aye. Mr.
250A1B,
Risch. No.
and any deduction allowed under section 164A3 for taxes imposed on amounts described in section 250A1B
Ms. Rakowski. Ms. Rakowski.
to
Aye.
such income. No amount of interest, expense, or research and experimental expenditures to such income, and C, any other deduction to such income only if such deduction is directly allocable to such income. Any amount or deduction which would, but for subparagraphs B and C, have been allocated or apportioned to such income shall only be allocated or apportioned to income which
Young.
is from
Mr.
sources
Young.
within the
No.
United States. B, other modifications. Section 904 D2H1 is amended by striking paragraph 1B and inserting paragraph 1D. 2, section 904 D4C2 is amended by striking paragraph 1A and inserting paragraph 1C. 3, section 951A F1A is amended by striking 904H1 and inserting 904H. Effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025.
Ms. Warren. Ms.
Section
Warren.
70312,
Aye.
modification
Ms.
to
Cortez
determination
Masto.
of deemed paid
Mr.
credit for
Hickenlooper.
taxes properly
Mr. Hickenlooper.
attributable
Aye.
to tested income. A, increase in deemed paid credit. 1, in general, section 960D1 is amended by striking 80% and inserting 90%. 2, gross up for deemed paid foreign tax credit. Section 78 is amended A, by striking subsections A, B, and D and
Gillibrand.
inserting
Mrs. Gillibrand.
subsections
Aye.
A and D, and B by striking 80% and inserting 90%. B, disallowance of foreign tax credit with respect to distributions of previously taxed net CFC tested income. Section 960D is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 4, disallowance of foreign tax credit with respect to distributions of previously taxed net CFC tested income. No credit shall be allowed under Section 901 for 10% of any foreign income tax paid or accrued
Thune.
or deemed
Mr.
paid
Thune.
under
No.
subsection B1 with respect to any amount excluded from gross income under Section 959A by reason of an inclusion in gross income under Section 951AA. C, effective dates. In general, the amendments made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Disallowance. The amendment made by subsection B shall apply to amounts distributed after June 28, 2025. Section 70313, sourcing certain income from the sale of inventory produced in the United States. A, in general, Section 904B as amended by Section 70311 is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6, source rules for certain inventory produced in the United States and sold through foreign branches. For purposes of this section, if a United States person maintains an office or other fixed place of business in a foreign country, determined under rules similar to the rules of Section 864C5, the portion of income which A is from the sale or exchange outside the United States of inventory property within the meaning of Section 86511, 1, which is produced in the United States, 2, which is for use outside the United States, 3, which is the third sentence of Section 863B applies, and B is attributable to determined under rules similar to the rules of Section 864C5 to such office or other fixed place of business shall be treated as from sources without the United States, except that the amount so treated shall not exceed 50% of the income from the sale or exchange of such inventory property. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 2, foreign-derived deduction, eligible income, and net CFC tested income. Section 70321, modification of deduction for foreign-derived deduction, eligible income, and net CFC tested income. A, in general, Section 250A is amended, 1, by striking 37.5% in paragraph 1A and inserting 33.34%. 2, by striking 50% in paragraph 1B and inserting 40%, and by striking paragraph 3, B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70322, determination of deduction eligibility income. A, sales or other disposition of certain property. 1, in general, Section 250B3A1 is amended by striking and at the end of the subclause 5 and by striking over at the end of subclause 6 and inserting and C by adding at the end of the following new subclause 7, except as otherwise provided by the Secretary, any income and gain from the sale or other disposition, including pursuant to a transaction subject to Section 367D of AA, intangible property as defined in Section 367D4, and BB, any property of a type that is subject to depreciation, amortization, or depletion by the seller over. 2, conforming amendment, Section 250B5E, as amended by inserting other than paragraph 3A17 for purposes of this subsection. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to the sale or other dispositions, including pursuant to a transaction subject to Section 367D of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, occurring after June 16, 2025. B, expense apportion limited to properly allocable expenses. 1, in general, Section 250B3A2 is amended to read as follows. 2, expenses and deductions, including taxes, other than interest expenses and research or experimental expenditures properly allocable to such gross income. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70323, rules related to deemed intangible income. A, taxation of net CFC tested income. 1, in general, Section 951AA is amended by striking global intangible low taxed income and inserting net CFC tested income. 2, repeal of tax-free deemed return on foreign investment, Section 951A, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, as amended by striking subsections B and D and redesignating subsections C, E, and F as subsections A, B, and D, respectively. 3, conforming amendments. A1, Section 250 is amended by striking global intangible low taxed income. Each place it appears in subsection A1, B1, A2, and B3, A1, 2, and inserting net CFC tested income. 2, the heading for Section 250 of such code is amended by striking global
On this vote, the
intangible
yeas are
low taxed
49, the
income
nays are
and
51,
inserting
and the motion
net
is not
CFC
agreed to.
tested income.
Madam President,
The senator from Rhode Island.
3, the
Madam
item
President, I have a
relating
motion
to
to
Section
commit at the
250 in the table of section for
clerk
Part
will
7
report.
of Subchapter B, Chapter 1 of such code
Senator
is
from Rhode
amended
Island,
by
Mr. Reed
striking
moves to commit the bill
global
HR1
intangible
to the
low
Committee on
tax
I ask
income and
that further
inserting net
reading of the
CFC
motion
tested
be
income.
dispensed with.
B, Section
Without objection.
951A,
Madam President,
C1,
Medicaid is
as
a
redesignated by
lifeline for
paragraph 2,
seniors.
is amended
More
by
than
striking
7 million
subsection B,
seniors get care
C1A, and C.
through Medicaid.
and
And 2 and 3
C1B,
nursing
and
homes
inserting subsection B1A
residents
and
pay for that
B1B.
care with
C
Medicaid.
section
The bill we are voting
951A
today
D as redesignated
takes
by
away
paragraph
key
2 is
revenue
amended,
sources
1,
for
by
states
striking
and
global
nursing homes.
intangible low income
Brown University School
each
of Public
place it
Health
appears
has
and inserting
estimated
net
that
CFC tested income, and 2
579
by striking
nursing homes
subsection C1A
nationwide
in
would be
paragraph
at risk
2B2
of
and
closing
inserting
because of
subsection
this bill.
B1A.
And
D,
even if
section
nursing homes do not
960D2 is
close,
amended,
then
1,
they
by
will
striking
have to
global
reduce
intangible low
their beds.
tax income, and
This
subparagraph A
motion
and
would simply
inserting net
prevent
CFC
any
tested
cuts in
income,
Medicaid
and
that
2, by
could
striking
lead to
section
nursing home
951A
closures,
C1A
something
and
I think,
subparagraph
I
B
believe
and
we
inserting
all
section
can agree upon.
951A
And I would urge my colleagues
B1A.
to support this motion.
E1, the heading for section
No.
951A
Madam President,
is amended by striking
Republicans
global
are
intangible low
restoring
tax income and
integrity to the
inserting
Medicaid
net
program
CFC
by
tested
closing
income.
loopholes and preventing
2, the
states
item
from
relating to section
exploiting Medicaid
951A
federal
in the
match rates.
table of sections
States' provider
subpart
taxes for
F
nursing homes and
of
immediate
Part
care
3 and
facilities
subchapter
are
N of
not
Chapter 2 or
phased
1
down
is
under
amended
this
by
bill.
striking global intangible low tax
Additionally,
income
the bill
and inserting net
repeals the
CFC
harmful
tested
Biden
income.
administration's nursing
Deductions
home
for
staffing
foreign
rule
derived deduction
that would
eligible
have
income.
forced
1, in
the
general,
closure of
section
nursing homes and long-term
250A1A
care
is
facilities.
amended by striking
I
foreign
urge my
derived
colleagues to vote against this
intangible
amendment.
income and inserting foreign derived deduction
Madam President,
eligible income. 2,
I ask
conforming
the
with
ayes.
section 250A2
Is there a sufficient
is
second?
amended by striking
There
foreign
appears to
derived
be.
intangible income
The clerk
each
will call
place
the
it
roll.
appears and inserting foreign
Ms.
derived
Alsobrooks,
deduction
Ms. Baldwin, Mr.
eligible
Banks,
income.
Mr.
B,
Barrasso,
section
Mr. Bennett,
250B
Mrs. Blackburn,
as
Mr.
amended by
Blumenthal,
subsection A
Ms.
is amended.
Rochester,
1, by
Mr.
striking
Booker,
paragraphs 1 and 2.
Mr.
2, by
Boozman,
red
Mrs. Britt.
designating paragraphs 4 and 5 as paragraphs 1 and 2 respectively, and by moving such paragraphs before paragraph 3. 3, in paragraph 2B2, as so redesignated by striking paragraph 4B and inserting paragraph 1B, and 4, by striking intangible in the heading thereof and inserting deduction eligible. C1, the heading for section 250 is amended by striking intangible in the heading thereof and inserting deduction eligible. 2, the heading for section 172D9 is amended by striking intangible and inserting deduction eligible. 3, the item relating to section 250 in the table of section for part 8 of subchapter B, chapter 1 is amended by striking intangible and inserting deduction
Mr.
eligible.
Budd.
C, effective date. The
Cantwell.
amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 3, base erosion minimum tax,
Mrs.
section
Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms.
70331.
Collins,
Extension and modification of base erosion minimum tax. A, in general, section
Mr. Coons,
59AB is amended, 1, by striking 10% in paragraphs 1 and inserting 10.5%, and
Mr.
2, by
Cornyn,
striking paragraph
Cortez
2
Masto,
and redesignating paragraphs
Mr.
3
Cotton.
and 4 as paragraphs 2 and 3 respectively. B, conforming amendments. 1, section 59AB1 is amended by striking except as provided in paragraphs 2 and 3 and inserting except as provided in paragraphs 2. 2, section 59AB2 as redesignated by
Cotton, Mr.
subsection
Kramer,
A2
Mr. Crapo,
is amended by striking the percentage
Cruz,
otherwise in
Mr.
effect
Curtis,
under paragraph 1A and 2A shall each be increased,
Daines, Ms.
and inserting
Duckworth,
the percentages otherwise
Durbin,
in
Ms.
effect
Ernst,
under paragraph 1A
Mr.
shall
Fetterman,
be increased.
Mrs.
3,
Fisher,
sections
Mr. Gallego,
59E1C is
Mrs.
amended by
Gillibrand,
striking in the case of
Mr.
the taxpayer
Graham, Mr.
described
Grassley, Mr.
in
Haggerty,
subsection B3B and
Ms.
inserting
Hassan,
in the case
Mr.
of the
Hawley,
taxpayer described in subsection B2B.
Mr. Heinrich, Mr.
C,
Hickenlooper,
other modifications.
Ms.
In section
Hirono,
59A
Mr. Hoven,
B2B2,
Mr. Husted,
as redesignated by subsection
Mrs.
A2,
Hyde-Smith, Mr.
is
Johnson,
amended by
Mr.
striking
Justice.
registered securities dealer and inserting
Kane, Mr. Kelly,
securities
Mr.
dealer
Kennedy.
registered. 2, section
Kim.
59H2B
Mr.
is
King.
amended by striking
Ms.
section
Klobuchar,
603BB2 and inserting section 603A
Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee,
B2.
Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis,
3,
Mr.
section
Markey,
59A12
Marshall,
as amended,
Mr.
A
McConnell,
by
Mr.
striking
McCormick.
subsection G and inserting subsection H, and B by striking subsection G3 and inserting subsection H3. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after
Mr.
December
Merkley, Mrs.
31st,
Moody, Mr. Moran,
2025.
Mr. Marino,
Part 4,
Mr.
business
Mullen,
interest limitation. Section 70341, coordination of business interest limitation with interest capitalization provisions. A, in general,
Ms.
section
Murkowski.
163J is amended by
Mr. Murphy.
redesignating paragraphs 10
Murray.
and 11 as paragraphs 11 and 12, and by inserting after
Mr.
paragraph
Ossoff.
9
Mr.
the
Padilla.
following. 10, coordination with interest capitalization provisions. A, in general, in applying this subsection, 1, the limitation under paragraph 1 shall apply to business interest without regard to whether the taxpayer would otherwise deduct such business interest or capitalize such business interest under an interest capitalization provision. And 2, any reference in this subsection to a deduction for a business interest shall be treated as including a reference to the capitalization of business interest. B, amount allowed applied first to be capitalized interest. The amount allowed after taking into account the limitation described in paragraph 1 shall be applied first to the aggregate amount of business interest which would otherwise be capitalized, and 2, the remainder
Murphy,
of any
Mrs. Murray,
shall
Mr. Ossoff,
be
Mr. Padilla,
applied
Mr.
to the
Paul,
aggregate
Mr. Peters,
amount
Reed,
of
Mr.
business
Ricketts,
interest which would
Mr.
be
Risch,
deducted. C,
Ms.
treatment
Rosen,
of
Mr.
disallowed
Rounds.
interest carried forward. No portion of any business interest carried forward under paragraph 2 from any taxable year to any
Mr. Sanders,
succeeding taxable year for purposes
Mr.
of
Schatz, Mr.
this
Schiff,
title, including any interest
Mr. Schmidt,
capitalization
Mr.
provisions
Schumer.
which previously applied to such portion, to be treated
Mr. Scott of
as
Florida,
interest
Mr.
to
Scott
which
of
an
South
interest
Carolina,
capitalization
Shaheen.
provision applies. D, interest
Shaheen.
capitalization provision.
Thank you.
For purposes of this section, the term
Ms.
interest
Slatkin,
capitalization
Ms. Smith,
provision
Mr.
means
Sullivan,
any provision of
Mr.
this
Thune, Mr.
subtitle under
Tillis,
which
Mr.
interest
Tuberville,
1 is required
Mr. Van
to
Hollen,
be
Mr.
charged
Warner,
to
Mr.
capital
Warnock,
account, or 2 may be deducted
Ms.
or
Warren,
charged
Mr.
to
Welch,
capital
Mr.
account.
Whitehouse,
B, certain
Mr. Wicker,
capitalized
Mr. Wyden,
capitalized interest not treated as business interest. Section 163J5 is amended by adding at the end the following new sentence. Such terms shall not be included in any interest which is capitalized under Section 263G or 263AF. C, regulatory authority, Section 163J, as amended by subsection A, is amended by
Senators voting in
redesignating
the
paragraphs
affirmative.
11 and 12 as paragraphs 12 and 13.
also Brooks, Baldwin,
and by
Bennett,
inserting
Cantwell,
after paragraph
Cortez
10 the
Masto,
following.
Duckworth, Fetterman,
1.
Hickenlooper,
1.
Kane,
Regulatory
Kim,
authority. The
Padilla,
Secretary shall
Peters,
issue such
Reed,
regulations or
Rosen,
guidance as
Sanders,
may be necessary
Schatz,
or appropriate
Schiff,
to carry out
Warner, and
the
Whitehouse.
purposes of this subsection, including regulations or guidance
Ms.
to determine
Collins,
which business
aye.
interest is taken into account
Senators
under
voting in the
this
negative.
subsection in
Blackburn,
Section
Britt,
59
Budd,
A, C3.
Capito, Cassidy,
D, effective
Cotton,
date. The amendments
Haggerty,
made by this
Johnson,
section shall apply
Justice,
to taxable
Kennedy,
years beginning
Lee,
after December 31st,
Moran,
2025.
Scott of South Carolina,
Section
Sheehy,
70342.
Sullivan, Thune, and
Definition
Wicker.
of adjusted taxable
Heinrich,
income for
aye.
business interest limitations. A, in general, subparagraph A of section 163J8 is amended. 1, by striking and at the end of the clause 4, and 2, by
Mr.
adding
Grassley,
at the
no.
end the following new clause. 6,
Ms.
the
Smith,
amounts
aye.
included in
Mr.
gross
Merkley,
income under
aye.
sections 951A, 951AA, and 78, and the portion of the deductions allowed under sections 245AA by reason of section 964E4 and 250A1B by reason of such inclusion, and B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall be applied to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Part 5, Other International Tax Reforms, Section 70351. Permanent extension of look-through rule for related controlled foreign corporations. A, in general, Section 954C6C is amended by striking and before January 1st, 2026. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years of foreign corporations
Banks,
beginning
no.
after December 31st, 2025. Section 70352, repeal of election for 1 month deferral
Mr. Young,
in
no.
determination of taxable year
Mr.
of
King,
specified
aye.
foreign corporations. A,
Mr. Ossoff.
in general, Section
Aye. Mr. Gallego.
898C is amended by striking
Aye.
paragraph 2 and redesignating paragraph 3 as paragraph 2. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years of specific foreign corporations beginning after November 30th, 2025. C, transition rule. 1, in general, In the case of the corporation that is a specific foreign corporation
Blunt
as of
Rochester,
November
no.
30th, 2025, such corporation's first taxable year beginning
Ms.
after
Blunt
such date
Rochester,
shall end in
aye.
the same time as the first required year within the meaning of Section 898C1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, ending after such date if any specified foreign corporation is required by the amendments made by this section to change its taxable year for its first taxable year beginning after November 30th, 2025. A, such change shall be treated as
Hassan,
initiated by such
aye.
corporation. B, such change shall be treated as having been made with the consent of the Secretary. And C, the Secretary shall issue regulations or other guidance for allocating foreign taxes that are paid or accrued in such first taxable year and the succeeding taxable year among such taxable years in the manner the Secretary determines appropriate to carry
Bozeman,
out the purposes
no.
of this section. 2, Secretary. For the purposes of this subsection, the term Secretary means the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's
Markey, aye.
delegate. Section 70353, restoration of limitations on downward attribution of stock ownership and applying constructive ownership rules. A, in general, Section 958B as amended, 1, by inserting after paragraph 3 the following 4 subparagraphs A, B, and C of Section 318A shall not be applied so as to consider a United States person as owning stock which is owned by a person who is not a United States person, and 2, by striking paragraph 1 in the last sentence and inserting paragraphs 1 and 4. B, foreign-controlled
Wyden, aye.
United States shareholders, subpart F of Part 3, subchapter N of Chapter 1 is
Mrs.
amended by
Gillibrand, aye.
inserting after Section 951A the following new section. Section 951B. Amounts included in gross income
Mr.
of
Paul, no.
foreign-controlled United States shareholders. A, in general, in
Ms.
the case of any
Slotkin,
foreign-controlled United States
aye. Mr.
shareholder
Ricketts,
of a
no.
foreign-controlled foreign corporation, 1, this subpart other than Section 951A, 951B, and 957 shall be applied with respect to each shareholder, to such shareholder, separately from and in
Mr.
addition
Durbin,
to the application
aye.
of this subpart without regard to this section. A, by substituting
Mr.
foreign-controlled
Hoven.
United States shareholder for United
No.
States
Mr.
shareholder,
Cornyn.
each place it appears
No.
therein.
Mrs. Moody.
And B, by
No.
substituting foreign-controlled foreign corporation for controlled foreign corporation, each place it appears therein. And 2, Section 951A and such other provisions of this subpart as provided by the Secretary shall be applied with respect to such shareholder. A, by treating each reference to United States shareholder in such section as including a reference to such shareholder, and B, by treating each reference to controlled foreign corporation in such section as including a reference to such foreign-controlled foreign corporations. B, foreign-controlled United States shareholder. For purposes of this section, the term foreign-controlled United States shareholder means with respect to any foreign corporation, any United States person which would be a United States shareholder with respect to such foreign corporation.
Mr.
If
Welch,
1, Section
aye.
951B were applied to substituting more than 50% for 10% or more, and 2, Section 958B were applied without regard to
Mr.
paragraph
Marshall,
4 thereof.
no.
C, foreign-controlled foreign corporation. For purposes of this section, the term
Mr. Murphy, aye.
foreign-controlled foreign corporation means a foreign corporation other than a controlled foreign corporation, which would be a controlled foreign corporation if Section 957A were applied. 1, by substituting foreign-controlled United States shareholder for United States shareholders, and 2, by substituting Section 958B other than paragraph 4 thereof for Section 958B. D, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purpose of this section,
Hirono,
including
aye.
regulations or other guidance. 1, to treat a foreign-controlled United States shareholder or a foreign-controlled foreign corporation as a United States shareholder or as a controlled
Mrs.
foreign
Murray, aye.
corporation, respectively, for purposes of provisions of this title other than this subpart including any reporting requirements, and 2, with respect to the treatment of foreign-controlled
Mr. Van
foreign
Hollen.
corporations that are
Aye.
passive foreign investment companies
Mr.
as
Lujan.
defined in Section 921-97. C, clerical amendment. The table of sections for subpart F of Part 3 of subchapter N of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 951 the following new item: C951B, amounts included in the gross income of foreign-controlled United States shareholders. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years of foreign corporations beginning December 31st, 2025. E, special rule. 1, in general, except to the extent provided by the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate, the effective date of any amendment to the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be applied by treating references to United States shareholders as references to foreign-controlled United States shareholders, and by treating references to controlled foreign corporations as
Houston.
references to foreign-controlled foreign corporations.
Mr. Langford.
2, definitions.
No.
Any term used in this paragraph 1 which is used in
Marino.
subpart F of
No.
Part 3 of subchapter
Mr.
N of
Hawley.
Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue
No.
Code of
Mrs. Fisher.
1986 as amended by the section
No.
shall have the meaning given such term in such subpart. F, no inference. The amendments made by this section shall not be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper application of any provision of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to taxable years beginning before the taxable years to which such amendments apply. Section 70354, modification to pro rata share rules. In general, subsection A of Section 951 is amended to read as follows. A, amounts
Mr.
included.
Schmidt. No.
1, in general, if a foreign corporation is a controlled foreign corporation at any time during a taxable year of a foreign
Mr. Tillis.
corporation in this
No.
subsection referred to as the CFC year, A, each United States shareholder which owns within the meaning of Section 958A stock in such corporation or on any day during the CFC year shall include in gross income such shareholders' pro rata share determined under paragraph 2 of the corporation
Blumenthal.
subpart
Aye.
F income for the CFC year, and B, each United States shareholder which owns within the meaning of Section 958A stock in such corporation on the last day in the CFC year on which such corporation is controlled foreign corporation shall include in gross income the amount determined under Section 956 with respect to such shareholder for the CFC year, but only to the extent not excluded from gross income under Section 959A2. 2, pro rata
Curtis,
share
no.
of subpart F in income. A United States shareholder's pro rata share of a controlled foreign corporation subpart F income for a
Ms. Markowski,
CFC
no.
year shall be the portion of such income which is attributable to A, the stock of such corporation owned within the meaning of Section 958A by such shareholder, and B, any period of the CFC year during which 1, such shareholder owned within the meaning of Section 958A such stock, 2, such shareholder
Mr.
was
Scott of
a
Florida,
United
no.
States shareholder of such corporation, and 3, such
Mr. Booker,
corporation was
aye.
a controlled foreign corporation. 3, taxable year of inclusion. Any amount required to be included in gross income by a United States shareholder under paragraph 1 with respect to a CFC year shall be included in gross income for the shareholder's taxable year, which includes the last day on which the shareholder owns within the meaning of Section 958A stock in the controlled foreign corporation during such CFC year. 4, regulatory authority. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations
Mr.
or other
Booker, no.
guidance as may be
Mr. Kelly,
necessary
aye.
or appropriate to carry out the
Mr. Booker,
purposes
aye.
of this
Mr. Cruz,
subsection,
no. Mr.
including
Kelly, aye.
regulations or other guidance allowing taxpayers to elect or requiring taxpayers to close the taxable year of a controlled foreign corporation upon a direct or indirect disposition of stock of such corporation. B, coordination with Section 951A, Section 951AC, as
Ms. Warren,
redesignated
aye.
by Section 70323A2, is amended 1, in paragraph 1 by striking in which or which the taxable year of the controlled foreign corporation ends, and inserting determined under section 951A3, and 2, in paragraph 2 by striking the last day in the taxable year of such foreign corporation on which such foreign corporation is controlled foreign corporation, and inserting any day in such taxable year. C, effective dates.
One, in general, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years of foreign corporations beginning after December 31st, 2025. 2, transition rule for dividends. A dividend paid or deemed paid by a controlled foreign corporation shall not be treated as a dividend for purposes of applying Section 951, A2B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, as in effect before the amendments made by this section if A, such dividend, 1, was paid or deemed paid on or before June 28, 2025, during the taxable year of such controlled foreign corporation, which included such date and the United States shareholder described in Section 951A1 of such code as so in effect did not own, within the meaning of Section 958A of such code, the stock of such controlled foreign corporation during the portion of such taxable year on or before June 28, 2025, or 2, was paid or deemed paid after June 28, 2025, and before such controlled foreign corporation's first taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2025.
Aye.
B, such dividends does not increase the taxable income of a United States person, including by reason of dividends received deduction and inclusion from gross income or an exclusion from subpart F income. Chapter 4, investing in American families, communities, and small businesses.
Mr. Mullen,
Subchapter A,
no.
permanent investments in families and children, Section 70401, enhancement of employer-provided child care credit. A, increase of amount of qualified child care expenditures taken into account. Section 45FA1 is amended by striking 25%. and inserting 40%, 50% in the case of an eligible small business. B, increase of maximum credit amount. Subsection B of Section 45F is amended to read as follows. B, dollar limitation. 1, in general, the credit allowable under subsection A for any taxable year shall not exceed $500,000, $600,000 in the case of an eligible small business. 2, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, the $500,000 and $600,000 amounts in
Mr.
paragraph
Rounds.
1 shall each
No.
be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B,
Warnock
the cost of
High.
living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016, and subparagraph A2 thereof. C, eligible small business. Section 45FC is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, eligible small business. The term eligible small business means a business that meets the gross receipts test of Section 448C, determined A, by substituting 5 taxable year for 3 taxable year in paragraph 1 thereof, and B, substituting 5 year for 3 year in paragraph 3A thereof. D, credit allowed for third-party intermediaries. Section 45FC1A3 is amended by inserting or under contract with an intermediate entity that contracts with one or more qualified child care facilities to provide such child care services before the period at the end. E, treatment of jointly owned or operated child care facility. Section 45FC2 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, treatment of
Mrs.
jointly owned or
Hyde-Smith,
operated
no.
child care
Mr.
facility.
McCormick,
A facility shall not
no.
fail to be treated as a qualified child care facility of the taxpayer merely because such facility is jointly owned or operated by the taxpayer and other persons. F, regulation and guidance. Section 45F is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. G, regulations and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to carry out the purposes of this section, including guidance to
Mr.
carry out the
Tuberville,
purposes
no.
of paragraphs 1A, 3, and 2C of subsection C. G, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to amounts paid or incurred after December 31st, 2025. Section 70402, enhancement of adoption credit. A, in general. Section 23A is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, portion of credit refundable. So much of the credit allowed under paragraph 1 as does not exceed $5,000 shall be treated as a credit allowed under subpart C and not as a credit allowed under this subpart. B, adjustments for inflation. Section 23H is amended to read as follows. H, adjustments for inflation. 1, in general, in the case of taxable year beginning after December 31st, 2002, each of the dollar amounts in paragraphs 3 and 4 of subsection A and paragraphs 1 and 2A1 of subsection B shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year 2001 for calendar year 2016, and subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding, if any amount as increased under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of 10,
Mr.
such
Barrasso, no.
amount shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of 10. 3, special rule for refundable portion. In the case of the dollar amount in subsection A4, paragraph 1 shall be applied A by substituting 2025 for 2002 in the matter preceding subparagraph A, and B by substituting calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2001 and subparagraph B thereof.
Klobuchar.
C,
Aye.
exclusion of refundable portion of credit from carry forward. Section 23C1 is amended by striking credit allowable under subsection A and inserting portion of the credit allowable under subsection A, which is allowed under this subpart. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70403, recognizing Indian tribal governments for purposes of determining whether a child has a special needs for purposes of the adoption credit. A, in general, Section 23D3 is amended. 1, in subparagraph A by inserting or Indian tribal government after a state. 2, in subparagraph B by inserting or Indian tribal government after such state. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70404, enhancement of the dependent care assistance program. A, in general, Section 129A2A is amended by striking $5,000, $2,500, and inserting $7,500, $3,750. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70405, enhancement of child and independent care tax credit. A, in general, paragraph 2 of section 21A is amended to read as follows. 2, applicable percentage defined. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term applicable percentage means 50%. A, reduced but not below 35%. By 1 percentage point for each $2,000 or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income for the taxable year exceeds $15,000, and B, further reduced but not below 20% by 1 percentage point for each $2,000, $4,000 in the case of a joint return, or fraction thereof by which the taxpayer's adjusted gross income for the taxable year exceeds $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. B, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Subchapter B, permanent investments in student reforms into tax-exempt institutions. Section 70411, tax credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship-granting organizations. A, allowance of credit for contributions of individuals to scholarship-granting organizations. 1, in general, subpart A of part 4 of subchapter A of chapter 1 is amended by inserting after section 25E the following new section.
Graham,
Section
no.
25F, qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. A, allowance of credit. In the case of an individual who is a citizen or resident of the United States within the meaning of
Mr.
section
Risch, no.
7701A9, there shall be allowed as a credit against the tax imposed by this chapter for the taxable year an amount equal to the aggregate amount of qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. B, limitations. 1, in general, the credit allowed under subsection A to any taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed an amount equal to or greater of A, 10% of the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year, or B, $5,000. 2, allocation of volume cap. The credit allowed under subsection A to any
Islamists, no.
taxpayer for any taxable year shall not exceed the amount of the volume cap allocated by the Secretary to such taxpayer under subsection H, with respect to qualified
Kansai.
contributions made by the taxpayer during taxable year. 3, reduction based on state credit. The amount allowed as a credit under subsection A for taxable year shall be reduced by the
Kramer,
amount allowed
no.
as a credit on any state tax return of the taxpayer for qualified contributions made by the taxpayer during the taxable year. C, definitions. For purpose of this section, 1, eligible student. The term eligible student means an individual who, A, is a member of a household with an income which, for the calendar year prior to the date of the application for a scholarship, is not greater than 300% of the area median gross income, as such term is used in section 42, and B, is eligible to enroll in a public elementary or secondary school. 2, qualified contribution. The term qualified contribution means a charitable contribution as defined by section 170C to a scholarship granting organization in the form of cash or publicly traded securities as defined in section 6050LA2B. 3, qualified elementary or secondary education expense. The term qualified elementary or secondary education expense means the following expenses in connection with enrollment or attendance at or for students enrolled at or attending an elementary or
Shimraj.
secondary, public, private, or religious school. A, tuition. B, curriculum and curricular materials. C, books or other instructional materials. D, online educational materials. E, tuition for tutoring or educational classes outside of the home, including a tutoring facility, but only if the tutor or instructor does not bear a relationship to the student, which is described in Section 152D. 2, and
Mr. Wyden,
1
aye.
is licensed as a teacher in any state, 2 has taught at 1, a public or private elementary or secondary school, or 2, an institution of higher education as defined in Section 101A of the Higher Education Act of 1965, 20 U.S.C. 1001A, or 3 is a subject matter expert in the relevant subject.
Ms. Ernst, no.
F, fees for a nationally standardized norm-referenced achievement test, an advanced placement examination, or any examination related to college or university admission. G, fees for
Mr.
dual
McConnell.
enrollment in an institution of
No.
higher education. H, educational therapies for students with disabilities provided by a licensed or accredited practitioner or provider, including occupational,
Crapo.
behavioral, physical, and
No.
speech-language therapies, but only if the practitioner or provider does not bear a relationship to the student, which is described in Section 152D2. 4, scholarship granting organization. The term scholarship granting organization means any organization, A, which 1 is described in Section 501c3 and exempt from tax under 501a, and 2 is not a private foundation. B, substantially all of the activities of which are providing scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. C, which prevents the commingling of qualified contributions with other amounts by maintaining one or more separate accounts exclusively for qualified contributions. D is approved to operate in the state in which such organization grants scholarships, and E, which satisfies the requirements of subsection D. D, requirements for scholarship granting organization. 1, in general, an organization meets the requirements of this subsection if A, such organization provides scholarships to 10 or more students who do not all attend the same school. B, such organization spends not less than 90% of revenues on scholarships for eligible students. C, such organization does not provide scholarships for any expenses other than qualified elementary or secondary education expenses. D, such organization provides a scholarship to eligible students with a priority for 1, students awarded a scholarship the previous school year, and 2, after application of Clause 1, any eligible students who have a sibling who is awarded a scholarship from such organization. E, such organization does not earmark or set aside contributions for scholarships on behalf of any particular student. F, such organization, 1, verifies the annual household income and family size of eligible students who apply for scholarships in a manner which complies with the requirement described in paragraph 2, and 2, limits the awarding of scholarships to eligible students who are a member of a household for which the income does not exceed the amount established under subsection C1A. G, such organization, 1, obtains from an independent certified public accountant annual financial compliance audits, and 2, certifies to the Secretary at such time and in such form and manner as the Secretary may prescribe that the audit described in Clause 1 has been completed, and H, no officer or board member of such organization has been convicted of a felony. 2, income verification. The requirement described in this paragraph is that the organization review all of the following documents which are applicable with respect to members of the household of the applicant for the calendar year prior to application for a scholarship. A, federal and state income tax returns, or tax returns transcripts with applicable schedules. B, income reporting statements for tax purposes or wage and income transcripts from the Internal Revenue Service. C, notarized income verification letter from employees. D, unemployment or workers' compensation statements. E, benefit verification letters regarding public assistance payments and supplemental nutrition assistance program payments,
On this
including
vote,
a list
the
of
yeas
household
are
members.
48, the nays are
3,
52,
independent
and the
certified
motion
public
is
accountant.
not agreed to.
For purposes of paragraph 1F, the term independent
President.
certified public accountant means with respect to an
This-
organization,
the
a certified
majority-
public accountant who is not a
Madam
person
President, I ask
described
unanimous
in section
consent that it be in order for the
465B3A
following
with respect to
senators
such
to be recognized to
organization
offer
or
amendments,
any
motions,
employee
or
of such
points of order.
organization.
The amendment be reported
4,
by number
prohibition
with
of
no
self-dealing.
amendments in
A,
order
in
prior to
general,
the vote
scholarship
in
granting
relation to the amendment or
organization
motions,
may
and
not
that
award a
is
scholarship to 1, any disqualified
26
person, or 2, an
9
eligible
6.
student if during the taxable
Without
year or the
objection.
period of the 3 taxable years preceding such taxable year,
Madam President.
such scholarship
Senator
granting
from Georgia.
organization has received a qualified contribution for an
Madam
individual
President,
who
I
bears a
call up my
relationship to
amendment
such student,
2696
which is
and ask
described
to
in
be
section
reported by number.
152D2.
The clerk will
B,
report.
disqualified
Senator from
person. For
Georgia
purposes of this
offers
paragraph, a
amendment number
disqualified person shall be
2696
determined
to amendment number
pursuant to rules similar to
2360.
the rules of section 49.
Madam President, instead of
denial of
adding
double
trillions
benefit.
to the
Any
debt and tax
qualified
cuts for the
contribution
rich
for which
while
credit is
destroying
allowed under this
Medicaid
this
and
section shall
renewable
not be
energy,
taken into account
I
as a
propose we
charitable
help our
contribution for
constituents
purposes of
afford
section
health
170.
insurance.
F,
If we
carry forward
allow
of unused
Affordable Care
credit.
Act benefits to expire, as
1,
this
in
bill
general,
would,
if the credit
more than
allowable
a
under
million
subsection
Georgians
A
will
for any
pay more
taxable
for
year
health
exceeds
insurance
the
next year. A
limitations
family of
imposed
four
by
in Clayton
section
County making
26A
$65,000
for such
a year,
taxable year
that's a
reduced by the sum of the credits
$2,600
allowable under
increase.
this subpart.
Doherty
Other
County,
than this section, section 23
$2,200. Chattahoochee
and
County,
section 25D,
$2,300.
such
Augusta,
excess
Richland
shall be
County,
carried to the succeeding
$2,600.
taxable
Liberty
year and
County,
added to the credit allowable under
$2,600.
subsection A for
Macon-Bibb
such
County,
taxable year.
$2,700.
2, limitation.
The
No credit may be
AJC, our
carried forward
paper,
under the
reports
subsection to any taxable year
300,000
following the
Georgians
fifth
would
taxable
lose
year after the
insurance
taxable year in which the credit
altogether.
arose. For
And that's
purposes
on top of
the
the
preceding
cuts
sentence,
to
credit shall be
Medicaid
treated as used
and
on a
hospitals.
first in,
A vote
first out
against this
basis.
amendment
G, rule of
is a
construction.
vote to gut
Nothing
the
in this
Affordable
section
Care
shall be
Act
construed to permit,
and raise
allow,
health
encourage,
insurance
or
premiums.
authorize any
I
federal
urge
control
a
over
yes
any
vote.
aspect of any private or religious school.
The majority
H,
whip.
volume
Madam
cap.
President, this amendment would
1 in
disproportionately
general.
hit our
The
successful
volume
job
cap
creators
applicable
throughout the country,
under this
harming
section
workers,
shall
consumers,
be
and
$4
local
billion
economies.
for calendar year
And that result
2027 and each
runs
calendar year
directly
thereafter. Such
contrary
amount
to
shall
the
be
central
allocated by
themes
the
of this
Secretary
bill,
as provided in
preventing a
paragraph
more than
2 to
$4
taxpayers
trillion
with respect
tax
to qualified
hike on all
contributions
Americans,
made by such
making permanent
taxpayers,
the
except
Trump
that
tax
10% of
cuts,
such
which
amount shall be
proportionally
divided
benefit the
evenly
middle
among the
class the
states
most.
and shall be
But
available
despite the
with
Democrats'
respect
rhetoric,
to
they're
individuals
conflating
residing
two separate
in such
issues.
states.
Ensuring health care affordability and
2,
access requires
first come, first
thoughtful,
served. For
deliberative,
purposes
and
of
real
applying the volume
solutions.
cap under this section,
Unfortunately,
such
our
volume cap
colleagues
for
on
any
the other
calendar
side of the
year
aisle
shall be
enacted
allocated by the
costly and
Secretary on a
uncapped
first come,
enhanced
first
premium
served
tax
basis,
credits
as
used
determined based
taxpayer
on the
dollars
time
to mask
during such calendar year at
underlying
which the
issues in the
taxpayer made the
ACA
qualified
market, such as
contribution
declining
with
value
respect
and
to which the
fraudulent
allocation is
enrollment.
made.
So I
The
urge my
Secretary
colleagues
shall
to
not make
oppose
any
this
allocation of the
amendment
volume
and
cap
instead
for any
work to
calendar year
reform
after
the
December
underlying
31st of
issues in
such
the
calendar
market that
year.
drive
3,
costs
real-time
for patients
information.
and
For
families.
purposes of this section, the
Madam
Secretary
President,
shall
the pending
develop a system
amendment,
to track the
number
amount of qualified contributions made during the
2696,
calendar year
would
for which
cause the
credit may
underlying
be claimed
legislation to
under
exceed
this
the
section,
Finance Committee
with
section
such information to be
302A
updated in
allocation
real time
of
for
new budget
state.
authority
For
and
purposes of this
outlines.
subsection,
Therefore,
the term
I
state
raise
means
a
only the
point of order
states and the
against
District
this
of
measure
Columbia.
pursuant to
1,
Section
regulation and
302F
guidance. The
of
Secretary
the
shall issue
Congressional
such
Budget Act
regulations
of
or other guidance as the
1974.
Secretary determines necessary
The
to
senator
carry
from
out the
Georgia.
purposes
How
of
much
this
time
section,
do I have
including
remaining?
regulations or other guidance. 1,
senator
providing
has
for
5 seconds.
enforcement of the requirements under subsection D4 and 2,
A vote against
with
this
respect to
amendment
record
will
keeping or
repeal
information
Affordable Care Act
reporting
benefits for
purposes
your
of administrating
constituents
the
and raise their
requirements of
health
this
care
section.
premiums
2,
and pursuant to
conforming
Section
amendments. A,
904
Section
of the Congressional Budget Act of
2(5)(e)(1)(c) is amended by striking
1974, I move to waive
and
Section
25D
302F
and
of that
inserting
act for the purposes
25D
of the
and
pending amendment.
25F.
I ask
B,
for
the
yeas and
table of
nays.
sections for subpart
Is there a
A
sufficient second?
of Part 4, subchapter A of Chapter 1 is
appears to
amended
be.
by inserting after the
clerk will
item
call the
relating
roll.
to Section
Ms. Elsa
25E the
Brooks.
following
Ms.
new
Baldwin.
item. Section 25F, qualified elementary and secondary education scholarships. B, exclusion from gross income for scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. 1, in general, Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting before Section 140 the following new section. Section 139K, scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. A, in general, in the case of an individual, gross income shall not include any amounts provided to such individual or any dependent of such individual pursuant to a scholarship for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of an eligible student which is provided by a scholarship granting organization. B, definitions. In this section, the term qualified elementary or secondary education expense, eligible student, and scholarship granting organization have the same meaning given in such terms under Section 25FC. Conforming amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by inserting before the item relating to Section 140 the following new item. Section 139K, scholarships for qualified elementary or secondary education expenses of eligible students. C, failure of scholarship granting organizations to make distributions. 1, in general, Chapter 42 is amended by adding at the end the following new subchapter.
Mr. Barrasso.
Subchapter 1, scholarship granting organizations. Section 4969, failure to distribute receipts.
Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Section 4969, failure to distribute receipts. A,
Booker,
in general, in the case
Mr.
of any
Bozeman.
scholarship granting organization, as defined in Section 25F, which has been determined by the Secretary to have failed to satisfy the requirements under subsection
Mrs.
B
Britt,
for any
Mr.
taxable taxable year, any contribution made to such organization during the first taxable year beginning after the date of such determination shall not be treated as a qualified contribution, as defined in Section 25F C2 for purposes of Section 25F. B, requirement. The requirement described in this subsection is that the amount of receipts of the scholarship granting organization for the taxable year, which are distributed before the distribution deadline with respect to such receipts, shall not be less than the required distribution amount with respect to such taxable
Mr.
year.
Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons.
C, definitions. For purposes of this section,
Mr.
1,
Cornyn.
required distribution amount. A, in general, the required distribution amount
Ms.
with respect
Cortez
to a taxable
Masto.
year is the amount equal to 100% of the total receipts of the
Mr.
scholarship
Cotton.
granting organization for such taxable
Mr.
year.
Kramer.
1, reduced by the sum of such receipts that are retained for reasonable administrative expenses
Mr. Crapo.
for the taxable year
Mr.
or
Cruz.
carried to the succeeding taxable year under subparagraph C.
Mr. Curtis.
And 2, increased by the amount of the carryover under subparagraph C
Mr.
from the
Daines.
preceding taxable year. B, safe harbor for reasonable administrative expenses. For purposes of subparagraph A1,
Ms.
if the
Duckworth.
percentage of total receipts of a scholarship granting organization for taxable year which are used for administrative expenses is equal to or less than 10%,
Durbin.
such expenses shall be deemed to be reasonable for purpose of such subparagraph. C, carryover. With respect to the amount of the total receipts of a scholarship granting organization with respect to any taxable year, an amount not greater than 15% of such amount may, at the election of such organization, be carried to the succeeding taxable year. 2, distributions. The term distribution
Ernst.
includes amounts which are formally committed but not
Fetterman.
distributed. A formal commitment described in the
Fisher.
preceding sentence may include contributions set aside for eligible
Gallego.
students for more than 1 year. 3, distribution deadline. The distribution deadline with respect to receipts for a taxable year is the first day of the third taxable year following the taxable year in which such receipts are received by the scholarship granting organization. D, regulation and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulation or other guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of this section, including regulations or
Mrs.
other guidance
Gillibrand,
which
Mr.
provides for
Graham.
requirements for record keeping
Mr.
or
Grassley.
information reporting for purposes of
Mr.
administrating the
Haggerty.
requirements of this section. 2,
Ms.
clerical
Hassan.
amendment. The table of subchapters for Chapter 42 is amended by adding at the end the following
Mr.
new
Hawley.
item. Subchapter 1,
Mr. Heinrich.
scholarship granting organizations. D,
Mr.
effective date.
Hickenlooper.
1, in general, except as otherwise provided in this subsection, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years ending after December 31st, 2026. 2, exclusion from gross income. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to amounts received after December 31st, 2026, in taxable years ending after such date. Section 70412, exclusion for employer payments of student loans. A, in general, Section 127C1B is amended by striking in the case of payments made before January 1st, 2026. B,
Mr.
inflation
Hovind.
adjustment. Section 127 is
Husted.
amended, 1, by redesignating subsection
Mrs.
D as
Hyde-Smith.
subsection E, and 2,
Mr.
by inserting
Johnson.
after subsection C the following new subsection. D, inflation adjustment. 1, in general, in the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026, both of the $5,250 amounts in subsection A2 shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3 for the calendar
Mr.
year in which
Kane,
the
Mr.
taxable year
Kelly.
begins, determined
Mr.
by
Kennedy.
substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar
Mr.
year
Kim.
2016 in subparagraph A2
Mr. King.
thereof. 2, rounding. If any increase
Ms.
under paragraph
Klobuchar.
1 is not a multiple of $50, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $50. C, effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to payments made after December 31st, 2025.
Mr. Langford.
Section 70413, additional expenses treated as qualified
Mr.
higher
Lee.
education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. A, in
Mr.
general.
Lujan.
1, in general, Section 529C7 is amended to read as follows. 7, treatment of elementary and secondary tuition. Any reference in this section to term qualified higher education expenses
Ms. Lummis.
shall include a reference to the following expenses in
Mr.
connection
Markey.
with enrollment or
Mr.
attendance
Marshall.
at or for students enrolled or at attending
Mr. McConnell.
elementary or secondary public,
Mr.
private, or
McCormick.
religious school. A, tuition. B, curriculum and
Merkley.
curricular materials. C, books or other instructional
Mrs.
materials.
Moody.
D,
Mr. Moran.
online educational materials.
Moreno.
E, tuition for tutoring or educational
Mullen.
classes outside of the home, including at a tutoring facility, but only if the tutor or instructor is not related to the student. And 1, is licensed as a teacher in any state. 2, has
Mr.
taught in
Murkowski.
eligible educational institution. Or 3, is a subject matter expert in the relevant subject. F, fees for a nationally standardized norm reference achievement test, an advanced placement examination, or any examinations related to college or university admission. G, fees for dual enrollment in an institution of higher education. H, educational therapies for students with disabilities provided by a licensed or accredited practitioner or provider, included occupational, behavioral, physical, and speech-language therapies. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall be
Mr. Murphy.
distributions made after the date of the
Mrs. Murray.
enactment of this
Mr.
act.
Ossoff.
B, increase of limitation.
Mr.
1,
Padilla,
in
Mr.
general, the
Paul,
last
Mr.
sentence of Section
Peters.
529E3 is
Mr.
amended by
Reed.
striking $10,000 and inserting $20,000. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this
Mr.
subsection
Ricketts.
shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Section 70414, certain post-secondary
Mr. Risch.
credentialing expenses treated as qualified higher education expenses for purposes of 529 accounts. A, in general, Section 529E3 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, certain post-secondary credentialing expenses. The term qualified higher education
Rosen, Mr.
expenses
Rounds,
includes qualified post-secondary
Sanders.
credentialing expenses as defined in subsection F. B, qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses. Section 529 is amended by redesignating subsection F as subsection G and by inserting after subsection E the following new subsection. F, qualified post-secondary credentialing expenses.
Mr.
For
Schatz,
purposes
Mr.
of this
Schiff,
section,
Mr.
1,
Schmidt.
in general, the term qualified post-secondary credentialing
Schumer,
expenses means
Mr.
A,
Scott of
tuition,
Florida,
fees,
Mr.
books,
Scott of South
supplies,
Carolina,
equipment required for the enrollment
Mr.
or
Shaheen,
attendance of a designated
Mr.
beneficiary in recognized post-secondary credential
Slotkin,
program,
Ms. Smith,
or any
Mr.
other expense
Sullivan,
incurred in connection with an
Mr.
enrollment
Thune,
in or attendance
Mr.
at a
Tillis,
recognized post-secondary credential program,
Mr.
if such
Tuberville,
expense would, if incurred in connection with the enrollment or
Mr. Van
attendance
Hollen,
at an eligible educational institution, be covered under subsection E3A. B, fees for testing of such
Mr.
testing is
Warner,
required to
Mr.
obtain or
Warnock,
maintain a recognized post-secondary
Ms. Warren,
credential. And C, fees for continuing
Welch,
education if such education is required to maintain
Mr.
a
Whitehouse,
recognized post-secondary credential. 2, recognized
Wicker,
post-secondary credential
Mr.
program.
Wyden,
The term recognized
Young.
post-secondary credential program means any program to obtain a recognized post-secondary credential if A, such program
Senators
is
voting in the
included on a
affirmative.
state list prepared
Also
under
Brooks,
Section 122D
Baldwin,
of the Workforce
Blumenthal,
Innovation
Blunt,
and
Rochester,
Opportunity Act,
Booker,
29
Cantwell,
U.S.C.
Cortez
3152D. B, such
Duckworth,
program is listed in the public directory
Heinrich,
of the Web-enabled
Kane,
approval
Kelly,
management
Kim,
systems
King,
or the
Lujan,
Veterans
Markey,
Benefits
Merkley,
Administration's or successor
Murray,
directory such program. C,
Ossoff,
an examination
Padilla,
developed
Peters,
or administered by an
Rosen,
organization
Sanders,
widely
Schatz,
recognized as
Schumer,
providing reputable
Shaheen,
credentials in the
Slotkin,
occupation,
Warren, Welch,
is required to
Whitehouse,
obtain or maintain
Wyden.
such credential, and such organization recognizes such program as providing training or
Ms.
education
Hassan.
which prepares individuals
Aye.
to take such examination. Or D,
Ms.
such
Gilli-
program
Mrs.
is
Gillibrand.
identified by the Secretary
Aye.
after
Mr. Rono.
consultation with the Secretary of Labor
Aye.
as being a reputable program for
Mr.
obtaining a
Murphy.
recognized post-secondary credential
Aye.
for purposes of this subparagraph.
Senators
3,
voting in the
recognized
negative.
post-secondary
Banks,
credential.
Barrasso,
The term recognized
Blackburn,
post-secondary
Britt,
credential
Budd,
means A,
Capito,
a post-secondary
Cassidy,
employment
Collins,
credential that is
Cornyn,
industry
Kramer,
recognized
Crapo,
and is one,
Cruz,
any
Ames,
post-secondary
Ernst,
employment credential
Fisher, Graham,
issued by a program
Grassley,
that is
Hogan,
accredited by the
Husted,
Institute for
Hyde-Smith,
Credit
Johnson,
Credentialing
Langford,
Excellence,
Marshall,
the National Commission on
McConnell,
Certifying Agencies,
Moran,
or the American
Mullen,
National
Hall,
Standards
Ricketts,
Institute.
Risch,
2, any
Rounds,
post-secondary employment
Schmidt,
credential that
Scott
is
of
included in
Florida,
the
Sullivan,
Credentialing
Thune,
Opportunities
Tuberville,
online
Wicker.
directory of credentialing programs or
Kennedy.
successor directory maintained by the Department
No.
of Defense
Mr.
or by any
Hickenlooper.
branch of the armed forces. Or 3,
Aye. Mr.
any
Sheehy.
post-secondary employment credential identified for purposes of this clause by the
Ms. Alsop
Secretary
Brooks.
after consultation with the Secretary
Aye.
of Labor as being industry recognized. B, any certificate of completion of an apprenticeship that is registered and certified with the Secretary of Labor under the Act of August 16, 1937, commonly known as National Apprenticeship Act,
Ms. Lummis.
50 Stat
Ms.
664, Chapter 663,
No.
29 U.S.C. 50. C, any occupational or professional
Mr. Gallego.
license issued or
Mr.
recognized
Gallego.
by a state or the federal government, and any
Mr.
certification
Cotton.
that satisfies the
Cotton.
condition for obtaining such a license, and
No.
D, any recognized post-secondary credential as defined in Section
Mr. Schiff.
352 of
Mr.
the
Schiff.
Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, 29 U.S.C. 310252, provided through a program described in paragraph 2A. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to the distributions made after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70415, modification of excise tax on investment income of certain private colleges and universities. A, in general, Section 4968 is amended to read as follows. Section 4968, excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. A, tax imposed. There is hereby imposed
Mr.
on
Lee.
each applicable
Mr. Lee.
educational institution for the taxable
No.
year a tax equal to the applicable percentage of the net investment income of such institution for the taxable year.
B, applicable percentage. For purposes of this section, the term applicable percentage means 1.4% in the case of an institution with a student-adjusted endowment of at least $500,000 and not in
Ms.
excess
Smith.
of $750,000. 2,
Aye.
4% in the case of an institution with a student-adjusted endowment in excess of $750,000 and not in excess of $2 million. And 3, 8% in the case of an institution with a student-adjusted endowment in excess of $2 million. C, applicable education institution. For purposes of this subchapter, the term applicable educational institution means an eligible educational institution as defined in Section 25AF2, 1, which had at least 3,000 tuition-paying students during the preceding taxable year. 2, more than 50% of the tuition-paying students of which are located in the United States. 3, the student-adjusted endowment of which is at least $500,000. And 4, which is not described in the first sentence of Section 51A2B related to state colleges and universities. D, student-adjusted endowment. For purposes of this section, the term student
Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis.
adjusted endowment means with
No.
respect to any
Mr.
institution
Warnock.
for
Mr.
any
Warnock.
taxable year, 1, the
Aye.
aggregate fair market value of the
Klobuchar.
assets of such
Aye.
institution determined
Mr.
as
Reed.
the end of the preceding
Aye.
taxable year, other
Mr.
than those
Warner.
assets which are used directly in carrying out the
Aye.
institution's
Mr. Curtis.
exempt purpose, divided by 2,
No.
the number of students of such institution. Determination of number of students. For purposes of subsection C and D, the number of students of an institution, including for purposes of determining the number of students at a particular location, shall be based on the daily average number of full-time students attending such institution, with part-time students taken into account on a full-time student equivalent basis. F, net investment income. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, net investment income shall be determined under rules similar to the rules of Section
Mr. Fetterman.
4940C.
Mr. Fetterman.
2, override of certain
Aye.
regulatory
Mr.
exceptions.
Young.
A,
Mr. Young.
student loan interest.
No.
Net investment income shall be determined by taking into account any interest income from a student loan made by the applicable educational institution or any related organization as gross investment income. B, federally subsidized royalty income. 1, in general, net investment income shall be determined by taking into account any federally subsidized royalty income as gross investment income. 2, federally subsidized royalty
Mr.
income for
McCormick.
purposes of this
Mr. McCormick.
subparagraph.
No.
I, in general, the student federally subsidized royalty income means any otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income if any federal funds were used in the research, development, or
Mr.
creation of
Haggerty.
the patent,
Mr.
copyright,
Haggerty.
or other intellectual
No.
or intangible property from which such royalty income is derived. 2, otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term otherwise regulatory exempt royalty income means royalty income which, but for this subparagraph, would not be taken into account as gross investment income by reason of being derived from patents, copyrights, or other
Hawley.
intellectual or intangible property
No.
which resulted from the work of students or faculty members in their capacities as such with the applicable educational institution. 3, federal funds. The term federal funds includes any grant made by and any payment made under any contract with any federal agency to the applicable educational institution, any related organization, or any student or faculty member referred to in subclause 2. G, assets and net investment income of related organizations. 1, in general, for purposes of subsections D and F, assets and net investment income of any related organization with respect to an educational institution shall be treated as assets and net investment income respectively of the educational institution, except that A, no such amount shall be taken into account with respect to more than one educational institution, and B, unless such organization
Mr.
is
Van
controlled by
Hollen.
such institution
Van
or
Hollen.
is described in Section
Aye.
509A3 with respect to such institution for the taxable year, assets and net investment income which are not intended or available for the use of benefit of the educational institution should not be taken into account. 2, related organization. For
Mr.
purposes of this
Justice.
subsection, the term
Mr.
related
Justice.
organization means with respect to any
No.
educational institution, any organization which A, controls or is controlled by such institution, B, is controlled by one or more persons which also control an
Murkowski.
institution, or C,
Mr. Murkowski.
is a supported organization
No.
as defined in Section 509F3, or an organization described in Section 509A3 during the taxable year with respect to such institution. H, regulations. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary to prevent avoidance of the tax under the section, including regulations or other guidance to prevent avoidance of such tax through restructuring of endowment funds or other arrangements designed to reduce or eliminate the
Mr.
value of
Coons.
net investment
Mr.
income or
Coons.
assets subject to the tax imposed by this
Aye.
section. B, requirement to report certain information with respect to application of excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. Section
Mr. Bennett.
6033 is amended
Mr.
by
Bennett.
redesignating subsection
Aye.
O as subsection P and inserting after subsection N the following new subsection. O, requirement to report certain information with respect to excise tax based on investment income of private colleges and universities. Each applicable educational institution described in section 4968C, which is subject to the requirements of subsection A, shall include on the return required under subsection A.
Mr. Durbin.
1, the number
Mr.
of
Durbin.
tuition-paying students taken into account
Aye.
under section 4968C, and 2, the number of students of such institution determined under the rules of
Mr.
section
Scott. Mr. Scott of South
49680.
Carolina.
C, effective date.
No.
The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70416, expanding application of tax on excise compensation within tax-exempt organizations. A, in general. Section 4960C2 is amended to read as follows. 2, covered employee. For purposes of this section, the term covered employee means any employee of an applicable tax-exempt organization or any predecessor of such an organization, and any former employee of such an organization or predecessor who was such an employee during any taxable year beginning after December 31, 2016. B, effective date. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Subchapter
Mr.
C,
Moreno.
permanent investments
Mr.
in
Moreno.
community development. Section
No.
70421, permanent renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. A, decennial designations. 1, determination period. Section 1400Z-1C2B is amended by striking beginning of the date of the enactment of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act and inserting beginning of the decennial determination date. 2, decennial determination date. Section 1400Z-1C2 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, decennial determination date. The term decennial determination date means 1, July 1, 2026, and 2, each July 1 of the year that is 10 years after the preceding decennial determination date under this subparagraph. 3, repeal of special rule for Puerto Rico. Section 1400Z-1B is amended by striking paragraph 3. 4, limitation on
Bozeman.
number of
Mr. Bozeman.
designations. Section 1400
No.
Z-1D1 is amended. A, in paragraph 1 by striking and subsection B3, and 2, by inserting during any period after the number of population census tracts in a state that may be designated as qualified opportunity zones under this section, and B, in paragraph 2, by inserting during any period before the period at the end. 5, effective dates. A, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, the amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act. B, Puerto Rico. The amendment made by paragraph 3 shall take effect on December 31, 2026. B, qualifications for designations. 1, determination of low-income communities. Section 1400Z-1C is amended by striking all that precedes paragraph 2 and inserting the following. C, other definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, low-income communities. The term low-income community means any population census tract if A, such population census tract has a median family income that 1, in the case of a population census tract not located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 70% of the statewide median family income, or 2, in the case of a population census tract located within a metropolitan area does not exceed 70% of the metropolitan area median family income, or B, such population census tract has 1, has a poverty rate of at least 20%, and 2, has a median family income that 1, in the case of a population census tract not located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 125% of the statewide median family income, or 2, in the case of a population census tract located within a metropolitan area, does not exceed 125% of the metropolitan area median family income. 2, repeal of the rule for contiguous census tracts. Section 1400Z-1 is amended by striking subsection E and redesignating subsection F as subsection E. 3, period for which designation is in effect. Section 1400Z-1E, as redesignated by paragraph 2, is amended to read as follows. E, period for which designation is in effect. 1, in general, a designation as a qualified opportunity zone shall remain in effect for the period beginning on the applicable start date and ending on the day before the date that is 10 years after the applicable start date. 2, applicable start date. For purposes of this section, the term applicable start date means, with respect to any qualified opportunity zone designated under this section, the January 1 following the date on which such qualified opportunity zone was certified and designated by the Secretary under subsection B1B. 4, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to areas designated under section 1400Z-1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 after the date of the enactment of this act. C, application of special rules for capital gains. 1, repeal of sunset on election. Section 1400Z-2A2 is amended to read as follows. 2, election. No election may be made under paragraph 1 with respect to a sale or exchange of an election previously made with respect to such sale or exchange is in effect. 2, modification of rules for deferral of gain. Section 1400Z-2B is amended to read as follows. B, deferral of gain invested in opportunity zone property. 1, year of inclusion. Gain of which subsection A1B applies shall be included in gross income in the taxable year which includes the earlier of A, the date on which such investment is sold or exchanged, or B, the date which is 5 years after the date of investment in the qualified opportunity fund was made. 2, amount includable. A, in general, the amount of gain included in gross income under subsection A1B shall be the excess of 1, the lesser of the amount of gain excluded under subsection A1A, or the fair market value of the investment as determined as of the date described in paragraph 1, over 2, the taxpayer's base in the investment. B, determination of basis. 1, in general, except as otherwise provided in the subparagraph or subsection C, the taxpayer's base in the investment shall be 0. 2, increase for gain recognized under subsection A1B. The basis in the investment shall be increased by the amount of gain recognized by reason of subsection A1B with respect to such investment. 3, investments held for 5 years. 1, in general, in the case of any investment held for at least 5 years, the basis of such investment shall be increased by an equal amount to 10%, 30% in the case of any investment in a qualified rural opportunity fund, of the amount of gain deferred by reason of subsection A1A. 2, application of increase. For purposes of this subsection, any increase in basis under this clause shall be treated as occurring before the date described in paragraph 1B. C, qualified rural opportunity fund. For purposes of subparagraph B3, 1, qualified rural opportunity fund. The term qualified rural opportunity fund means a qualified opportunity fund that holds at least 90% of its assets in qualified opportunity zone property, which 1, is qualified opportunity zone business property, substantially all of the use of which during substantially all of the fund's holding period for such property was in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area, or 2, is qualified opportunity zone stock or qualified opportunity zone partnership interest in a qualified opportunity zone business in which substantially all of the tangible property owned or leased is qualified opportunity zone business property described in subsection D3A1, and substantially all of the use of which is in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area. For purposes of the preceding sentence, property held in the fund shall be measured under rules similar to the rules of subsection D1. 2, rural area. The term rural area means any area other than 1, a city or town that has a population of greater than 50,000 inhabitants, and 2, any urbanized area contiguous and adjacent to a city or town described in subclause 1. 3, special rule for investments held at least 10 years. Section 1400Z-2A, 2C is amended by striking.
I recognize the senator
Makes an
from
election
Delaware.
under this clause and all that follows, and inserting
At
makes an
the
election
desk.
under this subsection. The basis of such investment shall be equal to A. In the case of an investment sold before the date that is 30 years after the date of the investment, the fair market value of such investment on the date such investment is sold or exchanged, or B. In any other case, the fair market value of such investment on the date that is 30 years after the date of the investment. 4. Termination of qualified opportunity zone property. A, qualified opportunity zone business property, section 1400Z-2D2D11 is amended by striking December 31, 2017, and inserting the applicable start date as defined in section 1400Z-1E2 with respect to the qualified opportunity zone described in subclause 3. B, qualified opportunity zone stock and partnership interests, section 1400Z-2D2 is amended 1 by striking December 31, 2017, each place it appears in subparagraphs B11 and C1, and inserting the applicable date, and 2 by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph E, applicable date. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term applicable date means with respect to any corporation or partnership which is a qualified opportunity zone business, the earliest date described in subparagraph D11 with respect to the qualified opportunity zone business property held by such qualified opportunity zone business. C, special rule for improvement of existing structure in rural areas. Section 1400Z-2D2D2 is amended by inserting 50% of such adjusted basis in the case of property in a qualified opportunity zone comprised entirely of a rural area as defined in subsection B2C2 after the adjusted basis of such property. 5 effective dates. A, in general, except as otherwise provided in this paragraph, the amendments made in this subsection shall apply to amounts invested in qualified opportunity funds after December 31, 2026. B, acquisition of qualified opportunity zone property. The amendments made by subparagraphs A and B of paragraph 4 shall apply to property acquired after December 31, 2026. C, substantial improvement. The amendment
On this motion,
made
the
by
yeas are
paragraph
47.
4C shall take
The nays are
effect on the date of the
53. The
enactment of this
motion
act.
is not agreed to.
D, information
Mr.
reported
President, I
on
ask
qualified
unanimous consent
opportunity
that it be in
funds
order
and
for the
qualified
following
rural
senators to be
opportunity
recognized to
funds.
offer
1,
amendments,
filing
motions, or points
requirements
of
for
order, that the
funds and
amendments be reported
investors.
by number with no
Subpart A
amendments
of
in order prior
Part
to a
3
vote in relation
of
to the amendments or
subchapter A
motions.
of Chapter 61
Senator
is
Blunt,
amended by
Rochester,
inserting
motion to
after
commit.
section
Without
6039J the
objection?
following new sections. Section
I now recognize the senator from
6039K
Delaware.
returns with respect to qualified opportunity funds.
Mr. President,
and
I
qualified
have a
rural
motion
opportunity
at the
funds. A, in
desk.
general, every qualified opportunity
The clerk
fund
will
shall
report.
file an annual
Senator from
return
Delaware,
at such
Ms.
time
Blunt,
and in such
Rochester,
manner
move
as
to
the
commit the
Secretary
bill
may
H.R.
prescribe,
1 to the Committee on
containing the
Finance
information described in
with
subsection B.
instructions.
B,
Mr. President,
information
I
from
ask
qualified
unanimous consent
opportunity
that the
funds.
reading be dispensed with.
Information described in this
Without
subsection
objection?
is 1, the name, address, and
Mr.
taxpayer
President,
identification number of the
in one of
qualified
the richest
opportunity fund.
countries
2,
in the world,
whether the qualified
we have
opportunity fund is
maternal
organized
and
as a
infant
corporation or
mortality
partnership.
crises.
3,
In fact,
the
we
value
have
of the
the
total
highest
assets held by the
maternal
qualified
mortality
opportunity
rate
fund
among wealthy
as of each
nations.
date described in
Today,
section
Medicaid is the single largest payer of
1400Z-2D1
maternity
for the value of
care
all
in
qualified
the United
opportunity
States,
zone
covering
property
40% of
held by the
births
qualified
nationwide
opportunity
and
fund
nearly
on
half
such date
of the births
with
in our
respect to
rural
each investment
communities.
held by the
Obstetric
qualified
units,
opportunity fund
particularly in rural
and
hospitals,
qualified
are
opportunity
closing
zone
at
stock
alarming
or
rates,
qualified opportunity zone partnership
actually creating
interest.
maternity
A,
deserts
the name,
in this
address,
country.
and taxpayer identification number
And
of
a
the
reason
corporation
why?
in which such stock is held or
Low
the partnership in
Medicaid
which such
hospital
interest
rates.
is held.
To be
as the case
blunt,
may be.
now
B,
is not
each
the
North
time
American
to be
industry
slashing the
classification
Medicaid
system,
program.
NAICS
My amendment
code
would
that
stop
applies to
cuts to
the
Medicaid
trades or
used for vital
businesses conducted by
hospital
such
services,
corporation or
especially
partnership.
labor and delivery rooms. Leader
C, the
Thune said it
population
himself
census tract or
earlier today
population
that
census tract
Medicaid
in
should
which
be for pregnant moms.
qualified opportunity
So,
zone
my
business
colleagues,
property
we
of such
have a
corporation or
choice.
partnership
Do we
is
stand for
located. D,
billionaires or do
the
we
amount of the
stand
investment in
up
such stock
for
or
moms and
partnership
babies?
interest as of each
For
date described in
Democrats, the
section
choice is clear, and I urge my Republican colleagues to
1400Z-2D1E.
vote yes on the motion
The
to
value of
support
tangible property such as
families
such
over
corporation or
billionaires. I
partnership
yield
on
back.
each such date is owned by such corporation or partnership. F,
The
the
questions
value
on
of
the motion.
tangible property held by such corporation or partnership on each such date, which is leased by such corporation or
sufficient
partnership.
second?
G, the approximate
appears to
number
be.
of
The
residential
clerk will call the roll.
units in any, for any real property held by such corporation or partnership. And H, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees of such corporation or partnership for the year within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary or such other indication of the employment impact of such corporation or partnership as determined appropriate by the Secretary. 6, with respect to the items of qualified opportunity zone business property held by the qualified opportunity zone, A, the North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code that applies to the trade or businesses in which such property is held. B, the property population census tract in which the property is located. C, whether the property is owned or leased. D, the aggregate value of the items of qualified opportunity zone property held by the qualified opportunity fund as of each date described in section 1400Z-2D1. And E, in the case of real property, the number of residential units, if any. 7, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees for the year of the trades or businesses of the Qualified Opportunity Fund in which Qualified Opportunity Zone business property is held with the numerical ranges identified by the Secretary or such other indication of the
Barrasso.
employment impact of such trades or
Mr. Bennett,
businesses as
Mrs.
determined
Blackburn.
appropriate by the Secretary. 8, with respect to each person who disposed of an investment in the Qualified Opportunity Fund during the year,
Mr.
A,
Blumenthal, Ms.
the name, address,
Rochester,
and
Mr.
taxpayer
Booker.
identification number of such person.
Mr.
B,
Bozeman.
the date or dates on which the investment disposed was acquired, and C, the date or dates on which any such investment was disposed and the
Britt.
amount of the investment disposed. And 9, such other information as the Secretary may
Budd.
require. C, statement required to be furnished to investors. Every person required to make a return under subsection A shall furnish to each person whose name is
Cantwell.
required to be set forth in any such return by reason of subsection B8 at such time and in
Mrs.
such manner
Capito.
as the Secretary may prescribe, a written statement showing,
Mr. Cassidy.
1, the name, address, and phone
Ms.
number of the
Collins.
information contact of the person
Mr.
required to make
Coons.
such a return, and 2, the information required to be shown on such return by reason of subsection B8
Mr.
with
Cornyn,
respect
Ms.
to the
Cortez
person whose name is
Masto.
required to be so set forth. D, definitions. For purposes of this section,
Mr.
1
Cotton,
in general,
Mr. Kramer.
any person used in this section,
Mr.
which is also
Crapo.
used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1, shall have the meaning given such term under
Cruz.
such subchapter.
Mr.
2,
Curtis, Mr.
full-time
Daines, Ms.
equivalent
Duckworth, Mr.
employees. The
Durbin.
term full-time equivalent employees means with respect to
Ms.
any
Ernst,
month,
Mr.
the sum of the
Fetterman,
subs
Mrs. Fisher.
of A, the number of full-time
Mr.
employees as
Gallego.
defined in section
Mrs.
4980 HC4 for the month, plus
Mr.
B, the
Graham.
number of employees determined under
Grassley.
rules similar to the rules of section
Mr. Haggerty.
4980 HC2E by dividing the aggregate number of hours of service of employees who are not full-time employees for the month by 120.
Mr. Hawley, Mr.
E,
Heinrich.
application to qualified rural opportunity funds. Every qualified rural opportunity fund, as defined in section 1400Z-2B2C, shall file the annual
Mr.
return
Hickenlooper,
required
Ms.
under
Hirono,
subsection A.
Mr.
with
Hoven.
statements required under subsection C applied. 1, by substituting
Husted.
qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears.
Mrs. Hyde Smith.
2, by substituting section
Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly.
1400Z-2B2C for section 1400Z-2D1 of each place it appears, and 3, by treating any reference after the application of paragraph 1
Kennedy,
to qualified
Mr.
rural
Kim.
opportunity zone stock, a qualified rural
King,
opportunity zone
Ms.
partnership
Klobuchar.
interest, a qualified rural opportunity zone business,
Langford.
or qualified opportunity zone business property as stock,
Mr.
an
Lee.
interest, a business, or property respectively described in
Lujan, Ms.
subclause 1 or
Lummis.
2, as the case may be, of
Mr.
section
Markey.
1400Z,
Mr. Marshall.
2B2C1,
Mr. McConnell, Mr.
section
McCormick,
603L.
Mr. Merkley.
Information required
Mrs.
from
Moody.
qualified opportunity
Mr.
zone
Moran.
businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone
Marino.
businesses. A, in general, every applicable qualified opportunity zone business
Mr.
shall
Mullen.
furnish to the Qualified Opportunity Fund
Ms.
described in
Murkowski, Mr.
subsection
Murphy,
B, a written
Mrs.
statement
Murray.
at such time, in such manner, and setting forth such information as the Secretary may, by regulations, prescribe
Mr.
for
Ossoff,
purposes of
Mr.
enabling such
Padilla,
Qualified Opportunity Fund to meet the
Paul, Mr.
requirements
Peters.
of section 6039KB5. B, applicable qualified opportunity zone business. For purposes of subsection A, the term
Mr. Reed.
applicable qualified opportunity zone business means any qualified opportunity zone business, 1, which is a trade or
Mr.
business
Ricketts,
of a
Mr.
qualified
Risch.
opportunity fund, 2, in which a qualified opportunity fund holds
Ms.
qualified
Rosen, Mr. Rounds.
opportunity zone stock, or 3,
Mr.
in which a
Sanders.
qualified opportunity
Mr.
fund
Schatz.
holds a qualified opportunity zone partnership interest. C, other
Mr.
terms.
Schiff.
Any term used in this section which is also used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1,
Mr.
shall have the
Schmidt,
meaning
Mr.
given
Schumer.
such term under such subchapter. D, application to qualified rural opportunity businesses.
Mr. Scott of
Every
Florida,
applicable qualified rural opportunity zone business
Scott of
as
South
defined in
Carolina.
subsection B,
Mrs.
determined
Shaheen.
after application of the substitutions
Mr.
described
Sheehy,
in
Ms.
this sentence
Slotkin,
shall
Ms.
furnish
Smith.
the written statement required under subsection A applied, 1, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for
Mr.
qualified
Sullivan, Mr.
opportunity
Boone,
each
Mr.
place
Tillis.
it appears, and 2, by treating any reference after the application of paragraph 1 to qualified rural opportunity
Mr.
zone
Tuberville,
stock,
Mr.
a
Van
qualified
Hollen,
rural
Mr.
opportunity
Warner,
zone partnership
Mr.
interest,
Warnock,
or qualified
Ms. Warren,
rural opportunity zone
Mr.
business
Welch,
as stock, an interest or business
White House,
respectively described in
Mr.
subclause
Wicker,
1 or
Mr.
2, as the
Wyden,
case may be,
Mr.
of
Young.
section 1400Z-2B2C1. 2 penalties. A, in general. Part 2 of subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after section 6725 the following new section. Section 6726, failure to comply with information reporting requirements relating to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. A, in general, if any person required to file a return under section 6039K fails to file a complete and correct
Senators
return
voting in the
under such
affirmative.
section in the
Baldwin,
time and in the
Bennett,
manner prescribed
Blumenthal,
therefore.
Lunt,
Each person
Rochester,
shall pay a
Coons,
penalty of $500 for each day
Durbin,
during which such
Fetterman,
failure continues.
Hassan,
B,
Heinrich,
limitation. 1,
Perono,
in general, the
Kane,
maximum
Kelly,
penalty under this
Kim,
section
Lujan,
on
Merkley,
failures with respect to
Murphy,
any one
Murray,
return shall not
Padilla,
exceed $10,000.
Peters, Reed,
2, large
Rosen,
qualified
Schumer,
opportunity funds in the case of any
Slotkin,
failure
Smith,
described in
Van Hollen,
subsection
Warner,
A with respect
Warnock,
to a
and White
fund
House. Mr.
gross
Booker,
assets
aye.
of which determined on this last day of the applicable year are in
Senators
excess of
voting
$10
in the
million.
negative. Barrasso,
Paragraph 1
Blackburn,
shall be
Bozeman,
applied
Budd,
by
Cassidy,
substituting
Cornyn,
$50,000 for
Cotton,
$10,000.
Kramer,
C,
Crapo,
penalty in
Curtis,
cases of
Daines,
intentional disregard. If
Ernst,
a failure
Grassley,
described in
Haggerty,
subsection A is due to
Hoven,
intentional
Height-Smith,
disregard,
Justice,
then 1,
Langford,
subsection A
Lummis,
shall be applied by
Moran,
substituting
Marino, Mullen,
$2,500
Murkowski,
for
Paul,
$500.
Ricketts,
2,
Schmidt,
subsection
Scott of Florida,
B1 shall be applied by
Sheehy,
substituting
Thune,
$50,000 for
Tillis,
$10,000. And
Wicker,
3,
and Young.
subsection B2
Mr.
shall be applied by
Gallego.
substituting $250,000 for $50,000. D, inflation adjustment. 1, in general, if
Mrs. Moody,
in the
no.
case of any failure relating to a return acquired to be filed by a calendar year beginning after 2025, each of the dollar amounts in subsections A, B, and C shall be increased by an amount equal to A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment
Schiff,
determined
aye.
under section 1F3 for the calendar year determined by substituting calendar year 2024 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. 2, rounding. A, in general, if the $500 amount in subsection A and C1 or the $2,500 amount in subsection C1 after being increased under paragraph 1 is not a multiple of $10, such dollar
Mr.
amount shall be
Houston,
rounded to the
no.
next lowest multiple of $10. B, asset threshold. If the $10 million amount in subsection B2 after being increased under paragraph
Warren,
1 is not
aye.
a multiple of $10,000, such paragraph amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $10,000. C, other dollar amounts. If any dollar amount in subsection B or C, other than any amount to which paragraph A or B applies, after being increased under paragraph 1, is not a multiple of $1,000, such dollar amount shall be rounded to the next lowest multiple of $1,000. B, information required to be sent to other taxpayers. Section
Cantwell,
6724D2, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended 1, by striking "or" at the end of the subparagraph
Mr.
LL.
Ossoff.
2, by striking the
Aye.
period at the end of subparagraph MM and inserting a
Welch.
comma. And 3,
Aye.
by inserting after subparagraph MM the following new subparagraphs. NN, section 6039KC related to disposition of qualified opportunity fund investments, or
Section 6093L, relating to information required from certain qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified
Mrs.
rural
Gillibrand.
opportunity zone businesses. 3,
Aye.
electronic filing. Section 6011E is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 8, qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Notwithstanding paragraphs 1 and 2, any return filed by a qualified opportunity fund or qualified rural opportunity funds under section 6039K shall be filed on magnetic media or other machine-readable form. 4, clerical amendments. A, the table of sections for subpart A of part 3 of subchapter A of Chapter 61 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 6039J the following new items. Sec 6039K, returns with respect to
Mr.
qualified
Wyden,
opportunity
aye.
funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. Sec 6039L, information required from qualified opportunity zone businesses and qualified rural opportunity zone businesses. B, the table of sections for Part 2 of Subchapter B of Chapter 6A is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 6725 the following new item. Sec 6726, failure to comply with information reporting requirements relating to qualified opportunity funds and qualified rural opportunity funds. 5, effective date.
Brooks,
The amendments
aye.
made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. E, Secretary reporting of data on Opportunity Zone and Rural Opportunity Zone tax incentive. 1, in general, in addition to amounts otherwise available, there is appropriated out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $15 million to remain available until September 30th, 2028 for necessary expenses of the Internal Revenue Service to make the reports described in paragraph 2. 2, reports, as soon as practical, after the date of the enactment of this act and
Banks,
annually
no.
thereafter, the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate,
Mr.
referred to in this
Schatz,
section
aye.
as the Secretary, shall make publicly available a report on qualified opportunity
Ms.
funds.
Collins.
3, information
Aye.
included. The
Mr.
report
Lee.
required under paragraph 2 shall
No.
include, to the extent available, the following information. A, the number of qualified opportunity funds. B, the aggregate dollar amount of
Mr.
assets
Rounds.
held in qualified opportunity funds. C, the aggregate
No.
dollar amount
Mr.
of
McConnell.
investments made by qualified opportunity funds in
No.
qualified
Ms.
opportunity fund
Capito.
property stated separately for
No.
each North American Industry Classification
Shaheen,
System,
aye.
NAICS code. D, the percentage of population census tracts designated as qualified opportunity zones that have received qualified opportunity fund investments. E, for each population census tract designated as a qualified opportunity zone, the approximate average monthly number of full-time equivalent employees of the qualified opportunity zone businesses in such qualified opportunity zone for the preceding 12-month period within numerical ranges identified by the Secretary or
Mr.
such
Scott
other
of
indication
Florida,
of the
no.
employment impact of such qualified opportunity fund
Mr. Scott
businesses
of
as
South
determined
Carolina,
appropriate
no.
by the Secretary. F, the percentage of the total amount of investments made by qualified opportunity funds in I, qualified opportunity zone property, which is real property, and 2,
Mr.
other qualified
King.
opportunity zone property.
Aye.
G, for each population census tract,
Mrs.
the aggregate
Fisher.
approximate number of
No.
residential units resulting from investments made by qualified opportunity funds in real property. H, aggregate dollar amount of
Klobuchar.
investments made by qualified
Aye.
opportunity funds in each population census tract. 4, information. A, in general, beginning with the report submitted under paragraph 2 of the 6th year after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall include in such report the impacts and outcomes of a designation of a population census tract as a qualified opportunity zone as measured by economic indicators, such as job creation, poverty reduction, new business starts, and other metrics as determined by the Secretary. B,
Sullivan, no.
semi-decennial information. 1, in general, in the case of
Markey.
any report submitted
Aye.
under paragraph 2, in the 6th year of the 11th year after the date of the enactment of this act, the Secretary shall include the following information. I, 1, for population census tracts designated as a qualified opportunity zone, a comparison based on aggregate information of the factors listed in Clause 3 between the 5-year period ending on the date of the enactment of Public Law 11597 and the most recent 5-year period for which data is available. 2, for population census tracts designated as a qualified opportunity zone, a comparison based on aggregate information of the factors listed in Clause 3 for the most recent 5-year period for which
Mr.
data is
Cruz.
available between such population census
No.
tracts and similar population census tracts that were not designated as a qualified opportunity zone. 2, control groups. For purposes of Clause 1, the Secretary may combine population census tracts into such groups as the Secretary determines appropriate for purposes of making comparisons. 3, factors listed. The factors listed in this clause are the following.
Mr. Hawley.
1, the unemployment rate. 2, the
No.
number of persons working in the population census tract, including the percentage of such persons who were not residents in the population census tract in the preceding year. 3, rates. 3, individual, family, and household poverty rates. 4, median family income of residents of the population census tract. 5,
Hickenlooper.
demographic information
Aye.
on residents of the population census tract, including age, income, education, race, and employment. 6, the average percentage of income of residents of the population census tract
Mr.
spent on
McCormick.
rent annually.
No.
7, the number of residences in the population census tract. 8, the rate of home ownership in the population census tract. 9, the average value of residential property in the population census tract. 10, the number of affordable housing units in the population census tract. 11, the number of new businesses started in the population census tract. 12, the distribution of employees in the population census tract by North American Industry Classification System, NAICS code. 5, protection of identifiable return information. In making reports required under this subsection, the Secretary A shall establish appropriate procedures to ensure that any amounts reported do not disclose taxpayer return information that can be associated with any particular taxpayer or competitive or proprietary information. And B, if necessary to protect taxpayer return information, may combine information required with respect to
Mr.
individual
Kennedy.
population census tracts
No.
into larger geographic areas. 6, definitions. Any term used in this subsection, which is also used in subchapter Z of Chapter 1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, shall have the meaning given such term under such subchapter. 7, reports of qualified rural opportunity funds. The Secretary shall
Marshall,
make
no.
publicly available with respect to qualified
Mrs.
rural
Britt.
opportunity funds separate reports as required under this
No.
subsection applied. A, by substituting qualified rural opportunity for qualified opportunity each place it appears. B, by substituting a reference to this act for Public Law 11597, and C, by treating any reference after the application of subparagraph A to qualified rural opportunity zone stock, qualified rural opportunity zone partnership interest, qualified rural opportunity zone business, or qualified opportunity zone business property as stock interest, business or property respectively, described in subclause 1 or 2, as the case may be, of section 1400Z 2B 2CI of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. Sec 70422, permanent enhancement of low-income housing tax credit. A, permanent state housing credit ceiling increase for low-income housing credit. 1, in general, section 42H3I is amended, A, by striking 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 and inserting beginning after December 31, 2025. B, by striking 1.125 and inserting 1.12, and C, by striking 2018, 2019, 2020, and
Ms. Cortez
2021
Masto,
in the heading
aye.
inserting calendar years after 2025. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31, 2025. B, tax-exempt bond financing requirement. 1, in general. Section 42H4 is amended by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B, special rule where a minimum percent of buildings is financed with tax-exempt bonds subject to volume cap. For purposes of subparagraph A, paragraph 1 shall not apply to any portion of the credit allowable under subsection A with respect to a building if
Mr. Sanders.
1, 50%
Aye.
or more of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located is financed by one or more obligations described in subparagraph A, or I, 25% or more of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located is financed by one or more obligations described in subparagraph A, and 2, one or more of the such obligations AA are part of an issue, the issue date of which is after December 31st, 2025, and BB provide the financing for not less than 5% of the aggregate basis of such building and the land on which the building is located. 2, effective date. A, in general. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to buildings placed in service in taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. B, rehabilitation expenditures treated as separate new building. In the case of any building with respect to which any expenditures are treated as a separate new building under Section 42E of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 for purposes of subparagraph A, both the existing building and the separate new building shall be treated as having been placed in service on the date such expenditures are treated as placed in service under Section 42E4 of such code. Sec 70423, permanent extension of new markets tax credit. A, in general. Section 45D F1H is amended by striking 4 for each of calendar years 2020 through 2025 and inserting 4 each
Mr.
calendar
Rich.
year after 2019.
No.
B, carryover of unused limitation. Section 45D F3 is amended. 1, by striking if the and inserting the following. A, in general, if the and. 2, B, 2, by striking the second sentence and inserting the following. B, limitation. No amount may be carried under subparagraph A to any calendar year after the 5th calendar year, after the calendar year in which the excess described in such subparagraph occurred. For purposes of this subparagraph, any excess described in subparagraph A with respect to any calendar year before 2026 shall be treated as occurring in calendar year 2025. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70424, permanent and expanded reinstatement of partial deduction for charitable contributions of individuals who do not elect to itemize. A in general, section 170P is amended, 1, by striking $300, $600, and inserting $1,000, $2,000, and 2, by striking beginning in 2021. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70425, 0.5%
No.
floor on deduction of contributions made by individuals. A in general. 1 in general. Paragraph 1 of section 170B is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. 1, 0.5% floor. Any charitable contribution otherwise allowable without regard to this subparagraph as a deduction under this section shall be allowed only to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions exceeds 0.5% of the taxpayer's contribution base for the taxable year. The preceding sentence shall be applied. 1, first, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph D applies to the extent thereof. 2, second, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph C applies to the extent thereof. 3, third, by taking into account
Graham,
charitable
no.
contributions to which subparagraph B applies to the extent thereof. 4, fourth, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph E applies to the extent thereof. B, fifth, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph A applies to the extent thereof. And 6, sixth, by taking into account charitable contributions to which subparagraph G applies to the extent thereof. 2, application of carry forward. Paragraph 1 of section 170D is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, contributions disallowed by 0.5% floor carried forward only from years in which limitation is exceeded. 1, in general, in the case of any taxable year from which an excess is carried forward, determined without regard to this subparagraph under any carryover rule, the applicable carryover rule shall be applied by increasing the excess determined under such applicable carryover rule for the contribution year before the application of subparagraph B by the amount attributable to the charitable contributions to which such rule applies, which is not allowed as a deduction for the contribution year by reason of subsection B1I. 2, carryover rule. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term carryover rule means 1, subparagraph A of this paragraph, 2, subparagraphs C, 2, D, 2, E, 2, and G, 2 of subsection B1, and 3, the second sentence of subsection B1B. 3, applicable carryover rule. For purposes of this subparagraph, the term applicable carryover rule means any carryover rule applicable to charitable contributions which were, in whole or in part, not allowed as a deduction for the contribution year by reason of subsection B1I. 3, coordination with deduction for non-itemizers. Section 170P, as amended by this act, is further amended by inserting B1I after subsections B1G2. B, modification of limitation for cash contributions. 1, in general. Clause 1 of section 170B1G is amended to read as follows. 1, in general. For taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2017, any contribution of cash to an organization described in subparagraph A shall be allowed as a deduction under subsection A, to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions does not exceed the excess of I. 1, 60% of the taxpayer's contributions base for the taxable year over. 2, the aggregate amount of contributions taken into account under subparagraph A for such taxable year. 2, coordination with the other limitations. A, in general. Clause 3 of section 170B1G is amended, 1, by striking subparagraphs A and B in the heading and inserting subparagraph A and. 2, in subclause 2 by striking and subparagraph B and all that follows through this subparagraph. B, other contributions. Subparagraph B of section 170B1 is amended, 1, by striking to which subparagraph A, both places it appears, and inserting to which subparagraph A and G, and 2, in clause 2, by striking over the amount and all that follows through subparagraph C and inserting over. 1, the amount of charitable contributions allowable under subparagraph A determined without regard to subparagraph C and subparagraph G reduced by. 2, so much of the contributions taken into account under subparagraph G as does not exceed 10% of the taxpayer's contribution base. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec 70426, 1% floor on deduction of charitable contributions made by corporations. A, in general. Section 170B2A is amended to read as follows. A, in general, any charitable contribution otherwise allowable without regard to this subparagraph as a deduction under this section for any taxable year other than any contribution to which subparagraph B or C applies shall be allowed only to the extent that the aggregate of such contributions, 1, exceeds 1% of the taxpayer's taxable income for the taxable year, and 2, does not exceed 10% of the taxpayer's taxable income for the taxable year. B, application of carry forward. Section 170D2 is amended to read as follows. To corporations. A, in general, any charitable contribution taken into account under subsection B2A for any taxable year which is not allowed as a deduction by reason of clause 2 thereof shall be taken into account as
On
a
this
charitable
motion, the yeas are
contribution for the
48,
succeeding
the
taxable
nays
year,
are
except that
52.
for
The
purposes
motion
of
is
determining
not
under this
agreed to.
subparagraph whether such contribution is allowed.
I recognize
in
the
such
majority
succeeding
whip.
taxable year,
I
contributions
ask
in such
unanimous
succeeding
consent
taxable year,
that it be in order
determined
for the
without
following.
Can we
regard
have-
to this
can we have
paragraph,
order on the
shall
floor,
be taken
please?
into account under subsection
Mr. President, I ask
B2A
unanimous
before
consent it
any
be in order for the
contribution taken
following
into account
senator to be
by
recognized
reason
to
of this
offer
paragraph.
amendments,
B,
motions,
5-year
or points
carry
of order
forward.
that the amendments
No
be
charitable
reported by
contribution
number
may be
with
carried
no
forward
amendment to
under
be
subparagraph
in order
A
prior
to any
to a vote
taxable
in
year
relation to the
following the
amendment or
fifth
the
taxable
motions
year
of Warren
after the taxable year in which
2414.
the charitable contribution was first
Without objection.
taken into account.
Mr.
For purposes of the
President.
proceedings,
I recognize
such
the senator
contribution
from
shall be treated
Massachusetts.
as follows-
Mr.
as
President, I
allowed
call up
on a
my
first-in,
amendment
first-out basis.
2414 and ask that
C,
it be
contributions
reported by
disallowed by
number.
1% floor
The
carried
clerk will
forward
report.
only from years in
Senator
which
from
10%
Massachusetts,
limitation
Ms.
is
Warren,
exceeded.
proposes an amendment
In
number
the case of an
2414
of
to
a
amendment number
taxable
2360.
year from which a charitable contribution is carried forward under subparagraph A, determined
The
without
Senator from
regard to this
Massachusetts?
subparagraph.
Yes, thank you,
Subparagraph
Mr.
A
President.
shall be
The
applied
Consumer
by
Financial
substituting
Protection
clause 1
Bureau
or 2 and
is
for
the
clause
financial
3.
watchdog to
D,
keep people from
special
getting
rule for
cheated
net
on
operating
credit
loss
cards and
carryovers.
mortgages and
The amount of
Venmo and
charitable
payday loans
contributions
and a
carried
zillion
forward
other
under
transactions.
subparagraph A
When this
shall be
financial
reduced to the
cop
extent
can't
that
do its
such
job,
carry
there is
forward would,
no one else in the federal
but for this
government to pick
subparagraph,
up the
reduced
slack.
taxable income as
The
computed for
CFPB
purposes
has
of the second
returned
sentence
over
of section
$21
172B2
billion
and
to
increase
more
a
than
net operating loss carryover under
205
section
million
172 to a
Americans
succeeding
who were
taxable year.
cheated
C,
by
conforming
big
amendments,
banks and
subparagraphs
giant
B2 and
corporations.
C2 of
That is
section
why this
170B2
agency is
are each
popular
amended
across the
by
country.
inserting other than
But from the
subparagraph C
beginning,
thereof after
Republicans in
subsection
Congress have been
B2.
trying to kill
D,
it,
effective date.
and now
The
they want to
amendments made by this
slash the
section shall apply to
CFPB's
taxable year
modest
beginning
funding
after
cap
December 31st,
almost in half.
2025.
Not to
Section
save working people
70427,
money,
permanent
but to
increase in
make it
limitation
easier for
on carryover
corporations to trick and trap
tax
millions
on distilled
of
spirits.
people.
A, in general,
Scammers
paragraph 1,
love
section
this
7652F
Republican
is
move.
amended to read
I
as
urge
follows.
my
1,
colleagues to vote yes to support the
$13.25 or B,
CFPB,
effective
the
date.
little
The
agency
amendment
that
made by
fights
this
for
section
all
shall apply to distilled
Americans.
spirits
And I reserve the
brought into
remainder
the
of my
United States
time.
after December 31st, 2025.
Mr. President.
I recognize the
Section
senator from
70428,
South Carolina.
nonprofit
Thank you,
community
Mr. President. I
development
urge my
activities being
colleagues to
native
oppose this
villages. A, in
amendment.
general,
Section
for purposes of subchapter F of
30001
Chapter 1
is
of the
purely
Internal Revenue Code of
budgetary
1886.
and changes the
Any
CFPB's
activity
funding cap from
substantially related to
12% to
participation or
6.5%.
investment in fisheries
It would
in
provide
Atlantic
the
Sea and
agency with
Aleutian Islands,
ample
specifically
funding
in
to
reporting
perform its
areas as
statutory
described in
mandate.
Figure
The
1
funding
of
available to
Section
the agency
679
will
Title
grow each
50
year
Code of
as it
Federal-
is adjusted for
Code of
inflation. There is
Federal
nothing more
regulations carried on by
budgetary
any-
than
by
Congress
an entity
deciding the
identified in
funding
Section
level of an
305I
agency.
1D
I ask my
Amendments in
colleagues
Stevens Fishery
to vote no
Conservation and
on this
Management
amendment.
Act. 16S.
Mr. President.
1855
Time's expired.
I1D,
Thank you, Mr.
as in
President.
effect on the
Oh,
date
good.
of enactment of this section, shall be considered
Mr.
substantially
President,
related
what
to the
all this
exercise
is
or
about
performance
is
of the
about.
powers
President.
constituting the
No,
basis
yeas
of
and
Oh, I'm
nays.
sorry, I asked for
Section
the yeas and
501
nays.
Mr. President.
of such code.
Yeah.
I
If the
asked-
conduct of such
Senator,
activity is in
point of order.
furtherance of
Thank you
one
very
or
much,
more
Mr. President.
purposes specified
The
in
pending
Section
amendment number
305.
2414 would
1A
cause the
of such
underlying
act
legislation
as
to
so in effect
exceed
for
the
purposes of
Banking
this
Committee's
paragraph
Section
of the association related to
302A
participation
allocation
and
of the new
investment
budget authority
in
and
fisheries,
outlays.
including the
Therefore,
harvesting,
I raise a
processing,
point of
transportation,
order
sales, and
against
marketing
this
of fish
measure
and fish products in
pursuant
the
to
Bering
Section
Sea and Aleutian
302F
Islands,
of
statistically
the
and
Congressional
reporting
Budget
areas.
Act
B,
of
application of certain
1974.
wholly owned subsidiaries.
Mr. President,
If the assets
pursuant
of
to
a trade
Section
or business
904 of the
relating to
Congressional
any-
Budget Act
to
of
an activity described in
1974,
subsection A of
I
any
move to waive
subsidiary
Section
wholly owned by an entity
302F
identified
of
in
that
Section
act for the purposes of the
305(1)(d)
pending
of the Magnuson-Stevens
amendment I I
Islands
ask for
Fishery
the yeas and
Conservation and
nays.
Management Act.
Is there a sufficient second?
16 U.S.C. 1855.
There appears to be. The
I1D,
clerk will call the
As in
roll.
effect on the
Ms.
date of
Also
enactment
Brooks,
of
Ms.
this section
Baldwin.
are transferred to such entity, including in liquidation of such subsidiary not later than 18 months after the date of the enactment of this act. 1, no gain or income resulting from such transfer shall be recognized to either such subsidiary or such entity under such code. And 2, all income derived from such subsidiary from such transferred trade or business shall be exempt from taxation under such code. C, effective date. This section shall take effect on the date of the enactment of this act and shall remain effective during the existence of the Western Alaska Community Development Quota Program, established by Section 305.11 of the Magnuson-Stevens Fishery Conservation and Management Act, 16 U.S.C. 1855.11, as amended. Sec. 70429, adjustment of charitable deduction for certain expenses incurred in support of Native Alaskan subsistence whaling. In general, Section 170N1 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 is amended by striking $10,000 and inserting $50,000. B, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2025. Sec. 70430, exception to percentage of completion method of accounting for certain residential construction contracts. A, in general. Section 460E is amended, 1, in paragraph 1. A, by striking home construction contract, both places it appears, and inserting residential construction contract, and B, by inserting determined by substituting 3-year for 2-year in subparagraph B1 for any residential construction contract, which is not a home construction contract after the requirements of clauses 1 and 2 of subparagraph B. 2, by striking paragraph 4 and redesignating paragraph 5 as paragraph 4 and 3 in subparagraph A of paragraph 4 as so redesignated by striking paragraph 4 and inserting paragraph 3. B, application of exception for purposes of alternative minimum tax, section 568A3 is amended by striking any home construction contract as defined in section 460E6 and inserting any residential construction contract as defined in section 460E4. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to contracts entered into after the date of the enactment of this act. Subchapter D, permanent investments in small business in rural America.
Mr. Blumenthal.
Sec. 70431,
Ms. Blunt
expansion
Rochester.
of qualified small business stock gain
Mr. Booker.
exclusion. A, phased increase in exclusion for
Mr.
gain from
Bozeman.
qualified small business stock. 1, in general. Section
Britt.
1202A1 is amended to read as follows. 1, in general. In the case of a taxpayer other than a corporation, gross income shall not include A, except
Mr.
as
Budd.
provided in paragraphs
Cantwell.
3 and 4, 50% of any gain from the
Mrs.
sale or
Capito.
exchange of qualified small business stock acquired on or before the applicable date and held for more than 5 years, and B, the applicable percentage of
Cassidy.
any gain from the sale or exchange of qualified small
Ms.
business
Collins.
stock acquired after the applicable date
Mr. Coons.
and held for at least 3 years.
Mr.
2,
Cornyn.
applicable percentages. Section 1202A is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 5, applicable
Ms.
percentage.
Cortez
The
Masto.
applicable percentage under paragraph 1 shall be determined under the following table.
Mr.
Years
Cotton.
stock held, applicable percentage. 3 years, 50%. 4 years, 75%. 5 years or more, 100%.
Mr.
3,
Kramer.
applicable data acquisition
Mr.
date.
Crapo.
Section
Mr.
1202A
Cruz.
as
Mr.
amended
Curtis.
by paragraph 2 is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6, applicable date, acquisition date for purposes of this section. A, applicable date. The term applicable date means the date of the enactment of this paragraph. B, acquisition date. In the case of any stock
Mr.
which
Daines.
would, but for this paragraph, be treated as
Ms.
having been
Duckworth. Mr.
acquired
Durbin.
before, on, or after the applicable date, whichever is applicable, the acquisition date for purposes of this section shall be the first day on which
Ms.
such
Ernst.
stock was held by the taxpayer determined after the application of section 1223.
Mr. Fetterman.
4, continued treatment as not item of tax preferences. A, in general, section 57A7 is amended by striking an amount and inserting in the case of stock acquired on or before the date of the enactment of the Creating Small Business Jobs Act of 2010 an amount. B,
Mrs.
conforming
Fisher.
amendment, section 1202A4 is amended I by striking and at the end of subparagraph B and inserting a period and. 2, by striking subparagraph C. 5, other conforming amendments. A, paragraphs 3A and 4A of section
Mr. Gallego.
1202A are each amended by striking paragraph 1
Mrs.
and
Gillibrand.
inserting paragraph 1A. B, paragraph
Mr. Graham.
4A of section
Mr.
1202A is
Grassley.
amended by inserting and on or before the applicable date after 2010. C, sections 1202B2, 1202G2A,
Mr.
and
Haggerty.
1202J1A are each amended by striking more than 5 years and inserting at least 3 years, more than 5 years in the case of
Ms.
stock
Hassan.
acquired on or before the applicable date. 6, effective dates. A, in general, except as provided in subparagraph B, the amendments made by this subsection shall apply
Mr.
to taxable
Hawley.
years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. B, continued treatment as not item
Mr.
of tax
Heinrich.
preference. The amendments made by paragraph 4 shall take effect as if included in the enactment of section
Mr.
2011 of the Creating Small Business Jobs Act of 2010. B, increase in per issuer limitation. 1, in general. Subparagraph A of section 1202B1 is amended to read as follows. A, the applicable dollar limit for the taxable year, or 2, applicable dollar limit, section 1202B is amended by adding at the end the following. 4, applicable dollar limit. For purposes of paragraph 1A, the applicable dollar limit for any taxable year with respect to eligible gain from one or more dispositions by a taxpayer of qualified business stock of a corporation in A, if such stock was acquired by the taxpayer on or before the applicable date, $10 million reduced by the aggregate amount of eligible gain taken into account by the taxpayer under subsection A for prior taxable years
Hoven.
and attributable
Mr.
to
Husted.
dispositions of stock issued by such corporation and
Hyde-Smith.
acquired by the taxpayer before, on, or after the applicable date. And B, if such stock
Mr. Johnson.
was acquired by the
Mr.
taxpayer after
Justice.
the applicable date, $15 million reduced by the sum of 1,
Mr.
the
Kane.
aggregate amount of eligible gain taken
Mr.
into
Kelly.
account by the taxpayer under subsection A for prior
Mr.
taxable
Kennedy.
years and attributable
Mr.
to
Kim.
dispositions
Mr.
of
King.
stock issued by such corporation and acquired by the taxpayer before, on, or after the applicable date.
Ms.
plus.
Klobuchar.
2, the aggregate amount of eligible gain
Mr.
taken
Langford.
into account by the taxpayer
Mr.
under
Lee.
subsection
Mr.
A
Lujan.
for the taxable year and attributable to dispositions of stock issued by
Ms.
such
Lummis.
corporation
Mr.
and
Markey.
acquired by the taxpayer on or before the applicable date. 5, inflation adjustment. A, in general,
Mr.
in the case of
Marshall.
any
Mr.
taxable year
McConnell.
beginning after 2026,
Mr. McCormick.
the $15
Mr.
million
Merkley.
amount in paragraph 4B
Mrs.
shall
Moody.
be increased by
Mr.
an amount
Moran.
equal
Mr.
to
Moreno.
1, such dollar amount multiplied by
Mullen.
2, the cost of living
Ms.
adjustment
Markowski.
determined under section 1F3 for the calendar year in which the taxable year begins, determined by substituting calendar year
Mr. Murphy.
2025 for calendar
Mrs.
year
Murray.
2016 in subparagraph
Mr.
A2
Ossoff.
thereof. If any increase under this subsection
Mr.
is
Padilla.
not a multiple of $10,000, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10,000. B, no increase once limit reached, if for any taxable year, the eligible gain attributable to
Mr. Paul,
dispositions of
Mr.
stock
Peters,
issued
Mr.
by
Reed,
corporation
Mr.
and
Ricketts,
acquired by the
Mr.
taxpayer
Risch,
after the applicable
Ms.
date
Rosen,
exceeds the applicable dollar limit,
Mr.
then
Rounds.
notwithstanding any increase under subparagraph A for any
Mr.
subsequent
Sanders.
taxable year, the applicable dollar limit for
Schatz,
such
Mr.
subsequent
Schiff,
taxable
Mr.
year shall
Schmidt.
be 0. 3, separate return. Subparagraph
Mr.
A
Schumer.
of section 1202B3 is amended to read
Mr.
as
Scott
follows.
of Florida,
A,
Mr.
separate
Scott of
returns.
South
In the
Carolina,
case of a separate return by a married individual for any taxable year. 1, paragraph 4A shall be applied by substituting $5 million
Mr.
for
Shaheen.
$10 million. And 2, paragraph
Mr.
4B
Sheehy.
shall be applied by substituting one
Ms.
half of the dollar
Slotkin, Ms.
amount
Smith.
in effect under such paragraph for the taxable year for the amount
Mr.
in
Sullivan.
effect. 4, effective
Mr.
date.
Thune.
The amendments made
Mr.
by this
Tillis.
subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning
Mr. Tuberville.
after the date of the enactment of this act. C, increase in limit in aggregate gross assets. 1, in general. Subparagraphs A and B of section 1202 D1
Mr. Van
are
Hollen.
each amended by striking $50 million and inserting $75 million. 2, inflation adjustment, section 1202B is
Mr.
amended by
Warner,
adding at the end the
Mr.
following.
Warnock.
4, inflation adjustment. In the case of any taxable year beginning after 2026,
Ms. Warren.
the $75 million amounts in paragraph 1A and 1B shall each be increased by an
Mr.
amount
Welch,
equal
Mr.
to
Whitehouse.
A, such dollar amount multiplied by B, the cost of living adjustment determined under section 1F3
Mr.
for
Wicker.
the calendar year in which the taxable year begins,
Mr. Wyden,
determined by
Mr. Young.
substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016 in subparagraph A2 thereof. If any increase under this paragraph is not a multiple of $10,000, such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $10,000.
Senators voting in the
3,
affirmative.
effective date. The amendments made by this
Baldwin,
subsection shall apply
Bennett,
to stock issued
Blumenthal,
after
Blunt
the date of
Rochester,
the enactment of this
Booker,
act.
Cantwell,
Section 704,
Coons,
3.2.
Durbin,
Repeal
Fetterman,
revision to be
Gallego,
to de
Gillibrand,
minimis
Hassan,
rules for
Heinrich,
third-party
Hickenlooper,
network transactions.
Barono,
A,
Kane,
reinstatement
Kim,
of exception for de
Markey,
minimis
Merkley,
payments
Murphy,
as in effect
Murray,
prior to
Padilla,
enactment of
Peters,
American
Reed,
Rescue
Rosen,
Plan Act of
Schott,
2021. One in
Sanders,
general,
Schatz,
section
Schiff,
6050WE
Slotkin,
is amended
Smith,
to read as follows.
Warnock,
And
Warren.
exception for de minimis payments by third-party
Mr.
settlement
Welch.
organizations. A third-party settlement
Aye.
organization shall be required to report any information under subsection A with respect to third-party network transactions of any participating payee.
Senators
only
voting the
if,
negative.
1, the amount which
Banks,
would otherwise be
Barrasso,
recorded under
Blackburn,
subsection
Budd,
A2 with
Capito,
respect to such
Cassidy,
transactions
Collins,
exceeds $20,000
Cornyn,
and 2, the
Cotton,
aggregate
Kramer,
number of such
Crapo,
transactions
Cruz,
exceeds 200.
Curtis,
2,
Daines,
effective date.
Ernst,
The amendment made by this
Fisher,
subsection shall
Graham,
take effect as
Grassley, Haggerty,
included in
Husted,
section
Hyde Smith,
9674
Johnson,
of the American Rescue
Kennedy,
Plan
Langford,
Act.
Lee,
The application
Lummis,
of de minimis
Marshall,
rule
McCormick,
for third-party
Moody,
network
Moran,
transactions to back up
Moreno,
withholding.
Mullen,
1 in
Paul,
general, section
Ricketts,
3406B
Risch,
is amended by
Schmidt,
adding at the end
Scott
the
of
following
Florida,
paragraph.
Scott
8.
of South
Other
Carolina,
reportable payments
Sullivan,
include payments in
Tillis,
settlement
Wicker,
of
and Young.
third-party network transactions, only where aggregate transactions exceed reporting threshold for the calendar year. A, in general, any payment in settlement for a third-party network transaction required to be shown on a return required under Section 6050W, which is made during any calendar year, shall be treated as a reportable payment only if, 1, the aggregate number of transactions with respect to the participating payee during such calendar year exceeds the number of transactions specified in Section 6050WE2, and 2, the aggregate amount of transactions with respect to the participating payee under such calendar year exceeds the dollar
Ms.
amount
Murkowski. Ms.
specified in Section
Murkowski. No.
6050 WE1 at the end of each such payment.
B, exception if third-party network transactions made in prior year were reportable. Subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to payments to any participating
Wyden.
payee during any calendar year if one or more
Aye.
payments is in settlement of third-party network
Rounds.
transactions made by the payer to the
No.
participating payee during the preceding calendar
Hoven.
year were reportable payments. 2, effective date.
No.
The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to calendar years beginning after December 31st, 2024. Section 70433, increase in threshold for requiring information reporting with respect to certain payees. In general, Section 6041A is amended by striking $600 and inserting $2,000. B, inflation adjustment. Section 6041
Mr.
is amended by
Hawley.
adding at the end of the following new subsection.
No. Mr. King.
H, inflation adjustment.
Aye.
In the case of any calendar year after 2026, the dollar amount in subsection A shall be increased by an amount equal to 1 such dollar amount multiplied by 2 the cost of living adjustment determined under Section 1F3 for such calendar year determined by substituting calendar year 2025 for calendar year 2016, subparagraph A2 thereof. And any increase under the preceding sentence is not a multiple of $100. Such increase shall be rounded to the nearest multiple of $100. See application to reporting on remuneration for services. Section 6041AA2 is amended by striking is $600 or more and inserting equals or exceeds the dollar amount and effective for such calendar year under Section 6041A. D, application to backup withholding. Section 3406B6 is amended. 1, by striking $600 and in subparagraph A, inserting the dollar
No.
amount in effect for such calendar year under Section 6041A, and 2, by striking only where aggregate for calendar year is $600 or more in the heading and inserting only where in excess of threshold. E, conforming amendments. 1, the heading of Section 6041A is amended by striking of $600 or more and inserting exceeding threshold. 2, Section 6041A is amending by striking taxable year and inserting calendar year. F, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply with respect to payments made after December 31st, 2025. Section 70434, treatment of certain qualified sound recording productions. A, election to treat costs as expenses. Section
Mr. Kelly.
181A1 is
Mr.
amended by
Kelly.
striking qualified film or television
Aye.
production and any qualified live theatrical production and inserting qualified film or television production, any qualified live theatrical production, and any qualified sound recording production. B, dollar limitation. Section 181A2 is amended by
Mr.
adding to the end of the
Whitehouse.
following new subparagraph.
Aye.
C, qualified sound recording production. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to so much of the aggregate cost of any qualified sound recording production or to so much
Mr.
of the
Lujan.
aggregate cumulative costs of all
Aye.
such qualified sound recording productions in the taxable year as exceeds $150,000. C, no other deduction or amortization deduction allowable. Section 181B is amended by striking qualified film or television production or any qualified live theatrical production and inserting qualified film or television production, any qualified live theatrical production, or any qualified sound recording production. D, election. Section 181C1 is amended by striking qualified
Bennett.
film or television production or
Mr.
any
Bennett.
qualified live theatrical production and inserting
Aye.
qualified film or television production, any qualified live theatrical production, or any qualified sound recording production. E, qualified sound recording production defined. Section 181 is amended by redesignated subsections F and G as subsections G and H respectively, and by inserting after subsection E the following new subsection. F, qualified sound recording production. For purposes of this section, the term qualified sound recording production means a sound recording as defined in
Ms.
Section
Alsop
101
Brooks.
of Title
Ms.
17
Alsop
United States
Brooks.
Code produced and recorded in the United States.
Aye.
F, application of termination. Section 181H as redesignated by Section E is amended by striking qualified film and television productions or qualified live theatrical productions and inserting qualified film and television productions, qualified live theatrical productions, or qualified sound recording productions.
Ms. Duckworth.
G, bonus depreciation.
Aye.
1, qualified sound recording productions is qualified property. Section 168, K2A1 is amended. A, by striking or at the end of the subsection. Clause 4, by inserting or at the end of subclause 5, and by inserting after subclause 5 the following. 6, which is qualified sound recording production as defined in subsection F of section 181, for which a deduction would have been allowable under section 181 without regard to subsections A2 and H of such section or this subsection, and B and
Ms. Klobuchar.
subclauses 4 and 5 is so
Klobuchar.
amended by striking without regard to
Aye.
subsections A2 and G. Both places it appears in inserting
Mr. Van
without regard to
Hollen.
subsections
Mr.
A2
Van
and H.
Hollen.
2, production, place,
Aye.
and service. Section
Mr.
168K2H
Mr. Justice.
is amended by striking and
No.
at the end of clause 1, by striking the
Mr.
period at the end of
Shaheen.
clause 2 and inserting and by
Aye.
adding after
Mr.
clause 2 the
Tuberville.
following. 3,
No.
qualified
Mr.
sound recording
Sheehy.
production shall be considered to be placed in service at the time
No.
of initial release or broadcast. H, conforming amendments. 1, the heading of section 181 is amended to read as follows, treatment of certain qualified productions. The table 2, the table of sections for part 6 of subsection B of chapter 1 is amended by striking the item relating to section 181 and
Warner.
inserting the following
Mr.
new item.
Warner.
Section 181, treatment
Aye.
of certain qualified productions. 1, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to productions commencing in taxable years ending after the date of the enactment of this act. Section
Ms. Cortez
70435,
Masto.
exclusion of interest on loans secured by
Aye.
rural or agricultural real property. A, in general, Part 3 of subchapter B of Chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended by inserting after Section 139K the following new section. Section 139L, interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. A, in general, gross income shall not include 25% of the interest received by a qualified lender on any qualified real estate loan.
Mr.
B,
Ossoff.
qualified lender.
Mr.
For
Ossoff.
purposes of this section, the term qualified lender means 1,
Mr. Thune.
any bank or savings association,
No.
the deposits of which are insured under the Federal Deposit Insurance Act, 12 U.S.C. 1811 at Sec. 2, any state or federally regulated insurance company. 3, any entity wholly owned directly or indirectly by a company that is treated as a bank holding company for purposes of Section 8 of the International Banking Act of 1978, 12 U.S.C. 3106.
Mr.
If
McConnell.
A, such
Mr.
entity is organized,
McConnell.
incorporated, or established under the
No.
laws of the United States or
Mr.
any state, and
Bozeman.
B, the principal
Mr. Bozeman.
place of business of such entity is in the
No.
United States, including any territory of the United States. 4, any entity wholly owned, directly or indirectly, by a company that is considered an insurance holding company under the laws of any state, if such entity satisfies the requirements described in subparagraphs A and B of paragraph 3. And 5, with respect to interest received on a qualified real estate loan secured by real estate described in subsection C3A, any federally chartered instrumentality of the United States established under Section 8.1A of the Farm Credit Act of 1971, 12 U.S.C. 2279AA-1A. C, qualified real estate loan. For purposes of this section, 1, in general, the term qualified real estate loan means any loan, A, secured by 1, rural or agricultural real estate, or 2, a leasehold mortgage with a status as a lien or on rural or agricultural real estate, B, made to any person other than a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A51, and C, made after the date of the enactment of this section. For purposes of the preceding sentence, the determination of whether property securing such loan is rural or agricultural real estate shall be made as of the time the interest income on such loan is accrued. 2, refinancing. For purposes of subparagraphs A and C of paragraph 1, a loan shall not be treated as made after the date of the enactment of the section to the extent that the proceeds of such loan are used to refinance a loan which was made on or before the date of the enactment of the section, or in the case of any series of refinancings, the original loan was made on or before such date. 3, rural or agricultural real estate. The term rural or agricultural real estate means A, any real property which is substantially used for the production of one or more agricultural products. B, any real property which is substantially used in the trade of business or fishing or seafood processing. And C, any aquaculture facility. Such terms shall not include any property which is not located in a state or possession of the United States.
Mr.
4,
Schumer.
aquacultural facility.
Mr.
The term
Schumer.
aquaculture facility means any land,
Aye.
structure, or other appurtenance that is used for aquaculture, including any hatchery, rearing pond, raceway, pen, or incubator. D, in coordination with Section 265. 25% of any qualified real estate loan shall be treated as an obligation described in Section 265A2, the interest on which is wholly exempt from the taxes imposed by the subtitle. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 is amended by the preceding provisions of this Act is amended by inserting the following relating to sections 139K, the following new item. Section 139L, interest on loans secured by rural or agricultural real property. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years ending after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70436, reduction of transfer and manufacturing taxes for certain devices. A, transfer tax. Section 5811A is amended to read as follows. A, rate. There shall be levied, collected, and paid on firearms transferred at tax at the rate of $200 for each firearm transferred in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and $0 for any firearm transferred which is not described in paragraph 1. B, making tax. Section 5821A is amended to read as follows. A, rate. There shall be levied, collected, and paid upon the making of a firearm a tax at the rate of $200 for each firearm made in the case of a machine gun or destructive device, and $0 for any firearm made which is not described in paragraph 1. C, conforming amendment. Section 4182A is amended by adding at the end of the following. For purposes of preceding sentence, any firearm described in Section 5811A2 shall be deemed to be a firearm on which the tax provided by Section 5811 has been paid. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to calendar quarters beginning more than 90 days after the date of the enactment of this act. Section 70437, treatment of capital gains from the sale of certain farmland property. A, in general, Part 4 of Subchapter 0 of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating Section 1062 as Section 1063 and by inserting after Section 1061 the following new section. Section 1062, gain from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to qualified farmers. A, election to pay tax in installments. In the case of gain from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to a qualified farmer, at the election of the taxpayer, the portion of the net income tax of such taxpayer for the taxable year or the sale or exchange which is equal to the applicable net tax liability shall be paid in 4 equal installments. B, rules relating to installment payments. 1, date for payment of installments. If an election is made under subsection A, the first installment shall be paid on the due date determined by without regard to any extension of time for filing the return for the return of tax for the taxable year in which the sale or exchange occurs, and each succeeding installment shall be paid on the due date, as so determined for the return of tax for the taxable year following the taxable year with respect to which the preceding installment was made. 2, acceleration of payment. A, in general, if there is an addition to tax for failure to timely pay any installment required under this section, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be due on the date of such failure. B, individuals. In the case of an individual, if the individual dies, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be paid on the due date for the return of the tax for the taxable year in which the taxpayer dies. C, corporations. In the case of a taxpayer which is a C corporation, trust, or estate, if there is a liquidation or sale of substantially all the assets of the taxpayer, including a Title 11 or similar case, a cessation of businesses by the taxpayer in the case of C corporation or any similar circumstance, then the unpaid portion of all remaining installments shall be due on the date of such event, or in the case of a Title 11 or similar case, the day before the petition is filed. The preceding sentence shall not apply to the sale of substantially all the assets of a taxpayer to a buyer, and such buyer enters into an agreement with the secretary under which such buyer is liable for the remaining installments due under this subsection in the same manner as such if such buyer were the taxpayer. 3, proration of deficiency to installments. If an election is made under subsection A to pay the applicable net tax liability installments and a deficiency has been assessed with respect to such applicable net tax liability, the deficiency shall be prorated to the installments payable under subsection A. The part of the deficiency so prorated to any installment, the date for payment of which has not arrived, shall be collected at the same time as and as part of such installment. The part of the deficiency so prorated to any installment, the date for payment of which has arrived, shall be paid upon the notice and demand from the secretary. This section shall not apply if the deficiency is due to negligence, to intentional disregard of rules and regulations, or to fraud with intent to evade tax. C, election. 1, in general, any election under subsection A shall be made not later than the due date for the return of the tax for the taxable year described in subsection A. 2, partnerships and S corporations. In the case of a sale or exchange described in subsection A by a partnership or S corporation, the election under subsection A shall be made at the partner or shareholder level. The secretary may prescribe such regulations or other guidance as necessary to carry out the purposes of this paragraph. D, definitions. For purposes of this section, 1, applicable net tax liability. A, in general, the applicable net tax liability with respect to the sale or exchange of any property described in subsection A is the excessive, if any, of 1, such taxpayer's net income tax for the taxable year, or 2, such taxpayer's net income tax for such taxable year determined without regard to any gain recognized from the sale or exchange of such property. B, net income tax. The term net income tax means the regular tax liability reduced by the credits allowed under subparts A, B, and D of Part 4 of Subchapter A. 2, qualified farmland property. A, in general, the term qualified farmland property means real property located in the United States, one has been used by the taxpayer as a farm or for farming purposes, or 2, leased by the taxpayer to a qualified farm for farming purposes during substantially all of the 10-year period ending on the date of the qualified sale or exchange, and 2, which is subject to a covenant or other legally enforceable restriction which prohibits the use of such property other than as a farm for farming purposes for any period before the date that is 10 years after the date of the sale or exchange described in subsection A. For purposes of Clause 1, property which is used or leased by a partnership or S corporation in a manner described in such clause shall be treated as used or leased in such manner by each person who holds a direct or indirect interest in such partnership or S corporation. B, farming purposes. The term farm and farming purposes have their respective meanings given such terms under Section 2032AE. 3, qualified farmer. The term qualified farmer means any individual who is actively engaging in farming within the meaning of subsections B and C of Section 1001 of the Food Security Act of 1986, 7 U.S.C. 1308-1B and C. E, return requirement. A taxpayer making an election under subsection A shall include the return for the taxable year of the sale or exchange described in subsection A, a copy of the covenant or other legally enforceable restriction described in subsection D2A2. B, clerical amendment. The table of sections for Part 4 of Subchapter O of Chapter 1 is amended by redesignating the item relating to Section 1062 as relating to Section 1063, and by inserting after the item relating to Section 1061 the following new item. Section 1062 came from the sale or exchange of qualified farmland property to qualified farmers. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to sales or exchanges in taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this Act, Section 70438. Extension of rules for treatment of certain disaster-related personal casualty losses. For purposes applying Section 304B of the Taxpayer Certainty and Disaster Tax Relief Act of 2022, Division EE of Public Law 116-260, Section 301 of such act shall be applied by substituting the date of the enactment of this section for the date of the enactment of this Act, each place it appears. Chapter 5, Ending Green New Deal Spending, Promoting America First Energy and Other Reforms. Subchapter A, Termination of Green New Deal Subsidies. Section 70501, Termination of Previously Owned Clean Vehicle Credit. Section 25EG is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting September 30th, 2025. Section 70502, Termination of Clean Vehicle Credit. A, in general, Section 30DH is amended by striking placed in service after December 31st, 2032, and inserting acquired after December 30th, 2025. B, conforming amendment, Section 30DE is amended 1 in paragraph 1BA in clause 3 by inserting and after the comma at the end. B, in clause 4 by striking and inserting a period, and C, by striking clause 5, and in 2 in paragraph 2BA in clause 2 by inserting and after the comma at the end. B, in clause 3 by striking the comma at the end and inserting period, and C, by striking clauses 4 through 6. Section 70503, Termination of Qualified Commercial Clean Vehicle Credit. Section 45WG is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting September 30th, 2025. Section 70504, Termination of Alternative Fuel Vehicle Refueling Property Credit. Section 30CI is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting June 30th, 2026. Section 70505, Termination of Energy Efficient Home Improvement Credit. A, in general, Section 25CH is amended by striking place in service and all that follows through December 31st, 2032 and inserting place in service after December 31st, 2025. B, conforming amendment, Section 25CD2C is amended to read as follows. C, any oil furnace or hot water boiler which, 1, meets or exceeds 2021 Energy Star efficiency criteria, and 2, is rated by the manufacturer for use with fuel blends, at least 20% of the volume of which consists of an eligible fuel. Section 70506, Termination of Residential Clean Energy Credit. A, in general, Section 25DH is amended by striking to property placed in service after December 31st, 2034, and inserting with respect to any expenditures made after December 31st, 2025. B, conforming amendment, Section 25DG is amended. 1, in paragraph 2 by inserting and after the comma at the end. 2, in paragraph 3 by striking and before January 1st, 2033, 30%, and inserting 30%. And 3, by striking paragraphs 4 and 5. Section 70507, Termination of Energy Efficient Commercial Building Deduction. Section 179D is amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. 1, termination. The section shall not apply with respect to property, the construction of which begins after June 30th, 2026. Section 70508, Termination of New Energy Efficient Home Credit. Section 45LH is amended by striking December 31st, 2032 and inserting June 30th, 2026. Section 70509, termination of cost recovery for energy property and qualified clean energy facilities, property and technology. A, energy property, section 168E3B6, as amended by section 13703 of Public Law 117-169, is amended 1, by striking subclause 1, and 2, by redesignating subclauses 2 and 3 as subclauses 1 and 2 respectively. B, qualified clean energy facilities, property and technology, section 168E3B, as amended by section 13703 of Public Law 117-169, and by subsection A is amended 1, and clause 6.2 by adding and at the end, 2, and clause 7 by striking and inserting a period, and 3 by striking clause 8. See effective dates. 1, energy property. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to the property of construction of which begins after December 30th, 2024. 2, qualifying clean energy facilities, property and technology. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to property placed in service after the date of enactment of this act. Section 70501, modifications of zero-emission nuclear power production credit. 2, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45 UC is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 3, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B. B, other prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph, if the taxpayer is a foreign influence entity as defined in section 7701A51D without regard to clause 1, 2 thereof. B, prohibition with respect to nuclear power facilities using nuclear fuel produced in covered nations or by covered entities. Section 45U is amended by subsection A of this section is amended 1, subsection B1. A, by redesignating subparagraphs B and C as subparagraphs C and D respectively, and B, by inserting after subparagraph A the following new subparagraph B, which satisfies the requirement determined in subsection C4, and 2, in subsection C by adding at the end of the following new paragraph 4, restrictions relating to use of certain imported nuclear fuel. A, in general, for any taxable year, the requirements described in this paragraph with respect to any nuclear facility are that 1, with respect to any nuclear fuel used by such facility during such taxable year, such fuel was not 1, produced in a covered nation or by a covered entity, 2, exchanged with, traded for, or substituted for nuclear fuel described in subclause 1, or 3, otherwise obtained in lieu of nuclear fuel described in subclause 1, in a manner which is designed to circumvent the purposes of this paragraph. And 2, the taxpayer shall certify to the Secretary at such time in such form or manner as the Secretary may prescribe that any fuel used by such facility during such taxable year complies with the requirements described in clause 1. B, exception, the requirements described in subparagraph A shall not apply with respect to any nuclear fuel which was acquired by the taxpayer pursuant to a binding written contract in effect before January 1st, 2023, and which was not modified in any material respect on or after such date. See other definitions in this paragraph. 1, covered entity. The term covered entity means any entity organized under the laws of or otherwise subject to the jurisdiction of the government of the covered nation. 2, covered nation. The term covered nation has the same meaning given such term in section 4872F of Title 10 United States Code. See effective dates. 1, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. 2, restrictions relating to use of certain imported nuclear fuel. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2027. Section 70511, termination of clean hydrogen production credit. Section 45 VC3C is amended by striking January 1st, 2033 and inserting January 1st, 2028. Section 70512, termination and restrictions of clean electricity production credit. A, termination for wind and solar facility. Section 45YD is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking the amount of and inserting subject to paragraph 4 the amount of, and 2 by striking paragraph 3 and inserting the following new paragraphs. 3, applicable year. For purposes of the subsection, the term applicable year means calendar year 2032 for termination for wind and solar facilities. A, in general, this section shall not apply with respect to any applicable facility placed in service after December 31st, 2037. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable facility means a qualified facility which 1, uses wind to produce electricity, which means within the meaning of such terms as used in section 45D1 is determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, or 2, uses solar energy to produce electricity within the meaning of such terms is used in section 45D4 as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. B, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45Y is amended once in subsection B1 by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. E, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term qualified facility shall not include any facility for which construction begins after December 31st, 2025, or in the case of applicable facility as defined in subsection D4B after June 16, 2025, if the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity as defined in section 7701A52. And 2, in subsection G, by adding at the end of the following new paragraphs, 13 restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. In general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is 1, a specified foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A51B, or 2, a foreign influence entity, as defined in section 7701A51D, without regard to clause 1-2 thereof, be effective control in the case of a taxpayer for which section 7701A51D 1-2 is determined to apply for any taxable year. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to a qualified facility described in section B1. See definitions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 7701A is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraphs. 51. Prohibited foreign entity. A. In general. 1. Definition. The term prohibited foreign entity means specified foreign entity or a foreign influence entity. 2. Determination. 1. In general. Subject to subclause 2. For any taxable year, the determination as to whether any entity is a specified foreign entity or a foreign influence entity shall be made as of the last day of such taxable year. 2. Initial taxable year. For purposes of the first taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph, the determination as to whether an entity is a specified foreign entity described in clauses 1 through 4, subparagraph B, shall be made at the first day of the such taxable year. B. Specified foreign entity. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified foreign entity means 1. A foreign entity of concern described in subparagraph A, B, D, or E of section 99018 of the William M. Mack Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, Public Law 116-283, 15 U.S.C. 4651. 2. An entity identified as a Chinese military company operating in the United States in accordance with Section 1260H of the William M. Mack Thornberry National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2021, Public Law 116-283, 10 U.S.C. 113, note. 3. An entity included on a list required by Clause 1, 2, 4, or 5 of Section 2D, 2B of Public Law 117-78, 135 Stat 1527. Foreign entity specified under Section 154B of the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2024, Public Law 118-31, 10 U.S.C. No Prec 4651. Or 5. A foreign controlled entity. C. Foreign controlled entity. For purposes of subparagraph B, the term foreign controlled entity means 1. The government, including any level of government below the national level of a covered nation. 2. An agency or instrumentality of a government described in Clause 1. 3. A person who is a citizen or national of a covered nation, provided that such person is not an individual who is a citizen, national, or lawful permanent resident of the United States. 4. An entity or qualified business unit as defined in Section 989A, incorporated or organized under the laws of or having its principal place of business in a covered nation. Or 5. An entity including subsidiary entities controlled as determined under subparagraph G by an entity described in Clause 1, 2, 3, or 4. D. Foreign influence entity. 1. In general, for purposes of subparagraph A, the term foreign influence entity means an entity 1, with respect to which, during the taxable year a specified foreign entity that has direct authority to appoint a covered officer of such entity, BB, a single specified foreign entity owns at least 25% of such entity, CC, one or more specified foreign entities own in the aggregate at least 40% of such entity, or DD, at least 15% of the debt of such entity has been issued in the aggregate to one or more specified foreign entities. Or 2, which, during the previous taxable year, made a payment to a specified foreign entity pursuant to a contract agreement or other arrangement, which entity, such specified foreign entity or an entity related to such specified foreign entity, to exercise effective control over A, any qualified facility or energy store, or technology of the taxpayer, any person related to the taxpayer, or B, with respect to any eligible component produced by the taxpayer, or any person related to the taxpayer. A, the extraction, processing, or recycling of any applicable critical mineral, or BB, the production of any eligible component which is not an applicable critical mineral. 2, effective control. 1, in general. AA, general rule, subject to subclause 2, for purposes of clause 1, 2. The term effective control means one or more agreements or arrangements similar to those described in subclauses 2 and 3, which provide one or more contractual counterparties of a taxpayer with specified authority over key aspects of the production of eligible components, energy generation, in a qualified facility or any storage which are not concluded in the measure of control through authority, ownership, or debt, held which are described in clause 1. BB, guidance. The Secretary shall issue such guidance as is necessary to carry out the purposes of this clause, including the establishment of rules to prevent entities from evading, circumventing, or abusing the applicable application of restrictions described in subparagraph C and subclasses 2 and 3 of this subclass, the contract, agreement, or other arrangement. 2, application of rules prior to issuance of guidance. During any period prior to the date of the guidance described in subparagraph clause 1B is issued by the Secretary for purposes of clause 1.2, the term effective control means the unrestricted contractual right of the contractual counterparty to AA determine the quantity or timing of production of an eligible component produced by the taxpayer. BB determine the amount of timing of activities related to the production of electricity undertaken of a qualified facility of the taxpayer, the storage of electrical energy and the energy storage technology of the taxpayer. CC determine the entity may purchase or use the output of a production unit of the taxpayer that produces eligible components. DD determine which entity shall produce or use the output of a qualified facility of the taxpayer.
EE, restrict access to data critical to production or storage of energy undertaken at a qualified facility of the taxpayer or to the site of the production or any part of a qualified facility or energy storage technology of the taxpayer to the personnel or agents of such contractual counterparty, or FF, on an exclusive basis, maintain, repair, or operate any plant or equipment which is necessary to the production by the taxpayer of eligible components or electricity.
On the vote, the yeas are 47
licensing and
the nays
other
are
agreements.
53.
AA,
3/5 of
in
the
general,
senators
in
duly
addition to
chosen as
subclause
sworn,
2
not
for
having
purposes
voted
of
in the
clause
affirmative.
1,
The motion
2,
is not
the term
agreed to.
effective control
The point of
means
order
with
is
respect to a
sustained, and the
licensing agreement
amendment
for the
fails.
provision of intellectual property or any
Mr.
other
President, I
contract
ask
agreement
unanimous
or any
consent
other
that it be in
arrangement
order
entered
for the
into
following senators
with a
recognized to
contractual
offer amendments, motions,
counterparty
or
which
points
is
of order,
related
that
to
the
such
amendments be
licensing
reported by
agreement
number
and
with
to
no
a
amendments in
qualified
order prior
facility,
to a vote in
energy
relation
storage
to amendments or
technology, or the
motions.
production of an
Corner
eligible
number
component,
2705
any of the
and record
following.
number
AA, a
2446.
contractual right
Without
retained by
objection.
the contractual counterparty to specify or otherwise direct one or more sources of components, subcomponents, or applicable critical minerals utilized in a qualified facility, energy storage
I recognize the
technology, or
senator
the
from
production of an
Texas.
eligible component.
President, I call up my
BB, a
amendment,
contractual
number 2705,
right
and I
retained by
ask
the
it be
contractual
reported by
counterparty
number.
to correct the operation of any
clerk
qualified
will report.
facility, any energy storage technology, or any production unit that produces an eligible component. CC, a contractual right retained by the contractual counterparty to limit the taxpayer's utilization of the intellectual property related to the operation of a qualified facility or energy storage technology, or in the production of an eligible component. DD, a contractual right retained by the
Not be
contractual
used to
counterparty to
fund
receive royalties
healthcare
under the
for
licensing
illegal
agreement
immigrants.
or any similar
Border
agreement or
Patrol
payments
talks
under
about
any
push
related agreement
factors and
beyond the
pull
10th year of the
factors. One of
agreement,
the
including
pull
modifications
factors
or extensions
for illegal
thereof.
immigration
EE,
is
a
knowledge
contractual
that
right
people
retained
will
by
be able
the
to receive various
contractual
benefits
counterparty to direct
once
or
they make
otherwise
it
require the
into the
taxpayer to
country.
enter into an
We need
agreement
legal
for the provision of
immigration,
services for a duration longer than
which has
2
been
years,
one of the
including any
greatest
modifications
gifts
or
to our
extensions
country
thereof.
we've ever had.
FF, such
Illegal
contract,
immigration has been
agreement,
an
or any other
unmitigated
arrangement does not provide the
disaster.
licensee
But
with
here
all
the
the technical
problem is
data,
states are
information, and
using their
know-how
Medicaid
necessary
funds
to
to pay
enable
for
the
health
licensee
care
to produce
for
the eligible
illegal
component or
aliens.
component subject to the
We don't
contract
want
agreement
us-
or other arrangement
for the
without further
safeguard
involvement
for
from
our
the
citizens,
contractual
our
counterparty
seniors and
or a
most vulnerable
specified foreign
individuals
entity.
to be
GG,
dissipated,
such contract agreement or other
on
arrangement was
behalf of
entered
people who
into
should
or
not be
modified
here
on or after
in the
June
United
16,
States in the first place.
2025.
It's only
BB,
common sense to
exception.
reduce federal
AA in
spending,
general.
funding to
Item
states that
AA shall
provide
not apply in
state-based
case of a bona
Medicaid
fide
dollars
purchase or sale of
for illegal
intellectual
immigrants.
property.
At least
BB, bona
they
fide
should not
purchase or
be-
sale.
we should
For
be able to
purposes of
agree
an
on
item
reducing federal funding for
AA,
states
any
to
purchase or
provide
sale of
Medicaid
intellectual
to
property
criminal
where the
aliens
agreement provides that
convicted or
ownership of
charged
an
with sex
intellectual
offenses,
property
human
reverts to the
trafficking,
contractual
domestic or
counterparty
child abuse,
after a
murder or
period of time shall
manslaughter,
not be
or
considered a
child
bona fide
pornography.
purchase or
Senator's
sale.
time's expired.
4, persons related to the taxpayer.
I recognize the
For purposes
senator
of
from Oregon.
subclauses 1, 2,
President, I
and
raise a
3,
point
the
of
term
order that the
taxpayer
pending
shall
amendment
include any
violates the
person
Burn
related
Rule,
to the
Section
taxpayer.
313B,
5,
1D
contractual
of the Congressional
counterparty.
Budget Act of
For purposes of
1974.
this clause, the term contractual counterparty means an
Senator from
entity
Texas.
with the taxpayer
Pursuant
has
to
entered
Section
into a
904
contract
of the
agreement
Congressional Budget
or other
Act of
arrangement.
1974,
3, guidance.
I move-
No later than December 31st, 2026, the Secretary
President.
shall issue such guidance as is necessary
Once again,
to carry out the
Republicans have
purposes
chosen
of
the
the
comforting embrace
subparagraph,
of
including
partisan
establishment
politics,
of rules
but
to
here's a
prevent
few
entities from evading,
facts to cut through the
circumventing,
violating or abusing the application
Zero
of the
federal
restrictions
dollars
against
are spent
impermissible
on health
technology licensing
Second, this
with
policy
specified foreign
dictates
entities
how
such
states
as
spend their own
through
funds.
temporary
What
transfers
happens
of
to states'
intellectual
rights?
property,
Third,
retention by a
this policy violates
specified
innocent
foreign
until
entity
proven
of a
guilty,
reversionary
because it talks
interest
about
in
those
transferred
charged with a crime.
intellectual
But
property
most
or otherwise.
importantly,
E,
what this
publicly traded
amendment
entities.
says is
One,
that
in
if
general,
one person,
one, non-application of
despite
certain
state law,
foreign-controlled
through a
entity
bureaucratic
rules.
mistake, is
Subparagraph
receiving
C5 shall not
funds,
apply in the case of
then
any
the
entity
whole
or
state
securities of
pays
which
the
are
price
regularly
and has their rate on expanded Medicaid changed from 90% to 80%. This is a backdoor for 41 states, which includes the majority of Republican states, to reduce the federal match from 90% to 80%, with huge, huge impact on the coverage of individuals across this country. Haven't we done enough damage already to the fundamental principle of health care without this collective punishment of American citizens by reducing the state funding from 90% to 80%? I renew my point of order.
Mr. President,
Senator from Texas.
pursuant to Section 904 of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, I move to waive and ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? Yes. There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsop-Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino,
Applicable under subparagraph B
Mr.
or
Mullen,
2 with respect to any
Ms.
facility which
Murkowski,
produces eligible
Mr.
components,
Murphy,
a
Mrs.
material
Murray,
assistance cost
Mr.
ratio
Ossoff, Mr.
which is less
Padilla,
than the threshold
Mr.
percentage
Paul, Mr.
applicable under
Peters,
subparagraph C. B, threshold percentage for
Reed,
qualified facilities and energy storage technology. For purposes of
Mr.
subparagraph
Ricketts, Mr.
A1,
Risch,
threshold percentage shall be 1 in the case of a qualified facility,
Ms.
the
Rosen,
construction
Mr.
of which begins
Rounds,
1 after June
Mr.
16,
Sanders, Mr.
2025,
Schatz,
and before January 1st, 2026, 37.5%.
Schiff,
2, during calendar
Mr.
year
Schmidt,
2026, 40%.
Schumer,
3, during calendar year 2027, 45%.
Mr.
4,
Scott of
under
Florida,
calendar
Mr. Scott
year
of South
2028,
Carolina,
50%.
Mrs.
5, during
Shaheen,
calendar
Mr.
year
Sheehy,
2029,
Ms. Slotkin,
55%, and 6, after December 31st, 2029, 60%, and
Smith,
2, in the case of energy storage technology,
Mr.
the
Sullivan,
construction of
Mr.
which
Thune,
begins
Mr. Tillis,
1, during
Mr.
calendar year
Tuberville,
2026,
Mr. Van Hollen,
55%.
Mr. Warner,
2, during
Mr.
calendar year
Warnock,
2027,
Ms.
60%.
Warren,
3, during
Mr.
calendar year
Welch,
2028,
Mr.
65%.
Whitehouse, Mr.
4,
Wicker,
during
Mr.
calendar year
Wyden,
2029,
Mr.
70%. And
Young.
5, after December 31st, 2029, 75%. C, threshold percentage for eligible components. 1, in general, for purposes of subparagraph A2, the threshold percentage shall be 1 in the case of any solar energy component
Senators voting
such
in the affirmative.
as such term is defined in section
Barrasso,
45XC3A,
Blackburn,
which is
Bozeman,
sold
Britt, Cassidy, Cornyn,
AA during calendar year
Cotton,
2026,
Ernst,
50%,
Fisher,
BB during calendar year
Grassley,
2027,
Hoven,
60%,
Hyde-Smith,
CC during calendar year
Justice,
2028,
Kennedy, Langford,
70%,
Lummis,
DD during calendar year
Moody,
2029,
Marino,
80%, and
Ossoff,
EE after December
Hall,
31st, 2029,
Ricketts,
85%. 2, in the case of
Browns,
any wind energy
Smith,
component
Scott of South
as such term
Carolina,
is defined in section
Sheehy,
45X
Thune, and
C4A,
Young,
which is
Mr.
sold
Crapo,
AA
Mr.
during
Crapo,
calendar year 2026,
aye.
85%,
Senators
and
voting
BB
in the
during calendar
negative.
year 2027,
Also Brooks,
90%.
Blunt Rochester, Booker, Collins, Coons, Duckworth, Gallego, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kane, Kim, Merkley,
3,
Murray,
in the case of any inverter
Padilla,
described in subparagraphs
Reed,
B through G
Rosen,
of section
Schott,
45XC2, which
Schiff,
is sold
Schumer,
AA during calendar
Shaheen,
year 2026,
Smith,
50%,
Welch,
BB
and
during calendar year
Whitehouse.
2027, 55%, CC during calendar year 2028, 60%, DD during calendar year 2029, 65%,
Klobuchar,
and
Ms.
EE after
Klobuchar,
December
aye.
31st,
Mr. Mullen,
2029,
Mr. Mullen,
70%. 4, in the
aye.
case of any qualified battery component such as term is defined in section 45XC5A, which is sold AA during calendar year 2026, 60%, BB during calendar year 2027,
Klobuchar, Ms.
65%,
Klobuchar,
CC during
no.
calendar year 2028, 70%. DD during calendar year 2029, 80%, and EE after December 31st, 2029, 85%, and 5, subject to clause 2 in the
Banks,
case of
Mr.
any
Banks,
applicable critical mineral such as such term is defined in section 45XC6, which is sold
Mr.
AA
Durbin,
after December
no.
31st, 2025, and
Mr.
before
Moran,
January 1st,
Mr.
2030, 0%.
Aye.
BB during calendar year 2030, 25%. CC during calendar year 2031, 30%. DD during calendar year 2032, 40%. And EE after December 31st, 2032, 50%. 2, adjusted threshold percentage for applicable critical minerals. Not later than December 31st, 2027, the Secretary shall issue threshold percentages for each of the applicable critical minerals
Kramer,
described in
Mr.
section
Kramer, aye. Mr.
45XC6,
Sullivan,
which shall 1,
aye.
apply in lieu of the threshold percentage determined under clause 1(4) of each calendar year, 1/5 of each calendar year, and 2, equal or exceed the threshold percentage which would otherwise apply with respect to such applicable critical minerals under such clause for such calendar year, taking into account AA, domestic geographic ability,
Fetterman, Mr.
BB,
Fetterman,
supply
no.
chain constraints,
Ms.
CC,
Cantwell,
domestic
Ms.
processing
Cantwell,
capacity needs, and
no.
DD, national security concerns. D, materials assistance cost ratio. 1, qualified facilities and energy
Wyden.
storage technology.
Mr. Wyden,
For purpose, the
no.
term material assistance cost ratio
Mr.
means
Hawley,
the amount
Mr.
expired
Hawley,
expresses a
aye.
percentage equal to the quotient of 1, an amount equal to AA, the total direct cost to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components which are incorporated into the qualified
Husted,
facility
Mr.
or energy
Husted,
storage technology
aye.
upon completion of construction, minus BB, the total direct cost to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components which are AA, incorporated
Ms.
into the
Cortez
qualified
Masto,
facility or
Ms.
energy
Cortez
storage
Masto,
technology upon
aye.
completion of construction, and
Mr.
BB,
King, Mr.
mined,
King,
produced, or manufactured by a
no.
foreign
Mr.
prohibited
Murphy,
foreign
Mr.
entity
Murphy,
divided by 537. 2, the amount described in subclause 1AA. 2, eligible components for the purposes of subparagraph A. 2,
Ms. Warren,
the term
no.
material assistance cost ratio means the amount expresses a percentage equal to the quotient of 1, an amount equal to AA with respect to an eligible component, the direct material costs that are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 461 and any regulations
Mr.
issued under
Marshall,
Section
Mr. Marshall,
263A by the
aye.
taxpayer for production of such eligible component, minus BB with respect to an eligible component, the total direct material costs that are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 461 and any regulations issued under Section 263A by the taxpayer for production of such eligible component that are attributable to prohibited foreign entity divided by 2, the amount described in subclause 1AA. 3, safe harbor tables. 1, in general, not later than December 31st, 2026, the Secretary shall issue safe harbor tables and such other guidance as deemed necessary to AA, identify the percentage of total direct costs of any manufactured product which is attributable to a prohibited foreign entity. BB, identify the percentage of total direct material costs of any eligible component which is attributable to a prohibited foreign entity. And CC, provide all rules necessary to determine the amount of a taxpayer's material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity within the meaning of this paragraph. 2, safe harbor prior to issuance. For the purposes of this paragraph, prior to the date on which the Secretary issues the safe harbor tables described in subclause 1, and for the construction of qualified facility or energy storage technology which begins on or before the date, which is 60 days after the date of issuance of such tables, a taxpayer may, A, use the tables included in Internal Revenue Service Notice 2025-8 to establish the percentage of the total direct cost of any listed eligible component and any manufactured product, and BB, rely on a certification by the supplier of the manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component. AA, of the total direct cost of the total direct material costs as applicable of such product or component that was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or BB, that such product or component was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity. 3, exception, notwithstanding subclauses 1 and 2.
Warner,
AA, if the
no.
taxpayer knows or has reason to know that a manufactured product or eligible component was produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, the taxpayer shall treat all direct costs with respect to such manufactured product or indirect material costs with respect to eligible components and an attributable to a prohibited foreign entity, and
no. Mr.
BB,
Van
if
Hollen,
the taxpayer
Mr. Van
knows or has
Hollen,
reason to know
no.
that the certification referred to in subclause 2 BB pertaining to a manufactured product or an eligible component is inaccurate, the taxpayer may not rely on such certification. 4, certification requirement. In a manner consistent with Treasury Regulation Section 1.45X 4C41 as in effect on the date of the enactment of this paragraph, the certification referred to in subclause 2 BB shall AA, include AA, the supplier's employee identification number, or BB, any such similar identification number issued by a foreign government. BB, be signed under penalties of perjury. CC, be retained by the supplier and the taxpayer for a period of not less than 6 years, and shall be provided to the Secretary upon request. And DD, be from the supplier from which the taxpayer purchased any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent elements, materials, or subcomponents of an eligible component, stating either AA, that such property was not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, and that the supplier is not aware that any prior supplier in the chain of production of that property is a prohibited foreign entity. BB, for the purposes of Section 45X, the total direct material cost for such component, constituent element, material, or subcomponent that were not produced or manufactured by a prohibited entity, or CC, for purposes of Section 45Y or Section 48E, the total direct costs attributable to all manufactured products that were not produced or manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity. 4, existing contract. Upon the election of the taxpayer in such form and manner as the Secretary shall designate, in the case of any manufactured product, eligible component, or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component, which is 1, acquired by the taxpayer or manufactured or assembled by or for the taxpayer pursuant to a binding written contract which was entered prior to June 16, 2025, and 2A, placed in service before January 1st, 2030, or in the case of an applicable facility as defined in Section 45Y D4B before January 1st, 2028, or BB, in the case of constituent element, material, or subcomponent used in a product sold before January 1st, 2030. The cost to the taxpayer with respect to such product, component, element, material, or subcomponent shall not be included for purposes of determining the material assistance cost ratio under the subparagraph.
Mr. Tillis.
5, anti-circumvention rules. The Secretary shall prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to prevent circumvention of the rules under this paragraph, including prevention of 1, any abuse of the exception provided under Clause 4 under the stockpiling of any manufactured product, eligible component or constituent element, material, or subcomponent of an eligible component during any period prior to the application of the requirements under the paragraph, or 2, any evasion with respect to the requirements of the subparagraph where the facts and circumstances demonstrate the beginning of construction of a qualified facility or energy storage technology that has not in fact occurred. E, other definitions. For purposes of this paragraph, 1, eligible component. The term eligible component means 1, any property described in Section 45XC1, or 2, any component which is identified by the Secretary pursuant to regulations or guidance issued under subparagraph G. 2, energy storage technology. The term energy storage technology has the same meaning given term under Section 48EC2. 3, manufactured product. The term manufactured product means 1, a manufactured product which is a component of a qualified facility as described in Section 45Y G11B, and any guidance issue thereunder, or 2, any product which is identified by the Secretary pursuant to regulations or guidance issued under subparagraph G. 4, qualified facility. The term qualified facility means 1, a qualified facility is defined in Section 45YB1. 2, a qualified facility is defined in Section 48EB3. And 3, any qualified interconnection property is defined in Section 48EB4, which is part of the qualified investment with respect to a qualified facility as described in Section 48EB1. F, beginning of construction. Rules similar to the rules under paragraph 51J shall apply for purposes of this paragraph. G, regulations and guidance. The Secretary may prescribe such regulations and guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the provisions of this paragraph, including 1, identification of components or products for purposes of clauses, and 2, and for clauses 1 and 3 of subparagraph E, and 2, for purposes of subparagraph A2, rules to address facilities which produce more than one eligible component.
No.
D, denial of credit for certain wind and solar leasing agreements. Section 45Y is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. H, denial of credit for wind and solar leasing agreements. No credit shall be determined under this section with respect to any production of electricity during the taxable year with respect to property described in paragraph 1 or 4 of Section 45D as applied by substituting lessee for taxpayer if the taxpayer rents or leases such property for a third party during such taxable year. E, emissions rates table. Section 45YB2C is amended by adding at the following new clause. 3, existing studies for purposes of Clause 1 in determining greenhouse gas emission rates for types or categories of facilities for the purposes of determining whether a facility satisfies the requirements under paragraph 1. The Secretary shall consider studies published on or before the date of enactment of this clause, which demonstrate a net life cycle greenhouse gas emissions rate, which is not greater than zero, using widely accepted life cycle assessment concepts, such as concepts described in standards developed by the International Organization for Standards. F, nuclear energy communities. 1, in general, Section 45B11 is amended. A, in subparagraph
Mr.
B,
Wicker, Mr. Wicker.
1, in clause 2 by striking or at the end. 2, in clause 3.2 by striking the
Scott,
period at
Mr.
the
Scott
end,
of
inserting
Florida.
comma
Aye.
or comma and. 3, by adding at the end of the following new clause. 4, for purposes of any qualified facility which is an advanced nuclear facility, a metropolitan statistical area, which has, or at any time during the period beginning after December 31st, 2009, had 0.17% or greater direct employment related to the advancement of nuclear power, including employment related to 1, an advanced nuclear facility.
Budd,
2,
Mr. Budd.
advanced nuclear power
Aye.
research and development. 3, nuclear fuel cell cycle research, development, or production, including mining, enrichment, manufacture, storage, disposal, or recycling of nuclear fuel. And 4, the manufacturing or assembly
Mr.
of components
Kelly, Mr.
used in an
Kelly,
advanced nuclear facility.
no.
And B, by adding at the end following new subparagraph. C, advanced nuclear facilities.
Mr.
1, in
Warnock,
general,
Mr.
subject to clause
Warnock.
2 for purposes
Aye.
of subparagraph B4. The term advanced nuclear facility means
Hassan,
any
Ms.
nuclear
Hassan.
facility, the reactor design
Aye.
for which is approved in the manner described in section 45J D2. Special rule. For purposes of Clause 1, a facility shall be deemed to have a reactor design which is approved in the manner described in Section 45J D2 if the Nuclear Regulatory
Rich,
Commission has
Mr.
authorized
Rich,
construction
aye.
and issued a site-specific construction permit or combined license with respect to such facility. 2, non-application for clean electricity investment credits. Section 48E3A1 is amended by inserting, as applied without regard to, Clause 4 thereof after Section 45B11B. G, conforming
McConnell,
amendments.
Mr. McConnell.
1, paragraph 1 of
Aye.
Section 48DC is amended to read as follows. 1, is not a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A51B, and 2, Section 45YB1 as is amended, A,
Ms.
by
Larkin, Ms.
redesignating
Larkin,
subparagraph D
no.
as subparagraph E, and B, inserting after subparagraph C the following new subparagraph. D, determination of capacity. For purposes of subparagraph C, additions of capacity of a facility shall be determined in any reasonable manner, including based on 1, determinations by or reports to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, including interconnection agreements, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, or any similar entity reflecting additions of capacity. 2, determinations of reports reflected in additions or capacity made by an independent professional engineer. 3, reports to or issued by regional transmission organizations or independent system operators reflecting additions of capacity, or 4, any other method or manner provided by the Secretary. H, prohibition on transfer of credits to specified foreign entities. Section 6418G is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 5, prohibition on transfer of credits to specified foreign entities. With respect to any eligible credit described in Clause 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, or 11 of subsection F1A, an eligible taxpayer may not elect to transfer any portion of such credit to a taxpayer that is a specified foreign entity as defined in Section 7701A51B. 1, extension of period of limitations for errors relating to determining of material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. Section 6501 is amended 1, by redesignating subsection O as subsection P, and 2, by inserting after subsection N the following new subsection. O, material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity. In the case of a deficiency attributable to an error with respect to the determination under Section 7701A52 for any taxable year, such deficiency may be assessed at any time within 6 years after the return of such year was filed. J, imposition of accuracy-related penalties. 1, in general, Section 6662 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. M, substantial understatement of income tax due to disallowance of applicable energy credits. 1, In general, in the case of a taxpayer which there is a disallowance of an applicable energy credit for any taxable year for purposes of determining whether there is a substantial understatement of income tax for such taxable year, subsection D1 shall be applied. A, in subparagraphs A and B by substituting 1% for 10% each place it appears, and B, without regard to subparagraph C, 2, disallowance of an applicable energy credit. For purposes of this subsection, the term disallowance of an applicable energy credit means a disallowance of a credit under Section 45X, 45Y, or 48E by reason of overstating the material assistance cost ratio as determined under Section 7701A52 with respect to any qualified facility, energy storage technology, or facility which produces eligible components. 2, conforming amendment. Section 6417D6 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. D, disallowance of an applicable energy credit. In the case of an applicable entity which made an election under subsection A with respect to an applicable credit for which there is a disallowance described in section 6662M2 subparagraph A, shall apply with respect to any excessive payment resulting from such disallowance. K, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by the supplier. 1. In general, Part 1 of Subchapter B of Chapter 68 is amended by inserting after Section 6695A the following new subsection. Section 6695B, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. A, imposition of penalty if 1, a person A provides a certification described in Clause 3 to BB of Section 7701A52D.
On this vote, the yeas are 56, the nays are 44. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative, the motion is not agreed to. The point of order is sustained and the amendment falls. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment number 2446 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley, proposed an amendment number for himself and others, number 2446 to amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, this amendment is about defending the integrity of our legislative process. Every now and then, a new strategy
material or
creates either the
subcomponent
appearance
of an
of
eligible
conflict of interest
component,
or a
and
real
knows or
conflict of
regionally
interest.
should have known
And that is
that the
the case with
certification would be
elected
used in
officials
connection with the
promoting or selling
determination under such
crypto coins in which
section.
they have a
Such
personal
certification is
financial
inaccurate or false
The
with
coins cost
respect
little to
to
make,
A,
so the
whether
buyers
such
know they're
property
in
was
Order on the
produced
floor,
or
please.
manufactured by a prohibited foreign entity, or B, the total direct costs or total direct material costs of such
please
property
continue.
that was not produced or
These digital coins
manufactured
cost
by a
little to make, so
prohibited
buyers
foreign
know they're
entity
enriching the
that were
elected
provided
officials
on
selling
such
them.
certification.
Some people
And
believe,
3, the
therefore,
inaccuracy or
that
falsity
perhaps they
described in
can
paragraph
influence
2
government
resulted in the
policy by buying
disallowance
these
of an
coins,
applicable energy
enriching
credit
individuals
as
who
defined in
serve in
section
government and therefore change policy.
6662M2
In fact,
and an
a
understatement
buyer
of
of $2
income
million
tax
of meme
within the meaning of
coins
section
announced that he bought the coins to
6662D2
get
for the
favorable
taxable year in an
consideration of a
amount
change in
which
freight
exceeds the
policy.
lesser of A,
My friends, the sale
5% of the
crypto
tax
coins by
required
any
to
of
be
us
shown
for
on the return
financial
for the taxable
benefit
year,
is
or B,
corrupting our responsibility to
$100,000.
govern
Then
by
such
and
person
for
shall pay
the
a penalty
people.
in the amount
Vote
determined
aye
under
to defend the integrity of our
subsection
We the
B.
People government.
B, amount of penalty. The amount of the penalty imposed under subsection A
President.
on any
Senator
person
from
with
Wyoming.
respect to a
I rise to
certification
express
shall
my
be equal to the
opposition
greater
the
of 1,
amendment
10%
proposed by
of
my
the amount
colleague
of the
from Oregon
underpayment
and
as
others.
defined in section
I appreciate their concerns
6664A,
about ethics
solely
and
attributable to
transparency
the
in
inaccuracy or
government, but
falsity described
this
in
amendment
subsection
would inflict
A2,
serious
or
harm
2,
on American
$5,000.
innovation and
C, exception.
competitiveness.
No penalties
And for
shall
that
be
matter, it
imposed under
applies to the
subsection A
adult
if the person
children
establishes to the satisfaction of the
directly
secretary
or
that any
indirectly
inaccuracy or
of
falsity
elected
described in
and
subsection
non-elected
A2
officials. It
is
goes
due to
too
a reasonable
far.
cause and not willful
If we had
neglect.
passed something
D,
like this in the
definitions.
early days of
Any
the
term
internet,
used in
we
this
would have
section,
sent
which
a
is
clear
also used in
message that
section
America's closed for business
7701A52,
when it
shall
comes
have
to
the meaning
digital
given in
innovation,
such
and that's what we
in such
risk
term in
doing
such
now.
section.
That's the last
2,
thing we
clerical
want to be
amendments.
doing.
A, section
The irony is
6696
this
is
amendment
amended
would actually
1 in the
harm our
heading by
government's
striking
ability
and
to understand and regulate
6695A
digital
and
assets
inserting
effectively.
6695A
If
and
we're serious about ethics in
6695B.
financial
2, in
products,
subsections
let's
A,
focus
B,
on
and
real
C by
solutions
striking and
and all
6695A,
financial
each
products,
place it
not
appears
just
and inserting
digital.
6695A
I
and
urge my colleagues to
6695B.
reject this
3, in
amendment.
subsection C by striking or 6695A and
I raise a
inserting
point of order
6695A or
that the pending amendment violates the
6695B.
Byrd
And
Rule.
4, in subsection D, 1 in paragraph 1 by inserting
B1D
or
of the
in the case of any
Congressional Budget Act of
penalty under section
1974.
6695B, 6 years after
Mr.
assessed within
President,
3 years.
pursuant
And
to
2,
section
in
904 the
paragraph 2 by
Congressional Budget
inserting
Act
"or"
of
in the case of any claim for
1974, I move
refund
to
of an
waive Section
overpayment
313
of
that
any
act for
penalty
the purpose
assessed
of
under
the
Section
pending
6695B,
amendment.
6 years, after filed within 3
Is there a
years.
sufficient second?
B, the table of sections for Part 1 of
There appears to
Subchapter
be.
B of Chapter
Clerk will call the
68
roll.
is amended by inserting, after item
Baldwin.
related to
Mr.
Section
Ray.
6695A, the following new item. Section 6695B, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. 1, excise tax on facilities that receive material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, Subtitle D is amended by adding at the end of the following new chapter, Chapter 50B, Material Assistance from Prohibited Foreign Entities, Section 5000E-1, Imposition of Tax, Section 5000E-1, Imposition of Tax. A, in general, in the case of an applicable facility for which there is a material assistance cost ratio violation, a tax is hereby imposed for the taxable year in which such facility is placed in service in the amount determined under subsection D with respect to such facility. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this section, the term applicable facility means a facility owned by the taxpayer, one which, A, uses wind to produce electricity, within the meaning of such term as used in Section 45D1, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, or B, uses solar energy to produce electricity, within the meaning of such term as used in Section 45D4, as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins, and 2, either A, the construction of which begins after the date of the enactment of this section and before January 1st, 2028, and which is placed in service after December 31st, 2027, or B, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2027, and before January 1st, 2036. C, material assistance cost ratio violation. For purposes of this section, the term material assistance cost ratio violation means, with respect to an applicable facility, that the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in Section 7701A52. D, amount of tax. 1, in general, the amount determined under this subsection with respect to any applicable facility shall be equal to the applicable percentage of the amount equal to the product of A, the amount expressed in percentage points by which the threshold percentage, as determined under Section 7701A 52B1, exceeds the material assistance cost ratio, as determined under Section 7701A 52D1, multiplied by B, the total direct cost to the taxpayer attributable to all manufactured products, including components, which are incorporated into the applicable facility upon completion of construction, as determined under Section 7701A 52D1I. 2, applicable percentage. For purposes of paragraph 1, the applicable percentage shall be A, in the case of a facility described in subparagraph A of subsection B1, 30%, or B, in the case of a facility described in subparagraph B of such subsection, 50%. E, rule of application. For purposes of this section, with respect to the application of Section 7701A52 or any provision thereof, such section shall be applied by substituting applicable facility for qualified facility each place it appears. 2, clerical amendment. The table of chapters for Subtitle D is amended by inserting after the item related to Chapter 50A the following new item. Chapter 50B, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. M, effective dates. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. 2, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection B1 shall apply to facilities for which construction begins after June 16th, 2025. 3, excise tax on facilities that receive material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The amendments made by subsection 1 shall apply to facilities for which construction begins after June 16th, 2025. 4, penalty for substantial misstatements on certification provided by supplier. The amendments made by subsection K shall apply to certifications provided after December 31st, 2025. B, termination for wind and solar facilities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to facilities the construction of which begins after after the date of enactment of this act. Section 7513, termination and restrictions on clean electricity investment credit. A, termination for wind and solar facilities. Section 48E is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking the amount of and inserting subject to paragraph 4, the amount of, and 2 by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 4, termination for wind and solar facilities. A, in general, this section shall not apply to any qualified property placed in service by the taxpayer after December 31st, 2027, which is part of an applicable facility. B, applicable facility. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable facility means a qualified facility which, 1, uses wind to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in section 45D1 as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of the property begins. Or 2, uses solar energy to produce electricity within the meaning of such term as used in section 45D4 as determined without regard to any requirement under such section with respect to the date on which construction of property begins. C, exception. This paragraph shall not apply with respect to any energy storage technology which is placed in service at any applicable facility. B, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, section 48E is amended A in subsection B, 1, by redesignating paragraph 6 as paragraph 7, and 2, by inserting after paragraph 5 the following new paragraph. 6, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, subject to said paragraph B, the terms qualified facility and qualified interconnection property shall not include any facility or property, the construction, reconstruction, or erection of which begins after December 31st, 2025, if the construction, reconstruction, or erection of such facility or property includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A52. B, applicable facilities. The term qualified facility shall not include any applicable facility, as defined in subsection E4B, for which construction begins after June 16th, 2025, if the construction of such facility includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A52, and B, in subsection C, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 3, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. The term energy storage technology shall not include any property, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2025, if the construction of such property includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A52.
Ms. Rosen.
2, additional restrictions. Section 48ED is amended by adding at the
Schiff.
end the following new
Mr. Schmidt.
paragraph. 6,
Mr.
restrictions
Schumer.
relating to
Mr.
prohibited
Scott
foreign
of Florida.
entities.
Mr.
A,
Scott
in
of
general,
South
no credit shall be
Carolina.
determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is 1, a specified foreign entity as defined in section 77A 51B, or 2, a foreign influenced entity as defined in section 7701A 51D without regard to clause 1, 2 thereof. B, effective control. In the case of a taxpayer for which section 7701A 51D12 is determined to apply for any taxable year, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to a qualified facility described in subsection B3 or energy storage technology described in subsection C2. Recapture. A, in general, section 50A is amended 1, by redesignating paragraphs 4 through 6 as paragraphs 5 through 7, respectively. 2, by inserting after paragraph 3 the following new paragraph. 4, payments to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, if there is an applicable payment made by a specified taxpayer before the close of the 10-year period beginning on the date such taxpayer placed in service investment credit property, which is eligible for the Clean Electricity Investment Credit under Section 48EA, then the tax under this chapter for the taxable year in which such applicable payment occurs shall be increased by 100% of the aggregate decrease in the credits allowed under Section 38 for all prior taxable years, which would have resulted solely from reducing to zero any credit determined under Section 46, which is attributable to the Clean Electricity Investment Credit under Section 48EA with respect to such property. B, applicable payment. For purposes of this paragraph, the term applicable payment means, with respect to any taxable year, a payment or payments described in Section 7701A 51D12. C, specified taxpayer. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified taxpayer means any taxpayer who has been allowed a credit under Section 48EA for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph. 3, in paragraph 5, as redesignated by clause 1, by striking or any applicable transaction to which paragraph 3A applies, and inserting any applicable transaction to which paragraph 3A applies, or any applicable payment to which paragraph 4A applies. And 4, in paragraph 7, as redesignated by clause 1, by striking or 3 and inserting 3 or 4. B, conforming amendments. 1, Section 1371D1 is amended by striking Section 50A5 and inserting Section 50A6. 2, Section 6418G3 is amended by striking subsection A5, each place it appears and inserting subsection A7. C, denial of credit for expenditures for certain wind and solar leasing agreements. 1, in general, Section 48E is amended A by redesignating subsection 1 as subsection J, and B by inserting after subsection H the following new subsection. 1, denial of credit for expenditures for wind and solar leasing agreements. No credit shall be determined under this section for any qualified investment during the taxable year with respect to property described in paragraph 1 or 4 of section 25DD as applied by substituting lessee for taxpayer if the taxpayer rents or leases such property to a third party during such taxable year. 2, conforming rules. Section 50 is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. E, rules for geothermal heat pumps. For purposes of this section and section 168, the ownership of energy property described in section 48A3A7 shall be determined without regard to whether such property is readily usable by a person other than the lessee or service recipient. D, domestic content rules. Subparagraph B of section 48E A3 is amended to read as follows. B, domestic content. Rules similar to the rules of section 48A12 shall apply, except that, for purposes of subparagraph B of such section and the application of rules similar to the rules of section 45B9B, the adjusted percentage as determined under section 45B9C shall be determined as follows. 1, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins before June 16, 2025, 40%, or in the case of a qualified facility which is an offshore wind facility, 20%. 2, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins on or after June 16, 2025, and before January 1, 2026, 45%, or in the case of a qualified facility which is an offshore wind facility, 27.5%. 3, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins during calendar year 2026, 50%, or in the case of a qualified facility which is an offshore wind facility, 35%. 4, in the case of any qualified investment with respect to any qualified facility, the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2026, 55%. E, elimination of energy credit for certain energy property. Section 48A2 is amended. 1, in subparagraph A2 by striking 2% and inserting 0%, and 2, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. C, non-application of increases to energy percentage. For purposes of energy property described in subparagraph A2, the energy percentage applicable to such property pursuant to such subparagraph shall not be increased or otherwise adjusted by any provision of this section. F, application of clean electricity investment credit to qualified fuel cell property. Section 48E, as amended by subsection C, is amended. 1, by redesignating subsection J as subsection K, and 2, by inserting after subsection I the following new subsection. J, application to qualified fuel cell property. For purposes of this section, in the case of any qualified fuel cell property, as defined in section 48C1, as applied without regard to subparagraph E thereof. 1, subsection B3A shall be applied without regard to clause 3 thereof. 2, for purposes of subsection A1, the applicable percentage shall be 30%, and such percentage shall not be increased or otherwise adjusted by any other provision of this section. And 3, subsection G shall not apply. G, effective dates. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraphs 2, 3, 4, and 5, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. 2, domestic content rules. The amendment made by subsection D shall apply on or after June 16, 2025. 3, elimination of energy credit for certain energy property. The amendments made by subsection E shall apply to property the construction of which begins on or after June 16, 2025. 4, application of clean electricity investment credit to qualified fuel cell property. The amendments made by subsection F shall apply to property the construction of which begins after December 31st, 2025. 5, termination for wind and solar facilities. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply to facilities the construction of which begins after the date of enactment of this act. Section 7514, phase out and restrictions on advanced manufacturing production credit. A, modification of provision relating to sales of integrated components. Paragraph 4 of section 45XD is amended to read as follows. 4, sale of integrated components. A, in general, for purposes of this section, a person shall be treated as having sold an eligible component to an unrelated person if, 1, such component, referred to in this paragraph as the primary component, is integrated, incorporated, or assembled into another eligible component, referred to in this paragraph as the secondary component, produced within the same manufacturing facility as the primary component, and 2, the secondary component is sold to an unrelated person. B, additional requirements. Subparagraph A shall only apply with respect to a secondary component for which not less than 65% of the total direct material costs which are paid or incurred within the meaning of Section 46(1) and any regulations issued under Section 263A by the taxpayer to produce such secondary component are attributable to primary components which are mined, produced, or manufactured in the United States. B, phase out and termination. Section 45XB3 is amended. 1, in the heading by inserting and termination after phase out. 2, in subparagraph A, in the matter of preceding clause I, by striking subparagraph C and inserting subparagraph C and D, and 3, by striking subparagraph C and inserting the following. C, phase out for applicable critical minerals other than metallurgical coal. 1, in general, the case of any applicable critical mineral other than metallurgical coal produced after December 31st, 2030, the amount determined under this subsection with respect to such mineral shall be equal to the product of I, the amount determined under paragraph 1 with respect to such mineral as determined without regard to this subparagraph, multiplied by 2, the phase-out percentage under clause 2. 2, phase-out percentage for applicable critical minerals other than metallurgical coal. The phase-out percentage under this clause is equal to 1, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced during calendar year 2031, 75%. 2, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced during calendar year 2032, 50%. 3, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced during calendar year 2033, 25%. And 4, in the case of any applicable critical mineral produced after December 31st, 2033, 0%. D, termination for wind energy components. This section shall not apply to any wind energy component produced and sold after December 31st, 2027. E, termination for metallurgical coal. This section shall not apply to any metallurgical coal produced after December 31st, 2029. C, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45X is amended. 1, in subsection C1 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, material assistance from prohibited foreign entities. In the case of taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the term eligible component shall not include any property, which includes any material assistance from a prohibited foreign entity, as defined in Section 7701A52, as applied by substituting used in a product sold before January 1st, 2027 for used in a product sold before January 1st, 2030 in subparagraph D3V BB thereof. And 2, in subsection D, as amended by subsection A of this section, by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year if the taxpayer is 1, a specified foreign entity, as defined in section 7701A51B, or 2, a foreign influenced entity, as defined in section 7701A51D, without regard to clause 2 thereof. B, effective control. In the case of a taxpayer for which Section 7701A51D12 is determined to apply for the taxable year, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for such taxable year if such determination relates to an eligible component described in subsection C1. D, modification of definition of battery module. Section 45XC5B3 is amended. 1, in subclass IBB by striking and at the end. 2, in subclause 2 by striking the period at the end and inserting and. And 3, by adding at the end the following new subclause. 3, which is comprised of all other essential equipment needed for battery functionality, such as current collector assemblies and voltage sense harnesses, thermal collection assemblies, or other essential energy collection equipment. E, inclusion of metallurgical coal as an applicable critical mineral for purposes of the Advanced Manufacturing Production Credit. 1, in general, Section 45XC6 is amended. A, by redesignating subparagraphs R through Z as subparagraphs S through AA, respectively, and B, by inserting after subparagraph Q the following new subparagraph R. Metallurgical coal. Metallurgical coal, which is suitable for the use in the production of steel within the meaning of the notice published by the Department of Energy entitled Critical Mineral List, Addition of Metallurgical coal used for steel making, 90 Federal Regulation 22711, May 29th, 2025. Regardless of whether such production incurs inside or outside of the United States. 2, credit amount. Section 45XB1M is amended by inserting 2.5% in the case of metallurgical coal after 10%. F, effective dates. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 2, the amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of the enactment of this act. 2, modification of provision relating to sale of integrated components. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to components sold during taxable years beginning after December 31st, 2026. Section 7515, restriction on the extension of advanced energy product credit program. A, in general, section 48C E3C is amended by striking shall be increased and inserting shall not be increased. B, effective date. The amendment is made by this section shall take effect on the date of enactment of this act. Subchapter B, enhancement of America First energy policy. Section 7521, extension and modification of clean fuel production credit. A, prohibition on foreign feedstocks. 1, in general, section 45ZF1A is amended. A, in clause 1, 2BB by striking and at the end. B, in clause 2 by striking a period at the end and inserting and C, by adding at the end the following new clause. 3, such fuel is exclusively derived from a feedstock by which was produced or grown in the United States, Mexico, or Canada. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. B, prohibition on negative emission rates. 1, in general, section 45ZB1 is amended. A, by striking subparagraph C and inserting the following. C, rounding of emissions rate. The Secretary may round the emissions rate under subparagraph B to the nearest multiple of 5 kilograms of CO2e per MMBTU, and B, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. E, prohibition on negative emission rates. For purposes of this section, the emissions rate for a transportation fuel may not be less than 0. 2, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to emissions rates published for transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. C, determination of emissions rate. 1, in general, section 45ZB1B is amended by adding at the end the following new clauses. 4, exclusion of indirect land use changes. Notwithstanding clauses 1, 2, and 3, the emissions rate shall be adjusted as necessary to exclude any emissions attributed to indirect land use change. Any such adjustment shall be based on regulations or methodologies determined by the Secretary. 5, animal manures. With respect to any transportation fuel which is derived from animal manure, the Secretary, 1, shall provide a distinct emissions rate with respect to such fuel based on the specific animal manure feedstock, which may include dairy manure, swine manure, poultry manure, or any other sources as are determined appropriate by the Secretary, and 2, notwithstanding subparagraph E, may provide an emissions rate that is less than 0. 2, conforming amendment. Section 45Z B1B1 is amended by striking clauses 2 and 3 and inserting clauses 2, 3, 4, and 5. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to emissions rates published for transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. D, extension of clean fuel production credit. Section 45ZG is amended by striking December 31st, 2027 and inserting December 31st, 2029. E, preventing double credit. Section 45ZD5 is amended 1 in subparagraph A, in clause 2 by striking and at the end, B, in clause 3 by striking the period at the end and inserting and C, by adding at the end the following new clause. 4, is not produced from a fuel for which a credit under this section is allowable, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, regulations and guidance. The Secretary shall issue such regulations or other guidance as the Secretary determines necessary to carry out the purposes of subparagraph A4. F, sales to unrelated persons. Section 45Z F3 is amended by adding at the end the following. The Secretary may prescribe additional related person rules similar to the rule described in the preceding sentence for entities which are not described in such sentence, including rules for related persons with respect to which the taxpayer has reason to believe will sell fuel to an unrelated person in a manner described in subsection A4. G, treatment of sustainable aviation fuel. 1, coordination of credits. A, in general, section 45ZA3 is amended, 1, in the heading by striking special and inserting adjusted, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, coordination of credits. In the case of a transportation fuel, which is sustainable aviation fuel, which is sold before October 1st, 2025, the amount of the credit determined under paragraph 1 with respect to any gallon of such fuel shall be reduced by an amount equal to the amount of the sustainable aviation fuel credit allowable under section 6426K1. B, effective date. The amendments made by this paragraph shall apply to fuel sold after December 31st, 2025. 2, elimination of special rate. A, in general, section 45ZA3, as amended by paragraph 1, is amended by 1, striking subparagraph A, and 2, by redesignating subparagraph C as subparagraph A. B, conforming amendment. Section 45ZC1 is amended by striking the $1 amount in subject A to B, the 35-cent amount in subsection A3A1, and the $1.75 amount in subsection A3A2, and inserting and the $1 amount in subsection A2B. C, effective date. The amendments made by this paragraph shall apply to fuel produced after December 31st, 2025. H, sustainable aviation fuel credit. Section 6426K is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 4, termination. This subsection shall not apply to any sale or use for any period after September 30th, 2025. 1, regulation or registration of producers of fuel eligible for clean fuel production credit. 1, in general, section 13704B5 of Public Law 117-169 is amended by striking after section 6426K3 and inserting after section 40B. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to transportation fuel produced after December 31st, 2024. J, extension and modification of small agribiodiesel producer credit. 1, in general, section 48 is amended A in subsection B4, 1 in subparagraph A by striking 10 cents and inserting 20 cents. 2 in subparagraph B by inserting in a manner which complies with the requirements under section 45Z-F1A3 after produced by an eligible small agribiodiesel producer. And 3, by adding at the end of the following new subparagraph. D, coordination with clean fuel production credit. The credit determined under this paragraph with respect to any gallon of fuel shall be in addition to any credit determined under section 45Z with respect to such gallon of fuel. And B, in subsection G, by inserting or, in the case of the small agribiodiesel producer credit, any sale or use after December 31st, 2026, after December 31st, 2024. 2, transfer of credit. Section 6418F1A is amended by adding at the end the following new clause. XII, so much of the biodiesel fuels credit determined under Section 40A, which consists of the small agribiodiesel producer credit determined under subsection B4 of such section. 3, effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall apply to fuel sold or used after June 30th, 2025. K, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. 1, in general, Section 45ZF is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 8, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. A, in general, no credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph if the taxpayer is a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B. B, other prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date, which is 2 years after the date of enactment of this paragraph, if the taxpayer is a foreign influenced entity, as defined in section 7701A51D, without regard to clause 1-2 thereof. 2, effective date. The amendment made by this subsection shall apply to taxable years beginning after the date of enactment of this act. Section 7522, restrictions on carbon oxide sequestration credit. 1, restrictions relating to prohibited foreign entities. Section 45QF is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 10, restrictions relating to the prohibited foreign entities. No credit shall be determined under subsection A for any taxable year beginning after the date of enactment of this paragraph. The taxpayer is A, a specified foreign entity as defined in section 7701A51B, or B, a foreign influenced entity as defined in section 7701A51D, determined without regard to clause 1-2 thereof. B, parity for different uses and utilizations of qualified carbon oxide. Section 45Q is amended. 1, in subsection A,
A, in paragraph 2B2 by adding and at the end. B, in paragraph 3 by striking subparagraph B and inserting the following. B1, disposed of by the taxpayer in secure geological storage and not used by the taxpayer as described in clause 2 or 3. 2, used by the taxpayer as a tertiary injectant in a qualified enhanced oil or natural gas recovery project and disposed of by the taxpayer in secure geological storage. Or 3, utilized by the taxpayer in a manner described in subsection F5 and C, by striking paragraph 4.2 in subsection B, A in paragraph 1, 1 by striking subparagraph A and inserting the following: A in general, except as provided in subparagraph B or C, the applicable dollar amount shall be an amount equal to 1, for any taxable year beginning in a calendar year after 2024 and before 2027, $17, and 2, for any taxable year beginning in a calendar year after 2026, an amount equal to the product of $17 and the inflation adjustment factor for such calendar year determined under Section 43B3B for such calendar year, determined by
Mr. President, I
constituting
ask unanimous consent that it be in
2025
order for the following
by
senators to be
substituting
recognized to offer
2025 for
amendments, motions, or points of order.
1990 and
Amendments be
2 in
reported by number with
subparagraph
no
B by
amendments made prior to
striking
the vote.
shall be
Prior to a
applied,
vote in relation
and
to
all that
amendments or
follows through the
motions,
period and
Murray number
inserting shall be
2771.
applied by substituting $36 for $17 each
Senator from
place it
Washington.
appears.
Mr. President, I call
B
my
in
amendment number
paragraph 2B by
2771
striking
asked to
paragraphs
be reported by number.
3A and 4A and
Clerk will
inserting
report.
paragraph
The Senator from
3A
Washington, Mrs.
and
Murray,
C in
proposes an
paragraph
amendment number
3 by
2771
striking
to
the dollar
amendment number
amounts
2360.
applicable under paragraph
President.
3 or 4 and
Senator
inserting
from
the
Washington.
dollar
Mr.
amount
President, my
applicable
amendment
under
is about a
paragraph
really
3.
important issue
3
that has
in
not
subsection
gotten
F,
near enough
A in
attention
paragraph
for how
5B1
devastating it will
by
be for
striking
women in our country.
4B2 and inserting
Republicans' bill will
3B3
cut millions
and
of women
B in
off
paragraph
from birth
9
control,
by striking
cancer screenings,
paragraphs 3 and
essential
4 of
preventive health
subsection A
care that
and
they will
inserting
not be able to
subsection
afford anywhere
A3
else. And it will
4
shutter
in
some
subsection
200 healthcare clinics in our
H3A2 by
country.
striking
And it
paragraph
will take another
3A
step
or 4A of
towards
subsection
enacting
A
Republicans'
and inserting
plan for a
subsection
backdoor
A3A
nationwide
C,
abortion ban.
conforming
How does it do
amendment
this?
section
By defunding
6417
Planned Parenthood.
D3C
This is a
1 to
long-sought
BB
goal
is
of
amended by
anti-choice
striking paragraph
extremists.
3A
No
or
surprise,
4A
it is
of section
overwhelmingly
45QA
unpopular
and
with the
inserting
American
section
people. But Republicans are bent
45QA3A.
on ripping
D.
away
Effective
any access
dates.
to
1.
abortion
Restrictions
care
relating
and
to
happy
prohibited
cut off
foreign
this
entities.
life-saving care.
The amendment
No matter
made
that,
by
women may
subsection
not
A
have
shall
another
apply
place
to
get the
taxable
care
years
that they
beginning
can afford,
after the
or
date of
another place they
enactment
can
of this
get any
act.
care
2.
at all. This
Parity for
amendment
different
that I'm
uses and
offering will strip this awful
utilizations
provision
of qualified
to defund
carbon
Planned Parenthood from
carbon
this bill
dioxide.
and
The
protect
amendments made
healthcare access to the
subsections
millions of
B
patients
and C
who
shall
rely
apply
on
to
Planned
facilities
Parenthood
or equipment
health
placed in
centers.
service
Thank you.
after the
Urge a
date of
yes vote.
enactment of this act.
President?
Section
Senator from
70523,
I object to
intangible
the senator's
drilling
motion
and
to
development
strike the
costs taken
provision
into account
establishing a
for
common
purposes
sense
of
protection
computing
of taxpayers' dollars by
adjusted
prohibiting
financial
abortion
statement
providers from
income. A,
receiving
in
Medicaid
general,
funds for
Section
1 year.
56A
There was a time when
C13
protecting
is
American
amended. 1
tax
by
dollars
striking
from
paragraph
supporting the
A and
abortion
inserting the
industry
following.
was an uncontroversial,
A, reduced
nonpartisan
by
effort that
1,
we could all
depreciation
get behind.
deductions allowed under Section
Even if we had
167
opposing
with
views
respect
on
to
protecting the
property to which
dignity of
Section
human life,
168
this
applies
provision does
to the
not
extent of the
target
amount
any
allowed
one
as
entity.
deductions
If a
in
medical
computing taxable
provider
income
wishes to stay
of the
within the
year,
Medicaid
and 2,
program,
any
it should
deduction
simply
allowed for
cut
expenses
elective
under
abortion
Section
procedures from its
263C,
services.
including any
Mr.
deduction
President,
for such
the pending
expenses under
amendment
Section
number
59E or
2771 would cause the underlying legislation to
291B2 with respect to
exceed
property
the Finance
described
Committee
therein
Section
to the
302A
extent of the amount
allocations of
allowed
the
as
new budget
deductions
authority
in
and
computing
outlays.
taxable income for
Therefore,
the
I
year,
raise a point of order against this
and
measure
2, by
pursuant to
striking
Section
subparagraph
302F
B1 and
of the
inserting the
Congressional Budget
following.
Act of
1,
1974.
to disregard any
President.
amount of
The Senator from
1,
Washington.
depreciation
Mr. President,
expense
pursuant
that
to
is
Section
taken into
904
account
of the
on the
Congressional Budget
taxpayer's
Act of
applicable financial statement
1974,
with respect
I
to
move
such property,
waive
and 2,
Section 302F
depletion
of that act
expense
for the
that is taken
purposes
into
of the
account on the
pending amendment, and I
taxpayer's
ask for the ayes
applicable
and nays.
financial statement
Is there
with respect to
sufficient
the
second?
intangible drilling
appears to be.
and development
The clerk will
costs
call
of
the roll.
such property,
Ms.
and
Alsabros.
B, effective
Ms.
date.
Baldwin.
The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years
Mr.
beginning
Banks.
after December 31, 2025.
Mr. Barrasso.
Section 70524, income
Bennett.
from hydrogen storage, carbon capture, advanced nuclear, hydropower, and geothermal energy added to qualifying income of certain publicly traded partnerships. A, in general, Section 7704 D1E is amended. 1, by striking income and gains derived from the exploration and inserting the following: income and gains derived from 1, the exploration; 2, by inserting or before industrial source; and 3, by inserting or the transportation or storage and all that follows and inserting the following: 2, the transportation operation of storage of 1, any fuel described in subsection B, C, D, E, or K of Section 6426 or any alcohol fuel defined in Section
Ms. Blunt,
6426B4A
Mr. Booker.
or any biodiesel fuel as defined in Section 40AD1
Mr. Bozeman.
or sustainable
Mrs. Britt.
aviation
Mr.
fuel as
Bud.
defined in Section 40BD1 or 2,
Mrs. Capito.
liquefied hydrogen or compressed hydrogen. 3, in the case of qualified
Mr.
facility as
Cassidy.
defined in Section 45QD, without regard to any date by which construction of the facility or equipment is required to begin, not less than 50% of the total carbon oxide
Ms.
production of which
Collins.
is qualified carbon oxide
Mr.
as
Coons.
defined in Section 45QE. 1, the generation, availability for such generation or storage of
Cornyn.
electric power at such facility, or 2, the capture of
Cortez
carbon
Masto.
dioxide by such facility.
Mr.
4,
Cotton.
the production of electricity from
Kramer.
any advanced nuclear facility as defined in Section 45JD2. 5, the production of electricity or
Mr.
thermal
Cruz.
energy exclusively
Mr.
using
Curtis.
a qualified energy resource described in subparagraph D or H of Section 45C1 or 4 or 6, the operation of energy
Mr.
property
Daines.
described in
Ms.
Clause
Duckworth.
3 or 7 of Section
Durbin.
48A3A determined without regard to any requirement under such
Ms.
section
Ernst. Mr.
with
Fetterman.
respect to the date on which construction of property
Mrs.
begins.
Fisher.
B, effective date. The amendments made by this section
Gallego.
shall apply to taxable years
Gillibrand.
beginning after
Mr.
December
Graham.
31,
Mr. Grassley.
2025.
Mr. Haggerty.
Section
Ms. Hassan.
70525.
Mr. Hawley.
Allow for payments to certain individuals
Mr. Heinrich.
who die
Mr.
fuel.
Hickenlooper.
A, in general. Subchapter B
Hirono.
of Chapter 65, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is
Mr.
amended
Hoven.
by adding
Mr.
at
Houston.
the end the following new section.
Mrs. Height
Section
Smith. Mr.
6435,
Johnson. Mr.
dyed
Justice.
fuel. A, in general. If a person establishes to the satisfaction of the Secretary that such person meets the requirements by subsection B with respect to diesel fuel or kerosene, then the Secretary shall pay to such person an amount without interest equal to the tax described in subsection B2A
Kane,
with
Mr.
respect
Kelly,
to such
Mr.
diesel
Kennedy,
fuel
Mr.
or
Kim,
kerosene. B,
Mr.
requirements.
King, Ms.
1, in
Klobuchar.
general, a person meets the requirements of this subsection with respect to diesel fuel or kerosene if such person removes
Mr.
from a
Langford.
terminal eligible indelibly dyed diesel
Mr.
fuel
Lee.
or kerosene. 2, eligible
Mr.
indelibly
Lujan.
dyed diesel
Ms.
fuel or
Lummis.
kerosene defined. The
Mr.
term
Murphy.
eligible
Mr. Marshall,
indelibly
Mr.
dyed
McConnell.
diesel fuel or kerosene means diesel fuel or kerosene A, with respect to which a tax under Section 4081 was previously paid and not credited or refunded, and B,
Mr. McCormick.
which is exempt from taxation under Section 4082A. C, cross-reference
Merkley.
for civil penalty for excessive claims
Mrs.
under the
Moody.
section
Mr. Moran.
See Section 6675.
Marino,
B,
Mr. Mullen.
conforming amendments. 1, Section 6206 is amended.
Mr. Murphy.
A, by striking or
Mrs. Murray, Mr.
6427,
Ossoff, Mr.
each
Padilla,
place it appears,
Mr.
and
Paul,
inserting 6427
Peters.
or 6435, and B, by striking
Mr. Reed.
6420 and 6421, and inserting 6420,
Mr. Ricketts.
6421,
Mr. Risch.
and 6435. 2, Section 6430 is amended. A, by striking
Ms. Rosen,
or at
Mr.
the end of
Rounds.
paragraph 2, by striking the period at the end of paragraph
Mr.
3 and
Sanders.
inserting
Mr.
or,
Schatz.
and by adding
Mr.
at the
Schiff.
end of the following new paragraph 4, which are removed as eligible
Mr.
indelibly dyed diesel fuel or kerosene under Section
Mr. Schumer.
6435. 3, Section
Mr. Scott of
6675
Florida,
is
Mr. Scott of
amended.
South
A,
Carolina.
in subsection A, by striking or 6427 relating to fuels not
Mrs.
used by
Shaheen.
taxable purposes,
Mr.
and
Sheehy.
inserting 6427 relating to
Slotkin.
fuels not used for taxable purposes, or
Ms.
6435
Smith,
relating
Mr. Sullivan,
to eligible
Mr.
indelibly
Thune,
dyed fuel,
Mr.
and
Tillis,
B, in
Mr.
subsection
Tuberville, Mr.
B1
Van
by
Hollen.
striking 6421 or 6427
Warner,
and
Mr.
inserting
Warnock,
6421,
Ms.
6427, or
Mr.
6435. 4, the table of sections for subchapter B of Chapter 65,
Senator
as
Black.
amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by adding at the end the following new item.
Mr. Wicker,
C,
Mr. Wyden, Mr.
6435,
Young.
dyed fuel. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to
Senators voting in the
eligible
affirmative:
indelibly
Baldwin,
dyed diesel
Bennett,
fuel or
Blunt,
kerosene
Rochester,
removed
Booker,
on or after the date
Cantwell,
that is
Coons,
180
Durbin,
days
Gallego,
after the date of the
Heinrich,
enactment of this
Hirono,
section.
Kane, King,
Subchapter C, Other Reforms,
Murkowski,
Section
Murray,
70531,
Lassoff, Padilla,
Modifications
Peters, Rosen,
to de minimis
Sanders,
entry
Smith,
privilege for commercial
Warren,
shipments.
Welch, and Wyden.
Civil penalty. 1. Additional penalty
Senators
imposed.
voting
Section
in the negative:
321 of the
Barrasso,
Tariff Act of
Blackburn,
1930.
Bozeman, Budd,
19 U.S.C.
Capito,
1321 is amended by
Cornyn,
adding
Cotton,
at the end the
Kramer,
following new
Crapo,
subsection.
Curtis,
C.
Daines,
Any person who
Ernst,
enters, introduces,
Fisher, Haggerty,
facilitates, or attempts to
Husted,
introduce an
Hyde-Smith,
article
Justice,
into the
Kennedy,
United States using the
Lummis,
privilege of this
Marshall,
section,
Moody,
the importation
Moran,
of which
Marino,
violates any other
Mullen,
provision of
Rounds,
United States
Scott of
customs
Florida,
law
Thune,
shall be
Tillis,
assessed in
and
addition to
Tuberville.
any other penalty permitted
Ms.
by law,
Collins.
a civil penalty
Aye.
of
Mr.
up to
Kim.
$5,000 for the first violation.
Aye. Ms. Alsobrooks. Aye. Mr. Johnson.
2. Effective
No.
date.
Mr.
The amendment
Blumenthal.
made by paragraph
Aye.
1
Mr.
shall take
Schiff.
effect 30 days
Aye.
after the date of the enactment
Mrs.
of this
Britt,
act.
no.
B. Repeal of commercial
Mr. Murphy,
shipment
aye.
exemption. 1. Repeal Section 321A2 of such act. 19 U.S.C. 1321A2 is amended by striking of this act or and all that follows through subdivision 2 and inserting of this act and 2. Conforming repeal. Subsection C of such section 321 as added by subsection A of this section is repealed. 3. Effective date. The amendments made by this subsection shall take effect on July 1,
Mr. Wicker.
2027.
No.
Chapter 6, Enhancing Deduction and Income Tax Credit, Guardrails, and Other Reforms. Section 70601, Modification and Extension of Limitation on Excess Business Losses of Non-Corporate Taxpayer. A. Rule made permanent. Section 461 L1 is amended by striking, and before January 1, 2029, each place it appears. B. Adjustment of amounts
Mr.
for calculation
Grassley.
of excess business
No.
loans.
Mrs. Cortez
Section
Masto.
46113C
Mr.
is
Fetterman.
amended. 1. In the matter preceding
Aye.
clause
Mr.
1 by
Hickenlooper.
striking December 31,
Aye.
2028, and inserting December 31, 2025, and 2 in clause 2 by striking
Mr. Paul,
2017
no.
and inserting 2024. C. Effective dates. 1. Rule made permanent. The amendment made by subsection A shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2026. 2. Adjustment of amounts for calculation of excess business loan. The amendments made by subsection B shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70602, Treatment of Payments for Partnerships to Partners
Merkley,
for
aye.
Property or Services. A. In general. Section 707A2 is amended by striking under regulations prescribed and inserting except as provided. B. Effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to services performed and property transferred after the date of the enactment of this act.
Mr.
C.
Banks,
Rule
no.
of construction. Nothing in this section or the amendments made by this section shall be construed to create any inference with respect to the proper treatment under Section 707A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 with respect to payments from a partnership to a partner for services performed or property transferred on or before the date of the
Hassan,
enactment of this
aye.
act. Section 70603, excessive employee remuneration from control group members and allocation of deduction. A, application of aggregation rules. Section 162M is amended by adding at the end of the following new paragraph. 7, remuneration from control group members. A, in general, in the case of any publicly held corporation which is a member of a control group, 1, paragraph 1 shall be applied by substituting specified covered employee for covered employee, and 2, if any person which is a member of
Ms.
such
Slotkin,
control group
aye.
other than such publicly held corporation
Mr. Lujan,
provides applicable
aye.
employee remuneration to an individual who is a specified covered employee of such control group, and the aggregate amount described in subparagraph B2 with respect to such specified covered employee exceeds $1 million.
Mr.
1.
Reed,
Paragraph 1 shall apply
aye.
to such person with respect to such remuneration, and 2. Paragraph 1 shall apply to such publicly held corporation and to each such related person by substituting the allocable limitation amount for $1 million. B. Allocable limitation amount for purposes of this paragraph, the term Allocable limitation amount means with respect to any member of the control group referred to in subparagraph A with respect to any specified covered employee of such control group, the amount which bears the same ratio to $1 million as 1. The amount of applicable employee remuneration provided by such member with respect to such specified covered employee bears to 2. The aggregate amount of applicable employee remuneration provided by all such members with respect to such specified covered employee. C. Specified covered employee. For purposes of this paragraph, the term specified covered employee means with respect to any control group, 1. Any employee described in subparagraph A, B, or D of paragraph 3 with respect to the publicly held corporation which is a member of such control group, and 2. Any employee who would be described in subparagraph C of paragraph 3 of such subparagraph were applied by taking into account the employees of all members of the controlled group. D. Controlled group. For purposes of this paragraph, the term controlled group means any group treated as a single employer under subsections B, C, M, or O of section 414. B. Effective date. The amendment made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70604, Third-Party Litigation Funding Reform. A. In general, Subtitle D, as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act, is amended by adding at the end the following new chapter. Chapter 50C, Litigation Financing, Section 500F1, Tax Imposed, Section 5000F2, Definition, Section 5000F3, Special Rules, Section 5000F1, Tax Imposed. In general, a tax is hereby imposed for each taxable year in an amount equal to 31.8% of any qualified litigation proceeds received by a covered party. B. Application of tax for pass-through entities. In the case of a covered party that is a partnership, S corporation, or other pass-through entity, the tax imposed under subsection A shall be applied at the entity level. Section 5000F2, Definitions. In this chapter, 1. Civil action. A. In general, the term civil action means any civil action, administrative proceeding, claim, or cause of action. B. Multiple actions. The term civil action may, unless otherwise indicated, include more than one civil action. 2. Covered party. A. In general, the term covered party means with respect to any civil action, any third party, including an individual, corporation, partnership, or sovereign wealth fund to such action which 1. Receives funds pursuant to a litigation financing agreement, and 2. Is not an attorney representing a party to such civil action. B. Inclusion of domestic and foreign entities. Subparagraph A shall apply to any third party without regard to whether such party is created or organized in the United States or under the law of the United States or any state. 3. Litigation financing agreement. A. In general, the term litigation financing agreement means with respect to any civil action a written agreement, 1. Whereby a third party agrees to provide funds to one of the named parties or any law firm affiliated with such civil action, and 2. Which creates a direct or collateralized interest in the proceeds of such action by settlement, verdict, judgment, or otherwise, which 1. Is based in whole or in part on a funding-based obligation to A. Such civil action, B. The appearing counsel, C. Any contractual co-counsel, or D. The law firm of such counsel or co-counsel, and 2. Is executed with 606. A. Any attorney representing a party to such civil action, B. Any co-counsel in such civil action with a contingent fee interest in the representation of such party, C. Any third party that has a collateral-based interest in the contingency fees of the counsel or co-counsel firm which is related in whole or in part to the fees derived from representing such party, or D. Any named party in such civil action. B. Substantially similar agreements. The term litigation financing agreement shall include any contract, including any option, forward contract, futures contract, short position, swap, or similar contract, or other agreement which, as defined by the Secretary, is substantially similar to an agreement described in subparagraph A. C. Exceptions. The term litigation financing agreement shall not include
Cruz, no.
any agreement, one, under which the total amount of funds described in subparagraph A1 with respect to an individual civil action is less than $10,000, or two, in which the third party described in subparagraph A, one, has a right to receive proceeds which are derived from or pursuant to such agreement that are limited to A, repayment of the principal of a loan, B, repayment of the principal of a loan plus any interest on such loan, provided that the rate of interest does not exceed the greater amount of A 7%, or B, a rate equal to twice the average
Mr.
annual
Van
yield
Hollen.
on
Aye.
30-year
Mr.
United States Treasury
No.
securities, 608, as determined for the year preceding the date on which such agreement was executed, or CC,
Mr. Cassidy,
reimbursement
no.
of attorney's fees, or two, bears a relationship described in section 267B to the named party
McCormick.
receiving the payment described in
No.
subparagraph A1. Four,
Sheehy.
qualified litigation
No.
proceeds. A, in general, the term qualified litigation proceeds means with respect to any taxable year an amount equal to the realized gains, net income, or other profit received by a covered party during such taxable
Delete.
year, which is
No.
derived from or pursuant to any litigation financing agreement. B, anti-netting. Any gains, income, or profit described in subparagraph A shall not be reduced or offset by any ordinary or capital loss in the taxable year. C, prohibition on exclusion of certain amounts. In determining the amounts of realized gain under subparagraph A, amounts described in section 104A2
No.
and 892A1 shall not be excluded. Section 5000F3, Special Rules. A, withholding of tax on litigation proceeds. Any applicable person having the control, receipt, or custody of any proceeds from a civil action by settlement, judgment, or otherwise, with respect to which such person had entered into a litigation financing agreement, shall deduct and withhold from such proceeds a tax equal to 15.9% of the qualified litigation proceeds, which are required to be paid to a third party pursuant to such agreement. B, applicable person. For purposes of this section, the term applicable person means any person which, one, is a named party in a civil
Mrs.
action
Shaheen,
or law
aye.
firm affiliated with such civil action, and two, has entered into a litigation financing
Schumer,
agreement
aye.
with respect to such civil action. C, application of withholding provisions. One, liability for withheld tax. Every person required to deduct and withhold any tax under this chapter is hereby made liable for such tax and is hereby indemnified against the claims and demands of any person for the amount of any payments made in accordance with the provisions of this chapter.
McConnell.
Two, withheld
No.
tax as credit to recipient of qualified litigation proceeds. Qualified litigation proceeds on which any tax is required to be withheld at the source under this chapter shall be included in the return of the recipient of such proceeds. By any amount of tax so withheld shall be credited against the amount of tax as computed in such return. 3, tax paid by recipient of qualified litigation proceeds if A, any person in violation of the provisions of this chapter fails to deduct and withhold any tax under this chapter, and B, thereafter the tax against which such tax may be credited is paid. The tax is also required to be deducted and withheld, shall not be collected from such person, but this
Klobuchar,
paragraph
aye.
shall in no case relieve such person from liability for interest or any penalties or additions to the tax otherwise applicable in respect of such failure to deduct and withhold. 4, refunds
Scott
and
of
credits
South
with
Carolina,
respect to
no.
withheld tax. Where there has been any overpayment of tax under this chapter, any refund or credit made under Chapter 6.5 shall be made to the withholding agent unless the amount of such tax was actually withheld by the withholding agent. B, exclusion from definition of capital assets. Section 1221A is amended. 1, in paragraph 7 by striking or at the end. 2, in paragraph 8 by striking the period at the end and inserting or. And 3, by striking at the end the following new paragraph. 9, any financial arrangement created by or any proceeds derived from a litigation financing agreement as defined under section 5000F2. C, removal from gross income, part 3 of subchapter B of chapter 1, as amended by the preceding provisions of this act, is amended by inserting after section 139L the following new section. Section 139M, qualified litigation proceeds. Gross income shall not include any qualified litigation proceeds as defined in Section 5000F2. D, clerical amendments. 1. Section 7701A16 is amended by inserting 5000F-3C1 before 1441. Two, the table of chapters for subtitle D as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act is amended by inserting after the item relating to Chapter 50B the following new item, Chapter 50C, Litigation Financing. 3, the table of sections for Part 3 of Subchapter B of Chapter 1 as amended by the preceding provisions of this Act is amended by inserting after the item relating to Section 139L the following new item, Section 139M, Qualified Litigation Proceeds. E, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70605, excise tax on certain remittance transfers. A, in general, Chapter 36 is amended by inserting after Subchapter B the following new subchapter. Subchapter C, remittance transfers. Section 4475, imposition of tax. Section 4475, imposition of tax. A, in general, there is hereby imposed on any remittance transfer a tax equal to 1% of the amount of such transfer. B, payment of tax.
One, in general, the tax imposed by this section with respect to any remittance transfer shall be paid by the sender with respect to such transfer. 2, collection of tax. The remittance transfer provider with respect to any remittance transfer shall collect the amount of the tax imposed under subsection A with respect to such transfer from the sender and remit such tax quarterly to the Secretary at such time and in such manner as provided by the Secretary. 3, secondary liability. Where any tax imposed by subsection A is not paid at the time the transfer is made, then to the text that such tax is not collected, such tax shall be paid by the remittance transfer provider. C, tax limited to cash and similar instruments. The tax imposed under subsection A shall apply only to any remittance transfer to which the sender provides cash, a money order, a cashier's check, or any other similar physical instrument as determined by the Secretary to the remittance transfer provider. D, non-application to certain non-cash remittance transfers. Subsection A shall not apply to any remittance transfer for which the funds being transferred are withdrawn from an account held in or by a financial institution, A, which is described in subparagraphs A through H of Section 5312A2 of Title 31 United States Code, and B, that is subject to the requirements under Subchapter 2 of Chapter 53 of such title, or 2, funded with a debit card or a credit card which is issued in the United States. E, definitions. For purpose of this section, 1, in general, the terms remittance transfer provider, and sender shall each have their respective meanings given such terms by Section 919G of the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, 15 U.S.C. 169301G. 2, credit card. The term credit card has the same meaning given each such term under Section 920C3 of the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, 15 U.S.C. 169302C3. 3, debit card. The term debit card has the same meaning given under such term such Section 920C2 of the Electronic Fund Transfer Act, 15 U.S.C. 169302C2, without regard to subparagraph B of such section. F, application of anti-conduit rules for purposes of Section 7701L with respect to any multiple party arrangements involving the sender. A remittance transfer shall be treated as a financing transaction. B, conforming amendment. The table of subchapters for Chapter 36 is amended by inserting after the item relating to Subchapter B the following new item, Subchapter C, remittance transfers. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to transfers made after December 31, 2025. Section 70606, enforcement provisions with respect to COVID-related employee retention credits. A, assessable penalty for failure to comply with due diligence requirements. 1, in general, any COVID ERTC promoters which provides aid, assistance, or advice with respect to any COVID ERTC document and which fails to comply with due diligence requirements imposed by the Secretary with respect to determining eligibility for or the amount of any credit or advance payment of a credit under Section 3134 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall pay a penalty of $1,000 for each such failure. Due diligence requirements. The due diligence requirements referred to in paragraph 1 shall be similar to the due diligence requirements imposed under Section 6695G of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 3. Restriction to documents used in connection with returns or claims for a refund. Paragraph 1 shall not apply with respect to any COVID ERTC document unless such document constitutes or relates to a return for claim for refund. 4. Treatment as assessable penalty, etc. For purposes of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, the penalty imposed under paragraph 1 shall be treated as a penalty which is imposed under Section 6695G of such code and assessed under Section 6201 of such code. 5. Secretary. For purposes of this subsection, the term Secretary means the Secretary of the Treasury or the Secretary's delegate. B. COVID ERTC promoter. For purposes of this section, 1. In general, the term COVID ERTC promoter means with respect to any COVID ERTC document, any person which provides aid, assistance, or advice with respect to such document if A. Such person charges or receives a fee for such aid, assistance, or advice, which is based on the amount of the refund or credit with respect to such document and with respect to such person's taxable year in which such person provided such assistance or the preceding taxable year, the aggregate of the gross receipts of such person for aid, assistance, and advice with respect to all COVID ERTC documents exceeds 20% of the gross receipts of such person for such taxable year, or B, with respect to such person's taxable year in which such person provided such assistance or the preceding taxable year. 1. The aggregate of the gross receipts of such person for aid, assistance, and advice with respect to all COVID ERTC documents exceeds 50% of the gross receipts of such person for such taxable year, or both. 2. Both. Such aggregate gross receipts exceed 20% of the gross receipts of such person for such taxable year, and 2. The aggregate of the gross receipts of such person for aid, assistance, and advice with respect to all COVID ERTC documents determined after application of paragraph 3 exceeds $500,000. 2. Exception for certified professional employer organizations. The term COVID ERTC promoter shall not include a certified professional employer organization as defined in Section 7705 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 3. Aggregation rule. For purposes of paragraph 1, all persons treated as a single employer under subsection A or B of Section 52 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 or subsection M or O of Section 414 of such code shall be treated as one person. 4. Short taxable years. In the case of any taxable year of less than 12 months, a person shall be treated as a COVID ERTC promoter if such person is described in paragraph 1, either with respect to such taxable year or by treating any reference to such taxable year as a reference to the calendar year in which such taxable year begins. C. COVID ERTC document. For purposes of this section, the term COVID ERTC document means any return, affidavit, claim, or other document related to any credit or advance payment of a credit under Section 3134 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, including any document related to eligibility for or the calculation or determination of any amount directly related to any such credit or advance payment. D. Limitation on credits and refunds. Notwithstanding Section 6511 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, no credit under Section 3134 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 shall be allowed, and no refund with respect to any such credit shall be made after the date of the enactment of this Act unless a claim for such credit or refund was filed by the taxpayer on or before January 31, 2024. E. Extension of limitation on assessment. Section 3134L is amended to read as follows. 1. Extension of limitation on assessment. 1. In general, notwithstanding Section 6501, the limitation on the time period for the assessment of any amount attributable to a credit claimed under this section shall not expire before the date that is 6 years after the latest of A, the date on which the original return, which includes the calendar quarter with respect to such credit, is determined as filed, B, the date on which such return is treated as filed under Section 6501B2, or C, the date on which the claim for credit or refund with respect to such credit is made. Deduction 2, deduction for wages taken into account in determining improperly claimed credit. A, in general, notwithstanding Section 6511 in the case of an assessment attributable to a credit claimed under this section, the limitation on the time period for credit or refund of any amount attributable to a deduction for improperly claimed ERTC wages shall not expire before the time period for such assessment expires under paragraph 1. B, improperly claimed ERTC wages. For purposes of this paragraph, the term improperly claimed ERTC wages means with respect to an assessment attributable to a credit claimed under this section, the wages with respect to which a deduction would not have been allowed if the portion of the credit to which such assessment relates had been properly claimed. F, amendment to penalty for erroneous claim for refund or credit. Section 6676A is amended by striking income tax and inserting income or employment tax. G, effective dates. 1, in general, the provisions of this section shall apply to aid, assistance, and advice provided after the date of the enactment of this act. 2, limitation on credits and refunds. Subsection D shall apply to credits and refunds allowed or made after the date of the enactment of this act. 3, extension of limitation on assessment. The amendment made by subsection E shall apply to assessments made after the date of the enactment of this act. 4, amendment to penalty for erroneous claim for a refund or credit. The amendment made by subsection F shall apply to claims for credit or refund after the date of the enactment of this act. H, regulations. The Secretary, as defined in subsection A5, shall issue such regulations or other guidance as may be necessary or appropriate to carry out the purposes of this section and the amendments made by this section. Section 70607, Social Security number requirement for American Opportunity and Lifetime Learning Credits. A, Social Security number of taxpayer required. Section 25AG1 is amended to read as follows. 1, identification requirement. A, Social Security number requirement. No credit shall be allowed under subsection A to an individual unless the individual includes on the return of tax for the taxable year 1, such individual's Social Security number, and 2, in the case of a credit with respect to the qualified tuition and related expenses of an individual other than the taxpayer or the taxpayer's spouse, the name and Social Security number of such individual. B, institution. No American Opportunity tax credit shall be allowed under this section unless the taxpayer includes the employer identification number of any institution to which the taxpayer paid qualified tuition and related expenses taken into account under this section on the return of tax for the taxable year. C, Social Security number defined. For purposes of this amendment, the term Social Security number shall have the meaning given such term in section 24H7. B, omission treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2J is amended by striking TIN and inserting Social Security number or employer identification number. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to taxable years beginning after December 31, 2025. Section 70608, Task Force on the Replacement of Direct File. Out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, there is hereby appropriated for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, $15 million to remain available until September 2026 for necessary expenses of the Department of the Treasury to deliver to Congress within 90 days following the date of enactment of this act a report on 1, the cost of enhancing and establishing public-private partnerships which provide for free tax filing for up to 70% of all taxpayers calculated by adjusted gross income and to replace any direct e-file programs run by the Internal Revenue Service. 2, taxpayer opinions and preferences regarding a taxpayer-funded government-run service or a free service provided by the private sector. 3, assessment of the feasibility of a new approach, how to make the options consistent and simple for taxpayers across all participating providers and how to provide features to address taxpayer needs. And 4, the cost including options for differential coverage based on taxpayer adjusted gross income and return complexity of developing and running a free direct e-file tax return system, including costs and build and administer such release. Subtitle B, Health, Chapter 1, Medicaid. Subchapter A, Reducing Fraud and Improving Enrollment Processes. Section 71101, Moratorium on Implementation of Rule Relating to Eligibility and Enrollment in Medicare Savings Programs. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of enactment of this section and ending September 30, 2034, implement, administer, or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on September 21, 2023, entitled Streamlining Medicaid, Medicare Savings Program Eligibility Determination Enrollment, 88 Fed Reg 65230, and shall not implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made to the following sections of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Section 406.21C. 2, Section 435.4. 3, Section 435.601, 4, Section 435.909, 5, Section 435.911, 6, Section 435.952, Section 71102, moratorium on eligibility, on implementation of rule relating to eligibility and enrollment for Medicaid CHIP and the Basic Health Program. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of enactment of this section and ending September 30, 2024, implement, administer, or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicaid and Medicaid Services on April 2, 2024, entitled Medicaid Program, Streamlining the Medicaid Children's Health Insurance Program and Basic Health Program Application, Eligibility Determination, Enrollment, and Renewal Processes, 89 Fed Reg 22780, and shall not implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made by the following sections of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Part 431A, Section 431.10, C1, 1A2, B, Section 431.10, C11A3, C, Section 431.213D, 2, 2, Part 435, A, Section 435.222, B, Section 435.223, C, Section 435.407, D, Section 435.601, E, Section 435.608, F, Section 435.831G, G, Section 435.907, H, Section 435.911C, 1, I, Section 435.912, J, Section 435.916, K, Section 435.919, L, Section 435.940, M, Section 435.952, N, Section 435.1200, 3, Part 436, A, Section 436.601, B, Section 436.831G, 4, Part 447, Section 447.56A15, 5, Part 457, A, Section 457.65D, B, Section 457.340D, C, Section 457.340F, D, Section 457.344, E, Section 457.348, F, Section 457.350, G, Section 457.480, H, Section 457.570, I, Section 457.805, B, J, Section 457.810A, K, Section 457.960, L, Section 457.1140, D4, M, Section 457.1170, N, Section 457.1180, Section 71103, reducing duplicate enrollment under the Medicaid and CHIP programs. A, Medicaid, 1, in general. Section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A, is amended A in subsection A, 1, in paragraph 86 by striking and at the end, 2, in paragraph 87 by striking the period and inserting and 3, by inserting after paragraph 87 the following new paragraph. 88, provide, A, beginning not later than January 1, 2027, in the case of one of the 50 states and the District of Columbia, for a process to regularly obtain address information for individuals enrolled under such plan or a waiver of such plan, and in accordance with subsection and B, beginning not later than October 1, 2029, 1, for the state to submit to the system established by the Secretary under subsection U with respect to individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under such plan not less frequently than once each month or during such determination or redetermination of the eligibility of such individual for medical assistance under such plan or waiver of such plan. 1, the Social Security number of such individual, if such individual has a Social Security number and is required to provide such number to enroll under such plan or waiver, and 2, such other information with respect to such individual as determined necessary by the Secretary for purposes of preventing individuals from simultaneously being enrolled under state plans or waivers of such plans of multiple states. 2, for the use of such system to prevent such simultaneous enrollment. And 3, in the case that such system indicates that an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under such plan or waiver of such plan is enrolled under a state plan or waiver of such a plan of another state, for the taking of appropriate action as determined by the Secretary to identify whether such an individual resides in the state and disenroll an individual from the state plan of such state if such individual does not reside in such state unless such individual meets such an exception as the Secretary may specify, and B, by adding at the end the following new subsections. U, prevention of enrollment under multiple state plans. 1, in general, Not later than October 1, 2029, the Secretary shall establish a system to be utilized by the Secretary and states to prevent an individual from being simultaneously enrolled under the state plans of multiple states. Such system shall A, provide for the receipt of information submitted by a state under subsection A88B1, and B, not less than once each month, transmit information to a state or allow the Secretary to transmit information to a state regarding whether an individual enrolled or seeking to enroll under the state plan of such state or waiver of such plan is enrolled under the state plan or waiver of such plan of another state. 2, standards. The Secretary shall establish such standards as determined necessary by the Secretary to limit and protect information submitted under such system and ensure the privacy of such information consistent with subsection A7. 3, implementation funding. There are appropriated to the Secretary out of the amounts of the Treasury not otherwise appropriated, in addition to amounts otherwise available. For fiscal year 2026, $10 million for purposes of establishing the system and standards required under this subsection to remain available until expended, and B, for fiscal year 2029, $20 million for purposes of maintaining such system to remain available until expended. BV, process to obtain enrollee address information. 1, in general, for purposes of subsection A88A, a process to regularly obtain address information for individuals enrolled under a state plan or a waiver of such plan shall obtain address information from reliable data sources described in paragraph 2 and take such actions as the Secretary shall specify with respect to any changes to such address based on such information. 2, reliable data sources described for purposes of paragraph 1. The reliable data sources described in this paragraph are the following. A, mail returned to the state by the United States Postal Service with a forwarding address. B, the National Change of Address database maintained by the United States Postal Service. C, a managed care entity as defined in Section 1932A1B or prepaid inpatient health care or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in Section 1903M9D that has a contract under the state plan if the address information is provided to such entity or plan directly from or verified by such entity or plan directly with such individual.
The point of order is
other
sustained
data
and the amendment
sources as
fails.
identified by the Secretary,
Mr. President,
by the state
I ask
and approved by
unanimous
the
consent that
Secretary
it be
to
in order for the
conforming
following
amendments.
senators to be
A,
recognized
Paris.
to offer amendments,
Section
motions, and points of order. The
1903R3
amendments
of
be
the
reported by
Social
number
Security
with no
Act,
amendments in
42
order prior to a
U.S.C.
vote in relation to amendments or
13960
motions.
R3 is amended 1 by
Blackburn, number
striking in order and inserting
2401.
A in order. 2, by striking through the public and inserting
Is there an
through
objection?
1 the public.
Without objection.
3, by striking the
Mr.
period at the
President?
end and inserting
I call up my amendment.
Senator from Tennessee.
I call
semicolon,
up my
and 2,
amendment number
beginning October
2401
1,
and
2029,
ask that it be
the system
reported by
established by the Secretary under
clerk
section
will report.
1902
The Senator from Tennessee,
and
Mrs. Blackburn,
4, by
proposes
adding at the
amendment
end the
number
following new
2401
subparagraph.
to
B,
amendment number
beginning October 1,
2360.
2029, the Secretary may determine that a
Mr.
state is not
President, I
required to
ask
have in
unanimous
operation
consent for
an
2 minutes of
eligibility
debate,
determination system
equally
which
divided.
provides for data matching
Without
for
objection.
purposes of
Thank you,
address
Mr. President.
verification under section
Millions of vulnerable
1902
Americans,
VV
including the
through the
disabled,
system described in
elderly, and
subparagraph
low-income
A1 to meet the
children depend
requirements
on
of this paragraph.
Medicaid
Managed
for
care,
vital
section
healthcare
1932 of the
services.
Social
But
Security
waste,
Act,
fraud, and
42
abuse are
U.S.C.
pushing this program to the point of
1396U-2
insolvency.
is amended by
According
adding
to
at the
one
end the following new
estimate, there
subsection.
were more
J,
than 1
transmission
trillion
of address
in
information.
improper payments
Beginning
over
January
the
1,
last
2027,
decade.
each
To
contract
protect
under a state plan
Medicaid
with a
for
managed
those
care
who
entity
truly
is
need
defined
it.
in section
This corruption must
1932A1B,
end,
or with a prepaid
including by
inpatient health care
removing
or
the
a prepaid
1.4
ambulatory health plan, such
million
as
illegal
such terms are
aliens who are
defined in section
currently exploiting the program.
1903M9D,
My amendment would
shall provide
close
that
a
such entity or
loophole that
plan
allows
shall
illegal
promptly
aliens to
transmit to the
receive
state any
Medicaid
address
coverage
information for an
for up
individual
to
enrolled in
90
such entity or
days
plan
by
that is
blocking
provided to
federal
such entity or
taxpayer
plan directly
dollars
from or
from
verified
funding
by such entity or
benefits
plan
for
directly
prospective
with such
beneficiaries
individual.
until
B,
their
CHIP.
citizenship
1, in general,
or
section
lawful presence is
217E1 of the Social
verified.
Security
I
Act,
urge a
42
yes
U.S.C.
vote on this amendment, and I ask for the yeas
1396GGE1 is
and
amended
nays.
A by redesignating subparagraphs H through
Is there a
U
sufficient second?
as subparagraphs
There appears
I
to be.
through V.
1 through
Yeas and
5,
nays are ordered.
respectively, and B, by
Senator from
inserting
Oregon.
after subparagraph G the following new subparagraph.
Amendment
H.
penalizes innocent
Section
people
1902A88
who are eligible for Medicaid coverage and are waiting
address
to cut
information
through
for
a
enrollees
thicket
and
of red
prevention of
tape and get
simultaneous
health care.
enrollments. 2,
This can
managed
go on
care.
for months and
Section
months and
2103F3 of the Social
defies
Security
basic
Act,
fairness
42
and
U.S.C.
common sense. Parliamentarian has already
1397
ruled
CC is
that
amended
the
by
federal
striking an
government,
E and
if it
inserting
does this,
E and J.
it would be
Section
coercive and not
71104,
acceptable
ensuring
under the
deceased
reconciliation
individuals do
rules.
not
This
remain
is a
enrolled.
distraction from Republican
Section 1902 of the
attempts
Social Security Act,
to
42
decimate
U.S.C.
the Medicaid
1396,
benefit.
is amended
I
by
therefore
Section
raise a point of
71103,
order.
is further
The pending
amended,
amendment
1 in
violates the
subsection
Byrd Rule,
A,
Section
A,
313
in paragraph
B1D of the
87 by
Congressional Budget
striking
Act of
and inserting
1974, and I
semicolon.
ask for the ayes and
B,
nays.
in
Mr.
paragraph 88 by
President,
striking the period at
pursuant
the
to
end and
Section
inserting
904 of the
and C by
Congressional
inserting
Budget
after
Act of
paragraph 88
1974,
the following
I
new
move to
paragraph.
waive, and I ask for the yeas and
89,
nays.
provide that the state shall
Is there
comply with
sufficient
the
second?
eligibility verification
There appears to
requirements
be.
under subsection
The question
WW,
is on the
except
motion
that
to
this
waive.
paragraph shall apply only in the case of the 50 states and the District of
Alsop
Columbia,
Brooks.
and 2,
Ms.
by adding
Baldwin.
at the end of the following new subsection, WW, verification of certain eligibility criteria. 1, in general, for purposes of subsection A89, the eligibility verification requirements beginning January 1, 2028 are as follows. A, quarterly screening to verify enrollee status. The state shall, not less frequently than quarterly, review the death master file as such term is defined in Section 203D of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013 or a successor system that provides such information needed to determine whether any individuals enrolled for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan are deceased. B, disenrollment under state plan. If the state determines, based on information obtained from the death master file, that an individual enrolled for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan is deceased, the state shall, 1, treat such information as factual information confirming the death of a beneficiary, 2, disenroll such individual from the state plan or waiver of such plan in accordance with subsection A3, and 3, discontinue any payments for medical assistance under this title made on behalf of such individual other than payments for any items or services furnished to such individual prior to the death of such individual. C,
Mr. Banks.
reinstatement of coverage in the event of error. If a state determines that an individual was misidentified as deceased based on information obtained from the
Barrasso.
death master file and was erroneously disenrolled for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, based on such misidentification, the state shall immediately re-enroll such individual
Bennett.
under the state plan or waiver of such
Mrs.
plan,
Blackburn.
retroactive to the date of such disenrollment. 2, rule of construction. Nothing under this subsection shall be construed to preclude the ability of a state to use
Mr.
other
Blumenthal.
electronic data sources to timely identify potentially deceased beneficiaries, so long as the state is also in compliance with the requirements of this subsection and all other requirements under this title relating to Medicaid eligibility determination and redetermination. Section 71105, ensuring deceased providers do not remain enrolled. Section 1902 KK1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A KK1 is amended, 1,
Mr.
by
Booker.
striking the state and inserting A in general the state, and 2, by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. B, provider screening against death master file. Beginning January 1, 2028, as part of the enrollment or re-enrollment or revalidation of enrollment of a provider or supplier under this title, and not less frequently than quarterly during that period that such provider or supplier is so enrolled, the state conducts a check of the death master file as such term is defined in Section 203D of the Bipartisan Budget Act of 2013 to determine whether such provider or
Bozeman.
supplier is deceased. Section 71106.
Mrs. Britt.
Payment reduction related to certain erroneous
Mr. Budd.
excess payments under Medicaid. In general, Section 1903
Ms.
U1 of the
Cantwell.
Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396
Mrs.
BU1
Capito.
is amended 1 in subparagraph A by
Mr.
inserting for
Cassidy.
any audits conducted by the Secretary or at the option of the
Ms.
Secretary,
Collins.
audits conducted by the state after exceeds
Coons.
0.03. 2, in subparagraph B, A, by striking the Secretary
Cornyn.
and inserting 1, subject to Clause 2, the Secretary, and B,
Ms. Cortez Masto.
by adding at the end the following new clause. 2, the amount
Mr. Cotton.
waived under Clause 1 for a fiscal year may not exceed an amount equal to the erroneous excess payments for medical assistance described in subparagraph D1, 2, made for such fiscal year. 3, in subparagraph 2, by striking he and each place it appears and inserting the Secretary in such place. And 4, in subparagraph D1, A, in subclause 1, by striking and at the end. B, in subclause 2, by striking
Mr.
the
Kramer.
period at the end of
Mr.
and
Crapo.
inserting or payments where insufficient information is available to confirm eligibility, and
And C, by adding at the end the following
Cruz.
new subclause. 3, payments other than payments described in subclause 1 for
Mr. Curtis.
items and services furnished to an individual who is not eligible for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan with respect to such items and services or payments where insufficient information is available to confirm eligibility. B, effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning with respect to fiscal year 2030. Section 71107, eligibility
Mr. Daines,
redeterminations,
Ms.
A in
Duckworth,
general.
Mr.
Section
Durbin.
1902E14
Ms.
of the
Ernst.
Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396AE14 is amended by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. L, frequency of eligibility redeterminations for certain individuals. 1, in general, subject to clause
Mr.
2 with
Fetterman.
respect to
Fisher.
redeterminations of eligibility for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan, scheduled
Mr.
on or
Gallego.
after the first day of the first
Mrs.
quarter that
Gillibrand.
begins after December
Mr.
31,
Graham.
2026. The state shall make such a redetermination once every 6 months for the following individuals. 1, individuals enrolled under subsection A10A18. 2,
Mr.
individuals
Grassley.
described in such subsection who are the otherwise enrolled
Mr.
under a
Haggerty.
waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to a minimum essential coverage as described in section
Ms. Hassan.
5000AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations to all individuals described in subsection A10A18. 2, exemption. The requirements described in section 1 shall
Heinrich.
not apply to any individual described in subsection
Mr. Hickenlooper.
X9A22. 3, state defined. For purposes of this subparagraph,
Ms.
the term
Hirono.
state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. B, guidance. Not later than 180 days after the date of enactment of this section, the Secretary of Health and Human Services, acting through the Administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, shall issue
Mr.
guidance
Hovind.
relating to the implementation of the
Mr.
amendments made
Husted.
by this section. Section 71108, revising home equity limit for determining eligibility for
Mrs.
long-term
Hyde-Smith.
care services under the Medicaid program, revising home equity limit.
Mr. Johnson,
Section
Mr. Justice.
1917F1 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396PF1 is amended. 1, in subparagraph B.
Mr. Kane.
A, by striking A state and inserting I, A state. B, in clause I, as inserted by subparagraph A. I, by striking $500,000 and inserting the amount specified in subparagraph A, and II, by inserting in the case of an individual's home that is located on a
Mr.
lot
Kelly.
that is zoned for agricultural use after apply.
Mr.
Subparagraph A
Kennedy.
and C, by adding at the end the following new clause.
Mr. Kim.
II, a state may elect, without regard to the requirements of section 1902A, 1, relating to statewideness, and section 1902A 10B, relating to comparability, to apply subparagraph A in the case of an individual's home that is not described in
Mr.
clause
King.
I by substituting for the amount specified in such subparagraph, an amount that exceeds such
Klobuchar.
amount but does not exceed $1 million, and
Mr. Langford.
2, in subparagraph C. A, by
Mr.
inserting
Lee,
other
Mr.
than the amount
Lujan, Ms.
specified in
Lummis.
subparagraph B, II, relating to certain
Markey.
non-HIFE agricultural homes after specified in this
Mr.
paragraph,
Marshall.
and B, by adding at the end the following new sentence in the case that application of the preceding sentence would result in a dollar amount
Mr.
other than the amount
McConnell,
specified
Mr.
in
McCormick.
subparagraph BI relating to certain
Mr.
agricultural
Merkley.
homes exceeding $1 million shall amount,
Mrs. Moody.
such amount shall be deemed to be equal to
Mr.
$1 million.
Moran.
B, clarification. Section
Mr. Moreno,
1902 of the
Mr.
Social
Mullen.
Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A
Murkowski.
is amended. 1, in subsection R2 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph C.
Mr. Murphy,
This paragraph
Mrs.
shall not
Murray.
be construed
Mr.
as
Ossoff,
permitting a
Mr.
state to
Padilla,
determine
Mr.
the
Paul,
eligibility of
Mr.
an
Peters,
individual for
Mr.
medical
Reed,
assistance
Mr.
with
Ricketts,
respect to
Mr.
nursing
Risch.
facility services or other long-term care services without application of the limit under section 1917
Ms. Rosen.
F1 and 2 in
Mr.
subsection
Rounds.
E14D
Mr.
IV
Sanders,
A,
Mr. Schatz,
by
Mr.
striking
Schiff, Mr.
subparagraphs and
Smith.
inserting I in general subparagraphs, and B, by adding at the
Mr.
end the
Schumer.
following new subclause.
Mr.
II,
Scott of
application
Florida.
of home equity interest limit.
Mr. Scott of South
Section
Carolina.
1917F shall apply for purposes of determining the eligibility of an individual for medical assistance with respect to nursing facility services or other long-term service care. C, effective date. The amendments made by subsection A shall apply beginning on January 1, 2028. Sec. 71109,
Mr.
Alien
Shaheen.
Medicaid Eligibility.
Mr.
A,
Sheehy.
Medicaid, Section
Ms.
1903B of
Slotkin, Ms.
the
Smith.
Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C.
Mr. Sullivan.
1396BV is amended 1 in paragraph 1 by striking
Mr.
and
Thune.
4 and inserting 4 and 5
Mr.
and 2
Tillis,
by adding
Mr.
at the end the
Tuberville.
following new paragraph. 5, notwithstanding the preceding paragraphs of this subsection beginning on October 1, 2026, except as provided in paragraph 2 and 4, in no event shall payment
Mr.
be
Van
made to a
Hollen.
state under this section for
Mr.
medical
Warner,
assistance
Mr.
furnished to
Warnock,
an
Mr.
individual
Warren.
unless such individual
Mr.
is
Welch,
A,
Mr.
a resident
Whitehouse.
of one of the 50
Mr.
states,
Wicker.
the District of Columbia, or a territory of the United
Mr.
States,
Wyden.
and B, either I, a citizen or national of the United States. II, and an alien lawfully admitted for permanent residence as an immigrant
Mr. Young.
as defined by sections 101A 15 and 101A 20 of the Immigration and Nationality Act, excluding, among others, alien visitors, tourists, diplomats, and students
Senators
who enter the
voting in the
United States
affirmative.
temporarily, with no
Barrasso,
intention of abandoning their
Blackburn,
residence in a
Britt,
foreign
Budd,
country.
Capito, Cassidy,
III, an
Cornyn,
alien who has
Cotton,
been
Kramer,
granted the status
Crapo,
of Cuban and
Cruz,
Haitian
Curtis,
entrant,
Daines,
as defined in
Fisher,
section 501E
Graham,
of the
Grassley, Haggerty, Hovind,
Refugee
Husted,
Education
Highsmith,
Assistance Act of 1980,
Johnson,
Public Law
Justice,
96422,
Lee,
or
Lummis,
IB, an
Moody,
individual who
Moran,
lawfully resides in the United
Moreno,
States in
Mullen,
accordance
Paul, Ricketts,
with the
Risch,
compact
Rounds,
of a free
Schmidt,
association
Scott of
referred to in
Florida,
section
Sheehy,
402B2G
Thune, Wicker,
of the
Young.
Personal Responsibility and Work
Senators
Opportunity
voting in the
Reconciliation
negative.
Act of 1996.
Also Brooks,
B, CHIP,
Baldwin,
section
Blumenthal, Blunt,
2107E1 of
Rochester,
the Social
Cortez
Security Act, as
Masto,
amended by
Duckworth,
section
Durbin,
71103B,
Gallego,
is further
Heinrich,
amended. One,
Hickenlooper,
by
Kane,
redesignating
Kim,
subparagraphs R
King,
through V as
Lujan,
paragraphs
Murphy,
B
Murray,
through W,
Asaf, Padilla,
respectively, and 2 by
Peters,
inserting the
Reed,
paragraph
Rosen,
Q,
Sanders,
the following.
Schatz, Schiff,
R, section
Shaheen, Slotkin,
1903B5
Smith, Van
relating to
Hollen,
payments for medical
Warner,
assistance furnished
Warnock,
to aliens,
Warren, Welch,
except in relation
Whitehouse,
to payments
Wyden.
for services provided under section 2105.
Ms. Hirono.
A1D II, sec. 71110. Expansion
Mr.
FMAP
Bozeman.
for certain states providing
Aye.
payments for
Mr.
health care
McCormick.
furnished to certain individuals. Section 1905 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396D is amended 1 in subsection Y. A, in paragraph 1E by inserting or 4 calendar quarters beginning on or after October 1, 2027. In the case such state is a specified state with respect to such calendar quarter, 80% after thereafter, and B, in paragraph 2 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. C, specified state. The term specified state means with respect to a quarter, a state that I, provides any form of financial assistance from a state general fund during such quarter in whole or in part, whether or not made under a state plan or a waiver of such plan, under this title or under another program established by the state to or on behalf of an alien who is not a qualified alien, is not a child or pregnant woman, who is lawfully residing in the United States and eligible for medical assistance pursuant to section 1903V4 or for child health assistance or pregnancy-related assistance pursuant to section 2107E1Q for the purchasing of health insurance coverage as defined in section 2791B1 of the Public Health Service Act for an alien who is not a qualified alien and is not a child or pregnant woman, or II provides any form of comprehensive health benefits coverage except such coverage required by federal law during such quarter, whether or not under a state plan or waiver of such plan, under this title or under another program established by the state, and regardless of the source of funding for such coverage, to an alien who is not a qualified alien and is not such a child or pregnant woman. D, immigration terms. I, alien. The term alien has the meaning given such term in section 101A of the Immigration and Nationality Act.
Mr. Booker.
II, qualified alien. The term qualified alien has the meaning given
Mr.
such term in
Langsford.
section 431 of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of
Mrs.
1996, except that the references to, in the opinion of the agency providing such benefits in subsection C of such section 431 shall be treated as references to, in the opinion of the state in which such comprehensive health benefits coverage or such financial
Ms.
assistance
Klobuchar.
is provided
Ms.
as applicable,
Klobuchar.
and 2, in subsection
No.
Z2.
Ms. Hassan. Ms. Hassan. No.
A, in subsection A by striking for such year and inserting for such quarter, and B, in subparagraph B, I, in the matter preceding subclause I by striking for year and inserting for calendar quarter in a year, and II in subclause II by striking for the year and inserting for the quarter for the state. Sec. 71111, expansion FMAP for emergency Medicaid. Section 1905 of the Social Security Act, 42 USC 1396D is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. KK, FMAP for treatment of an emergency medical condition notwithstanding subsection Y and Z, beginning on October 1, 2026, the federal medical assistance percentage for payments for care and services described in paragraph 2 of subsection 1903V furnished to an alien described in paragraph 1 of such subsection shall not exceed the federal medical assistance percentage determined under subsection B for such state. Subchapter B, preventing wasteful spending. Sec 71112, moratorium on implementation of rule relating to staffing standards for long-term care facilities under the Medicare and Medicaid programs. The Secretary of Health and Human Services shall not, during the period beginning on the date of the enactment of this section and ending September 30, 2034, implement, administer, or enforce the provisions of the final rule published by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services on May 10, 2024, entitled Medicare and Medicaid Programs, Minimum Staffing Standards for Long-Term Care Facilities, and Medicaid Institutional Programs Transparency Reporting. 89, Fed Reg 40876, and shall not implement, administer, or enforce the amendments made to the following sections of Part 483 of Title 42, Code of Federal Regulations. 1, Section 483.5. 2, Section 483.35.
No.
Sec 71113, reducing state Medicaid costs. A, in general, Section 1902A34 of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396A, A34 is amended to read as follows.
Aye. Mr. Hawley.
34.
Mr. Hawley.
Provide that in the case of any individual who has been determined to be eligible for medical assistance under the plan and A, is enrolled under paragraph 10AIV III, such assistance will be made available to the individual for care and services, including under the plan and furnished in or after the month, before the month in which the individual made application or application was made on the individual's behalf, in the case of a deceased individual. For such assistance, if such individual was, or upon application would have been eligible for such assistance at the time such care and services were furnished, or B, is not described in subparagraph A. Such assistance will be made available to the individual for care and services, including under the plan and furnished in or after the second month before the month in which the individual made an application or application was made on the individual's behalf in the case of a deceased individual. For such assistance, if such individual was, or upon application would have been eligible for such assistance at the time such care and services were furnished. B, definition of medical assistance, Section 1905A of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396D8 is amended by striking in or after the third month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance and inserting, with respect to an individual described in Section 1902A34A, in or after the month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance and with respect to an individual described in Section 1902A34B, in or after the second month before the month in which the recipient makes application for assistance. C, CHIP, Section 2102B1B of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1397BB B1B is amended 1 in Clause IV by striking and at the end. 2 in Clause V by striking the period and inserting semicolon and. 3 by adding at the end the following new clause. VI shall, in the case that the state elects to provide child health or pregnancy-related assistance to an individual for any period prior to the month in which the individual made application for such assistance or application was made on behalf of the individual, provide that such assistance is not made available to such individual for items and services included under the state child health plan or waiver of such plan that are furnished before the second month preceding the month in which such individual made application or application was made on behalf of such individual for assistance. D, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall apply to medical assistance, child health assistance, and pregnancy-related assistance with respect to individuals whose eligibility or such assistance, child health assistance, or pregnancy-related assistance is based on an application made on or after the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 31st, 2026. Sec 71114, prohibiting federal Medicaid and CHIP funding for certain items and services. A, Medicaid, Section 1903I of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396B1 is amended 1 in paragraph 26 by striking semi-and or and inserting a semicolon. 2 in paragraph 27 by striking the period at the end and inserting colon or. 3 by inserting paragraph 27 the following new paragraph. 28 with respect to any amount expanded for specified gender transition procedures as defined in Section 1905 LL furnished to an individual enrolled in a state plan or waiver of such plan. And 4 in the flush left matter at the end by striking and 18 and inserting 18 and 28. B, CHIP, Section 2107E 1 of the Social Security Act 42 US 1397 GGE10 as redesignated by Section 71103B1A is amended by
Kennedy.
striking and 17 and 17 and 28. C, specified gender transition procedures defined. Section 1905, the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396D is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. LL, specified gender transition procedures. 1, in general, for purposes of Section 1903 I-28, except as provided in paragraph 2, the term specified gender transition procedure means, with respect to an individual, any of the following when performed for the purpose of intentionally changing the body of such individual, including by disrupting the body's development, inhibiting
Kelly.
its natural functions, or
Kelly.
modifying its appearance to no longer correspond to the individual's sex. A, performing any surgery including I, castration, II, sterilization,
Ms. Ernst.
III,
Ms. Ernst.
orchiectomy, IV, serotoplasty, V, vasectomy, VI, tubal ligation, VII, hysterectomy, B, tripi, oophorectomy, IX, ovariectomy, X, medoidoplasty, XI, clitoroplasty, XII, reconstruction of the fixed part of the urethra with or without a medoidoplasty or a phalloplasty, X tripi, penectomy, XIV, phalloplasty, XV, vaginoplasty, XVI, vaginectomy, XVI, vulvoplasty, XV, tripi, reduction, thyrochondroplasty, XIX, chondrolaryngoplasty, XX, mastectomy, and XXI, any plastic, cosmetic, or aesthetic surgery that feminizes or masculinizes the facial or other body features of an individual. B, any placement of chest implants to create feminine breast or any placement of erection or testicle prosthesis. C, any placement of fat or artificial implants in the gluteal region. D, administering, prescribing, or dispensing to an individual medications including I, gonadotropin, releasing hormone, GnRH, analogs, or other puberty-blocking drugs to stop or delay normal puberty, and II, testosterone, estrogen, or other androgens to an individual at doses that are supraphysiologic that would normally be produced endogenously in a healthy individual of the same age and sex. 2, exception. Paragraph 1 shall not apply to the following when furnished to an individual by a healthcare provider if the individual is a minor with consent of such individual's parents with or legal guardian. A, puberty suppression or blocking prescription drugs for the purpose of normalizing puberty for an individual experiencing precocious puberty. B, medically necessary procedures or treatments to correct for I, a medically verifiable disorder of sex development, including I-46XX chromosomes with viralization, I-46XY chromosomes with underviralization, and III, both ovarian and testicle tissues. II, sex chromosome structure, sex steroid hormone production of or sex hormone action if determined to be abnormal by a physician through genetic or biochemical testing. III, infection, disease, injury, or disorder caused or exacerbated by a previous procedure described in paragraph 1, or a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness that would, as certified by a physician, place the individual in danger of death or impairment of a major bodily function unless the procedure is performed, not including procedures performed for the alleviation of mental distress, or IV, procedures to restore or reconstruct the body of the individual in order to correspond to the individual's sex after one or more previous procedures described in paragraph 1, which may include the removal of a pseudophallus or breast augmentation. 3, sex. For purposes of paragraph 1, the term sex means either male or female as biologically determined and defined in paragraphs 4 and 5 respectively. 4, female. For purposes of paragraph 3, the term female means an individual who naturally has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental or genetic anomaly or historical accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes eggs for fertilization. 5, male. For purposes of paragraph 3, the term male means an individual who naturally has, had, will have, or would have, but for a developmental or genetic anomaly or historical accident, the reproductive system that at some point produces, transports, and utilizes sperm for fertilization. Section 71115, federal payments to prohibit entities. A, in general. No federal funds that are considered direct spending and provided to carry out a state plan under Title XIX of the Social Security Act or a waiver of such a plan shall be used to make payments to a prohibited entity for items and services furnished during the 1-year period beginning on the date of the enactment of this act, including any payments made directly to the prohibited entity or under a contract or other arrangement between a state and a covered organization. B, definitions in this section. 1, prohibited entity. The term prohibited entity means an entity including its affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, and clinics. A, that as of the first day of the first quarter beginning after the date of enactment of this act, I, as an organization described in Section 501c3 of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and exempt from tax under Section 501a of such code, II as an essential community provider described in Section 156.235 of Title 45 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on the date of enactment of this act, that is primarily engaged in family planning services, reproductive health, and related medical care. And III provides for abortions other than an abortion, I, if the pregnancy is a result of an act of rape or incest, or II in the case where a woman suffers from a physical disorder, physical injury, or physical illness, including a life-endangering physical condition caused by or arising from the pregnancy itself. That would, as certified by a physician, place the woman in danger of death unless an abortion is performed, and B, for which the total amount of federal and state expenditures under the Medicaid program under Title XIX of the Social Security Act for medical assistance furnished in fiscal year 2023, made directly or by a covered organization to the entity or to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity, or made to the entity or to any affiliates, subsidiaries, successors, or clinics of the entity as part of a nationwide health care provider network, exceeded $800,000. 2, direct spending. The term direct spending has the meaning given the term under Section 250C of the Balanced Budget and Emergency Deficit Control Act of 1985, 2 USC 900C. 3, covered organization. The term covered organization means a managed care entity as defined in Section 1932A1B of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396U 2A1B, or a prepaid inpatient health plan or prepaid ambulatory health plan, as such terms are defined in Section 1903M9D of such Act 42 USC 1396 M9D. 4, state. The term state has the meaning given such term in Section 1101 of Social Security Act 42 USC 1301. Subchapter C, stopping abusive financing practices. Sec 71116, sunsetting increased FMAP incentive. Section 1905 II3 of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396D II3 is amended 1 by striking which has not and inserting the following which. A has not. 2 in subparagraph A as so inserted by striking the period at the end and inserting and. 3 by adding at the end the following new subparagraph. B begins to expend amounts for all such individuals prior to January 1, 2026. Sec 71117 provider taxes. A changes in threshold for hold harmless provisions of broad-based health care related taxes, Section 1903 W4 of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396B W4 is amended 1 in subparagraph C II by inserting and for fiscal years beginning on or after October 1, 2026, the applicable percent determined under subparagraph D shall be substituted for 6%. Each place it appears, after each place it appears, and 2, by inserting the subparagraph C II, the following new subparagraph, DI. For purposes of subparagraph C II, the applicable percent determined under this subparagraph is I. In the case of a non-expansive estate and a class of health care items or services described in Section 443.56A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations as an effect on May 1, 2025. AA. If on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the non-expansive state has enacted a tax and imposes such tax on such class, and the Secretary determines that the tax is within the hold harmless health threshold as of that date, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined, and B, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the non-expansive state has not enacted or does not impose a tax with respect to such class 0% and II in the case of an expansive state and a class of healthcare items or services described in section 433.56A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on May 1, 2025, subject to clause IB. AA, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the expansion state has enacted a tax and imposes such tax on such class, and the Secretary determines that the tax is within the hold harmless threshold as of the date, the lower of AA, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined, and BB, the applicable percent specified in clause II for the fiscal year, and BB, if on the date of enactment of this subparagraph, the expansion state has not enacted or does not impose a tax with respect to such class 0%. For purposes of clause II, AABB, the applicable percent is I for fiscal year 2028, 5.5%, II for fiscal year 2029, 5%, III for fiscal year 2030 at 4.5%, IB for fiscal year 2031, 4%, and V for fiscal year 2032 and each subsequent year, 3.5%. III for purposes of clause I expansion estate. The term expansion state means a state that, beginning on January 1, 2014, or on any date thereafter, elects to provide medical assistance to all individuals described in Section 1902 A10 A V Trip I under the state plan under this title or under a waiver of such plan. II, non-expansion state. The term non-expansion state means a state that is not an expansion state. IV, in the case of a tax of an expansion state in effect on the date of enactment of this clause that applies to a class of healthcare. Items or services that is described in paragraph 3 or 4 of section 433.56A of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations as in effect on May 1, 2025, and for which, on such date of enactment, is within the hold harmless threshold as determined by the Secretary, the applicable percent of net patient revenue attributable to such class that has been so determined shall apply for a fiscal year instead of the applicable percent specified in clause II for the fiscal year. B, non-application to territories. The amendments made by this section shall only apply with respect to a state that is one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. C, implementation funding. For the purpose of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, $6 million for fiscal year 2026 to remain available until expended. Sec. 71118, state-directed payments, A in general. Subject to subsection B, the Secretary of Health and Human Services in this section referred to as the Secretary shall revise section 438.6 C2 III of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations for successor regulation such that with respect to a payment described in such section made for a service furnished during a rating period beginning on or after the date of the enactment of this act. The total payment rate for such service is limited to 1, in the case of a state that provides coverage to all individuals described in section 1902 A10 AI B III of the Social Security Act 42 USC 1396 A10 AI B III that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in section 5000A F1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary in regulations under the state plan or waiver of such plan of such state under Title XIX of such act, 100% of the specified total published Medicare payment rate, or in the absence of a specified total published Medicare payment rate, the payment rate under a Medicaid state plan or under a waiver of such plan, or 2, in the case of a state other than a state described in paragraph 1, 110% of the specified total published Medicare payment rate, or in the absence of a specified total published Medicare payment rate, the payment rate under a Medicaid state plan or under a waiver of such plan. B, grandfathering certain payments in the case of a payment described in section 438.6 C2 III of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation for which written prior approval or a good faith effort to receive such approval as determined by the Secretary was made before May 1, 2025, or a payment described in such section for a rural hospital as defined in subsection D2 for which written prior approval or a good faith effort to receive such a print by the Secretary was made by enactment of this Act. Period occurring within 180 days of the date of the enactment of this Act, beginning with the rating period on or after January 1, 2028. The total amount of such payment shall be reduced by percentage points each year until the total payment rate for such service is equal to the rate for such service specified in subsection A. C, treatment of expansion states. The revisions described in subsection A shall provide that, with respect to a state that begins providing the coverage described in paragraph 1 of subsection on or after the date of the enactment of this Act, the limitation described in such paragraph shall apply to such state with respect to a payment described in section 438.6 C2 III of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation for a service furnished during a rating period beginning on or after the date of the enactment of this Act. D, definitions in this section. 1, rating speed. Rating period. The term rating period has the meaning given such term in section 438.2 of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation. 2, rural hospital. The term rural hospital means the following. A subsection D, hospital, as defined in paragraph 1B of section 1886D, that I is located in a rural area as defined in paragraph 2D of such section. II is treated as being located in a rural area pursuant to paragraph 8E of such section, or III is located in a rural census tract of a metropolitan statistical area as determined under the most recent modification of the Goldsmith modification, originally published in the Federal Register on February 27, 1992, 57 Fed Reg 6725. B, a critical access hospital as defined in section 1861 MM1. C, a sole community hospital as defined in section 1886D 5D III. D, a Medicare dependent small rural hospital as defined in section 1886D 5G IV. E, a low volume hospital as defined in section 1886D 12C. F, a rural emergency hospital as defined in section 1861 K2. 3, state. The term state means one of the 50 states or the District of Columbia. 4, total published Medicare payment rate. The term total published Medicare payment rate means amounts calculated as payment for specified services, including the service furnished that have been developed under Part A or Part B of the Title XVIII of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1395 et seq. 5, prior approval. The term written prior approval has the meaning given such term in section 438.6 C2I of Title 42 Code of Federal Regulations or a successor regulation. E, funding. There are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated $7 million for each of fiscal years 2026 through 2033 for purposes of carrying out this section to remain available until expended. Sec 71119. Requirements regarding waiver of uniform tax requirement for Medicaid provider tax. A, in general, Section 1903W of the Social Security Act 42 U.S.C. 1396W is amended. 1, in paragraph 3E, by inserting after clause II, the following new clause. III, for purposes of clause III, a tax is not considered to be generally redistributive if any of the following conditions apply. I, within a permitted class, the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group as defined in paragraph 7J, explicitly defined by its relatively lower volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units as defined in paragraph 7H, is lower than the tax rate imposed on any other taxpayer or the tax rate group explicitly defined by its relatively higher volume or percentage of Medicaid taxable units.
Two, within a permissible class, the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group as so defined based upon its Medicaid taxable units as so defined is higher than the tax rate imposed on any taxpayer or tax rate group based upon its non-Medicaid taxable unit as defined in paragraph 7.1. 3, the tax excludes or imposes a lower tax rate on any taxpayer or tax rate group as so defined based on or defined by any description that results in the same effect as described in subclause 1 or 2 for a taxpayer or tax rate group. Characteristics that may indicate such type of exclusion include the use of terminology to establish a tax rate group. AA, based on payments or expenditures made under the program under this title without mentioning the term Medicaid or any similar term to accomplish the same effect as described in subclause 1 or 2, or BB, that closely approximates a taxpayer or tax rate group under the program under this title to the same effect and is described in subclause 1 or 2, and 2 in paragraph 7 by adding at the end the following new subparagraphs. H, the term Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being taxed within a health care-related tax that is applicable to the program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for 1, payment under the program under this title, such as Medicaid bed days, 2, Medicaid revenue, 3, costs associated with the program under this title, such as Medicaid charges, claims, or expenditures, and 4, other units associated with the program under this title as determined by the Secretary. 1, the term non-Medicaid taxable unit means a unit that is being taxed within a health care-related tax that is not applicable to the program under this title. Such term includes a unit that is used as the basis for 1, payment by non-Medicaid payers, such as non-Medicaid bed days, 2, non-Medicaid revenue, 3, costs that are not associated with the program under this title, such as non-Medicaid charges, non-Medicaid claims, or non-Medicaid expenditures, and 4, other units not associated with the program under this title as determined by the Secretary. J, the term tax rate group means a group of entities contained within a permissible class of a health care-related tax that are taxed at the same rate. B, non-application to territories. The amendments made by this section shall only apply with respect to the state that is one of 50 states or the District of Columbia. C, effective date. The amendments made by this section shall take effect upon the date of enactment of this act, subject to any applicable transition period determined appropriate by the Secretary of Health and Human Services, not to exceed 3 fiscal years. Section 71120, requiring budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects under Section 1115. A, in general, Section 1115 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1315, is amended by adding at the end the following new subsection. G, requirement of budget neutrality for Medicaid demonstration projects. 1, in general, beginning January 1st, 2027, the Secretary may not approve an application for, or renewal or amendment of, an experimental, pilot, or demonstration project undertaken under subsection A to promote the objectives of Title 19 in a state in this subsection referred to as Medicaid demonstration project, unless the chief actuary for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services certifies that such project, based on expenditures for the state program in the preceding fiscal year, or in the case of a renewal, the duration of the preceding waiver, is not expected to result in an increase in the amount of federal expenditures compared to the amount that such expenditures would otherwise be in the absence of such project. For purposes of this subsection, expenditures for the coverage of populations and services that the state could have otherwise provided through its Medicaid state plan or other authority under Title 19, including expenditures that could be made under such authority, but for the provision of such services at a different site of service than authorized under such state plan or other authority, shall be considered expenditures in the absence of such a project. 2, treatment of savings. In the event of that expenditures with respect to a state under a Medicaid demonstration project are, during an approval period for such project, less than the amount of such expenditures that would have otherwise been made in the absence of such project, the Secretary shall specify the methodology to be used with respect to the subsequent approval period for such project for purposes of taking the difference between such expenditures into account. Implementation funding. For the purposes of carrying out the provisions of and the amendments made by this section, they are appropriated out of any monies in the Treasury not otherwise appropriated to the Secretary of Health and Human Services, $5 million for each of fiscal years 2026 and 2027 to remain available until expended. Subchapter D, increasing personal accountability. Section 71121, requirement for states to establish Medicaid community engagement requirements for certain individuals. A, in general, Section 1902 of the Social Security Act, 42 U.S.C. 1396A, as amended by Section 71103 and 71104, in further amended by adding at the end of the following new subsection. 20, community engagement requirement for applicable individuals. 1, in general, except as provided in paragraph 11, beginning not later than the first day of the first quarter that begins after December 30th, 2026, or at the option of the state under a waiver or demonstration project under Section 1115 of the state plan, such earlier date as the state may specify, subject to the succeeding provisions of this subject, a state shall provide, as a condition of eligibility for medical assistance for an applicable individual, that such individual is required to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 2. A, in the case of an applicable individual who has filed an application for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title for one or more but not more than 3, as specified by the state, consecutive months immediately preceding the months during which such individual applies for such medical assistance, and B, in the case of an applicable individual enrolled and receiving medical assistance under a state plan or under a waiver of such plan under this title for one or more as specified by the state months, whether or not consecutive. 1. During the period between such individual's most recent determination or redetermination as applicable of eligibility and such individual's next regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, as verified by the state as part of such regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, or 2, in the case of a state that has elected under paragraph 4 to conduct more frequent verifications of compliance with the requirement to demonstrate community engagement during this period between the most recent and next such verification with respect to such individual. 2, community engagement compliance described. Subject to paragraph 3, an applicable individual demonstrates a community engagement under this paragraph for a month if such individual meets one or more of the following conditions with respect to such month, as determined in accordance with criteria established by the Secretary through regulation. A, the individual works not less than 80 hours. B, the individual completes not less than 80 hours of community service. C, the individual participates in a work program for not less than 80 hours. D, the individual is enrolled in an educational program at least half-time. E, the individual engages in any combination of the activities described in subparagraphs A through D for a total of not less than 80 hours. F, the individual has a monthly income that is not less than the applicable minimum wage standard under Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, multiplied by 80 hours. G, the individual had an average monthly income over the preceding 6 months that is not less than the applicable minimum wage requirement under Section 6 of the Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, multiplied by 80 hours, and is a seasonal worker, as described in Section 45RD5B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986. 3, exceptions. A, mandatory exception for certain individuals. The state shall deem an applicable individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for a month and may elect to not require an individual to verify information resulting in such deeming if, 1, for part of all such month, the individual, 1, was a specified excluded individual as defined in paragraph 9A2, or 2, was AA under the age of 19, BB entitled to or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title XVIII, or enrolled for benefits under Part B of Title XVIII, or CC, described in any of subclasses 1 through 7 of subsection A10A1, or 2, at any point during the 3-month period ending on the first day of such month, the individual was an inmate of a public institution. B, optional exception for short-term hardship events. 1, in general, the state plan or waiver of such plan may provide, in the case of an applicable individual who experiences a short-term hardship event during a month, that the state shall, under procedures established by the state in accordance with standards specified for the Secretary, in the case of a short-term hardship event described in Clause 2.2, and upon the request of such individual, a short-term hardship event described in subclause 1 or 3 of Clause 2, deem such individual to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 2 for such month. 2, short-term hardship event defined. For purposes of this subparagraph, an applicable individual experiences a short-term hardship event during a month if, for part or all of such month, 1, such individual receives inpatient hospital services, nursing facility services, services in an intermediate care facility for individuals with intellectual disabilities, inpatient psychiatric hospital services, or such other services of similar acuity, including outpatient care relating to other services specified in this subclause, as the Secretary determines appropriate. 2, such individual resides in a county or equivalent unit of local government, AA, in which there exists an emergency or disaster declared by the President pursuant to the National Emergencies Act or the Robert T. Stafford Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act, or BV, that subject to the request from the state to the Secretary, made in such form at such time and containing such information as the Secretary may require, has an employment rate that is at or above the lesser of AA 8% or BB 1.5 times the national unemployment rate, or 3. Such individual or their dependent must travel outside of their community for an extended period of time to receive medical services necessary to treat a serious or complex medical condition as described in paragraph 9A2VEE that are not available within their community of residence. 4, option to conduct more frequent compliance verifications. With respect to an applicable individual enrolled in receiving medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, the state shall verify, in accordance with procedures specified by the Secretary, that each such individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1 during each such individual's regularly scheduled redetermination of eligibility, except that a state may provide for such verifications more frequently. 5, ex parte verifications. For purposes of verifying that an applicable individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1 or determining such individual to be deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, or that an individual is a specified excluded individual under paragraph 9A2, the state shall, in accordance with standards established by the Secretary, establish processes and use reliable information available to the state, such as payroll data or payments or encounter data under this title for individuals and data on payments to such individuals for the provision of services covered under this title, without requiring, where possible, the applicable individual to submit additional information. 6, procedure in the case of non-compliance. A, in general, if a state is unable to verify that an applicable individual has met the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1, including, if applicable, by verifying that such individual was deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, the state shall, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary, 1, provide such individual with the notice of noncompliance described in subparagraph B. 2, 1, provide such individual with a period of 30 calendar days beginning on the date on which such notice of noncompliance is received by the individual. 2, AA, make a satisfactory showing to the state of compliance with such requirement, including, if applicable, showing that such individual was or should be deemed to have demonstrated community engagement under paragraph 3, or BB, make a satisfactory showing to the state that such requirement does not apply to such individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of applicable individual under 9A, paragraph 9A, and 2, if such individual is enrolled under the state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, continue to provide such individual with medical assistance during such 30-day calendar period, and 3, if no such satisfactory showing is made in the individual specified excluded individual described in paragraph 9A2, deny such individual's application for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, or, as applicable, disenroll such plan, not at the end of the month, following the month in which such 30 calendar day period ends, provided that 1, the state first determines whether, with respect to the individual, there is any other basis for eligibility for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver of such plan, or for another insurance affordability program. And 2, the individual is provided written notice and granted an opportunity for a fair hearing in accordance with subsection A3. B, notice. The notice of noncompliance provided to an applicable individual under the paragraph A1 shall include information in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary on 1, how such individual may make a satisfactory showing of compliance with such requirement as described in A2, or make a satisfactory showing that such requirement does not apply to such individual on the basis that such individual does not meet the definition of applicable individual under paragraph 9A, and 2, how such individual may reapply for medical assistance under the state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title in the case that such individual's application is denied, or as applicable in the case of such individual is disenrolled from the plan or waiver. Treatment of noncompliant individuals in relation to certain other provisions. A, certain FMAP increases. A state shall not be treated as not providing medical assistance to all individuals described in section 1902A10A18, or as not expending amounts for all such individuals under the state plan or waiver of such plan solely because such an individual is determined ineligible for medical assistance under the state plan or waiver on the basis of failure to meet requirements to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1. B, other provisions. For purposes of section 36BC2B of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, an individual shall be deemed to be eligible for minimum essential coverage described in section 5000AF1A2 of such code for a month if such individual would have been eligible for medical assistance under a state plan or a waiver of such plan under this title, but for a failure to meet the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under paragraph 1. 8, outreach. A, in general, in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary beginning not later than the date that precedes December 31st, 2026, or if the state elects under paragraph 1 to specify an earlier date, such earlier date by the number of months specified by the state under paragraph 1A plus 3 months, and periodically thereafter, state shall notify applicable individuals enrolled under a state plan or waiver of this title of the requirement to demonstrate community engagement under the subsection. Such notice shall include information on 1, how to comply with such requirement, including an explanation of the exceptions to such requirement under paragraph 3, and the definition of the term applicable individual under paragraph 9A. 2, the consequences of noncompliance with such requirement, and 3, how to report to the state any change in the individual status that could result in 1, the applicability of an exception under paragraph 3, or the end of the applicability of such an exception, or 2, the individual qualifying as a specified excluded individual under paragraph 9A2. B, form of outreach notice. A notice required under subparagraph A shall be delivered, 1, by regular mail, or if elected by the individual, to an electronic format, and 2, in 1 or more additional forms, which may include telephone, text message, an internet website, other commonly available electronic means, and such other forms as the Secretary determines appropriate. 9, definitions in this subsection. A, applicable individual. In general, the term applicable individual means an individual other than a specified excluded individual as defined in Clause 2. 1, who is eligible to enroll or is enrolled under the state plan under subsection A10, A1-8, or 2, who AA is otherwise eligible to enroll or is enrolled under a waiver of such plan that provides coverage that is equivalent to minimum essential coverage as described in section 5000 AF1A of the Internal Revenue Code of 1986, and as determined in accordance with standards prescribed by the Secretary and regulations. And BB has attained the age of 19 and is under 65 years of age, is not pregnant, is not entitled to or enrolled for benefits under Part A of Title 18, or enrolled for benefits under Part B of Title 18, and is not otherwise eligible to enroll under such plan. 2, specified excluded individual. For purposes of Clause 1, the term specified excluded individual means an individual as determined by the state in accordance with standards specified by the Secretary. 1, who is described in subsection A10A19. 2, who AA is an Indian or an urban Indian, as such terms are defined in paragraphs 13 and 28 of Section 4 of the Indian Healthcare Improvement Act. BB is a California Indian described in sections 809A of such act, or CC, has otherwise been determined eligible as an Indian for the Indian Health Service under regulations.
One big, beautiful bill. Act. Section 2, Table of Contents. The table of contents of this act is as follows. Section 1, Short Title. Section 2, Table of Contents. Title 1, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Nutrition. Section 10101, Reevaluation of Thrifty Food Plan. Section 10102, Modifications to SNAP Work Requirements for Able-Bodied Adults. Section 10103, Availability of Standard Utility Allowances based on receipt on energy assistance. Section 10104, Restrictions on Internet Expenses. Section 10105, Matching Funds Requirements. Section 10106, Administrative Cost Sharing. Section 10107, National Education and Obesity Prevention Grant Programs. Section 10108, Alien SNAP Eligibility. Subtitle B, Forestry. Section 10201, Rescission Amounts for Forestry. Subtitle C, Commodities. Section 10301, Effective Reference Price. Section 10302, Base Acres. Section 10303, Producer Election. Section 10304, Price Loss Coverage. Section 10305, Agriculture Risk Coverage. Section 10306, Equitable Treatment of Certain Entities. Section 10307, Payment Limitations. Section 10308, Adjusted Gross Income Limitation. Section 10309, Marketing Loans. Section 10310, Repayment of Marketing Loans. Section 10311, Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills. 0312, Sugar price updates. Section 10313, dairy policy updates. Section 10314, implementation. Subtitle D, disaster assistance programs. Section 10401, supplemental agriculture disaster assistance. Subtitle E, crop insurance. Section 10501, beginning farmer and rancher benefit. Section 10502, area-based crop insurance coverage and affordability. Section 10503, administrative and operative expense adjustments. Section 10504, premium support. Section 10505, program compliance and integrity. Section 10506, reviews, compliance, and integrity. Section 10507, poultry insurance. F, additional investments in rural America. Section 106, conservation. Section 1602, agriculture promotion program. Section 4, research. Section 10605, energy. Section 10606, horticulture. Section 10607, miscellaneous. 2, Committee on Armed Services. Section 2001, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the quality of life for military personnel. Section 20002, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for shipbuilding. Section 20003, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for integrated air and missile defense. Just write pending on that. Get them to send it out. Section 20004, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for munitions and defense supply chain resiliency. Section 20005, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for scaling low-cost weapons into production. Section 20006, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense. Section 20007,